Hello everyone, it's me Lucy again. I'm very happy to see you all again. Today, I'm bringing you a new story. Before we start, please give me a like and subscribe to support me. Thank you all. At the beginning of the story, we arrive at Luyun City in the Yen Kingdom, a bustling and lively fortress. Nearby is the Wanbao Pavilion, the largest merchant guild in the Yen Kingdom, located in Luyun City. Inside the auction hall of Wanbao Pavilion, a major auction is taking place. Hey, have you heard? The auction item this time at Wanbao Pavilion is a skill from the Five Elements Holy Land, said one man with a skeptical look on his face. Is that true? If a treasure from one of the 10 great holy lands is being auctioned, even if it's a low-level Huang class, it would be enough to defeat any martial artist in Luyun City. Today, no matter what, I have to get it, the fellow next to him pointed upstairs, saying, how could my information be false? But look at the person sitting across from us. That's the young master of the Lin family, the wealthy family in Luyun City. Do you think you can compete with him? The arrogant and haughty man is Lu Wenkai, the eldest son of the Lin family in Luyun City. With a proud and arrogant face, he tightly clenched his fist and looked down below, saying, anyone who dares to compete with me will immediately meet their fate of reincarnation. At that moment, a graceful figure gracefully stepped out into the hall, swaying from side to side. You all have been waiting for a long time, haven't you? The auction of treasures will start immediately. This girl is shopkeeper Na Lan, who manages the Wanbao Pavilion trading house. The treasure was then brought out for auction, high-grade royal skill, mountain-moving technique, passed down from the Holy Land 5 element. Starting bid is 30 million gold coins, with each increase not less than 10,000 gold coins. The merchants and martial artists below anxiously shouted out their bids, 35 million, I offer 38 million, I bid 40 million. Lu Wenkai, from his position on the high platform, raised his hand and shouted, 300 million gold coins, with a self-important and arrogant demeanor. In his mind, he looked down on the others, thinking, a bunch of beggars asking for food here. Bidding little by little like this. The martial artists below were extremely shocked and they saw the staggering number that Lu Wenkai had announced. What? You're already increasing the bid tenfold with just one bid. Is there still a way for people to live after this? Na Lan stood in the middle of the hall and gestured downwards. 3 million, anyone else interested in bidding higher? Suddenly, an arm among the crowd raised up, with a domineering aura and loud voice saying, me. Hearing someone daring to compete in the auction with the Lin family, the martial artists standing below the hall were extremely surprised. A man wearing battle armor, with a majestic appearance and imposing demeanor, raised his hand. 30 million, I don't think anyone else will bid higher, right? Upon hearing someone bidding 30 million, the martial artists standing beside him were astonished. 30 million? Is he directly increasing it by 100 times? He could almost buy the entire Luyun city with that amount. This is indeed the direct challenge to Lin's family fortune. Lu Wenkai, with an unhappy attitude and an angry expression, said, where did this rotten little guy come from? How dare he try to steal from our young master? Na Lan on the stage, after observing that no one else was bidding, struck the gavel. Sold. If no one else bids, then this item will belong to the young master who bid 3 million, the old steward standing beside whispered into Lu Wenkai's ear, covering his mouth with his hand. Young master's anger is just temporary. Our main purpose for coming here today is... Lu Wenkai frowned, looking displeased at his steward. I know what I'm doing, you don't need to remind me. Shortly after, the auction came to an end, with many valuable items being sold. Seeing the auction end, the martial artist stood up dejectedly and left the hall. Disbanding now, only the world of the poor is hurt, indeed it is meaningless. At that moment, Na Lan raised her hand to stop everyone. Please hold on for a moment, she said, taking out a shiny gold token. Look at what this is the most valuable treasure of today, the Heavenly Ascension Order. Starting bid is 200,000 gold coins, each increment must not be less than 10,000 gold coins. the martial artists below looked surprised at the Heavenly Ascension Order. Is it really the Heavenly Ascension Order? Could it really be the legendary Heavenly Ascension Order? At this moment, the old steward also reminded Lin Kai, young master, this is something that Lady Xin Heir desperately wants. If we want to establish ties with the city lord's mansion, we must obtain this item. A wealthy man nearby was puzzled and turned to ask the martial artist next to him, brother, what is this Heavenly Ascension Order? The man beside him was stunned but explained, for mortals to enter a holy land to cultivate is harder than ascending to heaven. The age must be under 20, and both talent and cultivation must meet the standards. Moreover, they must pass the sex succession test. This Heavenly Ascension Order is given by an elder of the Holy Land while traveling the secular world to those they deem worthy. It waives all the aforementioned conditions, allowing direct entry into the Holy Land for cultivation. The wealthy man, stroking his chin, pondered excitedly, so, according to you, this is equivalent to a free pass in this world's examinations. Lin Kai, looking down arrogantly from above, sneered, just now, he casually bid 3 million gold coins, and now he doesn't even know what the Heavenly Ascension Order is. He must be just a country bumpkin who got rich overnight. Come to Wanbao Pavilion Trade Fair to show your presence. Just now, the young master showed his generosity, giving you the Heavenly Ascension Order once, this must be something in my pocket. After a moment of self-praise, he raised his hand and shouted, 5,000. Before he could finish, a stern voice rang out, 100 million in gold. Hearing such a huge price being offered, all the martial artists, including Lin Kai, widened their eyes and gasped in astonishment. No one else but our patron, Sugar Daddy, who had offered a huge price. I said it's 100 million in gold. How come everyone attending the auction today is so heavy-handed? Nalan stood on the high steps of the auction hall, quickly hammering the gavel repeatedly, deal, deal. Internally she rejoiced excitedly, I can't let this fat fish slip away, no way. The martial artists below stared at Nalan's figure intently, hey shopkeeper, at least go through the whole process, make it symbolic at least. Nalan then eagerly approached the man who had bid 100 million. Young master, may I ask how you will make payment for this? Our Wanbao Pavilion does not accept payment in installments and debt collection. Lin Kai slowly walked forward, turned to look at Nalan and said, with such a large amount of money, I haven't had time to prepare. Please give me a room so I can have some time to get ready. Lin Kai was rejected for the second time. He angrily ordered the butler, follow him and investigate the situation for me. Shortly after, Nalan led Lin Kai to a private room to rest. You brought the young boy slowly. Our staff is always ready to wait outside. Stepping into the room, Lin Kai looked out the window and sighed, the last obstacle has been removed, so what's next? He slowly took off the ring on his finger. Then flicked it up high, causing the ring to spin several times in the air. In an instant, the ring emitted a magical brilliance, bringing the surroundings back to reality. It's time to enter the market, Bai Yi Fan said as he looked around. He was a resident of Earth, and now he had the ability to travel between two worlds. At first, it was just me accidentally cutting my finger while cooking at my rented home, and the blood happened to drip onto the ring left by my distant ancestors. Going back to the situation a month ago, when he accidentally cut his finger while cooking, he reacted and then traveled to this mainland. I looked like a fool back then, looking around in confusion. This mainland is a fantasy world, where the strong dominate and the weak have to depend on others to survive, but the most magical thing was the turnip in my hand, which suddenly evolved into a sparkling spirit vegetable, radiating a holy light. The crowd, upon seeing it, brought precious gold and silver to exchange for his turnip. Suddenly becoming rich in a day, the first money earned in my life was an 8-digit figure, and I was still naive, not expecting to become wealthy just because of a turnip. Through experiments traveling between the two worlds, within a month, I gradually understood the setup of this mainland. This is the Huanggu mainland, divided into 5 important areas: Eastern River, Southern Desolate Land, Western Sea. The northern plains and the central region, in addition to the existence of independent forbidden areas such as the ancient demon caves, the immortal tomb, the spirit ruins heavenly cave. Among them, the southern desolate land and the western sea are the territories of the demon clan. The territory of the magic clan is in the ancient demon caves, while the eastern river, central region, and northern plains, these three territories are all occupied by humans, divided into three tribes: human, demon, and devil. For hundreds of years, continuous large and small wars have erupted. Now there is only peace maintained on the surface, while within the tribes, besides the normal nature, martial artists display their backgrounds. Based on the cultivation realm of martial artists and the difference in the ability to transform spiritual energy, they are divided into two main realms: refined body realm with 7 levels and mystical spirit realm with 10 levels. The 7 levels of body refining are divided from low to high as follows: body tempering realm, bone forging realm, inner strength realm, body transfusion realm, marrow cleansing realm, enlightenment realm, heavenly profound realm. As for the 10 levels of magical talent, they are spiritual energy scene, astral spirit realm, spiritual sea realm, celestial realm, returning unity realm, golden elixir scene, spiritual manifestation realm, divine transformation realm, void realm, and save lives realm. In addition to these, the mechanism within the ring must also be constantly considered in order to find a solution. Firstly, it is certain that only plant-based organisms can travel to the mainland, while other objects do not meet the requirements for travel. The items carried also have strict weight restrictions, with an average of 200 grams being the extreme limit. On the other hand, if items from the mainland are brought to Earth, they will all turn into waste. Luckily, the ancient patience function can automatically change clothing, reducing a lot of inconvenience for us. Just now in the Wanbao Pavilion, I only thought about the joy of spending money, forgetting that there are only a few types of fruits at home, so I have to think of more ways to exchange. Suddenly, he stared out the window and then came up with an idea to find a good item. The next day, he returned to the fantasy world. Inside the Wanbao Pavilion's main hall, where a subordinate standing guard outside asked the shopkeeper, "The little guy has been in the room for a whole day, why hasn't he come out yet?" Nalan gestured to the subordinate to not rush, just wait a little longer. The subordinate stood guard with a skeptical look in his heart. I feel that the little guy named by Yi Fan is dressed very casually, not like someone wealthy. He probably won't miss this opportunity, right? That's right. His sudden appearance is really suspicious. I've never heard of this character before in the martial arts world. Nalan frowned upon hearing this, also feeling doubtful, then pushed the door and entered directly. Let's not wait, let's go in together. At the same time, Ifan also opened the door from the inside. Coincidentally, they bumped into each other unexpectedly as they both opened the door. Ifan reached out to catch Nalan. "Shopkeeper Nalan, it's not even New Year yet, no need to be so formal." Nalan was embarrassed. Quickly moved aside shyly, not daring to look Ifan in the eye. I wonder how young Master Bai has prepared the gold and silver." Nalan glanced at Ifan with a shy demeanor, accompanied by anger. "Daring to take advantage of me, if I don't see the money today, I'll make you regret it." Bai Ifan raised his hand in a thoughtful manner. Preparing the gold and silver is indeed a bit troublesome. Hearing this, the two subordinates showed signs of anger, pointing and yelling loudly. "Shopkeeper, don't talk much with him anymore, this little guy here wants to play tricks on us. Brothers, come on." Bai Ifan quickly took out a shining branch of spiritual herb and laid it out in front of the subordinates. "But this, I think you guys will be very interested in it." Ifan continued to point behind him. "If the price is right, I still have some left." Nalan exclaimed in astonishment when she saw the rare elixirs, dragon-tail grass. This herb has miraculous healing effects on external injuries. Even if you're not injured, consuming it can extend your lifespan. This is a rare elixir rarely seen in legends, right? Nalan asked in surprise. Seeing the basket of medicinal materials next to it, they were even more shocked when explaining about dragon-tail grass and other elixirs. "This small basket is worth at least 200 million gold coins," the group exclaimed in awe. staring at the rare and precious basket of medicinal materials. Remembering the scene where he walked out to the corner of the yard next to the house, pulling out some weeds by the roadside, Fan looked triumphant. Haha, these are just some dogtail grass and fallen yellow leaves in the yard. Seeing the rich man, Nalan chuckled eagerly. Young master, let's discuss together, can our Wanbao pavilion buy these spiritual items? In her mind, she had already calculated carefully. I've been wandering for many years like this. This is also the first time I have encountered such a strange encounter. I can't let go of this fat sheep. Fan innocently crossed his arms and exchanged prices with Nalan. I remember a dragon tail grass worth 5,000 gold coins. If you want to buy them all, then the opposite will be true, that you owe me, right? Nalan reached out to express, we still have a store, young master can take whatever you like freely. Fan smiled eagerly, then I won't be a guest anymore. After a while of shopping in Wanbao Pavilion, Fan alone carried a divine weapon sword and a few large bags, excitedly leaving Wanbao Pavilion before the astonished looks of everyone. Shopkeeper Nalan, I'll take these things first, you can keep a record of your debt to me. The subordinate, looking worried from Nalan's appearance, expressed confusion. Shopkeeper, he has taken all the valuable treasures under Wanbao Pavilion's mirror. Nalan stood by, observing the fading figure of Fan. You don't understand, this is a long-term investment. This person may take out many treasures like this, treating them as trash. It may be something ordinary to him, but who knows? Fan continued to walk, heading towards a desolate, empty forest. Suddenly, something blocked Fan's path, his expression somewhat puzzling. In front of him were a few tall men, some carrying swords and some holding axes. Staring at Fan with hostility, threatening in an ancient language, you brat, quickly hand over your skills and the heavenly ascension order. If you obey, we will spare your life. With a contemptuous face and expression, Fan raised his hand provocatively, relying on you useless people, thinking you can capture me? At least it will take a few hundred years for that to happen. The other side, angered by Fan's provocation, reacted swiftly. He immediately rushed forward, swinging his sword strongly. Go to hell. Faced with the attack of the bandits, Fan shouted loudly, earth-shaking technique, go, and in an instant, he disappeared from the sight of the bandits, leaving them extremely surprised and confused. Fan then successfully returned to Earth. Luckily, I haven't used up all my travel opportunities. I didn't expect that in the fantasy world, this kind of killing and looting would happen so openly. This ancient relic can only be used for travel once a day. He continued to take out the secret book, Mountain Moving Technique, carefully observing. It seems like I still lack foresight, spending so much money at the auction without disguising myself. I'll probably encounter many problems later. It seems that I have to quickly learn this skill to protect myself. In fact, I never wanted to cultivate before, because the skills of the Huanggu mainland are a bit difficult to understand, and I don't know where to start. He continued to flip through the pages of the secret book, Mountain Moving Technique, then he was extremely surprised, staring at the book. Wait, what is this? How can this skill be so simple like this? It turns out that if you bring the skills from the other world, learning it would be very simple. Fan directly understood the settings of the two worlds, then confidently revealed a face full of confidence, and then, the corner of his mouth slowly spread an excited smile. I have mastered this amazing skill. Half a month later, in a desolate forest, deserted in the fantasy world, powerful strikes aimed at the rock in front of him continuously struck out. A strike directly opened a wave of attacks, breaking the rock into hundreds of pieces. After performing the martial skill he had just learned, Fan breathed heavily, speaking excitedly. Finally succeeded. In the past half-month he had diligently practiced the martial skill, Mountain Moving Technique. While also nourishing his body with plants brought from Earth, progressing rapidly, perhaps because he came from Earth, Fan's body in mainland Huanggu also underwent evolution. The fist he just threw weighed up to 2,000 pounds. Not only that, his internal organs have also been strengthened, meaning that even though Fan's body now seems to only have a marrow body realm accede sect. But Fan's strength is already equal to the martial arts masters. He looked up at the sky in awe and thought to himself, this is like stepping into the world of martial artists. But my face has long been exposed in the auction arena, so surely more people will target me in the future. I must work even harder. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out, catching Yifan off guard. Nearby, a group of people were terrified by a pack of savage wolves surrounding them. Yifan appeared nearby, silently observing from a tree branch. A wolf in the pack suddenly lunged to attack a young girl, and Yifan quickly approached and subdued the wolf with a powerful punch, after rescuing the young girl. Everyone around Yifan was surprised. They turned to see the ferocious wolves still growling, and Yifan appeared as a savior, exuding a strong and proud demeanor. Just using these wild animals to train my reflexes. In the face of Yifan's bravery, the wild wolves quickly rushed to attack him. Facing the pack of crazy wolves, Yifan stared fiercely and let out a loud growl, then launched a strike with a gleaming golden aura, blowing away the entire pack of wild wolves. The wild wolves were finally completely knocked down by Yifan's attack and lay rolling on the ground. After dealing with the wild wolves, Yifan took a deep breath, turned to look at the commoners nearby and said, "It's been taken care of." The people around cheered happily, shouting in unison, "The young hero is really awesome." Not long after that, Yifan was led to a village nearby. He was also using his strong hands and powerful body to chop down a large tree trunk. In this way, he successfully felled countless large ancient trees. In a short period of time, he successfully felled the entire forest. At this time, the little girl brought water to Yifan. She was Mu Roa Roa and said, "Yifan Gij, you are really amazing." Roa Roa continued to look towards the commoners and said, "With these logs, we can start building the new houses for the Mu family village." Yifan stood by and slowly raised the glass of water to his lips and said, "It's nothing, this is not a big deal at all." Recalling the scene before, old Mu Tai stepped forward to express his gratitude for Yifan's kindness. "Brother, my name is Mu Tai, the son of the Mu family leader. Today, thanks to you, you saved my daughter Roa Roa and the people in the village. We owe you a favor. Although you have strong martial arts skills, it is still very dangerous to live in this mountain. We invite you to come back to the Mu family village with us, where it is safer." That day, after dealing with the wolves, I received a warm welcome from these unfamiliar villagers. Coincidentally, I was also in need of a quiet place to practice the mountain moving technique, so I agreed to come along. In the past few days, I have broken through from the marrow body realm to the bone forging realm peak. Recently, the speed of increasing strength seems not as fast as before, probably encountering a bottleneck while practicing. The inner strength realm, as the name suggests, is about cultivating the 5 viscera and 6 bowels to make the internal organs strong, so even if you swallow a stone, you can still digest it. In the mountain moving technique, it is mentioned that eating internal organs of high-level demon beasts can help break through the threshold of the inner strength realm. So when we return to Earth, can we buy some internal organs to supplement it? Mu Tai has finished packing his belongings onto the horse-drawn carriage. He smiled and turned to look at Roa Roa, saying, "Roa Roa, everything is ready. We can depart for the market now." Mu Tai then turned to Yifan and said, "Yifan, we have some free time, why not come with us to the market and have a look around?" Yifan, slightly curious, looked at Mu Tai and asked, "What market?" The scene shifts back to Luyun City, in the bustling marketplace street crowded with people, the sound of bargaining and selling filling the air. Mu Tai was delighted to have sold some animal skins he had collected earlier. "Thanks to my brother, I was able to sell all the high-quality wolf skins." Yifan scratched his head shyly and said, "Mu Yen, you are too generous." Roa Roa, holding Yifan's hand, innocently said, "If everything is sold, then take us to play, Yifan Gij. I want to go buy some lotus seed candies." Yifan turned to Roa Roa and said, "Let's wait for Mu Yen to finish packing up, then we can go together." From a distance, Mu Tai raised his hand and said loudly, "You two go ahead, just be careful and quickly come back here." Roa happily grabbed Yifan's hand and started walking. Yes, Yifan Gij, let's go. Yifan was speechless at this moment. Mu Tai, are you really trusting your daughter to a man you've only known for a few days like me? After wandering around the market for a while, Yifan spoke up and told Roa to go back. Let's go back quickly, or father and sister will worry. Voices from ahead began to beg for help as a crowd surrounded them. Roa looked ahead in confusion. Wait, that's where our father is. Yifan and Roa quickly pushed their way through. Make way. Seeing the scene in front of them, tears welled up in Roa's sparkling eyes. In front of them, soldiers were attacking her second uncle and father. You reckless soldiers. Attacking innocent civilians. The two of them were mercilessly beaten by the soldiers. Seeing this scene, Roa ran forward, crying. Stop, what right do you have to attack our father? Mu Tai, seeing his daughter running towards them, tried to suppress the pain and shouted loudly. Roa, come back here. A soldier, with a cruel look on his face, kicked Roa and cursed at her. Little girl, where did you come from? Yifan stepped forward and firmly held the leg of the arrogant soldier. He broke his leg, causing him to scream in pain. Yifan glared at the soldiers in front of him, showing his anger. A strong man would dare to be cruel to a 13-year-old girl who knows nothing about martial arts like that? Are you even human? The soldier remained arrogant and shouted, Who do you think you are to lecture me? He ordered the soldiers to attack Yifan. Facing the soldiers who were harming people, Yifan used his fist skills to defeat each one, throwing them to the far corner. He stomped heavily on the chest of the arrogant soldier. Are you ready to be taught now? Knowing Yifan's strength, the soldier begged, No. I dare not anymore, please spare me, while an old general watched the events from afar. This little guy is still so young and he has already reached the bone-forging realm. Yifan tightly grabbed the collar of the soldier to interrogate. Why are you boldly fighting people in the middle of the street? Answer my question quickly, or the next punch will go straight to your face. Mu Tai ran to stop Yifan. Yifan, stop it now, they are people of the city lord's mansion, we shouldn't mess with them. Yifan was extremely angry, glancing at Mu Tai. Tai uncle, what's going on here? Finally, Roa quickly ran to support second uncle standing up. This old general is Zhou Heng, the leader of the city lord's mansion guard, and he stepped forward with an arrogant tone. Let me help you answer that. These blind dogs hit our young lady's carriage and ended up breaking a leg, yet they still want to argue with our young lady. Muli pointed towards Zhou Heng to make his point. Don't talk nonsense, it's clear that your carriage lost control and hit Yen uncle. We just asked you a couple of questions, and you already started hitting people. Mu Tai continued running to stop Muli. Muli, don't say anything, this is our fault. Suddenly, Mu Tai knelt down on the ground, clasped his hands together and pleaded, Young lady, this is all our fault. I hope you have mercy on my younger brother who has a broken leg, and forgive us, the lowly servants, just this once. Yifan stood to the side, furrowing his brow, carefully observing ahead and silently thinking, why is the young lady of the city lord's mansion like this? In the past, commoners never fought with officials, no wonder Uncle Tai didn't want to provoke her. From inside the young lady of the city lord's carriage, a hand pulled back the curtain. If you've made a mistake, then pay the price for your wrongdoing. Zhou Heng, cut off their legs as a punishment, as a warning, said the arrogant young lady, Lan Xin Er, the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing Xin Er's words, Mu Tai visibly showed fear. How can the young lady of the city lord's mansion be so cruel? Xin Er glared with a ruthless expression, full of malice. In any case, you have only lost your legs. I, on the other hand, have lost the good mood to go for a walk. Zhou Heng, take action. Zhou Heng then immediately carried out the order, wielding his great sword in front of Mu Tai. Yes, first young lady, he replied. The next moment, he swung his large blade fiercely toward Mu Tai. A bunch of filthy peasants, you really taint my lady's sight. Die. In an instant, Yifan rushed forward, raising his hand to block the large blade and glaring at Zhou Heng. Seeing Yi Fan rush in to block the blade, Zhou Heng was a bit surprised and startled. In the next moment, Yi Fan gathered divine power and shouted at Zhou Heng, "Get out of my sight!" Facing Yi Fan's counterattack, Zhou Heng quickly dodged and jumped backward, watching Yi Fan's every move intently. Having just forced Zhou Heng back, Yi Fan hurriedly turned to check on Mu Tai. "Are you alright?" Ruo, standing next to them, was very worried and focused on Yi Fan Gij. Xin Air, observing from the carriage, secretly wondered, where did this little rascal come from? How dare he oppose me? Simultaneously, Yi Fan charged at the old Zhou Heng with full force, intending to attack and kill, die. Zhou Heng, seeing Yi Fan charging at him, hastily raised his large blade to block the attack. Yi Fan's powerful strike easily shattered old Zhou Heng's great sword into a pile of scrap metal. Faced with this unexpected situation, Zhou Heng panicked and thought to himself, how can he break my precious sword with just one move? Seeing Yi Fan continue to attack, Zhou Heng quickly raised his hand to defend, thinking, damn it, he's too strong. Yi Fan's attack immediately clashed with Zhou Heng's armor. After the attack hit him, Yi Fan looked slightly surprised. Zhou Heng stared at Yi Fan with wide eyes, expressing anger, "You ignorant peasant. This armor was bestowed upon me by the city lord, indestructible. Even if you are more powerful, you cannot defeat." Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Fan swiftly turned and struck directly at Zhou Heng's dantian. Zhou Heng writhed in pain as Yi Fan's strike sent him flying. Seeing their leader being defeated, the soldiers nearby quickly ran over. "Are you okay, sir?" A man standing there observing laughed excitedly. "Truly eye-opening. It's the first time I've seen the leader of the city lord's mansion being defeated." The woman next to them saw Zhou Heng's angry expression and warned him, "Speak softly, be careful not to get into a fight again." At this moment, Zhou Heng stood up with a resentful look in his eyes glaring at Yi Fan. "Get out of here quickly, I must personally kill this little guy." He immediately unleashed his magical talent, his whole body now filled with intimidation and a strong aura. Seeing Zhou Heng's appearance, Yi Fan was slightly surprised and astonished. In an instant, Zhou Heng rushed forward attacking Yi Fan continuously with explosive speed. He was using the martial skill, Crazy Master Fist, each powerful blow striking towards Yi Fan. Facing Zhou Heng's brutal martial skill, Yi Fan was somewhat amazed. "What is this?" Zhou Heng looked triumphant, his eyes full of evil energy, throwing a powerful punch towards Yi Fan. "Just a poor fool, yet you don't even know martial skills. Your grandfather is only in the body transfusion realm preliminary stage, can't even defeat a little guy in the bone forging realm like you." Faced with Zhou Heng's ruthless strength, Yi Fan unexpectedly countered with a punch of his own. "If you are 2 realms higher than me and only have this little strength, you are truly very weak," Yi Fan said. As he finished speaking, his powerful fist collided with Zhou Heng's face, and with that single punch, Zhou Heng was easily knocked out. The soldiers nearby, seeing their commander defeated, panicked and rushed over. Mu Tai, Uncle Yen, and Ruo, who were standing nearby, were also extremely surprised and astonished. Zhou Heng lay motionless on the ground, full of pain. He doesn't even know martial skills, so why is he so strong? Ruo quickly ran over and hugged Yi Fan tightly. "Yi Fan Gij, are you alright?" Yi Fan, dazed, patted Ruo's head. "Ruo, don't worry. I'm fine." Then he pondered, looking at his own body, "It seems my body came from Earth, so I exist like a god in this world. My strength has long surpassed this realm." Xin Air, sitting in the carriage, saw her old general defeated and became furious. What a useless thing. "Someone, go to the city lord's mansion and bring troops to arrest all these filthy peasants. Lock them all up in the dungeon." The subordinates immediately knelt to receive orders. Seeing things taking a turn for the worse, Mu Tai anxiously turned to Yi Fan. "It's bad, if the officials come, everyone in our village will have a bad ending." I heard that no one who enters the dungeons in the city lord's mansion ever comes out in one piece. Suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage passed by, its voice booming, Miss Lan's power is truly great, isn't it? Hearing the voice, Mu Tai, Fan, and Roa Roa turned to look in surprise. Is it Na Lan, the shopkeeper from Wanbao Pavilion? Na Lan lifted her cup of tea, glanced at Xin Air, running over innocent people in the street, treating lives like garbage, abusing power. Has Yen Kingdom changed rulers? Or have the Lan family taken over? Xin Air, sitting in her carriage, turned to Na Lan, shopkeeper Na Lan, what do you mean by these words? Na Lan stepped down from her carriage with her maid. Miss Lan's carriage ran over common people in the street. That's something I witnessed myself. Do you still want to deny it? Na Lan then stepped forward towards Fan, bowing respectfully. By young master, we meet again. Seeing Na Lan approaching and bowing before Fan, Roa Roa looked on in confusion. Fan Gij, do you know each other? In her mind, she thought, just now I heard someone say that this beautiful shopkeeper is from Wanbao Pavilion, the largest trade association in Luyun City. How can Fan Gij know such a prominent figure? Xin Air sat on her horse, glancing at Na Lan with disdain. I can't believe that the esteemed shopkeeper Na Lan is associating with these commoners, truly expanding her horizons. Na Lan stood below and replied deeply, the people are the foundation of a nation. Miss Lan is the young lady of Luyun City, yet she constantly refers to these commoners as Diao Dan. If this word were to reach the royal city, it would surely cause controversy. Hearing this, Xin Air frowned in discomfort. Na Lan, are you trying to threaten this young lady? Na Lan coldly looked at Xin Air. Intimidation is not my style, but if you want to take them away today, you must pass through the gate of Wanbao Pavilion, Na Lan said. Xin Air narrowed her eyes, thinking to herself, Wanbao Pavilion is the top trading guild of the Yen Kingdom, with a strong foundation and skilled experts, the consequences of offending them would be severe. Then, she continued with a haughty tone, if shopkeeper Na Lan is willing to help, this young lady will forgive them this time. Let's go. She and her guards and soldiers left the bustling market. The people of Mu family village were relieved to be spared, and Na Lan led them back to Wanbao Pavilion to rest. Fan followed Na Lan and said, I am very grateful to shopkeeper Na Lan for today. Na Lan ordered the housekeeper, take the brothers from Mu family village to the guest room to check their wounds. The housekeeper immediately followed the order and led the people of Mu family village inside. Roa Roa stood beside Fan, holding onto his sleeve. Gij Fan, why does the beautiful and wealthy eldest sister help us like this? Do you and the eldest sister have a relationship with each other? Fan pursed his lips, put his chin in his hand and thought, seriously, she owes me money. Roa Roa, after hearing this, widened her eyes, puzzled, what? Sister owes money to brother. Not long after, Na Lan and Fan sat together in the living room. Na Lan congratulated by young master for surpassing the bone forging realm level at such a young age. Fan leaned back in his chair, looking at Na Lan, don't bring up this matter anymore. If it wasn't for you helping me today, I might not have been able to send so many people away like this. Na Lan continued pouring tea and curiously probing Fan, if you can easily get so much dragon tail grass like this, why do you hide in the wilderness, living with the common people? Fan sipped his tea and replied, shopkeeper Na Lan, I have a saying for you. After that, he looked at Na Lan with a cold, stern expression. What should be known, of course I will let you know, but what should not be known, do not try to pry into me. Na Lan felt intimidated by Fan's attitude and scary look, her face covered in sweat with a hint of fear. Fan mentioned the old matter, oh speaking of which, I just remembered about the dragon tail grass. It seems like last time, you still owe me 3.1 million gold coins, right? I wonder if you have prepared enough yet. Na Lan hurriedly approached and patted his shoulder, it's still a bit short, but our new shipment is very attractive. Does young master Bai want to take a look? If you pick the right one, you can take it directly. Fan remembered the martial skill that old Zhou Heng had just used, I remember fighting the leader of the city lord's guards earlier. He displayed a powerful martial skill. He then looked at Nao Lan and asked, do you have any martial skills here? Nao Lan led Yi Fan to the library of the Wanbao Pavilion. Here are all the new martial skills imported by Wanbao Pavilion. By young master can choose as he likes. This is Xian Shanji, a low-level Huang class martial skill, a finger technique that, when mastered to a minor achievement, can pierce through rock. And this is Hei Sha Zhang, a mid-level Huang class martial skill. This palm technique comes from the southern desolate land, and when practicing it, one needs to use the black sand, a specialty of the southern desolate land, Nao Lan introduced. However, Yi Fan straightforwardly rejected these martial skills because they were too troublesome. Nao Lan then introduced another martial skill. This martial skill is called Xian Hua Shou, known for its flexibility and agility. Yi Fan also directly dismissed this martial skill because it was too feminine. Finally, Nao Lan reached up and took down a martial skill scroll that emitted a radiant glow. Then there's only this last one left. This is Shadow Fist, the most valuable martial skill we have here, a high-level Huang class martial skill. Seeing the vibrant aura emanating from the martial skills secret book, Yi Fan pondered and made a decision. The highest level of Huang class, huh? This is exactly what I need. Returning to the main hall of Wanbao Pavilion, Roa Roa was still waiting for Yi Fan to return. At the same time, Nao Lan and Yi Fan gradually made their way out to the main hall. To acquire the highest level of royal martial arts skills, even a genius must practice hard for 2 or 3 months. Seeing Yi Fan return, Roa Roa eagerly rushed over and hugged him tightly. Yi Fan Gage, has senior brother finally come out? Yi Fan stared at Roa Roa in confusion. Roa Roa, why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to rest in the living room? Roa Roa looked worriedly at Yi Fan. I was worried about senior brother, so I came out to see how he was. Nao Lan, standing beside them, also admired the siblings' affection. The relationship between Bai young master and Roa Roa junior sister is so good. If one didn't know, they would think you are blood siblings. Yi Fan pinched Roa Roa's cheek. It really is a little tale. He then reached into his clothes and pulled out a sparkling outfit. Right, Roa Roa, I have this for you. Yi Fan then handed the outfit to Roa Roa. Try this on. Roa Roa's eyes sparkled as she eagerly looked at the outfit in Yi Fan's hands. Is this a gift from senior brother? Nao Lan smiled and looked at Roa Roa. Yes, that's right, Roa Roa junior sister. This is young master by intentionally preparing this for you. When at Wanbao Pavilion's exhibition room, young master by himself personally chose this outfit for you. Yi Fan then approached to pat Roa Roa junior sister's head. Quickly go change into the outfit so I can take a look. Suddenly from outside, Muli ran in pointing and shouting loudly, something's not right, second uncle's condition is getting worse and worse. Everyone quickly arrived at the room of second uncle. Dr. Kai was still gently taking his pulse. With such a serious injury like this, I'm afraid his leg may not be able to recover as normal. It may even become disabled. Unable to move with his own legs anymore, Uncle Mu Yen was still unconscious at this point. Nao Lan, with a worried expression, looked at Dr. Kai. Is there any other way in this situation? Dr. Kai pondered, stroking his beard. I'm afraid it's difficult to save his life. Roa Roa cried, looking towards Mu Yen. How can this be, second uncle? Dr. Kai beside him continued speaking. Unless a great power from legend intervenes or there is a miraculous elixir, it's unlikely his life can be saved. But in this world, there is no great power. Searching for such a large quantity of elixir is a difficult challenge that cannot be overcome. Yi Fan confidently replied from behind, there is still a way. Actually, Muli and Roa Roa were both surprised. They turned to look at Yi Fan and asked, are you sure? The scene shifts to a traditional Chinese medicine store on Earth. It is now dark and the store is about to close. The tired staff inside walks towards the main door and says, it's late now, today ends here. Suddenly, a familiar figure appears and slams into the main door, causing the staff inside to be very frightened. From outside, a pair of wide eyes and a wild smile appear. Then, Back to Mu Yan's resting room in the fantasy world, everyone is worried and watching Mu Yan. Roa Roa is still waiting for Yi Fan to return, saying, "It's late at night, why hasn't Yi Fan come back yet?" At this moment, Yi Fan returned, stepping into the room. He then presented the elixirs he had obtained to Dr. Kai. "I'm back, Dr. Kai, can you reluctantly see if these herbs can be used?" Dr. Kai was extremely amazed to see the countless rare elixirs glowing in front of him. This is the Unicorn Blood Orchid, 100 Insect King Herb, 7 Spirit Emperor Grass. These are all rare elixirs that are difficult to find and highly sought after in this world. These don't need to be used reluctantly, they can definitely cure immediately. Seeing all the rare herbs, the old man was extremely impressed. Having lived for so long, this was the first time he had seen so many elixirs appear at once. Roa Roa on the side looked at Yi Fan's injured hand. "Yi Fan Gij, what happened to your hand?" Hearing this, he shyly turned to look at Roa Roa. "Ah. Well, this happened." Yi Fan slowly recalled the scene when he returned to Earth, enthusiastically stopping by a traditional Chinese medicine shop to buy herbs. Due to a mistake, he accidentally got his hand stuck when the automatic sensor door closed. Returning to reality, Yi Fan blushed and covered his face. Time was running out. When he returned to Earth, he still thought of himself as a warrior in the bone-forging realm. 3 days later, Roa Roa in her new clothes turned to look at Mu's second uncle. "Second uncle, you said you were resting, why are you down here?" Mu Yan stood by, cutting a winter melon into small pieces. "I know my health well. My leg is as hard as a rock, so don't worry too much." "Oh, where is Yi Fan Gij?" Roa Roa tasted the soup happily, then looked at Mu Yan. "He went hunting, saying that the sick person needs to nourish themselves and wouldn't let me follow." As for Yi Fan, he was facing a giant, ferocious snake. Its whole body was using its tail to squeeze and crush him. While being restrained, Yi Fan condensed his spiritual power into his fist, glaring at the snake. A punch towards the giant snake emitted a dark aura. Seeing that the attack had no effect on it, the snake let out a terrifying growl. Then, the snake opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow Yi Fan whole. Without a hint of fear, Yi Fan smirked and stared contemptuously at the serpent demon. In an instant, the serpent demon exploded, its entire body bursting into large chunks of flesh. Yi Fan remained calmly standing in place, looking at his spoils. He reached out and caught the heart of the serpent demon. Now, Yi Fan had reached the mid-stage of the inner strength realm, his entire body brimming with fierce and powerful aura. After collecting numerous spoils from defeating the beast, Yi Fan gathered everything into a large basket. He then wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Finally done. Nalon once said that mastering a peak-level Huang-class martial skill is extremely difficult, requiring even a genius to undergo 3 months of rigorous training to accede to the sect. But after being simplified on Earth, this complex secret manual has become an idiot's guide. If she knew that I have now fully comprehended in Quan and broken through to the late stage of the inner strength realm, she would probably be shocked speechless. Saying this, Yi Fan's expression turned displeased and disgusted. But to break through to the inner strength realm, I've been crazily eating animal organs for several days. That taste is truly unforgettable for a lifetime, he said. Seconds later, he reached out to grab a bundle of demon beast's internal organs. That's right. Pick a few more fruits from the forest. Little Roa Roa also loves to eat forest fruits. Suddenly, a hidden weapon appeared behind Yi Fan, rushing towards him. Sensing the aura of attack coming towards him, Yi Fan turned around in surprise to observe. Then, relying on his agility, he quickly dodged to the side. Seeing the sneak attack, Yi Fan angrily shouted, "If you're here, don't hide anymore, come out." The assassins lurking on the tall trees also jumped down simultaneously. "Young man, I didn't expect you to discover us." They surrounded Yi Fan. "Don't blame us if we don't let you die in one piece." Yi Fan glanced at the assassins with disdain. "Is Miss Lon from the City Lord's mansion sending you here?" One of the assassins stared at Fan and said loudly, "You don't need to worry about that, someone has paid a very high price for us to take your life." With that, the assassins attacked Fan simultaneously. "Brothers, go and kill him," Fan said while dodging attacks and sensing the opponent's aura cultivation. A strong late-stage inner disciple, followed by two early-stage assassin realm attackers, rushed towards Fan. Fan swiftly swept his hand, knocking away the three assassins next to him, as well as three peak bone forging realm fighters. "You're quite bold, hiring these men to take my life. But Roa will soon be worried about me, so I can't play with you anymore," Fan said, using his martial skill, Shadow Fist, to counterattack. His lightning-fast strikes quickly subdued the entire group of assassins, leaving them shocked. One by one, they were sent flying into the air before crashing to the ground. Their screams echoing through the forest. In the next moment, Fan unleashed a powerful punch towards the leader. Seeing Fan's immense strength, the assassin leader was stunned. "A martial skill? How do you know martial skills? The intelligence clearly stated that you were just a bone-forging realm cultivator without any knowledge of martial skills." Facing the fearful assassin, Fan stared at him with a stern look. "It's just one kind of ability, is it the wrong intelligence?" The assassin's eyes widened and looked at Fan. "With the power he just demonstrated, he could completely crush our organs and bones, but intentionally did not kill, yet still be able to control the power so accurately." Fan simultaneously kicked hard on the assassin's chest to interrogate. "Quickly tell me who sent you here. If you speak, I will give you a quick and painless death." The assassin stared at Fan and spoke loudly. "You can go out and investigate for yourself. The Assassin's Sect is the largest assassin organization in Luyun City. Even if we die, we will not betray our client. Come on, have the courage to kill us." Fan clenched his teeth, showing his frustration. "I didn't expect you to be so stubborn and hard-headed." He slowly lifted his foot off the assassin's chest. "I won't make it difficult for you anymore, Assassin's Sect, right? I will double the amount to buy the information of your client. Do you accept this business proposal?" The assassin sneered. "Humph, we assassins of our sect are all professional killers, we will never be hired by anyone else." Fan immediately took out a 50-kilogram gold bar and placed it in front of the assassin. Seeing the huge gold bar, the assassin's eyes widened in amazement. Unless the price is truly irresistible." In an instant, the group of assassins' expressions changed, they knelt before Fan in deference. "Master, rest assured, the Assassin's Sect will ensure that no assassin in Luyun City will dare to accept your offer. As for the client, please give us some time, we will return to report back to you after the mission is successful." Fan then smirked inwardly. "No matter what your background is, you want to kill me, huh? Then try tasting the taste of your own medicine. But I still need to think of ways to acquire more martial skills, at least break through to the body transfusion realm, in order to stride proudly through Luyun City." The next morning, in Luyun City, the rogue Xin heir was walking down the main road with a man named Lin Kai. The little servant Naolan, how could he hold a grudge against our young lady over those rustic people? Did he really think that our city lord wouldn't dare to touch her Wanbao pavilion? Lin Kai stood beside her, following Xin heir like a tail. "Xin heir, for the greater good, we won't bother with Naolan, be careful not to get too angry and harm your health," he continued, taking out a golden dragon hairpin with 4 nines, pinning it in Xin heir's hair. "Look, this is the latest gold hairpin from the treasure pavilion, I had to wait in line for a long time to buy it, wearing it, don't get angry anymore." Suddenly she saw a familiar figure, a look of great surprise on her face. "Wait. That is. Why is it him?" Just then Fan stepped into Wanbao Pavilion, intending to buy some more martial skills. Seeing Fan still alive, Xin heir angrily slapped Lin Kai's face. "Lu Wen Kai, you're a useless person, didn't you say you would kill that rustic person for me? Why is he still alive and showing up here?" Lin Kai held his face in pain, his mind still reeling. "What, I paid a large sum to hire a professional assassin to kill him. Can't be defeated. Xin Air angrily walked towards Wanbao Pavilion. Useless person, you are a useless person, you really can't do anything, still have to let the young lady handle him herself. Lin Kai panicked and followed behind Xin Air. Xin Air, don't walk so fast, wait for me. Transitioning into the main hall of Wanbao Pavilion, inside was a bustling scene, with merchants and martial artists buying and selling together. Nao Lan was also standing in front of Yi Fan at this moment. Martial skill, huh? Didn't young master just buy a royal peak level martial skill before? Why rush to buy a new martial skill? Yi Fan calmly stepped deeper inside. You don't need to worry about this. Anyway, I've spent all my money now, so there's nothing left. Nao Lan quickly took out the Piao Nianbu martial skill and placed it in front of Yi Fan. But it's also a coincidence, yesterday Wanbao Pavilion just received a new shipment preparing for auction. This royal peak level, Piao Nianbu martial skill is a personal technique, it must be suitable for your requirements. Yi Fan then turned his eyes to look at Nao Lan and admonished, Nao Lan shopkeeper, if anyone reaches the pinnacle of martial arts, there is no need to bid anymore, leave it to me. Surprisingly, a confident woman named Xin Air appeared, loudly saying, oh, a foolish country bumpkin coming here speaking so boldly. Nao Lan shopkeeper, whatever items this person looks at today, I will buy them all, no matter what price he suggests, I will pay 3 times to show my dissatisfaction. Nao Lan smiled at Xin Air and said, it's really amusing, Miss Lan, Wanbao Pavilion has a business principle, always giving to the highest bidder. Xin Air pointed arrogantly and confidently at Yi Fan. Does this ordinary person dare to bid higher than me? Are you kidding? If he has the ability, I will leave Wanbao Pavilion in front of everyone today. Yi Fan smiled, looked straight into Xin Air's eyes and asked, is that so? Xin Air confidently replied, my words are definitely true, many people here can witness this. She then sat down on the chair, put her feet towards Yi Fan and laughed loudly. But if you can't pay, kneel down and lick the shoes of the young lady, Yi Fan said, then he took out a token and handed it to Nao Lan. Nao Lan shopkeeper, please calculate the money, he continued, then, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and gave a sinister smile towards Xin Air. I can't wait to see this drama unfold, he said. The martial artist next to him widened his eyes in awe as he looked at the token in Yi Fan's hand. Wait, isn't that the Imperial Cloud Order token, the most prestigious token of Wanbao Pavilion? The Imperial Cloud Order is a token specifically made for special guests of Wanbao Pavilion, representing the highest status. Those with this token can directly obtain treasures without the need for bidding. More importantly, the Imperial Cloud Order can settle unlimited debts within Wanbao Pavilion. With over 20,000 people in Luyun City, those who possess this item are few and far between. What is the background of this young man? Why does Wanbao Pavilion hold him in such high regard? In fact, a few days earlier, before treating Uncle Mu Yen at Wanbao Pavilion, Nao Lan had begged me for some rare treasures that I had collected. She wanted to exchange them for some valuable medicinal materials and gave me the Imperial Cloud Order. After knowing its effect, I did not hesitate to agree to the exchange. Back to reality, Xin Air's face was now frowning, showing discomfort. How can this be? How do you have the Imperial Cloud Order? Even my father, Yi Fan excitedly approached Xin Air. Didn't Miss Lan promise to pay 3 times the price earlier? I can pay 30 times, 300 times, even 3,000 times. Yi Fan whispered in Xin Air's ear, making her startled and panicked. If Miss Lan can't pay more than me, then you can start crawling out of Wanbao Pavilion. Xin Air heard Yi Fan's words, and her whole body stiffened in panic. Immediately, Wanbao Pavilion became more lively, discussing together, while Lin Kai outside was frantically searching. Have you seen our Xin Air anywhere? She is the eldest daughter of our city lord. She was as beautiful as a celestial being, full of allure, stunning, and with a very special aura. A man beside her pointed towards the Wanbao Pavilion and said loudly, oh, the young lady of the city lord's mansion. Whether she is beautiful or not, I do not know, but her aura is truly special. Inside, the crowd was mocking and belittling Xin Air's appearance, truly the young lady of the city lord's mansion, the top beauty of the 9 peaks and 4 horses. Young lady, hurry up a bit, or it will be dark soon. Hearing Xin Air being humiliated by others in the Wanbao pavilion, he hurriedly ran in. Xin Air was now furious to the point of no return, holding a grudge in her heart, despicable. Truly despicable. Has this young lady ever had to endure this kind of humiliation before? Yi Fan stepped forward and stood in front of Xin Air. Miss Lan, if you think that Bai Yi Fan is a soft persimmon that others can squeeze, then you are mistaken. Bai Yi Fan has never sought trouble, but is not afraid of being made difficult by others. He slowly took the golden hairpin from Xin Air's head. If you dare to provoke me again, with a fierce and aggressive posture, and eyes full of malice. Yi Fan clenched the bamboo bar tightly in his hand and said, "It will be like this." Immediately, he used his strength to crush the bamboo barrette into pieces, making the girl extremely frightened. After threatening the other person, Yi Fan stood up and turned to leave, saying, "All right, the performance is very addictive. Goodbye, ma'am, I will leave now." Lin Kai also arrived at the scene, pushing through the crowd and shouting loudly, "Make way for the young master." Lin Kai quickly approached Xin Air, who was standing up, and asked, "Xin Air, are you okay?" Xin Air, in a desperate state due to being humiliated in front of others, said to Lin Kai with a malicious look, "Lin Kai, I have changed my mind, I don't need you to kill Bai Yi Fan anymore." She turned to Lin Kai with a ruthless look and said, "I want to make him suffer, not live, but die." Lin Kai panicked and asked, "Is he really Bai Yi Fan?" Xin Air angrily hit Lin Kai's chest and said, "Yes, he is. Do you know how he humiliated me just now? If you can't do it, then we don't need to think about our marriage anymore." Lin Kai clenched Xin Air's hand in anger. "Wait, Xin Air, he is the mysterious person who stole the mountain-moving technique and heavenly ascension order last month." Xin Air's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Lin Kai. "What are you saying?" Lin Kai turned to Xin Air attentively, recounting everything. "I know you always wanted to enter the Holy Land to cultivate, so I wanted to auction the heavenly ascension order to make you happy, but I didn't expect him to steal it on the way. I even sent people to track him, but he used tactics to escape, and we lost track of him." Xin Air's face twisted in anger, gritting her teeth. "What is his background after all? No. I must quickly inform my father about this." The scene then shifted to a small apartment building on Earth, where Bai Yi Fan lived. He was lying on his comfortable bed. "My bed is still much more comfortable," he said as he looked at the secret book, Piao Nian Bu, that he had taken from the fantasy world. "I just bought Piao Nian Bu yesterday, which has a total of 108 transformation styles, very complex indeed. After simplifying the laws of the earth, one can truly understand the power of shadow rights combined with the speed of Piao Nian Bu. Even if I encounter a martial artist at the peak of the body transfusion realm, I can still fight." He then got up and walked to the door of the room. "All right, I'll go downstairs to buy some cultivation resources and then come back." Yi Fan quickly took the key to open his room and went outside. As soon as he opened the door, he met Guiyao, the landlord, with an annoyed expression. She stared at Yi Fan with a stern look. "Yi Fan, you clearly are at home, but why didn't you reply to my messages, and didn't even bother to open the door when I knocked?" Seeing Guiyao, Yi Fan's face looked panicked and sweaty. "I'm sorry, I was sleeping in my bedroom just now, so I really didn't hear anything." In his mind, he was also panicking. "Oh no, I've been busy cultivating and forgot that today is the day to pay rent." Guiyao glared at Yi Fan angrily. "Don't think you can get away with it easily. I told you to pay the rent by the end of this month, so where's the money now?" Yi Fan, terrified, knelt down and spread out his meager coins in front of Guiyao. "Sister Gua, you hold on to this money first. I need to keep 200 for living expenses. I will pay you back in full next month," Yi Fan said. Guiyao angrily grabbed Yifan's collar and said, "I'm telling you Yifan, what's wrong with you? Even a porter can earn 3 or 4,000 dong a month, a healthy guy like you can't pay rent?" Yifan scratched his head embarrassedly, busy cultivating in the other world during the day, only returning in the evening to earn a little money, not able to earn much. Guiyao suddenly returned the money to Yifan, surprising him. "Take it, you can't live with just 200 dong. Just take it first, remember to pay me back in full next month," Guiyao said. Yifan took the money with a grateful expression, saying, "Thank you very much." After a while, Yifan returned to his job as a delivery person to earn money to pay for his rent. Moving with a sense of weariness, he thought, in the other world, not worrying about food or clothing, spending money like trash, but back on Earth, getting hit hard for every penny spent. Would you like to try flying a lucky grandmother's plane in times of hardship? Suddenly his phone rang continuously, with a new call. He quickly picked up the phone to listen. "Hello, Dad, why are you calling me when you have free time?" Hearing a shocking news that his father called, Yifan's face immediately changed. Okay, wait for me a bit, I'll be there soon." The scene shifted to a hospital in the city center, Yifan's father sitting next to his mother with a sad expression. "The driver has been arrested, the police said he was drunk driving, without insurance. Dad has mortgaged the house to the bank, friends and relatives have also borrowed money, the treatment fees in the future are still lacking 30,000. Can't guarantee that your mother can wake up." "Xiao Fan, I'm sorry, son." Yifan quickly reached out to put his hand on his father's shoulder to reassure him. "Dad, don't say that, we are all family, I will figure out the rest," Yifan said, then turned and left the hospital, trying to hold back his emotions in front of his father. With a dejected look, Yifan walked out of the hospital, wandering on a deserted street. Yifan's face gradually became sad and depressed. It is true that the thread always breaks at the thinnest point, misfortune always chooses the unfortunate, he thought to himself. Suddenly, a loud noise and a cry for help caught Yifan's attention. Nearby, a girl was screaming for help, her bodyguards were all being overpowered by the group of people. One of them approached to control her, threatening, "If you don't want to be beaten up, obediently come with us, or you will regret it." Yifan appeared at the right moment, rushing to the kidnappers, taking them by surprise. As he approached, Yifan kicked one of the kidnappers in the head, making him fall unconscious. The girl was somewhat surprised to see her rescuer. Observing closely, she saw Yifan deliver each blow and each strike that could defeat the opponent. A bunch of scum bullying a girl here, she thought to herself. With his exceptional body, Yifan easily broke the leg of the kidnapper with just one kick, causing him to lie on the ground screaming in pain. The remaining group, terrified, rushed to attack Yifan together. "Brothers, come at me, aren't all the bodyguards around this woman already taken care of?" Yifan thought to himself and prepared to face them. "Why is there still one more cattle left?" Yifan silently pondered as he attacked the kidnappers. "Excellent, just as I predicted before. Although my cultivation level in the other world is not directly equivalent to Earth, through training during this time, my body has formed muscle memory," Yifan thought introspectively as he fought. "Whether it's speed or resistance ability, everything has increased significantly compared to before, my strength has reached its peak now," Yifan mused. Without finishing his thoughts, Yifan kicked one of the kidnappers forward. As the man flew through the air, his body also sent his companions flying, causing them to scream in pain, seeing his subordinates all defeated. The remaining man's face was filled with fear and sweat. In less than 3 minutes, this guy has continuously taken down the 7 most outstanding members of the team. What kind of terrifying fighting power is this? In a blink of an eye, Yifan appeared in front of him. This should be the end, right? He then forcefully pressed the head of the kidnapper against the wall. The attack was as fast as a lightning bolt, leaving him no time to react. Yifan's punch completely knocked out the thug, causing his teeth to fall out and blood to spray like rain. With his source of strength and the martial arts skills he had learned, Yifan easily defeated a professional kidnapping team, taking down the group of big guys in just a few short minutes, which also amazed the girl. after defeating the kidnappers, Yi-Fan turned to the girl next to him. "Hey, are you okay? I don't know why these people targeted you, but you should quickly go home." The girl, looking worried, approached Yi-Fan. "Thank you, but can you take me home?" Yi-Fan coldly put on his delivery jacket in a rush. "Sorry. I still have a delivery to make, being late will result in a deduction. If you're scared, I can call the police now to help you, and you can wait for them to take you home." At this moment, the girl tightly grabbed Yi-Fan's hand, making an enticing offer. "Take me home, and I will pay you 100,000. Hearing the generous reward, Yi-Fan immediately threw his shipper jacket aside. To repay the life-saving favor, huh? Tell me, beautiful girl, where is your house? The scene switches to the Tang family's mansion, a wealthy clan. After returning home, the girl turned to Yi-Fan. "Wait for me a moment, Yi-Fan, let me go inside and inform everyone of the safe return." Suddenly, curses could be heard from inside, making them both startle. "What's going on? What kind of bodyguards are you?" Inside was an elegantly dressed female CEO, berating the bodyguards. "If anything happens to Rong Rong, all of you will commit suicide on the spot." All the bodyguards were kneeling on large durians, suppressing their pain with cries. "Young miss, we will definitely find the second miss," they exclaimed in unison. Rong Rong ran in, catching the CEO's attention. "Is that Rong Rong?" Yi-Fan followed beside Rong Rong, scratching his head shyly as he greeted. "Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Yi-Fan." Rong Rong stood there, acting coy and looking towards the CEO. Hoo, I'm home." Rong Rong quickly ran to hug her sister. "Sister, I won't wander off anymore in the future." The female CEO looked at Rong Rong with a bit of concern. "It's good to return safely, just being back is good." Seeing the two sisters reunite, Yi-Fan stood beside them, sighed and smiled happily. Then all three sat down in the living room to chat. "I already know the process of this incident, thank you for saving my younger sister." The female CEO raised her teacup, looking intently at Yi-Fan. "If you don't mind, I would like to host a meal to thank you." Yi-Fan quickly waved his hand to decline. "No need to be so polite, hosting a meal is not necessary, it's just that your sister agreed to pay me 100,000 as a reward." This promise. The female CEO was not happy at this point, showing her attitude, glancing at Yi-Fan. "What?" The girl said she agreed to pay 100,000 as a reward. Seeing the female CEO's demeanor, Yi-Fan was somewhat scared. Forget I said anything." Yi-Fan's inner thoughts were extremely desperate. "Indeed, there is no cake that falls from the sky. Let's go." It was just a matter of seeing something unfair and helping out. From the beginning I didn't even hope to receive any reward. Suddenly he looked confusedly at the angry gesture of the female CEO. "My younger sister Tang Chila is worth only 1 million, right? You are humiliating yourself, and disrespecting this sister, right?" Chila then took out a black power card and gave it to Yi-Fan. "It's 100 million in here, consider it a small gift, a little bit of our Tang family group's heart." Yi-Fan looked at Chila in surprise. "Wait, did you say the Tang family group? Is that the conglomerate worth over 50 billion on the market?" Chila hesitated before answering Yi-Fan's question. "Yes, that's correct, but this money is far less than what you have done for my younger sister. The Tang family group still owes you a great favor, so if you ever need help in the future, just call me." Yi-Fan quickly interrupted Chila, grabbing her hand. "No need to wait for the future, right now and immediately, I have something to ask for your help with." 3 days later at the city hospital, where Yi-Fan's mother was admitted. After successfully arranging everything for Yi-Fan's mother's surgery, Chila gradually approached Yi-Fan. "Don't worry, I have taken care of everything. I have invited 5 top specialists from both domestic and international fields to develop a surgical plan for your mother. I believe she will recover very soon." Inside the operating room, Yi-Fan's father stayed by his wife's side. "Mei Wan, hang in there, you'll be better soon." Sharing the same somber expression, Chila empathized with Yi-Fan's current state of mind. "I understand how you feel right now. Both of my parents passed away when I was very young. Now, I only have my younger sister, so no matter what happens, I don't want anything to happen to her. Ifan smiled and turned to Chila. Sister Tang, thank you for everything you've done. You have truly helped me a lot. If you ever need anything from me, I will do my best to help. As it turned out, Chila did have a request for Ifan. Actually, I do have something to ask of you. Could you spare some time to train the bodyguards of the Tang family group? The bodyguard standing there at the same time bowed and shouted, making Ifan surprised, Boss, please teach us how to fight. Seeing the mighty bodyguards, Ifan was a bit surprised. Wait, are you training them? Chila with a serious expression staring at Ifan, I'm not hiding anything from you. Not long ago I sent someone to investigate who had acted against Rong Rong. What I guessed was true, they were all hired by a rival business to manipulate the Tang family group. But there was something that surprised me a lot. Those professional hired fighters that you beat up are still hospitalized until now, unable to regain consciousness, seem still psychologically traumatized. Although I don't know what method you used, but can you just teach my people a little to improve their strength? Regarding the price, you can suggest as you wish. Hearing the attractive proposal, Ifan had no way to refuse. Truly a businessman, there is absolutely no room for me to refuse. Alright, I will try my best, but I can't guarantee it will be effective. Chila happily looked at Ifan, then just make that decision, I will arrange the time, ensuring it won't take too much of your time. Ifan looked at Chila's back and quietly rejoiced, it's just perfect to use this time to be with my mother. Once I repay this favor, there will be no more debts between us. After that, Ifan went through a period of martial arts training for the Tang family group's bodyguards. That's right, if the opponent punches, you can quickly counterattack the opponent's lower body. That's how it's done. I have been working at the Tang family group for half a month. After deciding on the treatment plan, my mother's surgery is proceeding smoothly. My mother is also actively cooperating with the doctor. Her health is gradually returning to normal. After a long period of exhaustion, Ifan returned to his apartment to rest. Finally, he reached the final stage. He quickly took out the necklace to travel to the fantasy world. The matter here has been handled satisfactorily. It's time to return to a different world to see how things are. After being busy for half a month without returning, I wonder how Tai Uncle and Roa Roa are doing after returning to Mu family village. Suddenly, the scene in front of him surprised him, accompanied by a feeling of panic. Before him now is a devastated scene of Mu family village. Everywhere is filled with smoke and fire, the whole village has been burnt to the ground, and the villagers are nowhere to be seen, the scene resembling hell on earth, seeing the entire Mu family village burned down. Ifan was extremely panicked. He hurriedly rushed into the flames to search for the members of the Mu family. Roa Roa, Tai Uncle, Yen Uncle, where are you all? Suddenly, the voice of Naolon rang out, surprising Ifan, is that Naolon shopkeeper? Naolon and his subordinates walked over with a sad look. Finally, you have returned. We have been waiting for you here. The scene shifts to the warehouse of Wanbao Pavilion, where all the people are from the Mu family, severely injured and recuperating. Everyone encountered injuries and had to be bandaged. Tai Uncle and Yen Uncle were no exception. The people of Mu family village took care of each other during this time. At this moment, someone pushed open the door of Wanbao Pavilion and walked in, causing the people of Mu family village to panic. Ifan immediately entered and reassured everyone, Tai Uncle, Yen Uncle, it's me. Seeing Ifan return, everyone showed clear joy. Ifan, you're back, it's really Ifan, you finally returned. Ifan quickly asked Tai Uncle about what had happened. Tai Uncle, seeing everyone okay is. Before finishing the sentence, Ifan was surprised to learn that Tai Uncle no longer had his right arm. Seeing Tai Uncle's current appearance, Ifan was extremely confused. Tai Uncle, what happened to your right arm? Ifan then turned to look at the villagers of the Mu family village. What about everyone else, what's going on? Mu Tai looked sad, putting his hand on Ifan's shoulder. It's okay, it's just a lost arm, at least everyone is still alive, isn't that good enough? Ifan suddenly did not see the figure of Roa Roa, so he hurriedly shouted, "Where is Roa Roa? Why can't I see my sister here?" Mu Tai and second uncle had a sad face, their voices somewhat hesitant, and stammered, "Roa Roa, the little girl." At this time, Roa Roa's whole body was bandaged due to serious burns, her appearance was destroyed. Dr. Kai was the one who took care of her every day. "Good girl Roa Roa, you have to clean the wound and change the medicine to make the pain go away quickly." Dr. Kai slowly removed the bandages from Roa Roa's body, revealing severe burns all over her. The girl looked at her reflection in the water, then fell into a state of desperate panic. "Is this really me?" In a moment of panic, Roa Roa knocked over the water basin next to her, saying, "I don't want to take medicine anymore." Dr. Kai next to open a comforting phrase, "Roa Roa, calm down first." Seeing the baby uncontrollable, Dr. Kai quickly held Roa Roa tightly. "Grandpa Kai, let me die, I do not want to live like a monster." Ifan appeared at the right time, hit Roa Roa's acupuncture point, then he hugged her and comforted her. "Roa Roa, be good, sleep and everything will be fine." Roa Roa saw Ifan return and shed tears. Big brother Ifan, the last senior brother, has finally returned. Nalan stood beside recounting the previous events. The life was saved, but the burns were too severe, the whole body has almost no intact skin. The beautiful little girl in the most vibrant age of innocence is now, how will she live the rest of her life? Seeing the villagers of Mu family and Roa Roa junior sister in their current situation, Ifan was extremely indignant. Who exactly did this? Nalan shared the same expression with Ifan, indignantly recounting all the events that happened in Ifan's absence. The mastermind behind this is the Lin family and the entire City Lord's mansion. At this moment in the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Lan with a proud look sat on the throne looking down below. "Speak, why have you come here today?" Lin Kai stood below with many chests of treasures. "Uncle Lan, I have nothing important. I just sent the wrong person to collect a few spirit stones. Now I want to give them to Uncle Lan as a small gesture of goodwill." Uncle Lan sat on the throne looking at the spirit stones and laughed. "The quality of these spirit stones is not bad. You've done well, indeed. Xin Er's eye for people is quite accurate. You truly are a good son-in-law," Uncle Lan said with a pleased smile. Seeing Uncle Lan's delighted expression, Lin Kai felt inwardly relieved. "As long as my father-in-law is happy, that's all that matters," he thought. At that moment, Xin Er appeared, glaring at Lin Kai with disdain. "Humph, you're only good at flattering my father. Where's that little guy by Ifan? Why haven't you found him yet? Didn't you say you would avenge me? Is that all you're capable of?" Lin Kai quickly rushed to Xin Er's side. "Xin Er, please calm down," Uncle Lan, sitting on his throne, frowned as he looked at Xin Er. "Xin Er, stop causing trouble." This Bai Ifan suddenly appeared with vast resources comparable to an empire. Before, Kai Er told me that he could even defeat a group of masters from the Assassin's sect and turn them against their employers. His strength is truly unpredictable. Capturing him can't be done hastily. Xin Er, frustrated, turned to her father with a pout. Uncle Lan smiled at his daughter. "All right, I know you suffered at Wanbao Pavilion. I have already instructed Kai Er to lead people to destroy the Mu family village. It's like venting your anger to your child, don't torment him anymore." Lin Kai also folded his hands in a gesture of respect, but when we handled the bodies, we found that there were more than 10 unknown individuals among the 37 villagers from Mu family village. We don't know where the others went, maybe those villagers were rescued by someone else. Uncle Lan, with a fierce expression, stared at Lin Kai and said, "Then order a manhunt throughout the city to find the survivors of Mu family village and Bai Yifan. We have to find them even if we have to dig 3 feet of land." As for Yifan and Nalan also recounted the entire incident to Yifan. The main point is that, in this Luyun city, I also have some connections. I learned that the city lord's mansion wanted to destroy Mu family village, so I immediately arranged for people to go rescue them. Unfortunately, the Lin family acted too quickly. By the time our people arrived, the whole village could not be saved anymore. I also ordered my subordinates to search for those who are still alive. The people of the Lin family are truly ruthless, not even sparing a child. Directly burning down the entire village. My subordinates also quickly saved Tai uncle and Yen uncle in the big fire. At that time Roa Roa hid in the rice stalks, so she escaped one life, but also because the fire was too strong, so her whole body was severely burned. With my abilities, I can only try to save a few people in the village. After understanding the whole truth, Yi Fan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Shopkeeper Nao Lan, I will always remember this favor." Nao Lan quietly observed Yi Fan's demeanor. "By young master, what do you plan to do now?" Yi Fan clenched his teeth and eyes, with a very angry and evil energy-filled attitude. "I must kill all of them." Seeing Yi Fan wanting to risk his life for revenge, Nao Lan quickly intervened, saying, "No, both the city lord and the Lin family have martial artists in the body transfusion realm. Moreover, it's not just one person. City Lord Lan Qian has already reached the marrow cleansing realm, with a physical body at the 5-fold level. Even the 5 horses from hell couldn't tear his body apart. Furthermore, it said that he also has a divine weapon at peak level for body protection. You can't kill him." Yi Fan looked resolutely ahead with determination in his eyes. "Although I don't like killing, if someone kills my family and friends, I definitely won't show mercy. So what if they're at the physical body 5th level? I still want to kill them. But before that, please take care of them for me. I have more important matters to attend to right now." The scene shifts back to Earth, to Old Medicine Hall, a traditional Chinese medicine shop in the city. Huang Lian, Chuan Xiong, Huang Bai, camphor, and frankincense. "Hey, brother, does someone in your family have severe burns? Why have you been buying burn treatment medicine lately?" Yi Fan hugged a pile of traditional Chinese medicine herbs to his chest with a sorrowful expression. "That's none of your concern," he replied. The shop staff watched Yi Fan's departing figure. "Alright, take care. You're a valued customer, but you're always so mysterious when you come to buy medicine." Truly a strange person. The scene shifts to an airport near the city, where Yi Fan is seeing his parents off for their trip. His father looked puzzled. "Yi Fan, are you really not coming on vacation with us?" Yi Fan declined and then turned to leave. "Don't worry about the trip, just enjoy yourselves. There's no need to worry about money. In the card there are 50,000, all our money earned when training bodyguards, enough for parents to rest half a year there. His mother's illness has just recovered, just as his father accompanies his mother to relieve her mind." Both looked at the shadow of their beloved son, a little sad. Yi Fan's father then turned to look at Yi Fan's mother. "Our son has grown up, he still has things to do, we are still family with each other, should make a strong rear for our children, not to be a burden hindering his progress." Yi Fan's eyes at this time were full of hatred. Continuing on the path of revenge for himself, moving to a luxury apartment in the heart of the modern city, Gui Yao's phone also constantly rang. She quickly ran to check her phone. "It's so late, who is sending so many messages like this to me?" On the phone are the messages sent by Yi Fan to her, talking about him having to go somewhere for a period of time. The room rent has also been sent directly to her bank account, along with words of thanks. After reading the messages that Bai Yi Fan sent, Gui Yao felt a bit curious. "I didn't misunderstand, I know how to be grateful and reciprocate as well. I can pay the rent in advance. It seems like I have found a stable job, but it's probably not the kind of job that I would sacrifice my life for just to keep up appearances and suffer. I might have to face hardships again next month." Gui Yao then checked the amount of money Yi Fan had transferred into his account. "What is this? 100,000. This foolish boy, what is he doing for a living?" Yi Fan had also traveled to the fantasy world with the herbs he brought. "Dr. Kai, do these herbs work?" Dr. Kai carefully examined the rare herbs Yi Fan brought and stroked his beard. "If we follow ancient methods, it should work. But I really want to know how you managed to gather so many rare herbs that are hard to find in legends like this. Ifan looked puzzled at Dr. Kai. Why are you talking so fast? I feel like I'm moving very slowly. The weight of the neck ring can carry limited heavy objects, these days can only go back and forth in batches to collect a little bit here. Seeing Ifan's personality and heart, Dr. Kai greatly admires, just a drug guide in this number alone, already has a valuable value. The loyalty of young Master Ifan to his friends is truly as vast as the sky and as deep as the sea, Nalan remarked as she approached and sat next to Roa Roa. By Ifan, Dr. Kai, have you prepared the medicine? Ifan quickly handed the vial of medicine to Nalan. I'll leave the rest to you. Roa Roa lay on the bed in pain, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Ifan. Ifan Gij, can I really return to how I was before? Ifan sat beside her, gently patting her head to comfort her. Trust me. Once you're healed, I'll buy you 10 beautiful outfits. Don't you love pretty clothes? A moment later, the sound of shattering glass and a piercing scream echoed through the room. Hearing the commotion, Dr. Kai and Ifan, who were waiting outside, were both anxious and surprised. They quickly rushed to the door, pushing it open to see what had happened. What's going on? At that moment, Roa Roa had completely recovered, her appearance restored to its former beauty. Ifan Gij, I've really recovered, she said shyly as she stood up, looking at Ifan and Dr. Kai with a mixture of joy and embarrassment. I'm so embarrassed, I was too surprised so I accidentally dropped the glass. Dr. Kai looked carefully at Roa Roa's appearance next to him. Roa Roa, you scared my old bones to the point of breaking, thought something had really happened. Ifan happily approached to pat Roa Roa's head. Roa Roa has become more beautiful than before. Nalan quietly observed Ifan next to him, pondering, carrying a few dragon tail branches, stepping into the Jianghu, with a protective talisman behind him and endless elixirs. Where did he come from? Ifan then took out a few dragon tail branches to give to Nalan. Nalan, consider this dragon tail herb as a gift of gratitude from me. In addition, I still have one more request for you. Please bring out all the highest martial skills of Wanbao Pavilion, and also, I want to choose a place for seclusion as soon as possible. Transfer to the mountain gate located on the outskirts of Luyun City, a large mountain gate in the middle of a desolate mountain forest. On the table at this time, there are many blood essence peak level of demon beasts, Ifan constantly practicing intensively to enhance his own strength. This amount of blood is not enough. I must quickly strengthen myself. I'm still an entire realm away from Lan Qian's washing marrow level. I need to close the gap swiftly. Ifan continued his martial skill training, gripping his sword tightly and slashing forward. Inferno Sun Slash, the powerful slash generated a sharp sword chi, slicing the large tree in front of him in half. Despite sensing the aura and strength of this martial skill, Ifan was not satisfied. He lifted a cup of demon beast blood and drank it down in one gulp. After finishing the blood, he resumed his training with the Inferno Sun Slash, his entire body exuding an overwhelming aura. Unsatisfied with his progress, Ifan pushed himself to the limit, intensifying his practice to the peak. Dr. Kai watched Ifan with growing concern. Nalan, how many martial skill sets have you given him? He's been training non-stop for days and nights. Are you sure this won't cause any problems? And am I seeing things, or is he drinking peak-level demon beast blood like it's water? Nalan placed her hand on Dr. Kai's shoulder, then turned to look at Ifan. Don't worry, Dr. Kai. Ifan has an extraordinary constitution and determination. He's pushing his limits, but he knows what he's doing. This intense training and consumption of demon beast blood will help him bridge the gap and reach new heights. Dr. Kai, things in the martial world should still be known less than enough, now he can take anything with him, I am not surprised anymore. Ifan specializes in training regardless of day and night, from training fierce swordmanship in the evening twilight, to switching to silver moon slash in the middle of the high full moon night, to in the morning drinking a large amount of demon beast's blood to strengthen himself. After a long period of intense training, Ifan frowned and stared ahead, the once vast and dense forest now destroyed by him into a pile of ruins. Ha ha ha, finally I have successfully broken through. Ifan with a strong body, radiating brilliant golden light, physical body quadruple. Body transfusion realm, finally broke through. At this moment, Nalan walked up to his subordinate and said, "By young master, you really have talent. In just half a month, you have already reached the late stage of body transfusion realm." Ifan turned to look at Nalan and said, "These days, I have been greatly benefited by the Nalan shopkeeper. I am also about to take action. If I do not return by tomorrow morning, I hope you will protect Roa Roa and the people of the Mu family in the village to leave the city safely. Completely away from this place." Nalan took out a treasure box she had prepared beforehand. "Young Master Bai, please wait a moment. Please keep this item." Ifan, curious, reached out to take the treasure box and opened it to observe. "What is this?" Nalan explained, "This is a demon ox leaf talisman. After using it, it can enhance the strength of a martial artist to the maximum level. The remaining leaf is a body protection talisman, used to defend against powerful attacks. Their effects can last for half an incense stick burning, which can help young master." Nalan then had her subordinate bring the treasure sword in front of Ifan. This is the shark slashing sword, one of the 10 famous swords in Yen Kingdom. It is said to protect its owner. I intentionally got it from other trade associations for young master to use. Ifan happily accepted the shark slashing sword. "Thank you, Nalan shopkeeper. I will repay you for this." Nalan stood opposite by young master hastily interrupted, "No need," accidentally met by young master willing to risk his life to avenge the Mu family. Nalan extremely admired, "I am also willing to help young master." At this time, Nalan and his subordinate clasped their hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Wishing young master success and victory on your return." After equipping everything, Ifan stepped forward, looking back at Nalan and said, "Then I thank you, I will always remember this kindness." Next scene at the Lin family. At the Lin family mansion, there were strict guards all around. Ifan was also present, taking steps towards the Lin family. The guards were shocked and shouted, "Who dares to intrude into the Lin family's forbidden area? If you have no business here, leave immediately." Ifan said nothing, using his own speed to quickly glide past the guards. In the blink of an eye the guards writhed in pain, being finished off by Ifan's sharp sword. After successfully finishing off the guards, Ifan glanced coldly and said, "Why ask me? I am here to take your dog's life." He then stepped into the Lin family's inner courtyard, with eyes full of evil energy. "My revenge journey has begun." Inside the Lin family, Uncle Lin was sitting beside his concubines looking towards Lin Kai, who was talking about proposing to Xin heir. "Father, rest assured, very soon I will marry Xin heir. Once we align ourselves with the city lord's mansion, Lu Yun City will undoubtedly be the domain of our Lin family," Lin Wen Kai said confidently. Uncle Lin Dafu, his father, laughed heartily with excitement. "As expected of my son, Lin Wen Kai, you truly have potential." Suddenly, a loud noise and panicked screams erupted outside, causing Lin Dafu and Lin Kai to be puzzled. "What's that noise?" Lin Dafu wondered aloud. At that moment, a guard was violently thrown inside, writhing and screaming in agony. Lin Kai and Lin Dafu, alarmed, looked toward the main door and shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble in the Lin family? Show yourself." Ifan stepped in, forcefully stomping on the guard, and glared at Lin Kai. "We meet again, Lin young master." Seeing by Ifan, Lin Kai laughed scornfully. "Ha ha ha, well, by Ifan, I was looking for you, and here you are, delivering yourself right to my doorstep." With that, he quickly gathered his strength and launched himself towards Ifan in a full-force attack. However, Ifan remained calm and composed, ready to counter Lin Kai's attack with unwavering determination. With eyes full of evil energy, he clenched his fist tightly and rushed towards Yi Fan, saying, "Today I will catch you and hand you over to Xin Air for punishment, accept my authority." Faced with Lin Kai's attack, Yi Fan coldly grabbed his fist and then sharply turned, saying, "Do you think you can catch me just by yourself?" In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan broke his arm, causing him to scream in pain, "My arm! How dare you break my arm!" Lin Kai clenched his teeth in anger, glaring at Yi Fan. When did he break through to the body transfusion realm? Yi Fan stood opposite, his face cold and staring at Lin Kai. "I not only dare to break your arm," he said, lowering himself and delivering a straight kick to his opponent's leg. "I dare to break your leg as well. I must teach you a lesson." Lin Kai then lost all his strength to fight back, lying on the ground in pain. Seeing his son being disabled by Yi Fan, Uncle Lin Dafu was extremely frightened. "Kai Air, are you okay?" Lin Kai hugged his painful arm, looking towards Lin Dafu, shouting loudly, "Father, run! Go call the city lord." Lin Dafu, in a state of panic, turned and fled with his concubines. All right, Kai Air, hold on a bit longer. I'll go immediately." Seeing them attempt to escape, Yi Fan moved with lightning speed and appeared in front of Lin Dafu. "You still want to run?" He grabbed Lin Dafu by the neck and lifted him off the ground. "Isn't it a bit too late to run now?" Lin Dafu, drenched in sweat and wide-eyed, looked at Yi Fan in terror. You can't kill us." Yi Fan's face was filled with malevolent energy as he stared at Lin Dafu. "And why can't I kill you?" In a trembling voice, Lin Dafu responded, regarding the Mu family village incident. "My son and I were acting under the orders of the city lord. If you kill us, the city lord will surely not spare you." Lin Kai, lying on the ground nearby, hurriedly chimed in, "That's right. Xin Air and I are engaged, so I've already got one foot in the city lord's mansion. I'm practically Lan city lord's son-in-law. Do you dare to attack my father and son?" Let Lin Kai finish the sentence. Yi Fan coldly used force to break Lin Dafu's neck. Seeing his father being finished by Yi Fan, Lin Kai was shocked and opened his mouth in horror. Yi Fan glanced at Lin Kai with disdainful attitude. "Try me, I'm not afraid of you guys." Lin Kai, seeing the scene in front of him, was terrified and peed his pants. I didn't expect you to really dare to attack." He quickly knelt down and bowed his head in front of Yi Fan. "By Yi Fan, don't kill me. I'm willing to hand over the entire Lin family and all the assets to you. Please don't kill me." Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and stared at Lin Kai with a strong sense of sarcasm. "All the assets of the Lin family? That really makes me laugh. How much is the whole Lin family worth to you? 10 million or 50 million? Your affection is about to die. I'm not afraid to tell you that I can casually take out an herb that is worth tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of gold. Do you think I need to care about your Lin family?" Lin Kai cried and begged Yi Fan. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, everything is my fault, please forgive me, don't kill me." Yi Fan held his head tightly with an indifferent face. "You don't need to apologize to me. If you truly regret, go down there with your father and atone for the deaths of the Mu family villagers." As he finished speaking, it was also the moment Lin Kai's life was taken away by Yi Fan. After dealing with the entire Lin family, Yi Fan continued to move forward step by step. Everything here has been taken care of. Now the next target is the city lord's mansion. Yi Fan's figure slowly faded, then suddenly disappeared quickly from the Lin family. Transition to the main hall of the city lord's mansion. The news from the Lin family has also been passed on. The city lord's guard hurriedly ran in to report, "City Lord Lan, something is not right, the city lord has a big problem. The Lin family has just sent word that they have been attacked in full force." Upon hearing the sudden news of the Lin family being attacked, Uncle Lan frowned in displeasure. "Quickly clarify, what exactly has happened?" The guard then bowed and continued to report. The concubines of Lin Dafu reported that the attacker is a young man named Bai Yi Fan. He's here for revenge and has already killed many people in the mansion, one of the soldiers relayed. Upon hearing the name Bai Yi Fan, Uncle Lan was furious. Bai Yi Fan. Issue my command immediately. Seal off all exits, big and small, of Lu Yun City. Order Generals Pang Ling and Yulei to take 300 armored guards and accompany me to the Lin family to capture this criminal. Uncle Lon then began to stride forward with his guards, radiating authority. Damn it, wasn't this brat supposed to be dead? Once the preparations were complete, Uncle Lon mounted his horse and gave orders to his subordinates. Yuan Zhao, Xia Bing, you two stay back and guard the mansion. Protect the eldest lady, and report any disturbances immediately. The two veteran generals bowed and accepted the orders. We obey your command, sir. With that, the city lord's guards set out for the Lin family estate. Xin Air, sitting in the carriage, peeked through the curtain to observe the scene outside. She turned to the generals with a puzzled expression. General Xie, General Yuan, what is my father doing? Why are so many guards being deployed? Xin Air asked, observing the scene with curiosity. Yuan Zhao, bowing respectfully, replied, Greetings, eldest lady. The city lord is likely going to apprehend a major criminal of the empire. Xin Air continued to question, a major criminal? Then why aren't you going with them? Yuan Zhao reminded her of the city lord's orders. The city lord commanded us to stay at the mansion to guard against any potential threats. Satisfied with the explanation, Xin Air stepped out of the carriage and returned to the mansion. Very well, guard the outside of the mansion. I'll call for you if needed. She then proceeded to her room to rest. My father is really something. Our city lord's mansion has 4 generals, each in the body transfusion realm, and my father himself is in the marrow cleansing realm. What fool would dare attack our mansion? They must have a death wish. A maid, bowing respectfully, approached Xin Air. Eldest lady, shall I assist you in resting? Which nightgown would you like to wear tonight? Seeing Roa's outfit, Xin Air expressed her disdain. Why is this outfit still here? She asked, giving her maid a scornful look. The house was in a state of panic, the voice somewhat stuttered. It was Master Lin who said this outfit was priceless. Xin Air brushed her hair with an uncomfortable face. That servant Mu Roa is not even worthy to lick my shoes. How can his clothes be so good? Only that foolish Lin Wen Kai would see it as a treasure and secretly give it to me. Hurry up and throw it away at night. Just looking at it makes me annoyed. That Mu family village servant, just thinking about it makes the young lady even more angry. And that Bai Yi Fan, how dare he steal my heavenly ascension order? If I see him again next time, I will definitely chop his dog head off. Suddenly there was a desperate scream outside. Followed by 2 corpses of female maids being thrown inside. Seeing her maid lying motionless on the ground, Xin Air was a bit panicked. What's going on? Hong Air, Lu Air, what happened to you? Yi Fan also suddenly appeared from somewhere, standing behind Xin Air. Miss Lon, how do you intend to chop off my head like that? Seeing Yi Fan's appearance in the city lord's mansion, Xin Air pointed in shock and shouted loudly. You, why are you here? This is the city lord's mansion. How dare you boldly enter my city lord's mansion? Yi Fan with a terrifying face, step by step towards Xin Air. City lord's mansion is nothing impressive. If I want to come, I come. If I want to go, I go. Xin Air is extremely scared, panicked and shouted for help. Someone help, there's an assassin. Yi Fan crossed his arms in satisfaction. There's no need to shout like that anymore. There are hundreds of guards in your city lord's mansion. And the 2 body transfusion realm generals guarding there, all of them have been killed by me directly. There's no one left anymore. Xin Air rolled her eyes in amazement, looking at Yi Fan's expression and body language. How did Bai Yi Fan alone kill 2 martial-level generals in the body transfusion realm? Moreover, he even dealt with them in the blink of an eye. I didn't even hear any movement. Yi Fan stared back at Xin Air. Lon Xin Air, you know why I'm here, don't you? I remember I warned you before, didn't I? I told you not to provoke me, didn't I? He immediately put the sword on Xin Air's neck. Is killing the entire Mu family your and Lin Wen Kai's plan? Lin Kai has been killed by me. now it's your turn." Xin Er trembled in fear, kneeling in front of Yi Fan. "Don't, please don't kill me, by Yi Fan, I beg you to spare me. I'm only 18 years old, I don't want to die yet, you can make me do whatever you want as long as you don't kill me." Yi Fan's face was full of anger as he glared at Xin Er. "Ruo Ruo is only 13 years old, and the children you burned to death in Mu family village, some of them couldn't even walk yet. What did they do to deserve your cruelty?" Facing death, Xin Er cried and begged for mercy. "By Yi Fan, it's all my fault, I was wrong, please don't kill me. I can, yes, I'm still pure, you can do whatever you want with me." She slowly removed her clothes, seductively. "Killing me, don't you find it a waste?" Yi Fan then drew his sword across, causing her immense pain. After the warning strike, Yi Fan stared coldly at Xin Er. "Despicable woman like you, even if you strip naked, I still feel disgusted." "But the heavens also have a kind side, and we can also give you a chance to live. Did you once say Ruo Ruo was not worthy of licking your shoes?" With those words, he put his foot on the chair, leaving Xin Er both surprised and puzzled. With an excited expression on his face, he looked at Xin Er with keen interest. "So now, quickly clean my shoes for me." Xin Er felt humiliated, her eyes wide with anger but afraid to resist. Yi Fan then leaned in towards Xin Er. "What's wrong, just now didn't you say you could do anything?" Trembling with fear, Xin Er slowly turned her face towards Yi Fan's shoes. "Fine, I'll do it, just as long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything." In the next moment, Xin Er stuck out her tongue to lick Yi Fan's shoes. Seeing Xin Er's humble appearance, Yi Fan sneered. "Miss Lan is really trying hard for her life, isn't she?" Xin Er, licking his shoe, quietly thought to herself. "You arrogant dog, enjoy your moment now. I just need to hold out until my father returns, and then he will surely tear you to shreds. When you cannot die peacefully." Half an hour of humiliation later, Xin Er finally finished licking Yi Fan's shoes. "Alright, I have licked your shoes clean for you." After feeling satisfied with his humiliation, Xin Er to calm down Yi Fan's anger, Yi Fan showed a cold and indifferent expression towards her. "Since you have finished licking, it's time to go, right?" Immediately after that, Yi Fan swung his sword to end Xin Er's life. This happened in a flash. The sword cut across her neck, causing her to die instantly in surprise. Switching scenes to the main road outside the Lin family, Lan City Lord and his guards were diligently searching for Bai Yi Fan. Suddenly, a sense of unease crossed the old man's mind, making him slightly anxious. Seeing that Lan City Lord was a bit off, the two generals beside him showed concern. "City Lord, are you okay?" Uncle Lan furrowed his brow and continued to look ahead. "I'm fine, just a little uneasy." Suddenly, a subordinate from the City Lord's mansion ran over to report, "It's not good, City Lord, I was ordered to check ahead." Upon entering, the Lin family discovered that there were only corpses inside. Lin De Fu and Lin Wen Kai were nowhere to be found. Uncle Lan suddenly grabbed someone in surprise. "You, what did you just say?" He quickly turned his horse around, raised his hand and shouted instructions to his guards. "Not good, this is a trap set by the Fox Mountain. Quickly return to the City Lord's residence." With a sense of urgency, Uncle Lan hurriedly rode his horse back to his own residence. "You, by family scum, if you dare to harm even a hair on Xin Er's head, the City Lord will surely wipe out your entire clan." The generals nearby looked at the City Lord with a clear look of confusion. What has happened to the City Lord? What is really going on? All the guards then followed the order and quickly gathered to return to the residence. Upon returning to the city gate, Uncle Lan stopped his horse and carefully observed the scene in front of him. In front of him was a scene that greatly excited him, his anger reaching its peak. The bodies of Lin Kai, Lin De Fu, and his daughter Xin Er were there, with Yi Fan standing beside them with folded arms, waiting for a long time. "So you have finally arrived, eh?" Seeing his daughter being killed by Yi Fan, Uncle Lan was extremely angry. By E. Fan, you son of a bitch, he immediately stomped his foot forcefully, causing the ground to crack into 100 pieces. With a fierce and brutal aura, Uncle Lon rushed towards Yi Fan with a fiery hatred burning inside him. Today, I swear I will kill you. Yi Fan stared back at Uncle Lon defiantly, then drew his sword. Who kills who is still uncertain. Facing Uncle Lan's powerful attack, Yi Fan quickly wielded his sword, demonstrating his exquisite swordmanship, sword dance. Seeing Yi Fan's relentless attack, Uncle Lon quickly dodged to the side. Could this be the violent sword dance? After successfully avoiding the strike, Uncle Lon landed lightly on the ground, carefully observing Yi Fan's every move. Violent sword dance, a royal peak-level swordmanship in Legends. Even I would need at least a year to exceed sect. Your little guy has only been missing for over 2 months, yet he can cultivate from the basics of inner strength realm to perfection. Yi Fan gripped his sword tightly, looking at Uncle Lon with a determined gaze. Humph, old man, you also have a bit of insight, Uncle Lon said, while releasing his chi and glancing towards Yi Fan. No wonder you can kill many of our city lord's experts. In an instant, Uncle Lon displayed his eternal blood chi to strengthen himself. But a small fry like you, from the body transfusion realm, wanting to fight against the marrow cleansing realm, you really don't know life or death, Yi Fan sneered, then continued with his second form of ruthless swordmanship. In a few short seconds, countless spirit swords appeared in the sky, aimed directly at Uncle Lon following Yi Fan's hand movements. Seeing the swordmanship display from Yi Fan, coupled with its immense power, Uncle Lon was extremely surprised. What is this? Before he could react, thousands of spirit swords simultaneously rushed towards and pierced through his body. Seeing his life in danger, Uncle Lon angrily used his magic weapon to shield himself. He brought out the thunderstorm sphere, creating a barrier that blocked all the spirit swords. Seeing his attacks easily blocked, Yi Fan was a bit surprised, while Uncle Lon unleashed a bolt of lightning towards him. Breaking through Yi Fan's sword dance formation, Uncle Lon laughed excitedly. Seeing the opponent using a powerful divine weapon, Yi Fan frowned in annoyance. A divine weapon? Regaining the upper hand, Uncle Lon stared fiercely at Yi Fan and said, "You brat from the Yi family, how dare you force me to use a divine weapon? Today, you might as well consider yourself dead." With that, Uncle Lon released a bolt of lightning straight towards Yi Fan's position. Go to hell. Yi Fan realized the power of the magic weapon and quickly used the Piao Nianbu to dodge to the side. Seeing Yi Fan trying to flee, Uncle Lon continued to chase and strike him, unleashing a deadly blow directly at Yi Fan's body. A lightning bolt containing supreme power. Thinking he had defeated Yi Fan, Uncle Lon laughed gleefully. Ha ha ha, you brat from the Yi family, trying to run away. If you're skilled, then keep running. Just as the dust and lightning were dissipating, Yi Fan's body gradually became visible. What's this? What is going on? How come you, brat from the Yi family, didn't get hurt at all? Yi Fan's body was also encased in a layer of shining armor. Lord Lon, your lightning power is no match for me, Yi Fan said as he absorbed the power of the lightning with his crystal-like body. He then took out the talisman that Naolon had given him and proudly said, "This is the talisman that Naolon's shopkeeper gave me. It is truly useful. Now let's see how the remaining leaf works. It's the Guanyo talisman." After using the talisman to enhance himself, Yi Fan's body began to emit a powerful blood energy, radiating an energy source that shook heaven and earth. Uncle Lon, seeing Yi Fan's appearance, was amazed. Is that a spell? How do you have a spell to use? Yi Fan then used the storm swordmanship technique, gripping the sword tightly and attacking Lon City Lord. He unleashed a fierce sword beam like a water stream, along with a dominant aura. Lon City Lord, standing opposite, also exerted all his power to gather lightning beams. "You little guy, I will risk it all with you." The two clashed with their divine powers, causing continuous tremors in Luyun City. Yi Fan's sword beam and the opponent's lightning quickly merged and dispersed. Uncle Lon was simultaneously swallowed up, being pushed back and sliding down the main road. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was suppressed by the internal force and injured, continuously spitting out fresh blood from his mouth. Seeing Yi Fan severely injured, Uncle Lon laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha ha, even if you use spells to enhance your body, you're still too inexperienced to use brute force against me." Yi Fan's expression darkened, and he looked sternly at Uncle Lon. "Oh, really? Who said I intended to use brute force to kill you?" Hearing Yi Fan's serious tone, Uncle Lon gritted his teeth in agitation. "Do you have some ultimate move up your sleeve?" In the next moment, Yi Fan launched a lightning-fast attack, catching Uncle Lon off guard. This can't be considered an ultimate move, can it? Yi Fan's attack condensed into a droplet containing infinite power, penetrating Uncle Lan's body. Yi Fan then furrowed his brow and focused intently on Uncle Lon, ultimate move of the violent rain swordsmanship. The attack pierced through Uncle Lan's entire body, making him experience excruciating pain. From a small drop of water suddenly turned into a raging storm that overwhelmed Uncle Lon from within. After that attack, Uncle Lon knelt down on the ground, trembling all over. How could you defeat me?" "It's impossible." Yi Fan firmly gripped his own sword, aiming towards Uncle Lon. "Since you have done wrong, you should understand that one day you will die by someone else's hand." Yi Fan stared coldly, his eyes full of evil energy. Then a sword stabbed straight into Uncle Lan's body. This blow directly killed him, a long scream of pain. Then came the sound of Yi Fan withdrawing his sword, blood splattered everywhere. Uncle Lon was officially finished by Yi Fan, lying wounded on the ground. Yi Fan then proceeded to collect Uncle Lan's magic weapon. "This is the divine weapon, isn't it? I didn't expect such powerful lightning power in this small ring." He picked up the magic weapon, putting it into his robe with a satisfied smile. "But now it belongs to me." At that moment, the city lord's guards hurriedly arrived on horseback, stopping to observe the horrifying scene. Seeing that the city lord and members of the Lin family, as well as the old man's daughter, had all been killed, the group was shocked. "The city lord still has the young miss. How could all of our people have been killed?" Yi Fan, with a fierce look, stood in the middle of the guards and shouted loudly, "Listen carefully, whoever surrenders and drops their weapons, we will not kill. But those who resist and fight against us will be killed without mercy." The guards and leaders were extremely startled and worried upon hearing this. The scene then transitioned to Wanbao Pavilion, which was managed by Na Lan. She was now extremely worried about Yi Fan's safety. "It has been a long time already. I wonder how young master by Yi Fan is doing now." Suddenly, a subordinate from Wanbao Pavilion ran over loudly announcing, "Shopkeeper, something big has happened." Na Lan looked anxiously at her subordinate. What happened exactly? Could it be related to young Master Bai? The subordinate then recounted everything. "Our people have reported that Lin De Fu and Lin Wenkai from the Lin family have been killed, as well as the city lord, Lon Xin heir, and 4 generals, all of them killed." City Lord Fu was engulfed in a large fire, disappearing overnight. Upon hearing the news, Na Lan was so moved that she collapsed. "Heaven bless, he did it, I can't believe he really did it." Dr. Kai pondered about Bai Yi Fan. "The 4 great generals, all have reached the body transfusion realm. If the 4 of them cooperate, they can defeat the mid-level washing marrow pill. But Bai young master only broke through to the inner strength realm 2 months ago. Perhaps the era of Lu Yun City is about to change." Not long after, in front of the city gate, the crowd gathered around a wanted poster. Looking at the wanted poster on the board, they discussed together, Bai Yi Fan, the latest wanted criminal of the Yen Kingdom. The one who captures him will be rewarded with 100 gold coins, and the one who provides information about him will receive 50 gold coins. His appearance doesn't seem like that of a villain. Why is he wanted like this? Suddenly, a familiar hand appeared quickly and tore the wanted poster. It was none other than Bai Yi Fan. He looked intently at the wanted poster and remarked, "There must be some misunderstanding. Hanging a reward for wanted men is enough, why make me look so ugly like that?" He quickly threw the wanted poster aside, coldly walking forward. Forget it, if it's like this, I should change to a new environment to continue this difficult and challenging journey. He continued to move forward step by step without caring where he was going. That night, returning to Wanbao Pavilion, the largest guild in Luyun City, Na Lan looked in the mirror and remembered Bai Yifan. I wonder how Bai young master is doing now. What plans does he have after today? Suddenly, a strange object flew in from outside straight into Na Lan's room, followed by a small box of items being thrown next to where she was sitting. Which surprised Na Lan a bit. She quickly walked over to retrieve the letter to read it. Bai Yifan had to leave Luyun City immediately. He also thanked Na Lan for her caring and attentive care during the time they spent together, and sent some gifts for her and the people in Mu family village, helping everyone to have a warm and worry-free life. After opening the treasure chest, Na Lan gasped in astonishment. I have never seen these genius treasures before. She greatly admired Yifan's chivalrous personality. By young master, fate will surely bring us together again. Yifan, riding his horse, left Luyun City that very night. Half a month later, at the border between Yan Kingdom and Wei Kingdom, at Yunzhou Ferry, a bustling trading hub between the two countries, people gathered in large numbers. Yifan was also present, and suddenly, next to him, a monk discussed the recruitment of disciples by the Holy Land. Have you heard the news? Recently, the five-element Holy Land, one of the 10 major Holy Lands, is preparing to openly recruit disciples. It is said that even the mystical skills of the Holy Land, once circulated among the common people, will turn into supreme divine powers, causing everyone to fight for them. If one can become a disciple of the Holy Land, it would be a great magical power, disciples. That's truly lacking in potential. If one can become an elder of the Holy Land, even nobles or the emperor himself may not even be regarded anymore. The Holy Land 5-element in the Wei Kingdom is far away from our Yan Kingdom. Without going to Yunzhou, even if someone rides a horse to death, they may not reach the place. We should hurry up and go, otherwise there won't be any space left. Yifan looked up at the sky, observing carefully. In front of him was the Yunzhou boat, the most important transportation tool in Huanggu mainland. It moves extremely fast, being able to travel through the sky rifts and reach the destination directly. Yifan quickly lined up to buy a ticket to Yunzhou before the bustling crowd. After a while of waiting, Yifan's turn came, and he quickly slammed his hand on the counter. Shopkeeper, give me a ticket to the Holy Land 5-element. The old shopkeeper looked at Yifan with a disdainful look. Only Yunzhou can go to the Holy Land 5-element of the Wei Kingdom. 500 gold coins for a ticket. Where did this country bumpkin come from? He doesn't even know where he is going in Yunzhou. Furthermore, staying overnight on our Yunzhou is very expensive. Even the poorest room costs 3,000 gold coins for a night. If you can't pay, you can only sleep on the bare floor without any defensive spells. Yifan immediately took out a large amount of gold coins and handed them to the old shopkeeper, leaving him extremely shocked. Give me the most expensive room. Seeing a large amount of gold, the old shopkeeper's face changed immediately, raising his hands to take the room key. Yes, we will prepare the top-class room Tianzi number 1 for you immediately, shouted one of the servants in blue robes, quickly raising his hand to protest. Wait, shopkeeper, I will pay double for this Tianzi number 1 room. This young couple, a Princess Ling Yang Wang Meng and a Prince Wang Sheng, was indeed an extraordinary couple. Yifan, seeing someone trying to prevent him from getting the room, showed annoyance. What do you mean by this? Wang Sheng stepped forward, pointing his finger. I mean nothing, I just follow the rule that whatever my prince chooses is mine. And I'm sure he has already chosen this Tianzi number 1 room. Yifan stood with his arms crossed, showing displeasure. Glancing at Wang Sheng, look closely, this room was reserved by me. The old shopkeeper standing next to them also joined in, clasping his hands and speaking. Dear guests, this Tianzi number 1 room has indeed been reserved by this young master here, please see for yourself. Wang Meng, how dare you, the ignorant fool, dare to confront the Prince of Kong Prince? You should know that I am King Yan, with the title of Ling Yang, and my brother Wang Sheng is the Prince of Kong Prince. Speaking to you is already showing respect, Wang Meng sneered. Do you wish to die? Yi Fan looked contemptuously at the people in front of him. Why do I always meet with ignorant troublemakers, martial artists and onlookers? Disgust. Isn't Kong Prince the younger brother of the emperor? Little guy should give up the room for the prince, don't provoke the prince. Yi Fan, angry, muttered, Prince is just a title. The passage depicts the meeting between Wang Meng and Yi Fan, emphasizing the use of titles and social status. If we have booked this room, then it belongs to us, no matter how much money we have to pay. Wang Meng and Wang Sheng, seeing Yi Fan's attitude, felt both confused and angry. Yi Fan then continued to insult loudly, raising his hand to signal. Furthermore, you two obediently go to the back and line up, you two stupid dogs. Yi Fan aggressively confronted Wang Sheng, and the old shopkeeper, seeing that violence was about to break out, was extremely frightened. He quickly ran over to advise, Wang young master, would you rather go down and line up first, and I'll hold on to the room next to number 2 on the side? In his heart, the old man quietly calculated, be good, one has power. One has money, I can't afford to offend anyone. Wang Sheng hesitatingly looked at Yi Fan with an unpleasant expression. I'll ask you one last time, do you know what the outcome will be if you confront me, the Kong Prince? Yi Fan coldly replied bluntly, do you know what the outcome will be if you confront me? Wang Sheng reluctantly gave way to Yi Fan. Okay. Okay, do not blame me for not reminding you, making enemies outside is extremely dangerous, do not wait until one day you die and do not know how, Yi Fan said as he stroked his chin with a wicked smile. I also agree with your point of view. The next second he changed his expression, with a wild and fierce aura radiating from him. But in the end, it's hard to say who is more dangerous. Wang Sheng angrily clenched his teeth, staring at Yi Fan. Damn it, where did this bastard come from to not let me down to the water? The old shopkeeper immediately informed, 2 guests, Yun Zhou is about to depart, if you delay any longer. Wang Sheng then stepped back. Forget it. The young master temporarily does not want to compare with your foolishness. Shopkeeper, immediately arrange room Tian Z number 2 for me. Meng Er obediently listened to his gauge, feeling resentful for a night, waiting until the Holy Land 5 element where he would buy the most expensive costumes for his sister to make up for his mistakes. The old shopkeeper rejoiced that everything had been settled. Yes, the servant will immediately arrange room Tian Z number 2 for Wang young master, thank goodness, finally it's resolved. Yi Fan continued to provoke the other person, wait, have I agreed yet? Hearing these words coming out of Yi Fan's mouth, Wang Sheng was extremely surprised. With a haughty demeanor, Yi Fan raised his hand to signal the old shopkeeper, I have never liked having someone noisy next to me while sleeping. In an instant, Yi Fan took out 100,000 gold coins and placed them in front of the old shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, I'll buy all the rooms in Tianzi on Yunzhou. Wang Sheng was extremely angry, pointing at Yi Fan, what exactly do you want to do? Yi Fan on the other side grinned mischievously, first come, first served, I haven't finished speaking yet, is there a problem? The old shopkeeper's expression changed at this moment. Smiling warmly as he handed over all the room keys to Yi Fan, young master, take them, they are all the keys to the rooms in Tianzi. And Wang young master, you can go to the back of the line to wait, very good, once this is done I can run away, I've made a big profit this time, won't run out of money in this lifetime. Yi Fan calmly took all the room keys, taking steps towards Yunzhou. Goodbye, he said happily as he handed out the keys to the people in front of him as he walked away. We see that your little guy is also very quiet, not like someone who looks very annoying. This room I give to you. Wang Meng and Wang Sheng were extremely angry at being teased. Gidge, this guy clearly wants to make things difficult for us on purpose, Wang Sheng said. No need for me to say, I already know, Wang Meng added. After a while, the Yunzhou train also departed, beginning the journey towards the Holy Land 5 element. Yi Fan calmly walked along the main walkway. Inside the Tianzi room suddenly a loud voice echoed telling Yi Fan to stop, making him surprised. From behind appeared a fat and tall figure, with a loud voice, "Little grandpa, there is something I need to find you for." Ifan turned his head back to look at the fat figure in doubt. "Who are you?" Ifan asked suspiciously. Eventually, both of them headed to a nearby area to raise their glasses together. Fat man Lu Wei ate and sipped his wine, enthusiastically chatting with Ifan. "The title of Vong Hao Thua Tuong is just a title," "Very well said, indeed it speaks our minds," Lu Wei said cheerfully. Ifan, already a little drunk from drinking, still confused about Lu Wei's name, so he opened his mouth to ask. "Who are you exactly?" Lu Wei raised his wine glass, looking eagerly at Ifan. "My name is Lu Wei, from a large trading family in the Wu Kingdom." "And what is your name?" Ifan stared back at Lu Wei. "I am Bai Ifan, from the Yan Kingdom." The Wu Kingdom is a neighboring country to the Yan Kingdom, known for its strong martial spirit, and is generally considered to be as powerful as the Yan Kingdom. In a drunken state, Lu Wei spoke vaguely, "Meeting each other is fate. Your actions are not tyrannical, I have seen it all. I admire your character, so I intentionally came here to make friends with you. I am not afraid to tell you that this trip is to participate in the assessment of the Akseed sect of the Holy Land 5 elements. If Wang Sheng and Wang Meng want revenge on you, they can come find me. I will be the first to not forgive them. Tonight, there will be brothers protecting you, so you can rest assured and sleep." Observing the demeanor of the other, Ifan pondered silently. "I didn't say I was worried about this." Lu Wei raised his glass again with excitement. "Come. Let's raise our glasses again. Today, I invite Ifan to drink, we won't leave until we're both drunk." Time passed quickly. Lu Wei was drunk and lying asleep on the table, causing Ifan to hold his hand uncomfortably because of his annoyance. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck straight down on the boat Yunzhou, shaking and knocking out Lu Wei. Despite the broken dishes falling everywhere and continuously hitting his head, Lu Wei continued his miraculous sleep. Ifan hurried to the boat to observe the situation. Those who did not have enough money to buy a room in Tianzi at this time were struck by thunder and heavy rain, causing panic. The lightning continued to strike the boat with the thunderous roar of the sky, causing the crowd to scream in panic. Ifan was excited by the coincidence of the event and took out the magical weapon, Yunlei Ring. "Yunlei Ring, is time for you to show up." On the way, I had studied Lan Qian's Yunlei Ring, a sacred weapon capable of storing lightning during stormy days, then releasing it when necessary to kill enemies. Unfortunately, when I arrived, there was no rain for 7 days. Ifan happily took out the Yunlei Ring to absorb the lightning. Now there is a big thunderstorm, luckily. This is exactly as I intended. Immediately, the Yunlei Ring absorbed all the lightning in the sky. Strong, who was nearby, was surprised to see the lightning being absorbed towards Tianzi's room. "What's happening? Everyone look over there, all the lightning is converging." Residual lightning suddenly rushed and struck the rooms next to Tianzi. Everyone in the room panicked and screamed, "Lightning struck our room. What is happening? Didn't our room have magical weapons to protect us?" Ifan calmly absorbed the lightning in the sky with the Yunlei Ring. "Yes, just absorb as much as you can." After a long time of absorbing, Yunlei Ring has also stored a large amount of thunder. Ifan tightly held the Yunlei Ring in his hand, contemplating. It's like having an extra backup card again. At that moment, the crowd pointed down excitedly, cheering, "Look ahead, we have arrived at the Holy Land 5 element." After getting off the boat, Ifan walked with Lu Wei, observing the surroundings in amazement. "Is this the Holy Land 5 element? Where we will participate in the Akseed sect test of the Holy Land?" Lu Wei, holding the big bead on his head, said, "I heard that King Wei spent a large sum of money to build this fortress to flatter the Holy Land 5 element. The grandeur is not inferior to the royal palace of Wei Kingdom." Both of them gazed in awe at the splendid scenery of the Holy Land 5 element, amazed and impressed. Seeing is believing. Seeing the crowd of strong people here to participate in the test, Ifan glanced at Lu Wei sheepishly. so many people, it's truly spectacular. Lu Wei enthusiastically told Yi Fan, this is the Accede sect test of the Holy Land. Thousands and thousands of martial artists from all continents gather here, of course there will be many people. Lu Wei then looked up to observe the scene of the sky of the five elements earth, and was surprised to see people flying in the sky. See, that's the magical talent realm, he said, this is the first time I've seen a practitioner of the magical talent realm. Blood essence can be freely released outside, but spiritual energy can be transformed within the body, ascended, cultivated, wield an unlimited flying sword. Yi Fan excitedly looked at those belonging to the magical talent realm. This holy land is truly amazing. Suddenly a voice rang out, a powerful aura pressure emanated from the peak of the holy land of the five elements earth. All the powerful people standing below the ground faltered under the strong pressure. What is happening? Amidst the eerie clouds, a figure of the sect leader Yen Yun Song of the holy land of the five elements earth appeared. I am Yen Yun Song, the sect leader within the sect of the holy land of the five elements earth, in charge of the Accede sect examination this time. Those who want to enter the holy land to cultivate, come to the East Martial Arts field to register for the disciple examination. If you pass the examination, you can come to the holy land of the five elements earth for cultivation. The crowd heard and immediately rushed to the eastern city. As the elder in the sect of Holy Land 5 Element, we must quickly go to register, Lu Wei said, then clasped his hands in farewell to Yi Fan. The registration for the Holy Land 5 Element examination is about to begin. Our brothers will say goodbye here. Yi Fan stood opposite and also clasped his hands in return. Do your best. I will wait for you, Yi Fan said. Lu Wei smiled happily. Wait for me? What are you talking about? Sorry brother, my boss can no longer protect you. Lu Wei quickly ran off to register. If you're scared, find a place to hide. Don't let those two brothers find you. We can only say goodbye here. Take care. Yi Fan happily took out the Heavenly Ascension Order. I said I would wait for you. Take care of yourself. We may meet again very soon. The scene shifted to the courtyard of the eastern city, where a strong crowd was queuing up to register. Cheers and shouts echoed everywhere. Nearby, the disqualified candidates left the Holy Land, feeling sad and injured. Each person in turn lined up to register with the purpose of going to the Holy Land for cultivation. The siblings of the Wang family stood in the middle of the line, looking towards Yi Fan with curiosity. Wang Sheng, filled with anger, thought to himself, it's truly a small world. I can't believe that little guy also wants to participate in the disciple selection of the Holy Land 5 Element. Wang Meng, standing behind them, showed signs of annoyance and said, Brother, when will you finally kill that little guy to vent our anger? Wang Xing smirked evilly as he looked towards Yi Fan and said, if we can't control our temper over minor issues, we won't be able to achieve greater things. Let's focus on what's important. Once we officially become disciples of the Holy Land 5 Element, we will make sure that little guy pays for his actions in Yunzhou. When it was Yi Fan's turn, he confidently presented the Heavenly Ascension Order and declared, by Yi Fan, Body Transfusion Realm. Wang Xing sneered at Yi Fan's realm and said, just the Body Transfusion Realm? It's laughable. Even if he manages to pass this test, he won't stand a chance in the actual competition. He won't be able to compete with us in terms of strength. Yi Fan immediately raised the Heavenly Ascension Order high and loudly reminded the person registering, you should look at this first. Seeing the Heavenly Ascension Order, the person registering excitedly gestured for Yi Fan to come inside. You may be exempted from the test, please come in and wait for a moment. When Wang Xing heard this, he was amazed and opened his mouth in disbelief. What? Exempted from the test? Am I hearing this right? He looked displeased, his teeth clenching as he looked towards Yi Fan. What is this little guy's background? Not long after, Elder Yun Song saw the Heavenly Ascension Order and asked the person registering, whose Heavenly Ascension Order is this? The person registering quickly had his disciples kneel in respect. Respected elder, this person is named by Fan. We have used the track Ling tablet to check his background, but he is only at the royal mystical level. From what we have observed, he is mostly a young master from a wealthy family who happened to come across this heavenly ascension token. Elder Yen, how should we handle this? Elder Yen Yun Song looked down at the Holy Land in contemplation. After passing the exam, the disciples who were accepted all climbed onto the back of a large eagle to fly to the Holy Land. Fan lay in a daze on the back of the eagle, thinking to himself, in the secular country, reaching the body transfusion realm could make one a general, but I never expected that in the Holy Land of the five elements, even outer sect disciples almost couldn't reach it. Coming from the earthly realm with only royal talent, am I? Clearly, my physical strength has already surpassed several major realms, but let's forget about that. Evaluating talent here is truly difficult to understand. If talent is lacking, then it's lacking, but behind us lies the unlimited resources of the earthly realm. And we can even simplify martial skills. As long as we diligently practice in the future, we may still shine. The eagle continued to soar, flying straight through the layers of clouds to reach the Holy Land of the five elements. After a period of travel, everyone could finally see the gates of the Holy Land of the five elements. An amazing scene, filled with spiritual weapons and majestic buildings perched on cliffs everywhere. Seeing the Holy Land five-element right in front of him, Fan was amazed. I never expected the Holy Land five-element to be built amidst the clouds. Yen Elder stood on the head of an eagle and introduced, "This is the Celestial Palace five-element, the center of the Holy Land. If you are not an elder inside sect or a true disciple, you are not allowed in," Yen Elder continued, pointing to a floating holy land in the sky. "This will be your cultivation place from now on. You are now the outside sect disciples of the Holy Land five-element. Every action and gesture must adhere to the rules. Always consider the benefits of the Holy Land. Here are your identity tokens, come and get them quickly. There is also a map to each person's living quarters, go there by yourself. Inside the rooms, there will be sect manuals, be sure to read them carefully." All the outside sect disciples eagerly clasped their hands and exclaimed, "Yes, Elder." The scene shifts to the resting place of the outside sect disciples, located in a large, beautiful courtyard. Fan was in his room, carefully inspecting the equipment and items provided by the Holy Land. Purification talisman, speed talisman, fire talisman, water talisman, along with spirit stones and high-grade healing pills. The Holy Land is really generous, isn't it? Becoming an outer sect disciple and getting items worth millions. Fan wondered as he reached for the Huanggu Great Compendium on the table. Huanggu mainland is divided into 5 regions: Eastern River, Southern Desolate Land, Western Sea, Northern Plains, and Central Region. The 3 main races are humans, demons, and devils, which I already knew. Next to that are the 10 great holy lands of the human race: Holy Land of Non-Action, Holy Land of Imperial Extreme, Holy Land of Five Elements, Holy Land of Vast Cold, Holy Land of True Martial, Holy Land of Heaven's Blade, Holy Land of Heavenly Scriptures, Holy Land of Multi-Treasures, Holy Land of Purple Imperial, and Holy Land of Wandering. Among them, the Holy Land of Non-Action is the most mysterious, with its disciples never exceeding 5, each one an unparalleled genius. The Holy Land of Imperial Extreme dominates the central region, boasting the strongest power and the most domineering actions. The Holy Land of True Martial and the Holy Land of Heaven's Blade are divided between the city lords of body cultivation and swordsmanship, respectively. The Holy Land of Vast Cold has always only accepted female disciples. The Holy Land of Five Elements is divided into 5 institutes: metal, wood, water, earth, and fire, and is the youngest among the 10 holy lands with the shortest history. Reading this, Fan sighed deeply. Among the 10 holy lands, the Holy Land of Imperial Extreme is the strongest. If I had known, I would have figured out a way to join them instead, although I now have more money than I can spend, and taking shortcuts could secure bodyguards. If I remain a useless person, I will inevitably be targeted. Only by becoming stronger myself can I truly succeed. I recall there are 3 realms: bone refinement, internal strengthening, and blood exchange, all focused on personal development. The marrow cleansing realm involves expelling impurities from the body to purify blood and energy. To improve my strength, I need to find a way to wash the marrow, detoxify, renew tendons, and replace blood. Is there anything on earth that can help me rapidly achieve marrow cleansing? 1 month later, at the resting place for outer sect disciples of the Holy Land of 5 Elements, Ifan was in a state of intense self-cultivation. A month has passed, and I have been traveling back and forth between Earth and the fantasy world. Because I discovered through reading materials that using elixirs can change physical constitution, I realized that consuming them is even more effective. The herbs like dang gui, lotus seed, asparagus root, and koik seed are all detoxifying and purifying remedies prescribed by the traditional Chinese medicine shop. Gradually, I felt my body becoming much lighter than before, my strength increased manifold, and even my mind became significantly clearer. The toxins in Ifan's body began to evaporate into the air. This time, I will definitely be able to break through to the marrow cleansing realm, he thought. In an instant, Ifan's vital energy in blood erupted, his entire body radiating a brilliant golden light. The aura surrounding his body gradually dissipated. Ifan slowly stood up, carefully observing his new appearance. I successfully broke through to the marrow cleansing realm. Is this the Qi blood gauze? This Qi blood gauze is very dense, much more solid than Lan Qian's, and can easily compare to the blood armor of the Enlightenment realm. He quickly swung his fist towards the nearby forest to test his newfound strength. Let's see how effective it is, he thought. With a single punch, he instantly shattered and broke large trees outside the resting area of the outside sect disciples. Seeing his greatly enhanced strength, Ifan was immensely pleased. Not only the Qi blood gauze, but my punches now probably have the force of 10 to 20,000 pounds, much stronger than an average marrow cleansing realm, Ifan thought, clenching his fist in excitement. The true journey of cultivation at the 5-element Holy Land begins now. The scene shifts to Wu-Tang Hall, where sect disciples exchange missions. Wu-Tang Hall oversees all major and minor matters of the 5-element Holy Land and is also where disciples receive their stipends and execute missions. Elder Yen was sitting nearby, kindly distributing the monthly stipends to the disciples. Here is your stipend for this month. Take it. Next, come forward. During their cultivation at the 5-element Holy Land, disciples could voluntarily take on various missions to earn resources, rewards, and contribution points. Contribution points could be checked on their identity jade tokens. Each new disciple received 50 points upon joining the sect. The primary purpose of contribution points was to exchange for martial skills at the Martial Skill Pavilion of the 5-element Holy Land. It said that the Martial Skill Pavilion houses tens of thousands of martial skill manuals, and even a single one can significantly boost a martial artist's strength. According to the Huanggu Compendium, there are 3 ways to earn contribution points. The first is through completing tasks, low-level tasks for disciples in the marrow cleansing realm, which offer between 100 and 300 contribution points, mid-level tasks for disciples in the Enlightenment realm, offering between 300 and 1,000 contribution points, and high-level tasks for disciples in the Heavenly Profound realm, offering between 1,000 and 1,500 contribution points. The second method is to directly submit valuable treasures to exchange for contribution points. The third method is to capture and kill the criminals listed on the Holy Land's wanted list. This third method offers the most contribution points and is the quickest. But the individuals on this list are all bloodthirsty, ruthless criminals. Every year, there are a few overconfident Holy Land disciples who take on these challenges, only to never return. Ifan thought to himself, the contribution points from sect tasks are too few, and killing criminals is too dangerous. Submitting valuable treasures is the most reliable method, perfectly suited for me. However, the Holy Land 5-element is not like Lu Yun City, this place is very complex. If I submit too many valuable treasures, it will inevitably attract attention. Although I'm not afraid of trouble, it's best to avoid attracting too much of it. I should take on sect tasks to maintain a disguise and then unexpectedly acquire those valuable treasures, Yi Fan thought to himself as he approached the elder. Elder, I want to accept a low-level sect task. The scene shifts to a narrow path beside Wu-Tang Hall, where a group of arrogant thugs wielding large swords block the path of outside sect disciples to rob them. Wang Sheng, standing among the outside sect disciples, stared ahead. Senior brother Gao is smart. Just by blocking this mandatory path to receive allowances, spirit stones are guaranteed to come our way. This was Gao Yang, the leader of the outside sect disciples who were robbing others. Wang Sheng, my junior, what are you saying? It's clear they voluntarily gave me the stones, I didn't force them, did I? Gao Yang's expression turned fierce and aggressive as he grabbed the head of an outside sect disciple. Isn't that right? The outside sect disciple, seeing Gao Yang's menacing look, showed obvious fear. Yes, senior brother Gao, it's getting late. If there's nothing else, can we leave now? Before the outside sect disciple could finish his sentence, Gao Yang immediately punched him in the chest. Whether there's an ending or not depends on my say, remarked Gao Yang. Seeing this, the outside sect disciples hurriedly rushed over to support the injured individual. Are you all right? Suddenly, Wang Xing noticed something. His expression turned surprisingly focused. What caught his attention was Yi Fan, who appeared quite fierce. That little rotten guy has indeed come here, he thought. Noticing Wang Xing's slight annoyance at Yi Fan, Gao Yang inquired, do you know him, junior? Wang Sheng, with a hint of discomfort, leaned close to Gao Yang and whispered in his ear, not only do I know him, senior brother Gao, but let me tell you, a few days ago when I was on Yunzhou. He then recounted everything from his encounter with Yi Fan, informing Gao Yang, although I don't know his background, he's quite generous. I overheard that he's only at the body transfusion realm. He needed a heavenly ascension order to enter the Holy Land during the selection. Upon hearing the entire story, Gao Yang felt pleased and approached Yi Fan step by step. Someone who can purchase a heavenly ascension order seems to come from a very wealthy background. Surely there are plenty of good items, Yi Fan muttered absent-mindedly as he walked along the main road. It's really troublesome. Suddenly revealing valuable treasures will definitely attract attention. I'm still not strong enough. Innocent people tend to be victims. It's hard to trust others easily. It's better not to easily reveal one's strength. Suddenly, Gao Yang appeared, blocking Yi Fan's path, catching him off guard. Leveraging his own strength and imposing figure, Gao Yang stared menacingly with a threatening demeanor. Junior brother, hand over some good items for me to borrow, he demanded. Yi Fan looked at Gao Yang, perplexed. What items? He asked. Gao Yang clenched his teeth, wearing a sinister expression, and leaned in close to Yi Fan. It's spirit stones, he replied. The nearby outside sect disciples were shocked, pointing at Yi Fan. Is this the new disciple? It's really unfortunate. Who would have thought he'd run into Gao Yang? This little guy Gao Yang is notorious for bullying weaker individuals. He usually relies on his strong martial arts to bully newcomers. There have been resistance attempts, but they only end up worse off. The new disciple who's unlucky should just obediently hand over the spirit stones to him, there's no need to fight back. Otherwise, he'll only suffer, murmured one of the outside sect disciples. Yi Fan looked at Gao Yang with a smirk. You want to borrow my spirit stones? Sure, but you have to kneel down and beg me first, he said confidently. Hearing this statement from Yi Fan's mouth astonished all the outside sect disciples, while Gao Yang frowned in anger. The disciples who were just now seeking excuses to flee were also shocked. What is this new disciple saying? I didn't mishear, did I? Gao Yang, infuriated, launched a fierce attack towards Yi Fan. Are you seeking death? He shouted. However, Yi Fan effortlessly dodged the aggressive strike. Seeing Yi Fan evade his attack, Gao Yang was surprised. and the outside sect disciples who had been bullied earlier were astonished. He dodged it. How can he be so fast, murmured Wang Sheng, standing nearby, gritting his teeth as he observed, silently pondering, this Gao Yang, at the peak of the marrow-cleansing realm, couldn't gain any advantage. It seems the strength of this little guy is much greater than I imagined, muttered Gao Yang, his body engulfed in flames of rage, glaring at Yi Fan. Little guy, do you dare repeat what you just said? Yi Fan remained calm and composed, extending his hand forward. Why wouldn't I dare? Kneel down once, and I'll give you a spirit stone. Kneel 10 times in a row, and I'll lend you one more. How many times do you want to kneel, senior brother? Reaching the peak of his anger, Gao Yang roared loudly, you little brat. He then leaped into the air, preparing to strike. Suddenly, Lu Wei appeared with his portly figure, shouting, stop right there. Or I'll report you to the elder. Yi Fan was slightly surprised and turned to see Lu Wei. Lu Wei looked at Yi Fan with a bewildered expression. By Yi Fan, why are you here? You tricked me, didn't you? Yi Fan glanced at Lu Wei. Back then, you didn't ask where I was going, did you? Just as Gao Yang seized the opportunity to attack Yi Fan quickly pushed Lu Wei aside. Wait a moment, we'll talk later. He swiftly extended his hand toward Gao Yang. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan tightly gripped Gao Yang's neck. Seems like I forgot there's still some business to attend to here, Yi Fan remarked. Gao Yang, struggling in Yi Fan's grip, showed signs of discomfort, his body stiff and unable to resist. Witnessing this scene, Wang Sheng was utterly astonished. What's happening here? Yi Fan lifted Gao Yang high with a triumphant expression. Oh my! Senior brother, why aren't you adhering to martial ethics? Sneakily attacking others like this isn't commendable. The disciples outside the sect, seeing Yi Fan choking Gao Yang, were greatly surprised. Are we seeing this correctly? Gao Yang is being choked by a new disciple. Even Gao Yang's comrades were stunned, shouting his name. Lu Wei, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, junior brother. Gao Yang, struggling for breath, froth forming at the corners of his mouth, could barely speak. Quickly, let me go, Gao Yang pleaded, panic evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Fan wore a contemptuous smile as he stared intently at Gao Yang. Gao's senior brother truly knows how to tug at one's heartstrings. Clearly, I still had the goodwill to lend you spirit stones. Here's the deal, if you apologize to me sincerely, we can consider this matter settled. But, senior brother, I doubt you can swallow your pride, so I'll resort to another approach. Gao Yang, bewildered, looked at Yi Fan in desperation. What else does this little guy want? He muttered. Yi Fan leaned in closer to Gao Yang, his voice cold and indifferent, dripping with threat. Or maybe I'll just borrow spirit stones from senior brother instead. How does that sound to you? Thank you for watching the video. If you enjoyed it, please support us with a like and share. We'll release the next episode as soon as we have it. Sincerely thank you all for your support. Continuing the story, before Gao Yang was grabbed by Yi Fan with an annoyed expression on his face. Gao Yang hesitated and couldn't speak. How annoying, this little guy basically doesn't want me to speak. Yi Fan simultaneously approached and whispered, Senior brother, are you too proud to apologize? This is not a big deal. He then used his spiritual energy to extract the spirit stones from Gao Yang's body, easily removing a large amount of spirit stones that Gao Yang had collected. With a proud and arrogant expression, Yi Fan looked at the opponent holding many bags of spirit stones. If brother doesn't choose, let me choose. Thank you Gao senior brother for being so generous. Without saying anything, Yi Fan threw Gao Yang to the side, causing him to helplessly fall to the ground. A sturdy figure easily defeated by Yi Fan and thrown away, much to the surprise of his subordinates. Seeing their senior brother defeated, the group ran over. Senior Gao, are you okay? Are you unconscious? Yi Fan, after retrieving the spirit stones, return them to their rightful owner with a peak-level demeanor. These are all the spirit stones that Gao Yang stole today, right? Take them back to their owner. The two men, after receiving the spirit stones, were overjoyed and looked towards Yifan. Thank you, but if you give them all to us, won't you? Yifan interrupted, his expression cold as he looked behind. I am not in a hurry, aren't there still a few mice sneaking around? The group under Gao Yang's command, who were trying to escape, trembled at being mentioned and continued to shiver. Yifan continued to use his authority to make them hand over all the spirit stones. Quickly bring out all your spirit stones, then hurry and leave. After handing over the spirit stones, Gao Yang's subordinates began to roll away from Yifan's sight. Are you satisfied with our leaving posture? Wang Sheng, seeing the situation was not right, turned and left with a bitter face. Wait right here, by Yifan. Yifan's eyes glanced at the same time as he sensed someone else's aura. After observing, Yifan found nothing and quietly thought, strange, clearly I just sensed someone's malicious intent. At that moment, Lu Wei walked over to stand next to Yifan. Brother Yifan, I didn't expect your martial arts to be so powerful. Last time on Yunzhou, I was blind and still dared to speak out to protect you. But when you injured Gao Yang like that, aren't you afraid he will seek revenge on you another day? Yifan casually placed his hand on Lu Wei's shoulder. People like Gao Yang usually show off their power, but if they get hurt, they will keep it to themselves. Even if he wants revenge, knowing that he was defeated by a new disciple will make him lose face once again. If he dares to come to the door, I will welcome him. Lu Wei was thrilled to hear this and casually draped his arm around Yifan. This is the second time you've made me open my eyes. Just now, me and 3 fellow disciples received a mission, but we are missing one person. Do you want to join us? Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Yifan turned to look at him with confusion and asked, what is the mission? Lu Wei continued walking with Yifan and explained, by Yifan, our mission is this. Recently, at the southern border of Wei Kingdom, there is a powerful general named Yang Shizhong. It is suspected that he is colluding with the magic clan to betray the country. He even falsely accused innocent people of practicing forbidden blood magic. This is a low-level mission but with a good reward. If we can gather evidence of his treasonous behavior, each of us will receive 6 contribution points. Lu Wei led Yifan to a room within the outside sect territory. This is Lu's senior brother Lu Ao, Zhang Tai, and Shen Xianyu. They are my neighbors and we often meet, Lu Wei introduced. Lu Wei then waved towards Yifan and introduced him to everyone. This is by Yifan, a friend I met back on Chuizhu Mountain in Yunzhou. Lu Ao showed disdain. Lu Wei, you spent half a day looking for someone and end up bringing this person here. Yifan uses the Heavenly Ascension Order to exempt from the assessment of talents, even at a low royal level. Just by paying a little attention to the trivial matters in the sect, anyone can understand without needing to look for him. Are you letting him join our group to drag us down? Lu Wei next to Yifan immediately laughed and retorted, Lu's senior brother, don't say that. Although Yifan's realm is not high, his true strength, I have witnessed it with my own eyes, he will definitely not drag us down. Yifan then approached Lu Ao, Lu's senior brother, your background is rich, you must have read a lot of ancient texts, right? Lu Ao, upon hearing this, gave Yifan a suspicious look and asked. What do you mean by that? Yifan continued to mockingly look at Lu Ao. In the books, the person who says the previous sentence to the end is usually the one who gets slapped very hard. Angered by the provocation, Lu Ao stood up in anger. Seeing this, Zhang Tai and Xianyu immediately worried and intervened. It's urgent, at this critical moment of an important mission, we shouldn't have internal conflicts, right? That's right, Lu's senior brother, don't be angry. Xianyu tried to calm the situation with her words. Our ranks may already have enough troops, I believe that Lu junior brother's eyesight is certainly not wrong, Lu Ao said helplessly as he walked. Forget it, if anyone is to blame for this, it can only be me. But I hope your useless person with the Tao Tai bloodline can find someone. Get ready to depart soon. Lu Wei's face gradually darkened as he looked towards Lu Ao. his hands clenching tightly. Yifan turned to look at the people nearby with a bit of confusion. What is the Tao Tai bloodline? What is that? Xinu, who was standing next to him, looked at Yifan with surprise. You are Lu Wei's friend, don't you know? Lu Wei is the one who possesses the Tao Tai bloodline. An innate talent that comes from the ancient beast Tao Tai. Those with this bloodline have a much greater appetite than others from a young age, making cultivation much easier as all they need to do is eat constantly. Therefore, the amount of spiritual energy in their bodies depends on their diet. The more they eat, the faster their cultivation speed. But from another perspective, the Tao Tai bloodline is also a kind of waste because it requires resources for cultivation 100 times more than others of the same age. The further they progress, the more frightening it becomes. Zhang Tai sighed and continued, the Elder Holy Land is not stupid either. With that amount of resources, they can definitely train hundreds of cultivators of the same realm. On the other hand, others wouldn't want to suffer losses in this trade-off. Xinu, upon hearing this, immediately prodded Zhang Tai's stomach hard with her hand, saying, you talk too much with your mouth shut. Lu Wei scratched his head awkwardly and said, it's okay, I have understood this principle since I was young. Luckily, the elder bestowed upon me a position as an outside sect disciple, so as long as I have the opportunity, I will try to acquire resources for my cultivation. Zhang Tai, with a compassionate heart, put his arm around Lu Wei's shoulder and reassured him, indeed, even if you spend your whole life as an outside sect disciple without resources, I will never look down on you. Yifan, after listening quietly for a while, pondered and said, regarding cultivation resources, I dare not say much about other things, but the resources on this earth are abundant. The 10 great holy lands combined may not even compare. If I want to, I can quickly nurture you into the mystical spirit realm, or even surpass it. But now is not the best time yet. Not to mention that the relationship has not deepened. At that time Lu Wei inquired about where these treasures came from. It was not easy to explain. Currently, it seems that Lu Wei is righteous and trustworthy, worthy of deeper friendship, but still needs to be observed for a while. After being comforted by everyone, Lu Wei waved to Yifan, Yifan, let's go. After a while, the whole group had arrived at the border of the Wei Kingdom. They all looked attentively at the portrait of Yang Shizhong. According to the intelligence, Yang Shizhong is said to be in the middle stage of the marrow cleansing realm. Under his command there are a total of 4 great generals, all of whom have reached the peak of the body transfusion realm. It will be difficult to deal with him because he can mobilize more than 30,000 soldiers at any time. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked towards Lu Ao. What is this? Yifan pondered, 2 hands are hard to fight against 4 hands, such a large army gathering in one place, even if everyone is only in the body tempering realm, it will be very difficult to deal with. He also expressed his own opinion, it seems that our mission can only be carried out quietly. Cannot act recklessly anymore. Lu Ao agreed with Yifan's opinion. He continued, it is true, according to our intelligence, Yang Shizhong has colluded with the magic clan to capture ordinary people for blood cultivation. The heinous crimes can erupt at any time. If we can find concrete evidence of this person, it is best to capture him alive. If not, bring his body back. The scene shifted to the general's mansion where Yang Shizhong was in power. Lu Wei's group was also present in full force, sneakily peering inside. The general's mansion is right in front. Quickly use the invisibility spell. Equipped with the invisibility spell, the aura of the entire group was concealed. Even their bodies became invisible to others. In the blink of an eye, the group directly rushed into the general's mansion to investigate. While moving, they unintentionally created a strong gust of wind, which startled the guards. Sensing this, they looked at each other and began to suspect something was amiss. After infiltrating the general's mansion, the group stealthily observed from the rooftop. Infiltrating was successful. Next, we need to find Yang Shizhong, Shen Xinu suddenly exclaimed with wide eyes, everyone, I've found him. Yang Shizhong is over there, at the general's mansion gate. Yang Shizhong walked boldly into the mansion, greeted with respect by the soldiers. That night, he returned to his chamber to rest, and his wife continuously expressed her concern, "The weather has been hot lately, master. Be careful not to hurt yourself during the drills." Mr. Yang, removing his armor, kindly responded, "You worry too much, my dear. The military affairs have been busy lately. If I can finish early, I'll try to come back and have a meal with you." Mrs. Yang suddenly became melancholic and sighed. "If our Su were still with us, I wouldn't be so lonely." Hearing this, Yang Shizhong sternly interrupted, "My dear, I am going to practice martial arts for a bit. You should rest early." As Mr. Yang walked away, she reached out anxiously. "Master," Yang Shizhong, after taking a few steps, suddenly stopped. It seemed he sensed something and glanced back. Lu Wei and his group, seeing him looking in their direction, became a bit worried. "He's looking at us, isn't he?" Everyone was shocked to see that. No one dared to move. "Have we been exposed?" The group felt anxious as they saw the old man starting to leave. After taking a deep breath, they tried to calm down and Lu Ao took the lead, following Mr. Yang from behind. After some time exploring the mansion, old Yang Shizhong arrived at a secret study and quickly activated a mechanism by turning a vase on the table. A secret door opened, revealing a passage leading down underground beneath the general's mansion. Upon seeing the secret passage in the room, Zhang Tai began to use his sound transmission technique. Indeed, there is a secret passage. It is the general's mansion after all. It would make sense to have a hidden passage. As Mr. Yang started walking into the secret passage, Lu Ao conveyed to the group, "Let's wait for Yang Shizhong to go down first and then we'll think of a plan." After waiting for some time, Yifan and his group felt restless. "Yang Shizhong has been down there for over a moment. Lu's senior brother, what should we do? Do we need to follow?" Lu Ao asked with a satisfied expression before going directly into the secret passage. Entering the secret chamber, I can clearly see that Yang Shizhong is leading himself to his own demise. As the group descended into the secret passage, they were extremely surprised by its vast expanse. "I never expected that this room would conceal such a large secret passage." Yifan's group continued to move forward, constantly reminding each other to stay close and be vigilant. After walking for a while, Yifan caught a strong, metallic scent that made him slightly on guard. Lu Ao looked arrogantly ahead. With such a strong presence of blood essence, it seems the intelligence was correct. Yang Shizhong is indeed cultivating the blood qi of the demonic path. Shen Xianyu suddenly pointed forward in shock. "Wait a minute, everyone look ahead, there's really a pool of blood." After observing, the group began panicking as they saw a large pool of blood essence in front of them, with Yang Shizhong practicing his cultivation next to a pile of white bones in the pool. With so many bones, how many people has Yang Shizhong really killed? Additionally, there were many corpses emitting numerous intense and violent strands of demonic energy. After understanding the factors, Yifan's group of people realized that Yang Shizhong was preparing for an exam. Lu Ao immediately came up with a plan to suppress Yang Shizhong. "Four of you go to the four directions east, west, south, and north, then follow my orders to act accordingly. We will use tactics to attack simultaneously." Before finishing his sentence, Yang Shizhong suddenly raised his voice, surprising Yifan's group. "If you're already here, why hide anymore?" Without hesitation, he made a sudden move, and Yifan's people quickly jumped to dodge. Lu Ao looked a bit puzzled and stared at Mr. Yang. "How did he discover us?" Yang Shizhong, with a face full of evil energy, stared ahead, saying, "So these little demons with dirty noses sneaked into my general's mansion. Do you all want to die like this?" Lu Ao stepped forward with his sword pointed at Mr. Yang. "Yang Shizhong, as a high-ranking general, how dare you collude with the magic clan to slaughter innocent people for your own gain? Today, as a disciple of the holy land of the five elements, I will eliminate this threat." Yang Shizhong sneered on this side. "Holy land, this time I can make the disciples of the holy land come, Seeing the slightly unusual situation, Yifan still maintained his calm demeanor. sensing something wrong with the cruel and sinister face, Yang Shizhong unleashed his power towards Yifan's group. 5 marrow cleansing realm people are not bad, just one step closer and I, General, will turn into a bloodthirsty demonic creature. In the tense situation, Yifan shouted at Yang Shizhong's intentions. It's not good, he already planned to trick us into a trap, the only way out of the secret path has been blocked tightly by that old Yang Shizhong, amidst everyone's astonishment at the overwhelming evil energy. Yang Shizhong continued, today you will officially become my new offerings. Zhang Tai and Lu Ao immediately launched an attack towards Yang Shizhong, ready to kill him. Seeing Lu Wei and Xianyu also wanting to help, Yifan raised his hand to stop them. Wait a moment, don't act recklessly. At this moment, the ancient corpses chained to the pillars began to violently shake. In an instant, they broke free from their chains, unleashing demonic power as they surged forward to attack. With their formidable demonic energy, they simultaneously charged at Zhang Tai and Lu Ao. Faced with the astonishing speed of the corpse ancients, Zhang Tai and Lu Ao were expressions of fear and panic. The speed was simply too overwhelming. Meanwhile, Yifan pulled Xianyu and Lu Wei back to evade the attacks from the corpse ancients. The moment the corpse ancient strikes hit the ground, they exploded with massive destructive force, shattering the earth and causing a tremendous shockwave. Zhang Tai, trying his best to withstand the attack, was severely injured by their immense power. These aren't ordinary corpses, they're demons, he managed to utter. Nearby, Lu Ao swung his sword in retaliation against the wretched creatures. Facing the relentless assault from 4 demons, Lu Ao began to vent his frustration. Damn it, this old man is proving to be quite a challenge, he muttered. Seeing Zhang Tai grievously wounded, Xianyu and Lu Wei were extremely worried. How are you feeling? They asked with concern. Lu Ao, still battling furiously, shouted angrily while gripping his sword tightly. Yang Shizhong, how dare you create demons? This time, you're definitely going to die. Bai Yifan, observing from a corner, remained focused and analytical, scrutinizing the unfolding chaos. Necromancy is the use of special magic to turn the body of a dead person into a puppet to carry out controlling actions. Meanwhile, demon involves using a living person to generate a puppet. This person is trained to retain all the strength and memories of the owner even stronger after training. In addition to the 4 puppets in this mid-range, Yang Shizhong seems to have a stronger unrevealed demon showing no signs of attack. Bai Yifan looked straight ahead, feeling this situation becoming more complicated. Yang Shizhong in a hidden corner continued to order the 4 demons to attack Yifan's group. Go forth and kill them all for me, Yifan's group retaliated when they saw the opposition attacking. There's no other way, we have to take risks. Lu Ao with a cold angry look, continuously attacked and after hitting a demon each time, he felt satisfied in eliminating one of them. Meanwhile, Yang Shizhong laughed mockingly and summoned dark magic powers. Indeed a bunch of fools. How could my demon be easily killed by you guys like this? An evil aura immediately emanated from his hand as it moved and penetrated into the body of the demon, completely restoring its original physique. Witnessing this scene, Yifan's group couldn't help but be shocked and horrified. Lu Wei then turned to Lu Ao, Brother Lu, what do we do now? We need to think of a plan quickly, we can't just stand here like this forever. Lu Ao, on the other hand, stared forward with a determined look. You guys try your best, I will personally go kill Yang Shizhong. Lu Ao then used spells on his sword. When hunting, we must capture the king first. We must cut off the demon's controller first. Using the power of his spiritual weapon, Lu Ao directly launched his sword towards Yang Shizhong. Despite the powerful attack, Yang Shizhong casually used one hand to deflect it with a sinister demeanor, glaring and shouting, you are the one with the highest cultivation among your group, aren't you? With that, he directly swung his sword back with a strong force impact. But to deal with yourself, you are still lacking a bit of courage. The sword relied on the force of the old man's impact to spin back towards its owner, the maximum collision force causing Lu Ao to fall backwards, spitting out fresh red blood. Lu Wei, standing beside, saw this scene and became extremely worried, shouting, "Lu senior brother, are you okay?" Lu Ao, knowing the opponent's strength was terrifying, replied, "Enlightenment realm, not good, there has been a mistake in the intelligence." Hearing this, Lu Wei's face changed color and he looked panicked. "It's over, I can't believe that even Lu senior brother with the highest cultivation is not a match for him." After defeating Lu Ao, Yang Shizhong arrogantly exclaimed, "How boring, quickly throw them into the blood pool." Lu Wei, sweating profusely, stared at the demons in front of him and asked, "Do we really have to die here?" At that moment, Bai Yi Fan unleashed Piao Nianbu, surprising Shizhong with an attack that left him in shock. In a flash, Yi Fan's sword slashed out with the unparalleled power of Thuan Tram, catching Shizhong off guard and cutting off one of his arms. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, causing Lu Ao, Lu Wei, Zhang Tai, and Xianyu to be extremely shocked. What just happened? Yang Shizhong was suddenly attacked, now in extreme pain and screaming wildly, "My hand!" Enraged, the old man then gathered his magical power and aimed towards Bai Yi Fan, shouting, "Today I will personally kill you." With a calm and composed demeanor, Bai Yi Fan continued to unleash the second form of his fierce swordsmanship technique, Tat Vu. In a short amount of time, countless spirit swords appeared everywhere. This once again amazed Yang Shizhong with the mysterious and incredibly powerful divine power. Shizhong quickly deployed his blood shield to defend, but was caught off guard as the thousands of spirit swords pierced through his blood shield. Witnessing this scene, Shizhong's eyes were filled with surprise. What, the blood shield can't even block it? The myriad of spirit swords continued to pierce through his body, unleashing a powerful attack. The entire demon then lost control and collapsed in front of everyone. "Quick, look, the demon has lost its ability to move." Bai Yi Fan approached and affirmed his decision in front of Yang Shizhong, "The matter ends here." With his arrogant appearance and supreme strength, Bai Yi Fan successfully subdued his opponent. "You should give up the resistance." Lu Wei and Xianyu stood nearby, observing Yi Fan carefully and wondering to themselves, "Is this the Yi Fan we know? How could he do this?" Yang Shizhong felt pain and trembling, saying, "You can use royal swordmanship to hurt me like this, truly a disciple of the Holy Land." Yang Shizhong laughed loudly, but then his face of fear became evident. "But today is surely the day you all must die." Seeing that his opponent still held back the key card that had not been revealed, Bai Yi Fan was surprised. "Oh no, his final demon has been unleashed." After being released, the demon broke all the chains and roared in anger. Not paying attention, the demon attacked Bai Yi Fan, making him worried. Could Yang Shizhong have also cultivated a demon enlightenment realm peak? In urgent situation, Bai Yi Fan quickly turned to his teammates and urged, "It's not good, everyone run away quickly." Upon hearing Bai Yi Fan's words, all teammates hurriedly fled, carrying Yang Shizhong to escape the demon's attack. "We are no match for it at all," he warned. At the same time, the demon's eyes suddenly emitted two fiery gazes with a look of fury. Lu Wei, hiding nearby, continuously shook Yang Shizhong's body. "Hey Yang Shizhong, wake up quickly," he shouted despite the danger. "Wake up, make it stop immediately," he yelled. Seeing him not responding and collapsing towards his direction, Lu Wei was extremely panicked. "Sir, he's dead, he's really dead," he exclaimed. Sensing his master's death, the demon was even more enraged, continuously tearing his own body. "General," he cried out. The powerful bloodthirsty aura spread throughout the hall, making Bai Yi Fan's group panic and shout, "It's not good, this demon has lost control, he's charging towards us with the overwhelming power of Enlightenment Realm Peak." The demon kept breaking through barriers, crazily rushing forward. In a short amount of time, he was able to approach Bai Yi Fan's group and create a violent shock. After observing for a while, everyone also discovered the key point. His actions were all based on the sound, "Let's quickly hide inside and stay silent." After hiding to avoid being pursued by the opponent, Xianyu whispered softly to Lu Ao, "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Lu Ao next to him quickly replied in a low voice, we should retreat quickly, relying only on a few of us we basically can't fight back. Bai Yi Fan next to them looked at Lu Ao with a serious expression, no, if we don't handle this demon properly, if it breaks out it will harm the innocent lives. With a resolute attitude wanting to directly eliminate the demon, Yi Fan finally decided to stay and deal with the demon thoroughly. Lu Ao, upon hearing this, widened his eyes and stared at Yi Fan, you better keep quiet for me, what can you do alone, we should still quickly leave and think of a way to call for reinforcements. Lu Wei next to them put his hand on Yi Fan's shoulder seriously, who dares say that only Yi Fan can handle this, I am here too. Lu Ao was extremely angry and furious as he stared at Lu Wei, what are you trying to do, Lu Wei? Lu Wei replied directly from the opposite side, Senior Brother Lu, you should ask yourself, even if we immediately seek help from the Holy Land when we go out, how long will the fastest reinforcements be able to get here? Even if the fastest, we still have to wait for an hour, and during this 1 hour period, that blood-sucking demon may slaughter all living beings within 100 miles. Although Lu Wei's martial arts skills were mediocre, he was definitely not the type to fear death. He would rather die together with the demon than sacrifice the lives of others in exchange for his own. Xinu and Zhang Tai, who were standing nearby, also agreed with Lu Wei's opinion, well said, I will join in too, me too, let's together face this demon. Lu Ao clenched his teeth, glaring at his teammates, you are clearly seeking death. Yi Fan's face turned pale, and she coldly said, disaster is right in front of us, if no one dares to step up and fight against it, then how will our country and home be? In this world, there are people who, knowing they will die, still charge forward bravely, which is why there is an epitome of chaotic times, right? Lu Ao, overwhelmed with emotion, unconsciously shouted with a face full of anger, who among you is the leader of this mission? The demon nearby, hearing the loud voice, immediately locked onto the target and prepared to attack. It charged directly towards the predetermined position, causing Bai Yi Fan's group to panic. Oh no, it's coming straight for us, someone exclaimed. Lu Wei promptly drew his sword, ready to strike when the opportunity arose. We'll have to fight him, he declared. At that moment, Bai Yi Fan once again used Piao Nianbu. Rushing towards the demon. Lu Ao, still behind, continued to shout and mock, idiot. A marrow-cleansing realm trying to engage in close combat with an enlightenment realm? You're beyond saving. You can't even injure him. In response to these words, Bai Yi Fan seriously took out the Yunlei ring. Then you better watch closely, he said. The next moment, he activated the divine weapon, Yunlei ring, to launch an attack. With a cold and energy-filled expression, Yunlei wielded the ring on his hand, continuously emitting countless lightning bolts. I will show you who the real fool is. A large amount of lightning power from the lightning palace, the army attacked demon directly, causing him to collapse. The overwhelming power shook the foundation, as each lightning strike hit demon's body, causing him immense pain, screaming, and in an instant his body was disintegrating, waves of demonic energy spreading everywhere. Lu Wei and Xinu, witnessing this scene, were extremely shocked and astonished. This is the power of positive lightning that can suppress demonic creatures. With an arrogant and strong demeanor, Bai Yi Fan coldly stared ahead. The one who decides whether to show mercy to the opponent is me. At the same time, Demon suddenly shouted and cried out in despair, General, Su, I have no regrets. Hearing this, Bai Yi Fan was slightly surprised. This demon still has humanity. He carefully observed the dissipating demonic energy in front of him and silently thought, normally, demons are stripped of their humanity for easier control by sorcerers. Demon still has humanity and can obey sorcerers, so how can they willingly become a demon? How could that happen? Lu Wei, sweating profusely, looked ahead with wide eyes. Demon has been completely dispersed. Yi Fan has truly destroyed them. Lu Ao spoke loudly, questioning. It's impossible, this is a divine weapon. Where did you get this divine weapon from? Yi Fan responded quickly and solemnly. If it's a secret technique, how could you let others easily discover it? he continued, moving towards the river of blood to inspect it. This blood seems different, Xinu curiously approached, questioning. Bai Yi Fan, have you noticed anything unusual? Bai Yi Fan reached out and touched the river of blood below. This blood lake seems to be using animal blood, not human blood, Lu Wei frowned, puzzled. But the intelligence clearly stated that Yang Shizhong is a demon lord, how could he be using animal blood? Suddenly, a massive earthquake shook the entire ground, causing everyone to panic as rocks and stones fell all around them. Not good, the underground palace is about to collapse, Bai Yi Fan shouted in a hurry, pointing and signaling to quickly retreat, leave this place immediately. As they moved away from the secret chamber, a large pillar suddenly collapsed, aiming for Lu Wei. Xinu and Zhang Tai, standing nearby, immediately reminded, Lu Wei, be careful behind you. Just then, someone appeared and used their spiritual energy to create a shield of green color that enveloped Bai Yi Fan's group, helping them escape danger. Everyone was surprised by the shield of energy, wondering, what is this shield? It's perfect timing. A few seconds later, Yi Xiaochai, a disciple of Mu Yuan, appeared, revealing himself and asking, luckily I arrived not too late, are you all okay? Lu Wei was delighted to see Yi Xiaochai, while Bai Yi Fan was amazed by the power of Yi Xiaochai. She is Yi Xiaochai, a senior sister from Mu Yuan. This type of spiritual energy is truly powerful. Xiaochai, with a serious expression on his face, looked down and said, it's truly a miracle that you all can survive after encountering a demon blood-sucking enlightenment realm peak. When I return to the Holy Land, I must spread this event to help you all. Just then, the stone pillar next to them suddenly broke and collapsed, creating a loud noise. Seeing the pillar falling towards Yi Xiaochai, Bai Yi Fan's group hurriedly shouted, senior sister, be careful behind you. Yi Xiaochai, however, did not show any fear, gently displaying her own spiritual energy, effortlessly crushing the large stone pillar into fine powder. Do not worry too much, I have sensed it for a while now. She said. Everyone was astonished and surprised by the situation just now. This magical talent secret realm is indeed powerful. The group quickly approached Xiaochai, bowing in front of her, greetings, senior sister, thank you for saving us. Xiaochai then turned to Bai Yi Fan and said, your name is Bai Yi Fan, right? You are only in the marrow cleansing realm middle stage, yet you were able to kill a demon enlightenment realm peak in an instant. You are truly strong. What you just said, I have heard it all, a disciple outside the sect who can have such enlightenment is truly admirable. Lu Ao then approached Yang Shizhong's body, silently blaming Bai Yi Fan in anger. Clearly you have such a powerful divine weapon but hide it, truly despicable. After searching through Yang Shizhong's body, he was pleased to find a rare inscription ring. Unexpectedly a normal general in the mundane world had a magic weapon with a rare inscription. In a moment, Yi Xiaochai took back the inscription ring from him, leaving him extremely surprised. Is this the best thing he has on him, right? You really have sharp eyes. After retrieving the inscription ring, she threw it towards Bai Yi Fan. He was killed by you, so this spoils of war naturally belong to you. Bai Yi Fan received the inscription ring and thanked Yi Xiaochai loudly, and then secretly thought that the magic weapon inscription ring was a rare item in this world. With it, he would have a reason to explain when he submitted the Tian Kai Di Bao later. Lu Ao was suddenly robbed of the inscription ring and was extremely angry, glaring at Yi Fan. You are despicable, Bai Yi Fan, just wait. Yi Xiaochai then turned to look at the body of Yang Shizhong. Yang Shizhong's fate is truly tragic. He was a loyal general who defended the borders for the Wei Kingdom's royal family and protected the people. He was a rare and virtuous general. His only daughter, Yang Su, fell in love with one of his subordinates, but King Wei forced her to marry into the Qin Kingdom as part of a peace treaty. In the end, she was humiliated to death by the people of the Qin Kingdom. Yang Shizhong, perhaps in his quest for revenge, colluded with dark forces to turn into a demon and avenge himself against the Wei Kingdom's royal family. Lu Wei, standing nearby, recalled Yang Shizhong's wife. No wonder Mrs. Yang said those things back then. Yi Xiaochai then glanced in another direction. And that over there is the commander whom Su Su loved. He bears scars from leading troops in battle. Bai Yi Fan, lost in thought, remembered the scene with the demon. No wonder that demon still had some humanity left. It all makes sense now, it was all because of the choices made by that commander. Lu Ao, filled with rage, took it out on Yang Shizhong's body. The man is already dead, there's no point in saying anything more. This type of person is not worthy of sympathy. Coming here to do something useless is just unlucky, Bai Yi Fan said, immediately throwing a rock forward and shouting loudly, "Stop right there." The rock then hit his leg hard, causing him to scream in pain. Bai Yi Fan, what are you doing? Bai Yi Fan then picked up Yang Shizhong's body and walked away. He's already dead, there's no need to use his body to vent anger. Lu Ao was a little confused when he saw Yi Fan taking the body away. Wait, where are you taking the body? Yi Fan continued walking forward calmly. I'm taking it back to Mrs. Yang, Lu Ao said angrily. You can take the body but the head must be left for me to take. Otherwise, we can't complete the mission. Yi Fan looked at Lu Ao with a cold, evil energy-filled expression. I'll say it once, I have to deliver the body intact to Mrs. Yang. Do you hear me? Bai Yi Fan, will you stop? Bai Yi Fan continued to look at him casually. If not, then what? Yi Xiaochai then handed the token to Lu Ao. No need to fight anymore, just take this. Lu Ao was a bit surprised but quickly took the token. What is this tiger charm for? Xiaochai replied seriously and quickly, yes, this is the tiger charm of General Yang Shizhong. For a general, this is more important than life itself, bringing it back ensures that the mission can be completed. I also support Bai Yi Fan's approach. Lu Ao harbored a grudge against Bai Yi Fan, already targeting him. Alright, I will listen to senior sister. Bai Yi Fan, you are a despicable person. After returning the body for the funeral of Yang's old man, Bai Yi Fan's group also came to pay their respects. We have informed Mrs. Yang of all the details. Xinu, a bit worried, asked, is Mrs. Yang okay? Yi Xiaochai looked back, it seemed that Mrs. Yang had already predicted today's events. She said her husband always carried too much burden on his shoulders, now he can reunite with their daughter below, it can be considered as escaping the cycle of karma. Madam intends to devote herself to Buddhism in the future, reciting sutras to help others. She also hopes to help the wandering souls in this world escape from suffering and achieve reincarnation soon. Bai Yi Fan heard this and continued walking forward, well, that's good, we should also go. Xinu closely followed Yi Fan's back, yes, how did Yi senior sister find us? Yi Xiaochai turned to look at Xinu. I was following Jiang senior sister to the border of Wei Kingdom to hunt down a demon king. However, my strength is too weak to be of help, so senior sister told me to go catch some troublemakers. By coincidence, I passed by this place and sensed dark energy spreading. I followed it and found Yang Mansion. The group thought back to the scene of Xiaochai crushing a stone pillar into powder. Your strength is too weak. What kind of evil spirits are lurking in the sect? Xinu then looked at Xiaochai. Yi senior sister just mentioned Jiang senior sister. Could it be? Xiaochai smiled in response to Xinu's question, exactly, she is the holy girl of our holy land 5 element. She was appointed as the Dongling Gu, one of the 5 true disciples of Jiangling Gu. Yi Fan was puzzled, extremely curious in his head, questioning, holy girl? Are there 5 true disciples too? Xinu, slightly dissatisfied, kindly explained, how come you don't know about this? The 5 true disciples are the most outstanding disciples in the Holy Land, receiving the teachings from the leader of the 5-element hall in the Holy Land 5-element. They are Dongling Gu, Southern Sword Sense, Western Melody Een, Northern Tiger Roar, and Central Spirit Dragon. Jiang's senior sister Dong Linggu in Legends is the youngest and most talented among the 5 true disciples. She is also the most beautiful disciple of the Holy Land 5 element. That's why she is called the Holy Girl. We highly respect her, Xiao Chai intervened, putting his arms around Xi and Yuan Fan. Hey let me tell you all, do you want to see the majestic aura of the Holy Girl with your own eyes? The scene shifted to Wanli Wulin. In a vast forest, 2 powerful forces were fiercely and tensionally battling. The current disciples of the Holy Land were trying their best to suppress the opposing target, but in a short time, the demonic creature on the opposite side had overwhelmed and defeated all those present. The name of this demonic sect is the Great Demon King, with its powerful authority and demonic energy. These shrimp and crab soldiers cannot do anything to me. Is there nobody left in the Holy Land 5 element? Yet they still send a bunch of small fries like you to battle. At this moment, Jiang Linggu of Mu Yuan appeared with a dazzling aura shining like a golden light. I am more than capable of facing you alone. Yi Xiao Chai looked up at the towering forest. See that? That's senior sister Jiang. Our realm is too low, it's enough to watch from afar, don't cause them any more trouble. Bai Yi Fan on the other side was observing intently. So that's the Demon King. Huh. Even from 10 miles away, you can still feel his terrifying aura. The Great Demon King faced Jiang Linggu with arrogance. Women do not know their place, today is your day of death. Jiang Linggu began to exude a fierce bloodthirsty aura. Disciples of Mu Yuan, form the Heavenly Dragon Formation. All the disciples immediately deployed the formation, joining forces to form the Heavenly Dragon Formation. Wooden stakes erupted from the ground, encircling the Great Grief Demon King and catching him off guard. In a brief moment, he was trapped within the Dragon Lock Formation. Great, we've trapped him, exclaimed one of the disciples. The Demon King, still arrogant, roared, Jiang Linggu, do you think you can imprison this king like this? In the urgent situation, all of Mu Yuan's disciples strained to increase the pressure on the formation. The power of this demon is too strong. Quickly, everyone stabilize the formation. Jiang Linggu, gripping his sword tightly, stared resolutely at the Great Grief Demon King. Who said I wanted to imprison you? Suddenly noticing the golden eagle. The Demon King was taken aback. When did this golden eagle appear? Bai Yi Fan, witnessing the scene, was equally astonished. The golden eagle had unexpectedly unleashed a powerful energy fluctuation. Jiang Linggu, in a flash, ordered the golden eagle to unleash its power and attack the opponent directly. I was just creating an opportunity. Watch my move. Standing opposite, the Great Grief Demon King was stunned, witnessing the immense power emanating from the golden eagle. Jiang Linggu quickly took advantage of the opportunity to order the giant eagle to transform into a giant, swallowing the Demon King imprisoned in the magic formation. It's time, swallow it, Phoenix Blade. In a brief moment, Phoenix Blade swallowed the Demon King into its belly and used its destructive flames to burn him to ashes. The Demon King felt intense pain, screaming with hatred. Jiang Linggu, even as a demon, I will not let you go. Jiang Linggu stopped, concentrating spiritual energy to enhance Phoenix Blade's flames. You have no chance, Phoenix Blade's flames will destroy you. With a cold face, she ordered Phoenix Blade to unleash the flames. The powerful flames incinerated the Demon King's body, turning him into air. Multicolored light spread everywhere. Finally, the Demon King ended his life, and the last flames burst into a widespread explosion, creating a powerful shockwave that swept everything around. Be careful, use your protective shield immediately. Bai Yi Fan's group, 10 miles away, struggled to cope with this powerful shockwave. The power of this explosion is too strong. Even from a distance like this, I can feel the intense heat sensation. And yet, with just one move, we have destroyed the legendary Demon King. After the explosion, all that remained was a vast, deep hole in the middle of the deserted forest. Jiang Linggu relaxed and set foot on the ground with a very solemn demeanor. Is this the true power of a true disciple? The other disciples of Mu Yuan rushed over when they saw that the battle had ended. Senior sister, are you okay? Jiang Linggu turned around to check on her. I'm fine, you all go clean up the battlefield first. Yi Shaochai silently watched from the side. That earlier technique was the heavenly earth spiritual manifestation method that only those with exceptional magical talent in the spiritual manifestation realm can practice. What do you think of it? It's powerful, isn't it? Lu Wei looked at Jiang Linggu with great respect. Not only is it powerful, it's almost like a god in the sky. Bai Yi Fan pondered silently, can I achieve that realm in the future? Sensing the aura of someone hidden nearby, Jiang Linggu calmly and confidently spoke out loud. Everyone come out here quickly. Hearing this, Bai Yi Fan's group was extremely surprised. I can't believe we were discovered like this. Yi Shaochai stepped out and joked, hee senior sister, when did you find us? With a sly expression, Jiang Linggu scolded loudly, why did you bring disciples from outside sect here? What if something dangerous happens? Yi Shaochai chuckled awkwardly, isn't it because they want to broaden their knowledge? And also to admire senior sister's demeanor. She then pushed Bai Yi Fan forward, I also found a good seedling. Bai Yi Fan is in the marrow cleansing realm but can defeat someone in the enlightenment realm peak, truly talented. Jiang Linggu looked intently at Bai Yi Fan, marrow cleansing realm fighting with enlightenment realm peak. Their eyes met as Jiang Linggu continued, junior brother, is this true? Confirming the information, Jiang Linggu smiled excitedly. You are indeed very strong. Seeing this expression and hearing these words, Bai Yi Fan felt a bit embarrassed. Senior sister has praised me too much, this little cultivation of mine is not worth mentioning. These eyes are pure and bright, I dare not look straight at them. Lu Ao felt uncomfortable and showed a look of disgust, even if there is someone more formidable, they are just a royal talent. Xinu glanced at Lu Ao beside her, your jealousy doesn't need to be so obvious. She then used force to step on his foot. If you can't speak properly, then shut up. Jiang Linggu continued to inquire, are you a royal talent? Lu Ao heard from behind and smirked slyly. He almost forgot that Bai Yi Fan was the last-ranked royal talent in the Holy Land 5 element, they value hierarchy there. How can a talent with such poor potential catch the eye of the holy girl? Just then, Jiang Linggu spoke again, a statement that surprised Bai Yi Fan greatly, then you are even stronger. The Holy Master of the Wandering Holy Land also has a royal talent. Talent does not represent everything, on the Huanggu mainland there are many seniors with low talent but extremely strong cultivation. You just keep working hard. If you can enter the secret realm of magical talent, I can recommend you to Mu Yuan, Jiang Linggu said. Yi Fan was overjoyed and excited. Thank you, senior sister. I will do my best. Hearing this from Jiang Linggu, Lu Ao was shocked. What? The holy girl herself is recommending him. Those who receive recommendations from the 5 true disciples are highly valued by the elders of the 5 halls and are given many cultivation resources. How can this brat Bai Yi Fan be so lucky? Lu Wei, on the other hand, was eager and loudly encouraged, it's getting late. We should head back and exchange our contribution points. After some time traveling, the group returned to the dedication hall. Elder Qi, we've come to complete the task of capturing Yang Shizhong, they announced. Elder Qi handed out a contribution point token. You have done well on this mission. Here are your contribution points. Yi Fan accepted the token gratefully. Elder Qi then thought to himself, earning 60 contribution points from a low-level mission is not easy for a new disciple. The whole group excitedly turned around to leave, wanting to use contribution points to exchange martial skills for themselves. Just then, Lu Ao's voice sounded to stop Bai Yi Fan, surprising the whole group. Bai Yi Fan, you stop right there for me, Lu Ao angrily shouted. Look at your innocent look, are you trying to monopolize Yang Shizhong's storage ring? Bai Yi Fan smirked smugly, so what if I am? Lu Ao retorted loudly, wanting to assert himself as well. I don't allow it. As the team leader on this mission, I have the right to distribute the spoils of war. Quickly hand over the storage ring to me. Lu Wei, also angered by this, pointed and scolded, Lu Ao. I've been tolerating you for a long time. Why didn't you speak up when Senior Yi was here? And now that she's gone, you're trying to brazenly steal. Do you have any face left? Seeing the other party continue to loudly complain, Lu Wei stepped forward and challenged, if it weren't for Bai Yi Fan's intervention, we would have died in that underground palace. Now you have the nerve to say these things, dot. With a sinister expression and a sneering smile, Lu Ao quickly retorted, Humph, what goes around comes around. I've put in even more effort and got injured, the treasures in the secret room should be shared with me as well. Besides, I am the leader of this mission. Bai Yi Fan made the decision himself, so he must apologize to me, otherwise. While he was still speaking boastfully, Bai Yi Fan swiftly rushed towards him with an angry face. In the blink of an eye, he directly slapped Lu Ao in the face, causing him great pain. Lu Ao, don't oppress people too much. Seeing Bai Yi Fan getting angry and hitting someone, Lu Wei was extremely worried. Bai Yi Fan, don't be too agitated. Yi Fan continued to kick Lu Ao in the shin, making him kneel on the ground. All your actions in the secret room haven't been settled with me yet. With a face full of arrogance, Yi Fan stared at Lu Ao and said, you want me to apologize to you? That's possible, but you have to kneel down and listen to my apology. Seeing himself being humiliated, Lu Ao glared at Yi Fan angrily. By Yi Fan, I originally had good intentions in accepting a trashy person like you into the team. That person is continuously disrespectful to me. Now daring to lay hands on me is truly unforgivable. The next second, he retreated behind Xinu to hide. Humph, today I have been generous and not taken revenge on you. Spare your life this time, but you must show respect to senior brother in the future. He then quickly left, rubbing his sore face. Next time, I won't be so lenient. Spare your life for now, Bai Yi Fan, you just wait for me. Just then, Yi Fan called out to him, causing him to be slightly surprised. Lu senior brother, wait a moment. Hearing this, he turned back with an excited expression. Have you figured it out already? Actually, senior brother doesn't want much. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan approached him and gave him a slap across the face, the pain spreading on both sides of Lu Ao's face, causing his whole body to limp and fall to the ground from Yi Fan's physical impact. Xinu and Lu Wei hurriedly tried to stop Yi Fan. By Yi Fan, stop hitting. It will really cause big trouble. Bai Yi Fan looked at his defeated opponent with immense satisfaction, but the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Keeping a balanced face will look better, he mused. Lu Ao, with his cheeks swollen in anger, clutched his weapon tightly. You little bastard, today I'll risk everything with you. Before Lu Ao could make a move, Yi Fan swiftly drew his sword and held it against Lu Ao's neck, threatening him. You filthy dog, I've tolerated you long enough. From now on, don't let me see you on the road again. If I see you once, I'll beat you once. Now get lost. After intimidating his opponent, Yi Fan's group turned and walked away. Lu Ao, having lost all face, was seething with rage. By Yi Fan, this isn't over between us. The disciples nearby were astonished at the scene. Isn't that Bai Yi Fan, the new sect disciple? How can he be so brazen? His courage is immense. Doesn't he know that fighting among disciples violates the rules? Lu Wei, sweating in worry, turned to Yi Fan. By junior brother, you were too impulsive. At least wait until we're out of the dedication hall to fight him. What if he reports this to the law enforcement hall? Doing this might get me punished by the elder. Yi Fan remained calm and composed without a hint of fear, then took out several vials of elixirs. It's okay. Oh right, these are meant to be shared among everyone, he said. The group accepted the elixirs, their eyes wide with awe. This isn't the blood of spirit beasts, is it? Zhang Tai scrutinized the vial of elixirs in his hand and spoke, spirit beasts of the fourth rank are equivalent to the magical talent spiritual energy realm cultivators. Just one vial can exchange for 10,000 contribution points. Do you really want to give it to us? Isn't this an item from Yang Shizhong's storage ring? Bai Yi Fan responded gently. Don't be too polite, this mission requires us to work together. Everyone has a share, whether you use it to exchange for contribution points or to aid in cultivation is up to you. In his heart, he was thinking about the chicken blood clots he had obtained from the earth to break through the marrow cleansing realm last time. Seeing the group excitedly discussing the vials of elixirs, Yi Fan thought to himself. After going through the events of Yang Shizhong this time, these three people also considered themselves to have lived and died together, their characters also good. Yi Fan then took out a few chicken hearts and placed them in front of Lu Wei. Lu Wei, your special talent, this thing is beneficial for your cultivation. If you need anything in the future, I will personally help you. The group saw the chicken hearts and were extremely surprised. Wow, these hearts are amazing. Besides blood, there are also hearts. These things are more valuable than blood 100 times. Xinu naively turned to look at Bai Yi Fan. Qin Min explained that living in a flock when attacked by enemies will remind each other about the danger. Plus its fierce fighting power, taking blood from it is already extremely difficult, not to mention taking its heart. Lu Wei was extremely moved, crying and hugging Yi Fan tightly. Yi Fan, no, by boss, starting today you are my boss. Even my own brother is not as generous as you. The scene shifts to the law enforcement hall, where Lu Ao has arrived to report the incident he encountered and accuse Yi Fan. His face bruised and swollen, kept pointing behind him as he wailed, Elder, I swear, during this mission, Bai Yi Fan didn't follow orders and acted as if he was the team leader. After the mission ended, he hogged the treasure all to himself. When I confronted him about it, he had the audacity to beat me in front of everyone. If this isn't dealt with severely, the dignity of the dedication hall and the law enforcement hall will be utterly lost. The elder, hearing this, was furious and threw his token down. Wolong, Feng Chu, go bring Bai Yi Fan here immediately. I must interrogate him myself. The elder's two guards promptly obeyed and left the law enforcement hall with a fierce demeanor. As the two made their way to apprehend Bai Yi Fan, Lu Ao called out, Senior brothers, please wait a moment. I have a small request. He eagerly presented some resources to them. Please, give that Bai kid a good beating. This token of my appreciation is insignificant. The two guards, looking smug, eyed the offering. Just these meager items? It will be difficult for us to act on such little incentive. Besides, in cases like these, we must take a truth-telling potion. This thing also does not submit to our control. Lu Ao began to regretfully take out his bag of belongings. This matter, two senior brothers, with your great magical talents, of course you know what to do. This is all of my inheritance. When I return, I will find some more and bring it over here. You two must think of a way. Wolong and Feng Chu then smiled with delight, exchanged glances, and took Lu Ao's bag of belongings. It's quite heavy, isn't it? Are you really not regretful? Lu Ao on this side smiled cunningly, looking straight ahead. Not regretful at all, not regretful at all. As long as that little guy remembers, it's fine. This amount of money is truly worth spending. Can't bear to abandon the child, then we'll never catch the wolf. I bet there is a valuable treasure in that storage ring. Wolong and Feng Chu then handed Lu Ao a vial of medicine and warned him carefully. No problem, when the time comes just discreetly switch the pills so you can drink the fake medicine truthfully. Let him say whatever he wants in front of the elder, Bai Yi Fan will have to take the blame. Hearing this, Lu Ao became even more excited, revealing his sinister smile. So, I will have to bother two senior brothers now. That night, at Bai Yi Fan's residence, he was currently practicing to improve his own strength. Closing his eyes to meditate, calmly practicing the 36 techniques, he diligently worked with both hands holding the staff, never stopping, turning all sickness into dust. At that moment, he opened his eyes wide and stared ahead. It was then that he directly opened up his bloodline, spreading his own blood and energy. After successfully deploying the new skill, Bai Fan excitedly regained his spiritual energy. The bloodline skill of peak-level defense power. As cultivation increased, practitioners could defend against stronger attacks and even small undetectable attacks. Which was worth practicing for. Perhaps this was the most valuable item in Yang Shizhong's possession. Most of the other items were just some types of nourishing pills. Taking some fruits and vegetables from the earth over here, and exchanging them for a whole body at the dedication hall tomorrow. Just then, Wolong and Feng Chu burst into Fan's residence, loudly demanding. Bai Fan, are you here? Seeing a stranger approaching, Bai Fan calmly glanced over and asked, who are you, coming here to find me with something? Wolong and Feng Chu immediately drew their swords and stared fiercely at Fan. You are Bai Fan, right? We are members of the law enforcement team. Dare to fight someone outside the dedication hall, you have guts. Now, please come with us for a trip. Lu Ao behind them showed a smug expression, thinking to himself, Bai Fan, what you shouldn't do most is provoke someone like me who seeks revenge, hahaha. With a proud attitude, Bai Fan immediately stepped forward. Fine, lead the way. It just so happens that I have important matters to attend to at dedication hall. Wolong and Feng Chu looked puzzled at Fan. What's the matter? Tell us, what do you need? Fan directed his gaze towards Lu Ao and spoke, didn't Lu's senior brother inform you? I have some 4th grade demon beast blood to submit. Because he wanted to claim it for himself, I had to fight him. Wolong and Feng Chu immediately showed displeasure and turned to look at Lu Ao. Oh really? The blood of demon beasts of the 4th rank is quite valuable in terms of money and contribution points, isn't it? But it's okay, even if after taking the medicine the truth is revealed, who lied up until that point, it can be known, right? Lu Ao proposed seriously, 2 senior brothers, negotiate with me a little bit, wait for me to get the spoils, then I will divide the money and contribution points evenly with you all. Wolong and Feng Chu simultaneously made their own suggestion, let's divide it among the 8 of us. In the face of these words, his anger was clearly visible on his face, damn, this time it'll be a big loss, all because of that bastard Bai Fan. Alright, let's make a deal. Wolong and Feng Chu, after discussing and negotiating, reached out to Fan to follow them. We must adhere to the recommendations of the law enforcement department, don't delay our time. Follow us on this journey. At that moment, Bai Fan calmly put his hand inside his robe. I understand, it's just that I just finished cultivating and haven't had time to arrange myself. If this trip ends up being a mess then I'll stink. Can you let me change into a new set of clothes? Wolong and Feng Chu on the opposite side also agreed for Fan to change in the dressing room with a sinister look. Alright, then we will go together. Don't think of playing any tricks. Before following Fan inside, they immediately instructed Lu Ao to wait outside. Once inside, he spoke up, hey little guy, don't play tricks, if you really fight, you are no match for the 2 of us. Bai Fan remained calm while searching for clothes. I understand, I'm not foolish enough to challenge the 2 senior brothers here. He continued to search through his wardrobe, let me see which outfit to change into for the bath. At the same time, Feng Chu turned to Wolong, boss. Something doesn't seem right, why is the spiritual weapon in his room stronger than even our own disciples' rooms inside the sect? He then pointed to a direction, where the strong spiritual weapon was emanating from. Boss, look over there. Is that rug made from the Duola divine grass and the footrest made from the flaming fangs? Next to it, there was also a foot towel wringer in that foot washing basin, which looked like it was made from the feathers of the legendary phoenix, a divine creature in the northern region. Seeing the rare items distributed throughout the room, both of them were extremely frightened. Where did he get all these treasures from? We have only seen these things at auctions before. Seeing that Wolong and Feng Chu's emotions were stirred by his actions, he jokingly said, "Oh, these are all worthless household items of mine, for you two senior brothers to laugh at." He then took out some herbal medicine pouches and handed them to Wolong and Feng Chu. "These are bath herbs that I personally prepare. If you don't mind, please take them." Both of them were extremely surprised to see the treasures in front of them, their faces sweating nervously. These are peak-level treasures. Even the disciples in the sect, let alone the elders, would find them very hard to come by. Feng Chu glanced at Wolong and said, "Brother, what's the background of this little guy? If he is not ignorant, he must have a significant background. Are we really going to offend him?" At the same time, Lu Ao with a malicious look was waiting nearby. "It's strange how the two senior brothers stayed in there for so long, isn't it?" Just as mentioned, Wolong and Feng Chu immediately stepped out with excited smiles. "Younger siblings have been waiting for a long time, haven't they? Ha," they said. Seeing this expression from Wolong and Feng Chu, Lu Ao felt a bit confused. "What do you two senior brothers want to do?" Wolong and Feng Chu began to laugh loudly in response. "What do we want to do? Of course, we want to take your younger siblings to the law enforcement hall." He immediately took out a rare medicinal herb and smirked. "We understand the principle of eating a meal and always being full." Lu Ao, with a face full of fear, looked ahead and shouted loudly, What is going on here?" After a few hours passed, the scene shifted to the law enforcement hall. Wolong and Feng Chu simultaneously reported to the elder, "Elder, everything has been thoroughly investigated." Since Lu Ao confessed to drinking the medicine, he knelt in front of the elder and confessed everything. "It was me who planned to escape and take advantage of the battlefield, harboring resentment towards Bai Yifan, so I intentionally framed him. All of this was done by me and has nothing to do with Bai Yifan." He continued to talk about everything with a helpless look. "Damn it, this medicine is really effective, this dog is really dead." The elder on high simultaneously waved his hand and pronounced judgment. "Well, there's nothing more to say. Failing to lead the team, and also harming fellow disciples, you will be punished with a 6-month reduction in your cultivation and will go to Penitent Valley to repent for 3 months. At this moment, Lu Ao pointed towards Wolong and Feng Chu and shouted, "Elder, wait, there are still 2 senior brothers who serve as witnesses." Seeing that he still wanted to confess more about himself, Wolong and Feng Chu immediately restrained him. "Elder, we will take him away immediately." The elder continued to announce, "Furthermore, Bai Yifan, who handed over the genius treasure, will be rewarded. Come to the front hall to receive 3,000 contribution points." Yifan eagerly clasped his hands and thanked the elder. "Thank you, elder." Lu Ao's name was then dragged away to receive his punishment without being able to confess anything further. Wolong and Feng Chu then placed their hands on Yifan's shoulders. "Brother Bai, if you encounter any troubles in the holy land of the 5 elements, just speak up, and we will help each other. We may not say much, but this little favor is still there, hee." That night after receiving the reward from Yifan, Wolong and Feng Chu happily ran off. Hee, this time the reward is big, both sides have benefited. Still the smart boss. Suddenly a large piece of cloth appeared from above, obscuring the view of both Wolong and Feng Chu, causing them to panic. "What is this?" Suddenly covered by the cloth, both of them panicked and screamed wildly, "Who dares to harm me? Come out if you dare." After a few screams, the 2 of them were attacked heavily. In great pain, they begged for mercy. "It hurts too much, please stop, please stop." A large amount of resources in their hands were taken by the mysterious person. "Hey, give my stuff back. That's mine." "And who are you anyway?" After obtaining all the resources, the mysterious person quickly ran away, leaving the 2 subordinate of the law enforcement hall beaten up. As the mysterious person left, he glanced back and slowly pulled the cloth covering his face. "Humph, we will meet again in the future." After revealing himself, it was none other than our main character with a cunning face. Yifan successfully executed his plan step by step. You can't handle the tricks of Bai Yifan, guys. Time flies. By the next morning, at the Martial Skill Pavilion of the Holy Land 5 Element, the head elder of the Martial Skill Pavilion was extremely bewildered after hearing Yi Fan's request. What did you just say? Want to exchange a martial skill peak level for the Buffalo Demon skill? Have you thought it through? Yi Fan confidently stared into the elder's eyes. I have thought it through, elder, just give it to me. The elder bowed his head. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Not only does this skill require a lot of contribution points, but it is also mysterious, difficult to understand, and extremely magical. How can you comprehend it with your current realm? Yi Fan teased the elder. Don't worry about that, elder. The elder reluctantly handed over the Buffalo Demon skill to Yi Fan. If you don't listen to the elder, you'll only suffer. Take it. After receiving the new martial skill, Yi Fan was extremely excited. With his realm already ascended and a new martial skill in hand, what will come next will be. Yi Fan proceeded directly to the Fu Lu Hall of the Holy Land 5 Element. Upon arrival, he pointed to the shelves and exclaimed, I don't need any of these, nor these. I'll take everything else. The elder in charge of the Fu Lu Hall felt perplexed seeing Yi Fan's dedication points. Where did this little guy get so many dedication points? Next, Yi Fan went to the Ling Bing Pavilion to purchase weapons. Elder, I'll take everything on this side of the wall. He lifted a sword to inspect it. This sword isn't bad. It's time for me to upgrade my equipment. Observing Yi Fan confidently claiming the weapons, the surrounding disciples whispered among themselves. Are we seeing this correctly? Is Bai Yi Fan trying to clean out both Fu Lu Hall and Ling Bing Pavilion? Has he obtained so many dedication points? Yi Fan, with a satisfied expression, continued forward. My dedication points are undoubtedly beyond what any of you could imagine. That night, behind the mountains of the Holy Land 5 Element, Yi Fan arrived to practice new martial skills. The Buffalo Demon skill, after being simplified, mentions the need to cultivate this skill by finding a way to absorb a large amount of essence from the blood of buffalo spirit beasts. The blood of buffalo on the earth is as abundant as needed, without the need for concern. Then, one must adjust extreme motion force to transform the essence into the strength of the martial artist himself. Bai Yi Fan now throws a vial of herbs towards the bats in front of this desolate place. Only you guys, so I have to play with you guys. He teases the bats and then runs off provocatively. Come on, you vile creatures. After reaching a certain speed, Yi Fan turns back to stare at the oncoming bats. Your speed is quite fast, now try taking a punch after my enhancement. Yi Fan punches directly into the oncoming bat, causing it to deform. After being pushed back, it collides with its kind and growls in challenge. Yi Fan continues to run quickly forward. Not bad at all. I can clearly feel the veins boiling under the support of buffalo blood, and the body has gained the strength of 30 fierce horses. Running for a while, Yi Fan suddenly stopped and faced a group of bats. Let's try my next move. In a blink of an eye, he unleashed his martial arts skill, the Buffalo Demon Strike, a powerful attacking move, hitting straight towards the bats and completely subduing them. After defeating the bats, Yi Fan excitedly admired the results of his training. My Buffalo Demon skill has been successfully honed. Suddenly, a strong spiritual energy wave appeared next to him, making him very curious. Why is there such powerful spiritual energy fluctuations here? It's strange. In another corner, a man in a discreet outfit stood on the cliff. Come out, I know you're here. With a cold expression. He spoke firmly, I have limited time, so just tell me what you want. At the same time, a powerful dark aura appeared in the air. It's difficult to meet you once. My old friend, you have been a spy in the Holy Land 5 Element for many years, and I see you becoming more humane every day. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the demon creature also appeared. He is Huijuan Supreme of the demonic path. He continued, have you forgotten your identity as Changhen Supreme? The man started to get angry, shouting, stop with the nonsense. You used a transmission talisman to contact me about the death of the great Sorrow Demon King, didn't you? What are you planning, Yong Yuan demon? At the same time, Bai Yi Fan, hiding nearby, observed silently, what's going on? There's a spy from the magic clan within the holy land of the five elements. Hui Zhuan Supreme, looking fierce, quickly responded, ever since Jiang Linggu became a true disciple, she has besieged our magic clan more than 100 times. Now that the great Sorrow Demon King has been killed by that little girl, I naturally have to find a way to eliminate her quickly to please the demon god. Hearing this, Bai Yi Fan was shocked, there's even a demon god involved. The spy on the other side looked ahead, you want to kill her? Jiang Linggu is the cherished disciple of the holy master of the five elements and the top true disciple of Mu Yuan. Aren't you afraid that attacking her within the holy land will spark a war between the human and demonic clans? Hui Zhuan Supreme with a fierce face stared at the spy's name. That's why we need you. I believe you can definitely figure out a way to solve this matter satisfactorily. The spy then began to speak out his plan. 3 days from now, the trial of the Elixir's Garden of the Outside Sect disciples will officially begin. In previous years it was always overseen by Yan Yunsong, but it seems this year it has been entrusted to Jiang Linggu. If she makes a mistake, she will be punished by being sent to the Devil Sorrow Valley Guards, where it is loose, making it much easier to make her disappear. Hui Zhuan Supreme heard this plan with great interest. Haha, this method is not bad at all, he exclaimed with a sinister look. I will make some elixirs, you think of a way to release them into the valley to attract a group of brave disciples to come, and I will arrange a spirit beast to kill them all. How does that sound to you? The spy of the Devil's Path was immediately intrigued. Your mind is truly sharp. Hui Zhuan Supreme then gradually moved away. If all the talents of the Holy Land five elements perish, Jiang Linggu will have a hard time escaping the connection. Yi Fan hid behind a large tree, looking out. I didn't expect to accidentally discover such a wicked trickster. I must quickly think of a way. I have to leave here now. Sensing movement behind him, the traitor quickly threw a punch to cover his head. There is movement. Who is there? Yi Fan glanced nervously behind him. Oh no, have I been discovered? The destructive force from the traitor's attack exploded, shaking the entire dense forest. After the attack, the dust quickly dispersed. The traitor was a bit confused. There is no one. Maybe I am just being overly suspicious. I should leave. There is no aura of living beings around here. It seems that I have been too suspicious. At this moment, he directly used his teleportation skill to leave the mountain. He couldn't stay in this holy land for long. As the traitor left, not long after, Yi Fan crossed over and returned using the ring on his hand. It's lucky that I haven't used up all my crossover attempts today. I almost got killed by him. I didn't expect someone from the magic clan to plan so carefully to deal with Jiang Linggu. It is impossible, absolutely impossible for the traitor of magic clan to succeed, but for now I have no evidence. If the news suddenly spreads, I'm afraid it will attract unwanted attention. A peripheral disciple overheard a conversation between two senior experts and managed to escape alive. Unable to explain the reason, I fear no one will believe this. I cannot ignore it. It seems I have to personally go to Lingde Yuan to investigate. 3 days later, the scene was bustling in Lingde Yuan. All disciples were present, discussing continuously. Yi Fan's group also gathered here. So many people are here for the trial. It's really lively. Xinu, with a charming face, looked forward confidently. Of course, if you perform well in the trial, you may have the chance to be noticed by the elders and be promoted to an inner disciple. Everyone will naturally compete to participate. At that moment, a man approached with loud noises. Get out of the way, move aside. Know a little something, don't block the way of our family's young master. With a haughty expression, the 5 famous figures in the sect stepped into the training session. Seeing this figure, the other disciples outside the sect continued to discuss. Look, isn't that Su Changfeng? Not only Su Changfeng but also Huang Zhen and Yang Xiao Dai, and also Qi Min and Xia Yuan Bai. Xinu, standing beside, slowly spoke, "It is said that these 5 are the most outstanding disciples among those outside the sect who have been selected by the sect's 5 institutes in advance. As long as they reach the magical talent's secret realm, they will be accepted into the inside sect." Bai Yi Fan at this time thought solemnly. Hui Zhuan Supreme wants to kill the talented disciples. It seems that these people are also among them, and immediately turned to look at Xinu. "Right, Xinu, regarding the magic clan, do you know anything? Can you tell me?" Xinu looked a bit curious and widened her eyes as she looked at Bai Yi Fan. "Why are you suddenly interested in the magic clan?" Throughout history, the magic clan has always been the opposing force to our human race. Unlike our cultivation world, they rely on the strength of combat power, simple and brutal to divide. The hierarchy consists of the demon god, demon emperor, supreme, demon king, demon master, and demon soldier. The demon god is the highest commander of the magic clan, with only one person holding this title. It is said that his power is immense, and no one has ever survived an encounter with him, nor has anyone seen his true face. Under the demon god are the 7 great supremes: Yong Yuan Supreme, Ryu Supreme, Changhen Supreme, Tula Supreme, Hongda Supreme, Baigu Supreme, and Chanju Supreme. They massacre the populace, committing all kinds of evil deeds, and are the greatest threat to the human race, aside from the demon clan. Hearing this, Bai Yi Fan pondered, so that's how it is. This situation indeed seems very difficult to resolve. At that moment, Jiang Linggu appeared. "Fellow junior brothers and sisters, the Ling de Yuan trial is about to begin. This year, I will be in full charge of the trial. I hope everyone present will adhere to the following rules." All the disciples, upon seeing Jiang Linggu, couldn't help but marvel. "So this is senior sister Jiang, who is renowned as Dong Linggu. This is the first time we have seen real people, fairies too, right?" Jiang Linggu also announced the first trial rules. The trial encourages fighting but no killing. In particular, disciples of the heavenly profound realm are not allowed to easily attack disciples of lower realms such as the marrow cleansing realm and enlightenment realm. Secondly, the trial period is 7 days. After the trial ends, you are not allowed to stay. Thirdly, if you have good elixirs, you need to keep them in your storage bag. After registering the end of the trial, you can keep them. I have already explained these 3 rules to everyone. If anyone violates them, they will be punished according to the rules. Okay, the Ling de Yuan trial this year officially begins. With these words, all outside sect disciples present rushed forward and entered the secret realm. Bai Yi Fan and Lu Wei followed suit, saying, "Let's go in too." After passing through the secret realm gate, the scene in front of Yi Fan completely changed. "The spiritual energy here is so strong, this must be Ling de Yuan," he said as he looked around. "We entered together, but now I'm alone. It seems we have been randomly separated to different locations." Before that, hearing Lu Wei say that Ling de Yuan was a place where a senior of the Holy Land 5 element used magical talent supreme to open up. This place has an area of about 100 miles, the deeper you go, the higher the chance of encountering spirit herbs, but there are also more dangerous demon beasts. Sensing movement ahead, Bai Yi Fan was a bit curious. "There is movement over there, I have to go see for myself." Just a few steps in, 3 large basilisks suddenly appeared above his head, their mouths wide open wanting to swallow him. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan couldn't help but be amazed. This is... After regaining his composure, Yi Fan quickly tightened his grip on his sword. "Huh, just a small wild beast dares to act so arrogantly in front of me?" With that, Bai Yi Fan directly unleashed the 7-star breakthrough, a move that swept through the basilisks in front of him, each sharp sword swiftly cutting the basilisks into large pieces of meat. Dealing with demon beasts of the 4th rank may be troublesome for ordinary disciples, but for me now, it doesn't pose any threat. I also don't know where the spirit herbs that Hui Zhuan. While he was walking, he suddenly heard a cry for help. "Is anyone nearby?" Next to him, a woman was loudly scolding the disciples of the Holy Land in front of her. Don't come here, you guys robbed my spirit herbs and even created trouble with this beast, aren't you afraid of being punished by the elder? Gao Yang with a wicked look continued to approach. Punish, how will the elder punish? Ho elder of the punishment pavilion is my master in this outside sect. Who dares to touch me again, and does junior sister have any evidence? Wang Xing next to him walked over in silence. Gao's senior brother, don't waste your words on this little girl, hurry up and let's go before someone else comes. Gao Yang then took off the belt of the woman in front of him, loudly. Don't rush, or we can go together. Your brothers can also have some fun, ha ha ha. Wang Sheng heard it and smirked with a sleazy look. Thank you, Gao's senior brother, for taking care of this little girl. If it wasn't for being vegetarian on the mountain for too long, I am a prince who should play with a woman like her. Just then, a rock from the thick bushes nearby was flying at a rapid speed. In an instant, the stone flew straight into the heads of Wang Sheng and Gao Yang, causing them immense pain. Feeling attacked, both of them angrily stood up and shouted, "Who the hell is it? Come out here, you despicable coward who dares to sneak attack us." Bai Yi Fan, with a proud face, stepped forward with a stone in hand, saying, "There may not be much in Ling Yuan, but there are plenty of vile creatures." A woman cried out for help, saying, "This senior brother, please save me. They not only stole my spirit herbs but also tried to force themselves on me." Gao Yang, with an angry face, continued to advance towards Yi Fan, saying, "You little rotten guy, it's you after all. It's truly a coincidence to meet you here." Yi Fan, with a calm face, stared at Gao Yang and said, "A defeated subordinate like you, I'm too lazy to fight you again. Will you leave on your own or wait for me to break your legs before leaving?" Gao Yang responded by clenching his fist and laughing, "Ha ha ha, you really make me laugh to death, Bai Yi Fan. Do you think I'm still the same Gao Yang as before? During this time, I have risked my life to cultivate tirelessly in order to defeat you. Now, my cultivation has broken through to the peak of the enlightenment realm. Your timing is perfect, let's settle both old and new scores once and for all." With that, he launched his most powerful punch to suppress Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan easily blocked the attack, surprising his opponent. "Really? Then let me see how strong you are," Yi Fan said, blocking the skill with just one finger. He lowered his voice in disdain, "Is that all you've got? It seems you can't even handle one of my fingers." Faced with such overwhelming power, Gao Yang was filled with fear. How can this be? This guy has become several times stronger than before. Yi Fan then reached towards Gao Yang's face, his voice cold and threatening, "This is your final warning. If I see you bullying the weak again, I will completely cripple your limbs." With that, Yi Fan flicked his finger, sending Gao Yang flying with immense force. "Now get lost," he commanded. He was continuously defeated by Yi Fan, his body in pain as it constantly struck the ground. After taking down Gao Yang, Yi Fan hastily grabbed a towel to wipe his hands, saying, "Ugh, it's really dirty, hitting you only dirties my hands." As for the remaining animal, Wang Sheng, seeing Yi Fan aiming at him, pointed and shouted in panic, "Bai Yi Fan, what are you trying to do?" Feeling trapped, Wang Sheng opened his blood barrier to resist and threatened, "I warn you, my junior sister Wang Meng is now an inside sect disciple. Do you know what it means to be an inside sect disciple? It means that they will become an elder of the Holy Land in the future. If you kill me, you will die too." Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Fan quickly punched him in the dantian, causing Wang Sheng to feel a sense of threat. The pain made Wang Sheng tremble in fear, thinking, "Just one punch, yet my organs are already shattered by him. He's much more terrifying than before." Bai Yi Fan, with a resolute expression, looked at Wang Sheng and said, "Isn't an inside sect disciple supposed to be strong?" The next second, he swiftly kicked him to the side, saying, "You should find a cool place to lie down now." Yi Fan stood on the edge of the lake, watching Wang Sheng dive below with his head submerged, his nostrils sucking in the water. Yifan then picked up Wang Xing's bag of belongings and said, although both of you have a lot of stuff on you, I'm sorry to say that now all of these things belong to me. The girl, after being rescued by Yifan, approached him gratefully, saying, Senior brother Bai, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I might have been harmed by these two. Yifan turned around and looked coldly at the girl behind him, saying, it's a small matter, not worth mentioning. It seems like you have been injured. Yifan then took out a branch of herbs and handed it to the girl, saying, take this elixir to treat your wounds, it can help you recover faster. The surprised girl looked at it and said, I can't believe this is the rare ice gold herb, it's hardly ever seen even in auction houses. Senior brother Bai, how could you give me something so precious and rare? Seeing this expression and body language in front of him, Yifan was a bit surprised and startled by the embarrassed expression. He quickly turned his head in one direction, the lady's robe has fallen off, spirit herbs don't work too well for me, I need higher elixirs. The woman next to him quickly pulled up her robe and responded, oh, so that's it. She then looked towards the river next to them, if you want to find elixirs, just follow this river upstream, you can find them, the herbs are deep, but once you pass this forbidden river, it means that demon beasts of the 7th rank may appear at any time ahead. With our cultivation, it's like ants fighting a rooster. Yifan furrowed his brows and stroked his chin thoughtfully, perhaps the forbidden river is a bait for the magic clan. We must investigate to find out the truth. The scene shifts to the end of the forbidden river. Brothers, look, I didn't expect to find the clearing grass here. With this spirit herb, our performance in this trial will not be low. Another person at this moment looked towards the demon beasts guarding the elixirs. Don't be too happy too soon, look at what is guarding the elixirs at the peripheral disciples of the Holy Land concealed themselves, carefully observing. I didn't expect to see the appearance of the lion's den here, really unfortunate. If it guards the spirit herbs, we won't have a chance to get them, Lu Wei said quietly, scanning the surroundings. Zhang Tai, what should we do? This lion's den is at least a 6th grade demon beast. Acting rashly may not end well for us. Zhang Tai's expression was extremely serious as he revealed his plan. Indeed, let's wait a bit longer. Soon, many high-level disciples will gather here. Our strength is not enough to take the lead. Lu Wei chuckled excitedly after hearing Zhang Tai's words. Haha, that's right. With the high-level disciples joining, the battle will surely be worth watching for us. At that moment, a voice echoed, you guys are quite perceptive, very impressive indeed. Hearing the voice, Lu Wei glanced back. Who's there, show yourself. Bai Yifan stepped out from a corner and placed his hand on Lu Wei's shoulder. Not bad for being cautious, huh? Seeing Yifan, the whole group was extremely worried. Where have you been? We have been looking for you for so long. Yes, it was not easy for us to gather these past few days. And who is the lady behind you? Yifan then introduced her. Let me introduce, this is Su Chun, also a new member joining us. And here are Lu Wei, Zhang Tai, and Shen Xianyu. Su Chun greeted the group with a cheerful face. Hello senior brothers and senior sisters. After I was transmitted here, I was harassed by some bad people, luckily my senior brother saved me. While the group was exchanging greetings, Su Changfeng and his teammates appeared with the highest realm of heavenly profound realm. He arrogantly ordered his teammates. Lao Meng, Huier, go outside and throw stones to disturb the lion beast so it will move away from the clearing. Meng Fei Si at the Enlightenment Realm 8th weight and Yao Huier at the Enlightenment Realm 7th weight followed the order and started throwing stones, quickly catching the attention of the lion beast. Su Changfeng then ordered the other two to continue attacking. Huang Bo and Liang Fei, both at the Enlightenment Realm 9th weight, launched the attack as commanded. Su Changfeng now began to attack from the front, rushing towards the lion hall. Hand over the front to me. Maintain the formation without chaos. Su Changfeng's group surrounded the lion hall, launching direct suppressive attacks from multiple directions. All the disciples present could not help but admire. Su Changfeng is truly a disciple of the heavenly profound realm, so strong, his attacks are flawless, leading four Enlightenment Realm disciples to coordinate so harmoniously, the Lion Hall will be destroyed by them. Suddenly, the Lion Hall roared loudly, the high-intensity sound waves knocking away Su Changfeng's group. Su Changfeng was surprised to see this power. Damn, why is this Lion Hall so strong? Su Changfeng's group was forced to retreat, shouting, "We can't even withstand a single attack, at this rate, we will all die here." The Lion Hall's eyes rolled up, revealing sharp teeth with a strong aura, glaring at Changfeng's group. With immense power, the lion directly flew towards Meng Fei Si to strike, which made Fei Si extremely shocked and terrified. "Oh no, the lion is targeting me," Fei Si screamed as the lion's attack quickly shattered Fei Si's dantian. Receiving a powerful blow, Meng Fei Si was defeated, his body continuously in pain as it slammed hard against the solid ground. The remaining people also had faces full of fear as they looked towards the lion. "Oh no, why is this lion so strong? It's even more powerful than it showed earlier, it's like it's going crazy." Bai Yifan's eyes widened as he analyzed the situation intently. Is this a demonization? This 6th level demon beast hasn't even opened its spiritual intelligence yet but can trigger the demonization bloodline in such a critical moment. Su Changfeng was extremely terrified and quickly sought a way to escape. "Hurry and run, get out of its attack range first." Hui'er, with a wounded body, hurriedly held on to Changfeng's leg. "Senior brother, take me with you, don't leave me behind, my leg is already injured." Su Changfeng hesitantly glanced at the lion. "Stop wasting time, it's coming this way already, if we don't go now we won't make it." He continued to struggle to break free from Hui'er. "Let go immediately, stop pulling me," he said angrily and fearfully, constantly glancing towards the lion beast. "This is so frustrating, if we don't come up with a plan, we'll end up as food for this monkey." Just then, he noticed Yifan's presence. "Is someone hiding over there? Then I have a way to stay alive." Bai Yifan was a bit surprised when he saw his opponent looking towards him. What does he want to do? Changfeng then took out a large piece of meat from his body. This piece of meat contains a lot of spiritual energy. No spirit beasts can resist it. After a moment, he directly threw the meat towards Yifan to lure the lion beast, using every possible means to save himself. The lion beast looked a bit confused when it saw the meat being thrown. Bai Yifan and his teammates were now extremely shocked as they looked towards the lion beast. "This is bad, the lion beast is coming towards us." In the face of the lion beast's viciousness, Bai Yifan remained calm, standing still and staring at the lion beast. He then confidently took the large piece of meat and held it up high in front of the lion. "Hey stupid monkey, over here." The lion, seeing the meat, was immediately drawn to it and chased after the large piece of meat. Yifan continued to run forward happily. "Haha, very good, come over here quickly." Lu Wei and Xianyu watched anxiously as Yifan's figure disappeared. "Brother Bai is sacrificing himself to save us by using himself as bait," Xianyu said. "Is Yifan really okay? Those are demon beasts after all," Lu Wei worried. Other disciples were also surprised to see this scene. "What's going on? Bai Yifan led the lion away like that, did Bai Yifan willingly sacrifice himself like this?" Lu Wei wanted to step forward to help, heading towards where Yifan had gone. "No, I can't not worry about him, I have to go see, Su Junior sister don't stop me." Seeing Su Chun blocking the way, Zhang Tai solemnly spoke, "Su Chun Junior sister, we cannot let Bai Yifan face danger alone. If you are willing to help, you can come with us. But if you are afraid, you don't have to come." At this moment, Su Changfeng approached with a mocking tone. Su Junior sister, it's good that you're not coming. Bai Yifan must have been eaten by the lion by now, it's useless for you to go." Hui'er immediately confronted Su Changfeng angrily. "Su Changfeng, you abandoned your teammates and harmed Bai Yifan. How dare you mock others?" Su Changfeng glared at Hui'er. "So what? I didn't force him. If you keep talking, I'll even fight you. Get out of my sight now. Hui Er, with an angry expression, stared at Su Changfeng. You're despicable, pretending to be a gentleman. Su Changfeng then approached the spirit herbs and said, with this spirit herbs, we can ask the elder to refine the soul-nourishing pill. Then I will break through to the magical talent secret realm and have a bright future. Bai Yi Fan, I must thank you very much, Just at this moment, Bai Yi Fan glided on the water, running to approach Su Changfeng with a fierce face. He directly slapped the opponent hard in the face and shouted loudly, "Take your dirty hands off my spirit herbs right now." This slap made him feel pain and collapse. His body flew far away, fresh blood gushing from his mouth. Disciples talked, "What's happening? Is Bai Yi Fan not hurt at all? Didn't expect he would come back." Bai Yi Fan quickly collected the spirit herbs, saying, "Because of this torn spirit herb, you dare to harm me, consider yourself unlucky." With a proud face, Yi Fan looked at Su Changfeng and said, "This seems not even worth a blade of grass I have from the earth. These jealous people are really ridiculous." Lu Wei and Su Chun also ran over. "Yi Fan, are you okay? Yi Fan Gij, are you okay?" Yi Fan, with a calm demeanor, returned to his team and said, "What is there for someone like me to worry about? This is not even enough to get me worked up anymore." Su Changfeng, now sitting up from under the forbidden river with a troubled expression, asked, "It's you, how are you still alive? And where is the lion beast?" Bai Yi Fan, with a cold face, raised his hand to touch his chin and replied, "Oh, are you talking about that demon beast? It must be having a good dream now." Turning back to the scene of smoke and dust in the nearby forest, the lion beast was lying in a deep pit among the ruins, its body covered in injuries, lying in pain without moving, showing no resistance. The disciples of the Holy Land were amazed to hear this. Didn't he just reach the enlightenment realm? How could he escape from the demon beast's grasp on his own? Is it just luck? If not, his true strength may be greater than Su Changfeng's. Su Changfeng was extremely angry, saying, "A mere newcomer who is still a useless person with innate talent at the legendary level dares to make me lose face. If I don't show you the taste of true power today, how will I live in the Holy Land in the future?" After some thought, he decided to use the Frosty Mastery skill to defeat Yi Fan, who was considered useless in the royal family. He called Yi Fan a useless royal talent. "Quickly hand over the spirit herb to me." Xinu was angry with this action and objected, believing that a disciple of the Thane Thong should not steal someone else's opportunity like that. Su Changfeng immediately rushed to Yi Fan and said, "Don't talk nonsense, today I will take it from him and he only has one way to die." Yi Fan calmly waited for his opponent to approach, using the blood shield to create a shield. This action surprised Su Changfeng. "What is this?" Yi Fan was not afraid, mocking, "Is this the power of the Thane Thong? Truly pitiful." In a swift motion, Yi Fan overturned the cards, using his tactics to defeat Su Changfeng, believing it was not worth it. The moment the words were finished, Yi Fan's entire body quickly transformed, revealing the powerful buffalo demon skill blood energy. The boiling blood formed countless crimson lightning bolts, infusing strength into his punch. Seeing the power at its peak level, Su Changfeng hurriedly begged, "Brother Bai Yi Fan, please forgive me, I am wrong." Ignoring his pleas, Bai Yi Fan continued to unleash the martial skill buffalo demon skill. A direct strike to Su Changfeng's dantian caused him extreme pain. The powerful punch sent Su Changfeng flying far away. The strong aura enveloped Yi Fan's entire body. This aura caused all disciples to chatter excitedly. Senior brother was knocked away. "Oh my! What is happening?" Su Changfeng was defeated. "I didn't expect to lose to someone who just joined the sect 2 months ago." Their faces were filled with sweat and confusion. So strong. Thank you for watching the video. Please support me by liking, sharing, or subscribing. Sincerely thank you. At that time, Bai Yi Fan immediately approached Su Changfeng and asked, "Su senior brother, didn't you call me a useless person before? How come a useless person like you can't even fight back?" Aren't you even more useless than a useless person? Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng, lying on the ground, stammered in fear, what do you want? Don't cause trouble. The rules state that Heavenly Profound Realm cannot act against Enlightenment Realm. Bai Yi Fan glanced at Su Changfeng, smirked, and said, the rules say that Heavenly Profound Realm cannot act against lower-ranked Enlightenment Realm, but it doesn't say that Enlightenment Realm cannot fight back against a disciple of Heavenly Profound Realm. Upon hearing Bai Yi Fan's words, Su Changfeng panicked and said, don't come any closer. Later on, Su Changfeng suffered intense pain and kept screaming. Bai Yi Fan then struck Su Changfeng in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. Looking at him in this state, Bai Yi Fan said, you will not remember anything now. Despite being unable to get up after being beaten, Su Changfeng continued to provoke, you're despicable, Bai Yi Fan, I won't let you off. When Bai Yi Fan finished speaking, he immediately took the bag containing Su Changfeng's belongings, and with a sneer, he said, then I will wait for the compensation. The burden is heavy, so I won't be courteous anymore. Shortly after, he arrived at where Lu Wei's group was and took out the spiritual herbs he had just obtained from them. Bai Yi Fan said, let everyone choose 2 items. Hearing this, Zhang Tai and Su Chun behind him exclaimed, wow, Fan brother is generous. Lu Wei and Shen Xian Yu also approached to receive the spiritual herbs and gratefully said, thank you, Fan brother. Then Bai Yi Fan suddenly turned to look at Su Chun. He told Su Chun, it's only fair. You already have spiritual herbs, so I won't give you these. Upon hearing this, Su Chun lowered her head sadly and replied, yes, senior brother, I understand. Behind them, Su Changfeng secretly drew out a hidden weapon and looked towards Bai Yi Fan with a malicious thought, at any cost, even if I have to pay a price, I must kill you today. Suddenly, a war dagger flew towards him from a distance and a voice commanded, stop. At that moment, Su Changfeng's feet were pinned down by the war dagger, causing him to cry out in pain, ah, ah, ah. Hearing that, Bai Yi Fan immediately glanced back, thinking to himself that this was a weapon that could turn blood into strength. 3 men appeared at that moment, one of them threw a war dagger at Su Changfeng and said, you little guy, attacking fellow disciples secretly, such behavior is disgraceful to our sect. Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng retorted, who are you to control me? Bai Yi Fan noticed the man using the war dagger and thought to himself that those in the marrow cleansing realm could condense a drop of blood into a deadly weapon, those in the enlightenment realm could condense a set of armor, and those in the heavenly profound realm could condense a weapon. These blood weapons were extremely powerful and not inferior to low-grade divine weapons. All these men were strong heavenly profound realm cultivators. The man who was rebuked by Su Changfeng then punched him and exclaimed, you're asking for trouble. Indeed, it was humiliating for disciples of the sect. Su Changfeng was in pain and yelled out in agony. The name of the person who just fought is Su Changfeng from the Heaven Profound Realm, and then he said to Bai Yi Fan, I have already taught him to help you, no need for courtesy. The skills of your little guy are not bad, dare to go up the Forbidden River with our group. Bai Yi Fan was puzzled and said, form a team. The scene shifts to the upper reaches of the Forbidden River in Wisteria Valley. A voice rang out, this is it, the high-level elixirs are located within this barrier, everyone needs to use spiritual energy at the same time to break this restriction. They gathered into formation to transmit spiritual energy to each other to break the restriction, then shouted in unison, ready, 1 2 3 charge. Ha! Ha! The shield cracked, and a voice from behind said, look quickly. The barrier has a small hole now, just a little more perseverance and the restriction can be opened. Yang Xiao Dai, from the Heaven Profound Realm, 2nd level. Behind them is Qi Min, also a 2nd rank Heavenly Profound Realm. At this moment, behind the crowd, Huang Zhen has also arrived, shouting loudly, Junior sister, we are here to help you. He immediately transmitted spiritual energy to support and then shouted, break the barrier for me. The restriction was immediately broken by them. After breaking the restriction, both girls, Yang Xiao Dai and Qi Min, said, finally, it's opened. Senior brother, you have finally arrived. Chi Min then scolded loudly from behind them, Senior brother, we thought you wouldn't make it in time. Huang Zhen replied, ha ha ha, finding people takes a little time. Behind them, Bai Yi Fan saw them and thought to himself. So that's how it is. It seems that Wisteria Valley requires combined strength to break the restriction. It's no wonder they need a team of talented disciples from outside sects to come. Suddenly, Chi Min noticed Bai Yi Fan and asked curiously, isn't that Bai Yi Fan? I remember he joined the sect less than 3 months ago. Why would he dare to come to a place like this? Listening to this, Huang Zhen immediately said, you still don't know, even Su Changfeng has failed in his hands. Don't underestimate him. Later, after everyone had recovered, Huang Zhen led the way and said, all right, now that the barrier has been broken, let's go in and take a look. Transitioning to Wisteria Valley, Huang Zhen and Bai Yi Fan's group was walking, and one of them exclaimed, wow, there are so many spiritual weapons here. Seeing this, Chi Min behind them asked in confusion, why is it so quiet, where are all the demon beasts? The person next to her replied, Wisteria Valley is the territory of the Howling Moon Wolf, one of the strongest demon beasts in the spiritual medicine garden. Normal demon beasts dare not enter. Suddenly, a disciple behind them noticed something and shouted, look! Purple poppies, these flowers can be used to make high-grade pills, the roots and leaves can also be used as medicine. If sold, they are worth at least 5,000 spirit stones. This belongs to me now. After saying that, he tried to pick the purple poppies, but as soon as he touched them, a howling moon wolf demon beast appeared. The disciple, seeing it, became frightened and said, this is. At that moment Bai Yi Fan saw this, he shouted a warning, everyone be careful of the demon beasts. But before the disciple could react, he was attacked by the howling moon wolf, crying out in pain. Hearing the commotion, the people from Huangzhen ran over and asked, what's going on? Suddenly Huangzhen saw something and said, look at what is in the darkness over there. But they looked in horror and said, how can this happen so quickly? A howling moon wolf emerged from the darkness and howled loudly. One of Huangzhen's men reminded them, that's a grade 7 howling moon wolf demon beast, quickly run away. Huangzhen, instead of being scared, stayed behind to fight, urging everyone to stay calm, why be afraid? The strength of grade 7 demon beasts equals that of the heavenly profound realm of our race. Many people are afraid, but we can handle it. They immediately followed behind Huangzhen to attack Howling Moon Wolf. They said, yes, the skin of Howling Moon Wolf can be sold for 1 or 2,000 spirit stones. I want to gouge out its eyes to practice my disciples. Don't try to compete with me. Unlike Huangzhen's group, Bai Yi Fan thought, it's not that simple, the aura of this demon beast is very sinister. Then, Howling Moon Wolf glanced at Bai Yi Fan with a cunning smile. Seeing this, Bai Yi Fan was terrified and thought, demon beasts are not spirit beasts that have never opened their spiritual consciousness, how can they have human expressions? Facing Howling Moon Wolf's attack, Huangzhen confidently laughed. Ha ha ha, it's the same attack as before, I am 1 realm higher than my disciple from earlier. But then, Huangzhen was instantly cut into 3 pieces by a move from Howling Moon Wolf, shocking the person behind him who exclaimed, how could this be? Huangzhen, who is in the heavenly profound realm, was killed in an instant by a swipe from Howling Moon Wolf. Immediately, Howling Moon Wolf let out a loud howl, causing the 2 people in front to scream in pain. The group behind saw that, some ran while others took up weapons to fight, saying, it's not good. This way we'll lose our lives quickly, run away. This is a spirit beasts, a powerful force in the heavenly profound realm. At that moment, Bai Yi Fan saw this and thought to himself, disciples of the elixir spirit beasts, it's true that the trap set by demon beasts is here, the demon beasts have made a big move right away, this time it might not be easy to deal with. Meanwhile, at Mu Yuan, Jiang Linggu and the junior sisters below were practicing when they suddenly felt a disturbance and she thought, it's not good, Wisteria Valley. Immediately Jiang Linggu left on her own and turned back to remind, everyone prepare quickly and head to Wisteria Valley. The junior sisters below saw this and asked, Jiang senior sister, what's happening? Wait for us. Returning to the current situation, the group of people by Yi Fan was hiding behind a rock said, what should we do now? With just our group together, we won't be able to withstand even a swipe of the spirit beasts. Hearing that, Chi Min, trembling in fear, said, if we continue like this, sooner or later we will die here. I do not want to die yet. On the other hand, the Name grasped her hand tightly and cursed, these detestable demon beasts have brought us here but are hesitating to attack. Are they deliberately mocking us? Suddenly, from afar, the howling moon wolf howled loudly, a wool. Seeing this, Chi Min asked in confusion, what are they doing? The person behind her replied, this sound seems to be calling for reinforcements. Surprised, she said, what? If a howling moon wolf is already difficult to deal with a few more added, we will have even less chance of survival. Right? Bai Yi Fan, seeing this, thought, no, this sound is not calling for reinforcements, but calling for the beasts. Chi Min and the others, seeing a pack of demon beasts rushing towards them, panicked and said, it's over, look everyone, all the wild animals in Wisteria Valley have been called. Suddenly, the howling moon wolf stopped in its tracks, and the pack of demon beasts behind it charged madly towards them. Everyone wondered, what does this howling moon wolf want to do? Does it want to direct the other beasts to kill us? At that moment, the howling moon wolf grinned slyly behind them. Bai Yi Fan thought to himself, that's right, according to rumors, spirit beasts can rival those in the magical talent's secret realm with their extraordinary intelligence. They can even control normal demon beasts to fight on their behalf. The howling moon wolf must have commanded the demon beasts to guard the exit. If we don't think of a plan soon, we might all be captured within an hour. As he finished his thoughts, two people behind him asked, why are there spirit beasts in the spiritual medicine garden? Weren't we told that only demon beasts of the highest level 7 were here? We've been tricked. At that moment, Chi Min, fearing for her life, ran out shouting, I don't want to die here, I have to get out. The people behind her tried to stop her, saying, Chi Min, don't run around wildly. One of the demon beasts then lunged forward and fatally bit Chi Min, causing her to scream in pain. Witnessing that scene, Yang Xiao Dai, terrified, said, what should we do now? I don't want to die here. Seeing this, the person behind her quickly supported her and reminded, Xiao Dai, calm down. Meanwhile, Bai Yi Fan behind them was still thinking, even the brave disciples have lost their composure, this cannot go on. If I have to deal with the howling moon wolf alone, it's manageable, but now I have to ensure everyone safely exits. I didn't expect them to act so arrogantly while cultivating their chi. The roles of hunter and prey have changed. It seems they want to lure a bigger catch through us. Time is running out, the longer we wait, the more disadvantageous it is for us. We can only rely on strategy. Once he finished thinking, Bai Yi Fan immediately rushed out and said, those behind the rock, don't move, I'll figure out how to deal with them. The people behind him shouted, Bai Yi Fan, you've had enough of life, come back right now. At this moment, Bai Yi Fan yelled, everyone, gathering chi. From within himself, he immediately threw something out and said, let the beasts taste the power of this. Suddenly, a foul smell spread out, and they were amazed, saying, wait, this smell is too strong and foul, what is this thing, can this really deal with these beasts? At that moment, the spiritual herb that Bai Yi Fan threw out continuously emitted a strong fragrance, but they turned to look at the howling moon wolf and judged, it seems like this thing is not effective, no, look at the beasts behind the howling moon wolf. The beasts behind the howling moon wolf suddenly fell down because they inhaled the fragrance from the spiritual herb's root. Seeing this, the howling moon wolf became vigilant. And the beasts behind continuously fell down, they looked happily and said, it's working, this time we are saved. The remaining beasts then retreated away from the smell. The people behind them saw this and said joyfully, all the beasts outside are being pushed back, this thing is too powerful. Yang Xiaodai suddenly recognized the origin of Bai Yi Fan's spiritual herb. She exclaimed, "Do you know what this is? It's the 1,000 corpse poisonous herbs, a peak-level poisonous herb. I heard that even a small tree can emit the foul aura of thousands of ancient corpses within a 100-mile radius. No living being dares to approach. How can Bai Yi Fan have it?" At this moment, Bai Yi Fan clung to a tree and thought silently, 1,000 corpse poisonous herbs. I did not expect the stinkweed in this world to have such a high name. Then he recalled the memory of collecting this stinkweed on Earth, when a little girl behind him saw it and pointed, saying, "Mommy, that person is so rotten." The mother, upon hearing this, scolded, "Don't talk nonsense." Bai Yi Fan heard him whisper, "Indeed, it is a bit rotten," thinking that he had to go to the spiritual medicine garden for training. He collected these things to bring over here to protect himself. In ancient times, people used stinkweed to repel wild beasts and these demon beasts to some extent. Seeing this scene, the disciples behind him praised Bai Yi Fan, "You are truly amazing, Bai Senior Brother, you are so powerful," and they turned to look at the beasts surrounding them, saying, "Great, all the beasts in the siege have fallen now." Seeing the situation optimistic, Bai Yi Fan immediately jumped down to the ground and said, "Other troubles are considered resolved. It's your turn now, Howling Moon Wolf." Seeing the man in front approaching with a sword, it struggled to stand up, and the people behind it worriedly asked, "Can Bai Yi Fan defeat Howling Moon Wolf?" "Who knows, but he is our only hope to determine whether we can live or not." Bai Yi Fan and Howling Moon Wolf then rushed to attack each other. Bai Yi Fan displayed a fierce attack, but it didn't harm Howling Moon Wolf, making him think, "Too tough. A full force move can only scratch it." Seeing this, Howling Moon Wolf turned around with a contemptuous expression. Watching this, Bai Yi Fan frowned and thought, "This expression again, damn it, attacking the weakest point like the belly only gets this far." Seeing it rushing to attack him, the people behind reminded, "Be careful, Bai Yi Fan, it's coming." At this moment, Yi Fan thought, "It's over." Immediately after that, he quickly displayed the Piao Nian Bu to avoid the recent attack, but Bai Yi Fan thought to himself, "I have to find a way to limit its actions, I can only try this way." After thinking, he said, "Come on." Bai Yi Fan directly confronted the Howling Moon Wolf, stabbing its mouth with his sword. Seeing this, someone behind cursed, "So stupid, while this may cause the Howling Moon Wolf to be seriously injured, he will also lose his arm and then have no chance of winning anymore." At this moment, Bai Yi Fan stopped gathering blood qi from his palm, calling out, "Come here." Yang Xiaodai exclaimed, "That's it." He stopped the gathered qi, turned his blood qi into a sword, made one single strike, and turned around. Everyone was amazed and disgusted. Howling Moon Wolf is dead. How can Bai Yi Fan use the ability to surpass the realm? Then he understood and said, "Could it be that there was a breakthrough? He has made a breakthrough in actual combat. Bai Yi Fan's cultivation has ascended to the heavenly profound realm." After Bai Yi Fan defeated the Howling Moon Wolf, the disciple behind him exclaimed, we won, thanks to Bai Yi Fan saving us." Yang Xiaodai marveled, saying, "He just joined the sect not long ago, so powerful." Bai Yi Fan assessed, "Is this the feeling of gathering qi with a divine weapon in the heavenly profound realm? Not bad." When he saw the black energy behind Bai Yi Fan, he exclaimed in alarm, "Could it be that the dark energy is controlling spirit beasts and trying to revive the Howling Moon Wolf?" A beam of shining spiritual energy rushed in, wrapping around the Howling Moon Wolf and burning it. Suddenly, the dark and evil energy lingering on the Howling Moon Wolf caused it to scream in pain. "Oh, it hurts so much." At this moment, the Howling Moon Wolf's entire body was engulfed in the fire phoenix technique, all being burned by this fire, the black energy continuously being consumed by the flames. He cried out, "I can't accept this." Suddenly, Jiang Linggu appeared from above with the fire just now also being displayed by her. Then Jiang Linggu asked, "Is everyone okay, below?" Bai Yi Fan saw her and thought, "Finally, you've arrived. If you had come a little later, all the disciples here would have been killed by this evil energy." Seeing Jiang Linggu, Yang Xiaodai joyfully ran out and shouted, Jiang senior sister is here to save us, senior sister has arrived. On Jiang Lingji's side, she continued to wield a strike to disperse the evil energy before turning around and asking, can someone tell me what has happened here? Immediately, an angry disciple below pointed at her and scolded, you, senior sister, still have the face to ask us? We should be the ones asking you. Isn't it because of your negligence that you allowed the demon beasts to unleash this energy within the garden, almost killing us all? Bai Fan heard this and immediately stopped the person, saying, if these fellow disciples do not know the situation, then do not judge. The dark aura just now is no longer from the spirit beasts in the garden. There may be other hidden dangers. If it weren't for senior sister arriving in time, we would have been unjustly killed. The disciples behind him all agreed with Bai Fan's words, saying, that's right, the aura just now was truly terrifying and completely different from the spiritual weapon of the spiritual disciples, and, yes, I also agree with what Senior Bai said. At this moment, Yang Xiaodai approached her and recounted the entire incident to Jiang Linggu. Saying, earlier, senior sister, the situation was like this. We came to Wisteria Valley to search for elixirs and encountered the howling moon wolf that had evolved into a spirit beast. Fortunately, junior brother Bai Fan used 1,000 corpse poisonous herbs to drive away the demon beasts, which is why we have survived until now. Otherwise, we would have suffered greatly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Linggu turned to Bai Fan and asked, 1,000 corpse poisonous herbs, such a precious treasure, where did you obtain it? With a sheepish smile, he replied, oh, it was just a coincidence. After that, she immediately approached the body of the howling moon wolf and said, well done. As for this matter, we will investigate further. Jiang Linggu then used spiritual energy to probe the howling moon wolf. Bai Fan, standing behind him, asked, what's the result? Jiang Linggu replied, before the trial began, I checked each level 7 demon beast in the spiritual medicine garden. This howling moon wolf is indeed on the verge of evolving into a spirit beast because I had placed a restriction on it, completely suppressing its power. But now, that restriction is no longer there. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan asked, was it broken through? She answered, it's definitely impossible. I have a strong magical talent, and this beast, even if it were to turn the sky upside down, wouldn't be able to break through the restriction I had set. Bai Fan's face turned serious as he said, then the only explanation is that you have been sabotaged by someone, senior sister. After hearing this, Jiang Linggu agreed, saying, I think so too. After that, she turned around and said, everyone leave Wisteria Valley immediately. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide everyone with an answer. With that, the disciple who had left earlier turned and muttered, humph, let's go, almost turning into a firecracker. Jiang Linggu approached Bai Fan and spoke up, Bai Fan, thank you. If it weren't for your help just now, all the disciples would have been killed by demon beasts. This is considered as you indirectly saving me. Ending her sentence, Jiang Linggu took out a skill book and said, to show my gratitude, I give you this. Seeing the skill book, Bai Fan asked curiously, needle finger? Noticing his suspicion, she replied, I don't have many martial skills in my hands, and this high-level martial skill is most suitable for you. I hope you don't dislike it. Hearing that, Bai Fan quickly said, respect is not as good as obedience. Thank you, senior sister. Jiang Linggu then handed him a pill bottle and said, oh right, there's also this. Bai Fan looked and asked, what is this? The woman replied, you just entered the heavenly profound realm, so I will give you 3 golden pills, which will surely benefit your cultivation. Upon hearing this, he gratefully said, thank you, senior sister. Jiang Linggu then approached him and asked curiously, but I'm still curious, you're not a top talent, yet your cultivation speed is so fast. Where did you get the 1,000 corpse poisonous herbs from in this spiritual medicine garden? Surprised by her question, he exclaimed, huh. He then smiled and explained, I can't hide this from you, senior sister. Luckily, I have a storage ring from Yang Shizhong with many good items inside, which help me improve my cultivation. The 1,000 corpse poisonous herbs are also in the storage ring. Hearing this, she said, "Oh, I see," and laughed, "Ha ha ha, I'll believe you this time." Suddenly, Bai Yi Fan solemnly added, "By the way, senior sister, I feel like this matter is related to the magic clan." Listening to Bai Yi Fan's hesitant response, she immediately asked, "Is there something else?" Suddenly, Bai Yi Fan sensed a strange movement and thought, could there be someone secretly watching? He turned back to Jiang Linggu and replied, "Nothing, just have to be careful." Bai Yi Fan silently feared, the Holy Land 5 elements hidden power is stronger than Jiang's senior sisters, this is a big deal and the fewer people who know, the better. Suddenly, a group of female disciples from the sect ran towards them, one of them calling out, "Jiang's senior sister." Seeing them, Jiang Linggu turned back and said, "You are too late, follow me and temporarily halt all activities in the spiritual medicine garden for thorough investigation." The female disciples responded in unison following Jiang Lingji's orders. In the main hall of the Holy Land 5 element, a voice said, "Elders, don't rush to conclusions. I am certain there is something hidden. How could Ling Ji's cultivation of 7-star demon beasts break through the restrictions she set?" Tu Shanrong, the head of the Water Institute, spoke. On this side, Xia Qingcang, the head of Earth Institute, snorted coldly. There may be something hidden. I see that Jiang Linggu was careless, which caused this incident. Beside him, Yan Qianju, the head of Jin Yuan Institute, continued, "Senior brother is right, the annual spiritual medicine garden trial always results in the death of dozens of disciples. The number of deaths this year is not even 10, it's not considered a disaster, right?" Hearing this, Xia Qingcang looked displeased and said, "Yes, but as far as I know, if Jiang Linggu had been a step slower, half of our outside sect elite disciples would have been slaughtered. She almost committed a grave mistake." At this point, Jiang Linggu listened to the reprimand from the head of Earth Institute in silence. The head of Water Institute spoke up in defense of Jiang Linggu, saying, "Although that's true, not long ago Linggu killed the great demon king of Yongyuan Supreme. This is a great achievement and should be handled lightly." To which Xia Qingcang growled, "Achievement is achievement, crime is crime, how can they be compared?" Listening to the arguments going back and forth, the master of Jiang Linggu, Principal Mu Yuan, finally spoke up, "Enough. Linggu, your performance in the spiritual medicine garden trial was unsatisfactory. As your master, I am punishing you by docking 3 months of your stipend and assigning you to teach at the transmission hall for the outer sect disciples for 3 months. Do you accept this punishment?" Jiang Linggu immediately clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Yes, master, I accept the punishment." Then, Mu Yuan turned to the Earth Principal and said, "Senior brother, since this matter arose due to the negligence of my disciple, Mu Yuan, I will, of course, handle the punishment. As Ling Ji's master, I am willing to forfeit my own stipend for half a year. Do you have any objections, senior brother?" Hearing this, the Earth Principal snorted, "I have no objections." Above, the Metal Principal spoke up, "Linggu, from what I understand, this crisis was resolved by a disciple named Bai Yi Fan. Is that correct?" Jiang Linggu replied, reporting to Principal Yan, "That is indeed the case." The Water Principal, upon hearing this, expressed her surprise, to achieve so much in such a short time since joining the sect, and to progress in cultivation so rapidly, this person must have extraordinary root bones. I'm very curious to see how they will develop in the future. After looking at the empty seat on the other side, feeling disappointed, he exclaimed, "It's a pity, if senior sister were here, she would probably be very interested." At that moment, Bai Yi Fan suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose, thinking, who could be talking bad about me behind my back? Upon returning to the small courtyard, I immediately tried the golden pill that senior sister had given me, but did not achieve the expected results. It seems that the quality of this pill is still not enough. After some thought, By E. Fan analyzed, the Nirvana Palace is also known as consciousness, the origin of all spiritual energy and magical talent, capable of giving birth to primal spirits, generating spiritual energy, and accumulating magical talent. However, when breaking through the heavenly profound realm, one still cannot fully control this power and must nurture the mind, that is, reaching a certain level in Nirvana Palace to completely transform. As for how to nurture Nirvana Palace, one must be careful not to overdo it. But since it's said to take a form to cultivate, I have a wonderful way already. At this moment, Bai Yi Fan remembered the memory from the day before when he went to buy herbs. Give me half a caddy of Lin and Shan's dog brain fruit, the big ones, got it. Back in the present, Bai Yi Fan thought that on Earth, the brain of a dog was truly a superior brain tonic. Hopefully, as he believed, the dog brain in this world could also have the same effect. After finishing the dog brain, he immediately stopped meditating, feeling a surge of energy gathering in Nirvana Palace. An hour later, Bai Yi Fan opened his eyes and radiated a golden aura. He sighed in contentment. He joyfully exclaimed, "Success! The power in my body can now fully respond to divine consciousness." He then took out the skill needle finger manual and said, "Next is the secret manual that senior sister gave me to simplify." Some time later, Bai Yi Fan was back on Earth. He stretched and exclaimed, "It's been a while since I've been here. Now that I have so much money, I'll take the opportunity to relax and enjoy myself here for a few days." With that, he took out his phone to make sure he didn't miss any important news. When I opened my phone, I saw a message from my mother saying, "Son, the scenery in Maldives is very beautiful, next time our whole family must come here together. Mother's health has recovered very well, don't worry." After reading my mother and father's messages, I felt relieved and secretly called them, then saw another message from Sister Gua. "It seems like everyone is doing very well. Well, then I can relax." Suddenly, he noticed the messages that Tang Rong Rong had been sending him continuously for the past few days. "On November 1st, are you there? On November 2nd, there are some things I want to ask you. On November 11th, it's been a few days, why haven't you answered my messages? On November 15th, what's wrong?" Looking at the pile of messages from Tang Rong Rong, he made a strange noise of doubt. Tang's second lady, why would she send me so many messages like that? After thinking, he decided to type a reply, "I'm really embarrassed, I've been a bit busy lately, just read your messages, is there a problem?" Suddenly someone knocked on the door of his house. The continuous knocking sound could be heard, so Bai Yi Fan called out, "Who's there? Just returned to Earth in the middle of the night and someone comes looking for me, what a coincidence." At that moment, Sheng Hui, Bai Yi Fan's childhood friend, stood in front of him and waved, "Yi Fan. Long time no see." Opening the door to see his best friend, he was surprised. "Huh? Sheng Hui, why is it you?" The scene shifts to a bar in Hangzhou, where the two Bai Yi Fan and Sheng Hui raise their glasses in unison and finish their drinks. Then he speaks up, "I came to Hangzhou for work, so I came to find you." Isn't that meaningful enough? Since when did you go to the G continent? This is the dream car of mine. You're not the one who has hugged some rich lady, are you? Hearing his friend say that, he lightly chuckled and replied, "After so many years without seeing you, Sheng Hui, you still know how to tease people like that." Sheng Hui then laughed and said, "This isn't teasing, it's praising you. Based on my appearance, even if I want to hug a rich lady, she wouldn't even bother looking at me." Finishing his sentence, he kept saying, "Come on, finish your drink." Suddenly there was a voice from behind shouting, "Don't touch me." Hearing this, Bai Yi Fan turned around and said, That voice sounds familiar." There he saw Tang Rong Rong being forced to drink by a man, her face red and almost drunk as she said, "I really can't drink anymore." Ignoring her, he chuckled, "Hee hee, Rong Rong, respect me and have one more drink." Seeing her like this, Bai Yi Fan was surprised and called out, "Tang Rong Rong." At that moment, Sheng Hui saw Bai Yi Fan leaving the sofa and asked curiously, "Do you two know each other?" He nodded and said, "Wait for me here." Meanwhile, the man kept pouring alcohol for Tang Rong Rong, staring at her with a cunning look. It's not easy to bring the young miss to a bar as classmates, with bodyguards waiting outside. Later, take her to the restroom and do it, just like cooking rice. How can you not marry the young miss? After thinking, he poured another glass and urged, Rong Rong, have one more drink. At this point, the slightly sober Rong Rong hugged her head and refused, I can't drink anymore, I have a headache. However, he did not give up and insisted, come on, just one last drink, finish it. Immediately Bai Fan appeared, he grabbed his hands tightly, his eyes widened and shouted, she said she couldn't drink anymore, didn't you hear? When he squeezed his hand tightly and he cried out in pain, then he raised his hand to strike a fist and shouted, what kind of brat are you, stay away, don't interfere with me, interrupting him, Bai Fan immediately poked his abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain. He arrogantly said, I'm your grandfather. After hitting him, he warned, stay away, if I see you bother Tang Rong Rong again, I will cripple you, do you hear me? Scared from being hit, he cried, yes grandfather, please don't hit me anymore. After that, Bai Fan went to help Tang Rong Rong up, seeing her drunk, he asked, Tang Rong Rong, are you alright, can you stand up? How did this silly girl get into this kind of situation? Suddenly, with a drunken face, she called out, Bai Fan is my brother. Rong Rong, still groggy, ignored him when he asked, where is your bodyguard, why did they leave you alone here? Hearing this, she wondered, why am I here? So she remembered 2 hours ago she was still lying on the bed laughing hee happily calling Bai Fan finally answered her message. In the chat with Bai Fan, Rong Rong asked, are you free today, I have something to ask you directly, if you are free, let's meet. He replied, sorry, I have other things to do today. Feeling unhappy, she muttered, rejected again. Remembering the situation 2 hours ago, Rong Rong hugged Bai Fan tightly, she sobbed and blamed him, why didn't you pay attention to me? Listening to Rong Rong's anger, his face was confused, not understanding what was happening. Then Rong Rong looked up at him, she asked angrily, why is it so difficult to see you once, where have you been all these days? Have you been looking for another woman? Rong Rong spoke up again, is she prettier than me? Richer than me? Am I that unattractive? You said you had something to do, but you went to the bar to drink? Seeing that she was probably drunk and talking nonsense, Bai Fan quickly said, hey, stop talking nonsense. Next to him, his best friend Sheng Hui saw him holding a girl and teased, TSK, you really are clinging to a rich lady now, huh? Angry, Bai Fan shouted, stop talking nonsense and come help me. Later, Bai Fan told his two friends, she's too drunk. I've already contacted her sister. You guys can go ahead. I'll make sure she gets home safely tomorrow. They both responded in unison, got it. When he was trying to get her into the car, Rong Rong kept saying, I'm not going home. Bai Fan, I want to talk to you. Seeing her babbling, he helplessly said, okay, we won't go to your place. We'll go to my place to talk. Just get in the car first. At that, his friend teased again, remember to take precautions. Furious, Fan shouted, it's not what you think. Some time passed, and he had finally brought Rong Rong home, laying her down on the bed. Exhausted, he sighed with relief, finally, we made it home. Then, Rong Rong's voice broke the silence, Bai Fan, listen to me, I have something very important to say. Seeing her rambling in her drunken state, Bai Fan thought, how did things turn out like this? He bent down to take off Rong Rong's shoes, worriedly thinking, alone with a woman in the middle of the night, no one will believe this. Suddenly, she murmured, where is this? Bai Fan replied, young miss, take off your shoes and sleep. Whatever it is, we can talk about it tomorrow. Internally, he wondered. What exactly happened to this girl that she insists on meeting to talk about it? As he was pondering, Tang Rong Rong lightly touched his arm and then his cheek, drawing close to Bai Fan's face. Startled, he shouted, Tang Rong Rong, what are you doing? Interrupting him, she said, don't talk, just listen to me. At this moment, Rong Rong stared at Bai Yifan's face. She hesitantly said, "Bai Yifan, I want to tell you that actually I with you. Hearing this, he didn't understand, thinking, with me? While thinking, she vomited straight down on a sparkly colorful illusionary carpet. Desperate, Bai Yifan thought, is Tang's second lady here to torment me? Not finished yet, she mischievously disrupted everything, throwing off her clothes and complaining, "Oh, I have to go shower." Seeing her brainless actions, Yifan shouted, "The bathroom is over there, don't strip randomly, there's vomit on your clothes." After a while, the two ended up sleeping in the same bed. She wrapped herself in a blanket while he shivered constantly. Thinking, the washed clothes haven't dried yet, sleeping naked like this is so cold, annoying, wandering in another world all day forgetting to buy household items, only one, no clothes. And he continued to shiver, thinking furthermore, in the end, I still don't know what Tang Rong Rong intends to say. Suddenly, he secretly glanced at Rong Rong's body and silently evaluated, but to be honest, this girl's figure is really beautiful. Then he closed his eyes, not looking at her anymore, solemnly muttering, "Stop thinking randomly, go to sleep early, tomorrow morning go to the mall to buy a bed and blanket." Suddenly, Rong Rong gently touched his body and said softly, "Yifan, this time you are finally a little closer to me." Hearing this, Bai Yifan was surprised, thinking, is Tang Rong Rong still awake? At that moment, Rong Rong continued to hold him, whispering, "Yifan, do you know that on that day I always thought of you in my heart?" Feeling her embrace, Bai Yifan immediately said. Rong Rong, interrupting him, Tang Rong Rong said, "Don't turn around, I will feel embarrassed," then shyly explained, "During this time, I never had the opportunity to meet you, if I could see you again, it would be great." As she spoke, she held Bai Yifan tightly and said, "But you always make people unable to understand, both close and far, now that I hug you, I feel a little true." She recalled waiting for a message from Bai Yifan and said, "Ever since I was little, everyone has always listened to me obediently. I've never experienced the feeling of wanting to meet someone of the opposite sex. I think I might like you." Hearing this, Bai Yifan was astonished, thinking, this girl. At that moment, Tang Rong Rong spoke again, "I want to confirm my feelings for you, to see if it's just admiration or if I truly like you. So, can you sleep in the same bed and share the same blanket with me tonight?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yifan glanced at her, exclaiming, "Rong Rong, are you drunk? Do you even know what you're saying?" Rong Rong replied in a very soft voice, No, I'm very clear-headed. Please." Suddenly, Bai Yifan sat up, making Rong Rong ask nervously, "Yifan, are you leaving?" "If you're offended," before she could finish, Bai Yifan surprised her with a kiss, making her let out a shy gasp. After kissing, he said, "A true gentleman will not reject a girl's offer, especially when she is crying." Hearing that, Rong Rong shyly called out, "Yifan." And so, the two spent the night in the room together. The next morning, Bai Yifan woke up with a groan, saying, "I'm so tired, I stayed up late last night." Then he looked around and asked, Where's Rong Rong?" He said, "She left early this morning, where did she go?" He then checked his phone and saw a bunch of messages from Tang Rong Rong saying, "After last night, I realized that I really like you, but I need some time to sort out my feelings. And don't tell anyone about last night yet." Reading the messages, Bai Yifan sighed and said, "They say that a man doesn't reject a woman who offers herself, but why is it the opposite in my case? I thought we had mutual feelings." Suddenly, he imagined Tang Rong Rong's protective older sister finding out about him and Rong Rong, and he grimaced, thinking, if Tang's big sister, who is so protective of her little sister, finds out about last night, I will definitely be in big trouble. The situation has escalated to the point where I didn't even consider the family's involvement. After a period of time, at another world where Bai Yifan lived, a bird was flying in the sky when suddenly it was shot by him using shattering gold finger, causing it to fall straight down and be caught by Bai Yifan. Looking at the white bird, he thought to himself, shattering gold finger, after being simplified by the earth, is extremely suitable for long-distance attacks. While thinking, he raised his finger to pass some vitality to the bird, thinking further. Moreover, the power can also be used flexibly, so when encountering strong enemies in the future, I will have an additional advantage. After thinking, he released the bird to fly away into the distance. As he was admiring the bird, a source of spiritual energy shot up into the sky from the peak of the sect mountain. Then from afar, Lu Wei ran over shouting loudly that there was a gathering at the five-element mountain, announcing, "Fan brother, elder is summoning all outside sect disciples, there must be something big happening." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi Fan immediately said, "Let's go, let's see what's going on." A moment later at the sect square, an elder called out, "All outside sect disciples, listen up. Just received news that Demon Lord Huiyin of Azura Supreme has massacred a small city at the border of Yan country, capturing 18,000 cultivators to learn dark magic, a heinous crime. After discussing with Holy Land 5-element, Holy Land True Martial, and Holy Land Multi-Treasures, it was decided to send a group to the ancient demon caves to eradicate this demon leader." Upon hearing this, the disciples exchanged whispers, "What are the ancient demon caves?" Then Elder Xia Qingcang, the Dean of Earth Institute, said, "This training expedition is voluntary for outside sect disciples. The top 3 performers will be rewarded with a forgetting pill, the Divine Hong Yuan sword, and the martial skill book, Overlord Formula." Ending his speech, he shouted, "Those interested can report to Wu Tang Hall to register, departing in 1 day." One disciple below couldn't help but ask, "Forgetting pill, did I hear that right?" Immediately, surrounding disciples exclaimed, "You heard right, forgetting pill is a high-grade pill, rumored to give those at Heavenly Profound Realm Peak a 90% chance of breaking through to the magical talent's secret realm." Then a long-haired disciple spoke up, "Furthermore, there are divine weapons and martial skills at the human level, and for the sect to offer such rewards, this training session is definitely not as simple as it seems." Hearing their discussion, Lu Wei looked at Bai Yi Fan and asked, "Brother Fan, what do you think?" At that moment, Bai Yi Fan replied, "In this training session, the 3 holy lands are participating, and as disciples of the outside sect, we must perform well to bring glory to our holy land. If not, we may not gain as many good things." Su Chun suddenly interjected, "But the ancient demon caves belong to the magic clan, and anyone who trains there faces death lurking at every corner. Do we really need to go, senior brother Bai?" Excited, Lu Wei exclaimed, "Let's go, no matter what. Even if we don't get the top 3 prizes, killing a few magic clan members will still be a good experience." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi Fan told everyone, "Then let's go together. I also want to find a place to train." Secretly, he thought, "But isn't this training session being pushed by the high levels of the Holy Land? If that's the case, it could be dangerous." Interrupting Zhang Tai's thoughts, Bai Yi Fan suddenly spoke, "If we have decided to go, we cannot go empty-handed. We should prepare special equipment." Perplexed, Bai Yi Fan looked at Zhang Tai and asked, "Special equipment?" Crossing his arms, Zhang Tai explained, "The ancient demon caves have 99 floors, each floor is a small world. All the space combined is larger than the land area multiplied by 100. Another voice chimed in, "The demon caves are always dark, inhabited by countless demon objects such as Yiksha, Rakshasa, demons, Gomaya, Succubus, Azura, and more." As the voice spoke, images of these creatures appeared. The voice continued, "Within the demon caves are countless rare treasures, especially elixirs and mineral deposits. The deeper you go, the more there are. However, the deeper you go, the more terrifying the demon objects become. But because they live in darkness all year round, they all share a common weakness, a fear of sunlight. Therefore, we must prepare more intelligent pearls or shining amulets." Then, Shen Xinyu's voice was heard, and after listening to her detailed introduction, Bai Yi Fan thought to himself, "So afraid of sunlight, then it's easy to handle." 3 days later in Heiyao City, there were strict guards outside the city. Dean Earth of Xia Qingcang was leading his disciples, saying, "This is Heiyao City where cultivators and martial artists gather. Here, you can sell demon object bodies or buy pills for nourishment. Outside Heiyao City, there are many entrances to the ancient demon caves. After speaking, he distributed teleportation talismans to his disciples and reminded them. This talisman is commonly used between the 3 major holy lands and the 5 major sections. When in danger, you can transfer spiritual weapons with it, and if lucky, someone may come to rescue you. Xia Qingcang then explained, disciples in the marrow-cleansing realm train from the 4th to the 5th level of the demon caves, while disciples in the enlightenment realm train from the 6th to the 7th level of the demon caves. Heavenly profound realm disciples should train from the 8th to the 9th level of the demon caves. As for anything below the 10th level, unless you have a secret realm cultivation magical talent, it's best not to go and throw your life away. After saying this, the elder looked at the disciples and asked loudly, "Do you understand?" The disciples responded in unison, "Understood." Xia Qingcang then said, "All right, dismissed." As soon as he finished speaking, all the disciples dispersed in various directions, answering, "Yes. Yes." Meanwhile, Su Chun, holding her sword, spoke up, "Senior brothers and sisters, my demon sword is a bit worn out. I need to go into the city to buy a new weapon first." Shen Xianyu, standing beside her, said, "Perfect timing, we also need to buy some provisions. Let's go together." Following their lead, Bai Yi Fan and the group went to the weapon shop to browse. Su Chun noticed a weapon and silently assessed, "This sword seems pretty good." While Su Chun was focused on the sword, Bai Yi Fan observed everything around him, thinking, Heiyao City is truly prosperous. Even a small weapon shop here has high-quality weapons. Back to Su Chun. Now a female disciple of Xiang Jia sect Sun Xing grabbed the sword she liked. She exclaimed, so embarrassed, "This sword, I have set my eyes on it first." Seeing that, Su Chun murmured softly, "Clearly I saw it first." Behind Sun Xing, the male disciple of Xiang Jia sect, Zhao Shua, held her shoulder and advised, "Sun junior sister, don't be rash, they seem to be from the Holy Land 5 element." Sun Xing sneered and said, "What's so special about the Holy Land 5 element, just foot soldiers of the Holy Land, aren't you scared?" Bai Yi Fan, seeing these two, narrowed his eyes and thought, where did this clueless guy come from to offer his experience? On Su Chun's side, Lu Wei spoke up, pointing his finger and saying, "You can't say that, even if they are foot soldiers, we are still a part of the Holy Land, who knows how many times stronger than those third-rate sects like yours." Seeing this action, Su Chun worriedly called out, "Lu Wei, senior brother." On Sun Xing's side, she heard Lu Wei's contemptuous words and angrily shouted, "Who are you calling a third-rate sect?" After saying that, she pointed to her own arm and said, "You fat bastard. Open your dog eyes and look closely, Xiang Jia sect is a recognized second-class sect in the mainland." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei showed no surprise. He smirked at Sun Xing disdainfully and said, "Second and third-class disciples are no different, are they? In the eyes of our Holy Land disciples, you are all trash." Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Xing, not too bright, quickly drew his sword and angrily shouted, "Who do you call trash? You wanna die?" As he prepared to strike with his sword, Lu Wei suddenly heard a voice telling him to stop, causing Sun Xing to freeze in place. Before him, Bai Yi Fan had already pointed his sword at Sun Xing's neck, making her tremble in fear. He spoke up, saying, "Bai Yi Fan has never struck a woman, but he won't hesitate to deal with unruly ones." Terrified by Bai's swift control, Sun Xing thought, "He's too fast, I didn't even see his movements." Interrupting her thoughts, Bai Yi Fan warned, "Sheath your sword and leave." Following his command, Sun Xing left but not without muttering, "A broken sword is nothing special, let's go this way." Shen Xianyu took back the sword and handed it to Su Chun, saying, "Su junior sister, quickly take it." Seeing this, Su Chun accepted it and replied with a, "Thank you senior sister." At that moment, Bai Yi Fan suddenly glanced at Su Chun and said, "Su junior sister needs to practice harder, otherwise she will be bullied by others forever. If you enter the demon caves, not everyone can protect you all the time, understanding his intentions, Su Chun replied sadly, yes, I understand. Next to her, Shen Xianyu smiled and said, Bai Yi Fan is just worried about you, not blaming you. Training is important to strengthen yourself for the future. Su Chun obediently responded, Senior sister, I understand. Moments later, at a certain inn, Sun Xing knelt down and was slapped in the face. The disciples behind him were all scared and bowed down. As he was being slapped, a voice cursed, Useless person, you have lost all face. So Sun Xing hugged his cheek and said, I'm sorry, Jiang Elder, I have made our sect lose face. In front of him stood Jiang Elder of Xiang Jia sect, who looked at Sun Xing and said, Didn't I remind you all in Heiyao City that you should not easily act, especially towards the Holy Land 5 element? After that, Jiang Elder sat down, feeling a headache, and said, The Holy Land 5 element has declined, and it is likely to be demoted as the top sect in the upcoming martial arts conference. At that time, the power of the 10 major holy lands will be in contention. He then looked at his disciples and said, Although our Xiang Jia sect is a second-rate sect, with the support of the Holy Land True Martial, we may still have a chance to compete. After a pause, Jiang Elder suddenly furrowed his brows and said with a tone of reproach, You guys are unbelievable. At this crucial moment, you tarnished the sect's reputation by being defeated by the disciples outside the Holy Land 5 element. He then looked at Sun Xing and shouted, I don't care how you do it, but you must redeem yourself, or else I will hold you accountable. Upon hearing this, she immediately responded in fear. Changing the scene to a dark sky in the outskirts of Heiyao City, Bai Yi Fan looked at the spatial door in front of him and said, This is it, outside Heiyao City there is an entrance to the ancient demon caves closest to us. Firmly, he asked, Is everyone ready? Then he said, Let's go, and everyone responded in unison. On the 6th floor of the demon caves, in a certain area, Bai Yi Fan said, There are not many demon objects nearby anymore. After we finish off these, we can take a break. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei immediately used his magic power to destroy the demon object in front of him. Meanwhile, Zhang Tai was farming demons while shouting, Go die, and soon after clearing the demon objects. Lu Wei wiped his sword until it shone brightly, laughing and saying, These days we have reached the 6th floor, killing almost 1,000 demon objects, truly a gathering place for the magic clan. Hearing this, Zhang Tai scoffed and said, Even if there are more, they are no match for us. At that time, Shen Xianyu saw some mushroom clusters below. She immediately exclaimed, Everyone look at this, I found a demon spirit plant. Zhang Tai, upon hearing this, looked at the demon spirit plant in Shen Xianyu's hand and said, Nice, just by looking at it, you can tell it's very precious. Shen Xianyu replied, This thing can be sold for a very high price. If you all have it, then of course I can't be left behind without physical training. Suddenly interrupting the conversation, Bai Yi Fan called out to everyone and said, It's time, let's split up here. I plan to go down to the 7th floor to see, your realms are unstable staying here. Lu Wei, curious, asked. Fan brother, where do you want to go? Bai Yi Fan placed his hand on Lu Wei's shoulder and said clearly, I also came to the demon caves to train, you can't stay in a safe zone with nothing to do. Bai Yi Fan continued, Away, your strength is now the strongest. Take care of Xinu and the others. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei confidently responded, Don't worry. As they were about to leave, Su Chun suddenly called out, By senior brother. She hesitated a bit before saying, Can you wait a few more days, I haven't found a demon herb yet. Bai Yi Fan knew the girl wanted to ask for help, but he declined and turned around, saying, Ask a way to take you. The demon caves are so big, there must be many treasures. Su Chun understood with a nod. After Bai Yi Fan left, Lu Wei said, Don't worry Su Chun, we all have spiritual herbs, the next one is for you. Su Chun replied with a slightly sad face, Okay. In another area, on the 7th floor of the demon caves, there were several Yiksha demons eating the flesh of 2 monks, leaving only their bones. A middle-aged disciple saw the demons devouring his fellow disciples' heads. Feeling scared, this 7th floor is like hell, unable to fight against this level 6 demon object. These yikshaws are truly terrifying, even the senior brothers in front of me couldn't withstand 3 moves and lost their lives here. As he thought about it, he sheepishly started to sneak away, thinking to himself, trials, rewards, whatever. It's best to run while they're not paying attention. Just as he took his first step, a yiksha demon suddenly appeared, grinning with its gleaming white teeth, making a hissing sound, ka 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 ka. Seeing the yiksha demon, he was terrified, shaking all over. He quickly turned to flee, thinking he would be out of the game by chapter 51 if he didn't get away. He tried his best, but instead of using his legs, he foolishly put all his effort into screaming, "Help! Help!" Despite his cries, the yiksha demon closed in on him, ready to strike. The demon laughed menacingly and hurled its weapon straight at the unfortunate disciple. At that moment, the middle-aged disciple saw the spear flying towards him and thought, "I'm done for. This time, I'm really going to die." Resigned to his fate, he watched death approaching and cried out, "I don't want to die yet." Just as the yiksha demon's spear was about to hit him, a streak of primordial energy in the form of a golden finger beam shot through the air, shattering the demon's weapon. Then, another ray of primordial energy shot towards the yiksha demon, catching its attention. A voice said, unexpectedly, "The first demon beast to arrive at the 7th level is yiksha." Before the yiksha demon could finish its sentence, it was fiercely attacked by the mysterious primordial energy, causing its head to hit the ground and shut down from the server. After dealing with one demon, the voice then turned to the other yiksha demons and said, "I can now use you as test subjects to try out my new skills." The demons, hearing this, seemed unfazed by the previous attack, laughing and looking back. Just when they thought they were doomed, a strange man came to their rescue. A middle-aged disciple who sighed in relief, saying, "Saved, saved." The one who previously bid farewell to the slain demon was Bai Yi Fan. He stood dominantly on the demon's head and taunted, "Let's play together." The demons, provoked by him, eagerly rushed forward, chuckling and laughing. However, they clumsily flew and stumbled, looking no better than flightless birds, making Bai Yi Fan think to himself, "Humph, why are there only a few of them?" While thinking, the disciple behind him suddenly exclaimed in fear, "We're doomed, they have led us all over here." At this point, he then asked, "Does the junior brother on your body emit a shining aura?" Bai Yi Fan drew his sword flamboyantly, transforming into Yasu with an imposing aura. "No, I don't need those things," he replied shakily. "What are you saying? Senior brother stronger than you has also died here, so many of them swarming around us, we can't escape, it's futile." Bai Yi Fan immediately displayed his Piao Nian Bu technique to show his superiority, then rushed towards the yiksha demons, not forgetting to reassure the chicken below. "Don't worry, these few are no match for me." With that, Bai Yi Fan proved himself by effortlessly defeating the demons. Immediately the heads of the demons separated from their bodies, flying down to the middle-aged disciple named him, causing him to bulge his eyes and shout loudly, "What, able to handle the first two?" At this moment, Bai Yi Fan held the blood sword in his hand and explained the principle, strength or weakness cannot be judged by appearance alone. Suddenly, while he was speaking, other yiksha demons flew over and the cry made his cool image fall, making Bai Yi Fan frown and think to himself, "There are 7 marrow cleansing realm demons, 5 enlightenment realm demons." Without hesitation, he immediately used the fierce sword technique to attack the yiksha demons. While still fighting, Bai Yi Fan noticed something and thought, I didn't expect there to be someone powerful here." Without further thought, he quickly unleashed Piao Nian Bu to confront the one he thought was strong. At this moment, Bai Yi Fan suddenly looked up at the yiksha demon above, wondering to himself, "Is this yiksha demon already in the mid-stage of the heavenly profound realm?" Standing under it, he growled in anticipation, finally a strong opponent had arrived. As he thought, Bai Yi Fan leaped up, silently saying to himself, "Capture the enemy's king first." Then immediately, Bai Yi Fan displayed his fierce combat skills with the yiksha demon. Facing it left him amazed, handled it, he grunted inwardly, silently praising its quick reaction. After complimenting it, Bai Yi Fan suddenly condensed his skill into his palm and said, "If that's the case, then try this move." With that, Bai Yi Fan used the shattering gold finger, the evolved version, to attack the Yiksha demon with a single shot piercing through its body, defeating it. As he pierced through the demon's abdomen with the shattering gold finger, Bai Yi Fan proudly said, "Ha, that was easy." On this side, the disciples saw Bai Yi Fan deal with the lead demon and exclaimed in shock. He killed a heavenly profound realm Yiksha demon in an instant. Having said that, he looked at the Yiksha demons fleeing in panic as their boss fell, continuously gasping and shouting. The other disciples said, "The other Yiksha demons are all scared and running away. Is this person truly from our sect, so powerful and impressive?" Meanwhile, Bai Yi Fan saw the demons fleeing in a hurry and gestured to send them back to hell to complete the head count. Bai Yi Fan said, "Ready to go. Since you're here, you might as well stay." As he finished speaking, he immediately used shattering gold finger in rapid succession, hitting every target without missing. His accuracy was impeccable, effectively sending the Yiksha demons back to the earth. After the heads of the Yiksha demons hit the ground, the disciple exclaimed in astonishment, "They're dead, all dead. So strong, this person is truly powerful." On this side, after dealing with the Yiksha demons, Bai Yi Fan took 2 horns from one of them, thinking to himself, "Yiksha horns can be used to forge divine weapons. Turning in a pair earns 200 contribution points. Although I don't really need contribution points, I might as well do it." After collecting the Yiksha horns, Bai Yi Fan strolled away leisurely, musing, "If just trying out shattering gold finger has this much effect, maybe I should train all 10 fingers." At that moment, the disciple, having witnessed Bai Yi Fan's formidable power, called out, "Wait, please let me follow you, great master." Switching scenes to some time later, Bai Yi Fan was lying back with a blade of grass in his mouth, thinking, "It's been 2 days since then." Also encountered many types of demon objects underground. 2-headed demon dogs, black water demon snakes, carrion beetles and even 3 or 4 groups of Yiksha have all been killed. Thinking about this, Bai Yi Fan suddenly spit out a blade of grass from his mouth, thinking to himself, where the entrance to the 8th floor is, I don't want to continue bullying the weak on the 7th floor. Feeling bored, Bai Yi Fan suddenly startled, his eyes focusing on a shining teleportation talisman. Ending his sentence, Bai Yi Fan took out his own teleportation talisman to see, perplexed and wondering what is happening. It seems like someone calling for help is coming from the other side. At the same time, on another side, a girl wielding a sword, Yao Huier, a disciple of the Holy Land 5 element. At this moment, Yao Huier and the other female disciples were all on guard. She shouted, asking Zhao Shua, Sun Xing, to release the 2 junior sisters. "What do you want to do in the end?" Across from them were disciples of the Xiang Jia sect, a few of them behind laughing ha ha ha, and Zhao Shua and Sun Xing were about to attack the 2 female disciples of the Holy Land 5 element. But then Zhao Shua spoke up, calling senior sister. Before him, Sun Xing was mocking and cursing, "Do foolish women truly think that the Holy Land 5 element is still in the era of hundreds of years ago?" At this point, he sneered disdainfully, "The one ranked last among the 10 great holy lands is about to lose the title of Holy Land, so what are you pretending to be?" Beside him, Zhao Shua chimed in and said, "That's right, I heard that the spiritual mine of the Holy Land 5 element is running out of funds, not enough to spend and not worth reporting to the 100 Sects Alliance. It won't be long before it collapses." After laughing for a while, Zhao Shua shouted threateningly, "Throw away all your teleportation talismans and weapons. If not, I will kill them." At that moment, a female disciple who was captured as a hostage cried and begged, "Senior sister Huier, please save me." Seeing this situation, the others reluctantly agreed and compromised by throwing down their weapons and teleportation talismans on the ground, saying, "Okay, don't harm them." Taking advantage of this, Zhao Shua immediately set fire to all the weapons and teleportation talismans of the women, gleefully laughing and saying, "Burn it this time to see how you beg for help." After speaking, he immediately ordered the disciples of Xiang Jia sect to surround them. When surrounded, Yao Huier gritted his teeth and angrily asked, "What do you want? We have followed your instructions. When will you release us?" Hearing this, Zhao Shua suddenly licked his dog's tongue and looked at the girls lasciviously. The disciples behind him were no less, constantly saying, "What do you want? Listen carefully, strip naked or we won't ask again." Two disciples next to Zhao Shua also agreed, "Strip completely, take off your clothes for us to see." Sun Xing suddenly pushed the captive away and shouted, "Senior brothers, hurry up. Let's go ahead and avoid them." Sun Xing and the female disciples of Xiang Jia sect turned and left. Leaving a fat disciple in the crowd laughed, "It's funny to see the arrogant Holy Land female disciples and the normal girls from the secular world, let's see how different they are." Seeing these despicable people approaching, Yao Huier angrily cursed, You scoundrels." At that moment, behind the two women, a senior sister shouted loudly, "Huier, we will risk our lives with these beasts, shedding blood on the road. As long as one of us can survive, we will not let them live in peace." These words, as they entered the ears of the dog, Zhao Shua smirked like an animal and said, "Brothers, don't let those women escape. Let's go, strip them all." As soon as Zhao Shua finished speaking, his head was separated from his body, leaving in a euphoric and celestial mood. One of his disciples saw his big brother die. He suddenly turned around and called out, "Zhao senior brother." Behind them, a female disciple of the Xiang Jia sect heard the commotion and looked up with a sound. Then Sun Xing also noticed and turned to ask, "What's happening?" On this side, the disciples saw their big brother's head flying and were horrified and confused, shouting, "Zhao senior brother is dead." "Dead? What happened?" It happened so suddenly. After a moment of shock, they immediately turned back and shouted, "Who did this?" In front of them, Bai Yi Fan of the Xiang Jia sect appeared and disdainfully said, a bunch of old men bullying women here. Calling yourselves second-tier sect disciples, indeed, you are nothing but trash, Bai Yi Fan declared as he approached the group behind Sun Xing. Seeing Bai Yi Fan, Sun Xing was startled and said, "So it's you." He quickly added, "This person's strength is extraordinary, run fast." Following Sun Xing's command, the disciples and he started running swiftly. However, Bai Yi Fan unleashed his shattering gold finger to pursue them, mocking, "Under my watchful eye, do you think you can escape?" With these words, Bai Yi Fan's shattering gold finger struck down the two disciples before they could react, causing them to scream in agony. Witnessing this, Sun Xing was terrified and called out, "Senior brother. Junior sister." But before he could finish speaking, Bai Yi Fan had already caught up. He spoke calmly, "I've said it before, I won't attack women unless they cause unreasonable trouble." Sun Xing, still shocked, turned to look back and exclaimed, "Your speed is too fast." In front of Sun Xing at this moment, Bai Yi Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of evil energy, saying, "Same here, I don't kill women except for trash." Feeling the danger from Bai Yi Fan, Sun Xing panicked and pleaded, Don't. Sun Xing trembled violently, fear driving him to the brink of tears and begging for mercy. "Bai Yi Fan, please don't, I was wrong, don't kill me, please don't." In response to his plea, Bai Yi Fan gently drew his sword. Immediately, Sun Xing's blood sprayed out and he screamed in pain. A moment later, after Bai Yi Fan sent Sun Xing away to a distant place, Yao Huier approached and said, "Yi Fan junior brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have been in danger today." Continuing, the female junior sister said, "Indeed, who knows what those Xiang Jia sect thugs would have done." In response to the senior sister's remarks, Bai Yi Fan said, "As fellow disciples, this is what we should do. Actually, I have a question for the senior sisters. Do you know where the entrance to the 8th floor is?" Hearing Bai Yi Fan looking for the 8th floor entrance, Yao Huier covered her mouth in astonishment. Then the young lady reminded, "By junior brother, I heard that there may be a demon object magical talent leader appearing on the 8th floor, so be careful if you go down there." Hearing this, Bai Yi Fan said, "Thank you, senior sister, for your concern, I will be careful." After the reminder, Yao Huier pointed forward and said, in that case, senior sister won't say much anymore. When you leave the forest, you will see a river, walk along that river for 40 miles and you will see the entrance. After Yao's senior sister gave directions, Bai Yi Fan said, "Thank you for letting me know." He took out 2 demon horns from his body and gave them to the elder sisters, saying, "These are a few Yiksha demon horns as a thank you for telling me." Seeing the young man giving gifts, Yao Hui called out, "Wow, thank you." Not stopping there, at this moment Bai Yi Fan gave additional gifts to the elder sisters, saying, "In addition, there are some spirit beast milk, after you drink it, it will accelerate your recovery speed." The female disciple next to Yao's senior sister saw this item and exclaimed enthusiastically, "I didn't expect it to be spirit beast milk. This is a miraculous recovery blood chi medicine, this bottle is at least worth 800 spirit stones. Bai junior brother is really generous." Answering senior sister, Bai Yi Fan turned around to leave and waved his hand, saying, "No need to thank me." Seeing this, Yao Hui called out, "Junior brother, take care and keep in touch when you're free." Following suit, the sisters next to Yao's senior sister watched Bai Yi Fan's figure mesmerizingly without taking their eyes off him. Among them, 2 praised, "Yi Fan is truly righteous, generous, and handsome." Exactly, very handsome. Meanwhile, behind the tree trunk, Wang Sheng observed everything that happened. He cursed in frustration, "Damn, encountering that little guy again." Bai Yi Fan's luck is really good. Continuing, Gao Yang beside him folded his arms across his chest and said, "Besides hunting spirit beasts, I never expected milk spirit beasts existed. I even suspect he may have obtained the body of an entire spirit beast." As Wang Sheng and Gao Yang were speaking, a voice from behind them chimed in, "Ah, I knew not to expect anything from you too." At the same time, next to Wang Sheng, Gao Yang suddenly glanced at Wang Meng's chest and teased, "Wang Sheng, you have such a beautiful junior sister, why didn't you say it earlier?" The little sister seems interested, but before he could finish his sentence, Gao Yang suddenly widened his eyes in horror and paled when he realized that Wang Meng had drawn his sword to his neck, making him scream and beg for mercy, "Lady, please spare me." In response, Wang Meng coldly shouted, "Shut up," and then warned Gao Yang with a menacing look, "You dare to speak nonsense and come close to my lady again. Do you believe I will cut off your head?" Trembling in fear, Gao Yang hugged his head obediently and said, "Yes," while Wang Sheng, at a loss, asked his younger sister, "Meng you're not an inner sect disciple, why are you here?" As for the cultivation progress of my sister, Wang Sheng replied, "Wang Meng is in seclusion now. She has already reached the late stage of the heavenly profound realm. This time, she's following an elder to the 9th floor of the demon caves for training." Hearing this, Wang Meng frowned uncomfortably. Wasn't it said that I would receive guidance from that little guy Bai Yi Fan? Yet, seeing him, I don't dare to approach. Addressing this issue, Wang Sheng scratched his head awkwardly and spoke, "Meng listen to my explanation." Beside him, Gao Yang couldn't hold back and interjected with a scoff, saying clearly, "Based on our current strength, even if we find Bai Yi Fan, it's not certain we can defeat him. This is what they call boasting without strength. You don't know how strong he really is." Hearing Gao Yang's words, Wang Meng suddenly snorted triumphantly and said, "Who said I wanted you to take action and kill Bai Yi Fan?" With a confident expression and a dangerous smile, she continued, "I have a plan that can ensure he meets his end without a trace." At the end of the scene with the villains, our main character Bai Yi Fan looked at the lake in front of him and wondered aloud, "Is the center of the lake over there the entrance to the 8th floor?" As he was pondering, the talisman order in Bai Yi Fan's hand suddenly glowed. Bai Yi Fan, puzzled, thought, "Isn't it? Why is someone in distress asking for help?" Without hesitation, Bai Yi Fan followed the direction of the glowing talisman order. He said, "Forget it, saving people is more important." After a while, as Bai Yi Fan landed on the ground, he heard a distant cry for help. Recognizing the voice, Bai Yi Fan was surprised and wondered why the person was here. He saw Su Chun being surrounded by demons in front of him. She waved her sword frantically and shouted, "Don't come here, go away, save me, please." After watching for a moment, Bai Yifan immediately used his shattering gold finger technique to rescue Su Chun, while also wondering, wasn't Su Chun training on the 6th floor? Why did she run to the 7th floor? Then Bai Yifan quickly dealt with the 3 demons with a few swift sword strikes. Seeing this, Su Chun exclaimed, "You did it, we're saved." After she finished speaking, Bai Yifan suddenly called out, "Su Chun." Hearing his voice, she immediately ran into his arms and asked with concern, "Senior brother Bai, why are you here?" In response to Su Chun's question, Bai Yifan said, "I should be asking you the same. Where are Awei and Xianu? Why aren't they with you?" Hearing the names of her senior brothers and sister, Su Chun burst into tears and cried, "Hu," as she begged, "Senior brother Bai, please go save Awei. We were chased by a Yiksha leader and Zhang Tai and Xianu are dead. Awei is trapped in a cave. Please, senior brother, go save him." Upon hearing this, Bai Yifan's expression turned serious, and he asked, "If Zhang Tai and Xianu are dead, why did you come to the 7th floor?" Upon hearing Bai Yifan's question, Su Chun's eyes suddenly went blank, and her mouth kept muttering, "7th floor, we are on the 7th floor. The heavens and earth are in chaos, we lost our way and unknowingly ended up on the 7th floor." Seeing Su Chun disoriented and bewildered, Bai Yifan shook her forcefully, shouting loudly, "Where is Lu Wei? Lead me there immediately." Upon hearing Bai Yifan's words, Su Chun suddenly woke up and obediently replied, "Okay." Shortly after, Su Chun led Bai Yifan to their destination. Pointing to the cave in front of them, she said, "Senior brother Bai is in there. He is trapped in this cave." As they entered the cave, Su Chun became concerned and wondered why there was no movement inside. Could it be that senior brother Wei? Upon hearing this, Bai Yifan reassured her, saying, "Don't worry," and instructed, "Let's go inside and see." They continued further into the cave. After a while, Su Chun, feeling scared, timidly followed Bai Yifan, whispering, "It's too dark in here." Bai Yifan responded, "It's okay," and told Su Chun, "Stay behind me as we proceed." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a green smoke blew towards Bai Yifan, making him cover his nose in disgust. "What is this foul smell?" Bai Yifan wondered. At the same time, following behind Bai Yifan, Su Chun hesitantly looked around and timidly said, "Senior brother Bai, please slow down. It's really dark in here, I'm scared." Finishing her sentence, Su Chun slowly took out a talisman from her body, thinking to herself, "Seize this opportunity." Immediately sensing Su Chun's strange behavior, Bai Yifan interrupted her thoughts by turning around and grabbing her hand tightly, then exclaimed, Finally showing your true colors." Being controlled by Bai Yifan, Su Chun quickly pretended to be weak and shouted, Senior, what do you want?" Without hesitating further, Bai Yifan took the talisman from Su Chun's hand and observed it closely. "Trying to immobilize me with this talisman?" Seeing Bai Yifan beginning to deeply suspect himself, Su Chun quickly tried to explain awkwardly, Bai, senior brother, what are you saying?" "It's just that it was too dark, so I took out a fire talisman to illuminate, but I accidentally grabbed the wrong one." Hearing her explanation, Bai Yifan immediately grabbed Su Chun's neck forcefully and growled, "Do you think I'm a fool? Tell me exactly what happened." Even with her neck tightly gripped, Su Chun stubbornly refused to confess, I don't know, Bai senior brother, I really don't know." Seeing her adamant silence, Bai Yifan narrowed his eyes in frustration. He continued sternly, "You dare deceive me. Since the beginning, I've felt something strange. How could someone at mid-marrow cleansing realm like you come here unharmed? You're incredibly lucky, aren't you?" At this point, Bai Yifan tightened his grip even more and shouted loudly, "Speak up. Where are the 3 people from Lu Wei's group?" Despite being choked, Su Chun was only bleeding slightly and not yet in mortal danger, but suddenly she involuntarily screamed, "Help, help me!" As she finished her sentence, a powerful force attacked from outside the cave, causing continuous rumbling noises. Bai Fan instinctively turned his head towards the commotion and exclaimed, "The cave entrance has exploded." After the dust from the earthquake dispersed, Bai Fan suddenly looked back. Seeing the huge rocks falling in front of him, he exclaimed in disbelief, "The way out is also blocked now." Then, when Bai Fan heard the squeaking sound coming from the side, he wondered, "What is that sound?" As soon as Bai Fan finished his sentence, the repetitive sounds of chirp 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 continuously echoed out, and in just a moment, the blood-sucking vampire bats hidden there flew out of the cave and screeched loudly, "Chirp chirp chirp. Chirp 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 chirp." Seeing the group chirping like mice in front of him, Bai Fan immediately recognized them as vampire bats. He then guessed, "It seems like this is your plan to die with me." Without responding, Su Chun kept covering her face with her hands and continued to cough, and then she suddenly panicked and ran towards the blocked exit, desperately shouting, "No! No, let me go! Why is it like this? Didn't you agree with me? Just let me help you and I will be released." At that moment, while Wang Meng was behind the pile of rocks buried, he suddenly heard Su Chun scream and laughed mockingly, "Haha, Su Chun is really so foolish. She believes everything we say. Ha ha ha." As he laughed with joy, Wang Meng looked at the tied-up group of Lu Wei below, and at that moment Lu Wei slowly regained consciousness and groaned in pain. He suddenly remembered the time 2 hours ago. Back then, Lu Wei and everyone in the team were tied up by Wang Meng's group, and Gao Yang shouted at Zhang Tai, telling them to kneel. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and instructed Lu Wei's group to be sincere. Hearing this, Zhang Tai was furious and snapped back at him. Then he asked, "What do you want to do? Killing fellow disciples is a violation of the rules, aren't you afraid of us reporting to the elder?" In response to this problem, Wang Sheng stepped forward towards Zhang Tai. He lifted his sinister face and chuckled before stating, "Actually, I have no grudge against you all, but since you are associated with Bai Fan, I used you to deal with him." Upon hearing Wang Sheng's scheme, Shen Xianyu sneered disdainfully and warned loudly, "You wicked villains think up such despicable schemes, but we will never let you succeed." In response to Shen Xianyu's words, Wang Sheng sat down in front of her, touching her chin and sneering, "It may not be to your liking, but I can give you a chance. Whoever actively helps us lure Bai Fan, I will spare that person's life." As soon as the dog barked, Shen Xianyu immediately pushed Wang Sheng's dog away and shouted, "Get lost. Don't even think about it." Beside Shen Xianyu, Lu Wei also vehemently shouted, "You idiot, even if I die, I will not betray my brothers." Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng angrily kicked Lu Wei in the stomach and said, "Fine, you have courage. Then go die." When Lu Wei was kicked by Wang Sheng, he groaned in pain. After being thrown several dozen meters away, continuously shouting, "Ah ah," Lu Wei was clearly in distress. Shen Xianyu quickly turned back in worry and asked, Away, are you okay?" But before she could finish her question, Wang Sheng suddenly drew his sword and pointed it at Zhang Tai's throat, demanding, "What, you want to die too?" Zhang Tai, sensing Wang Sheng's threat, defiantly replied, "If you want to kill or chop, it's up to you." Following him, Shen Xianyu also shouted loudly, "That's right, did you think I'm afraid of you all? Come at us." Knowing they couldn't intimidate Zhang Tai and Xianyu, Wang Meng then shifted his gaze towards Su Chun, who was crawling on the ground with her head bowed, and cunningly asked, "Humph, aren't you afraid of death? What about you, junior sister Su Chun?" Hearing Wang Meng's question, Su Chun jolted in fear, her face turning pale, stammering in response. Before Su Chun could finish speaking, Wang Meng sat down, placed his hand on her shoulder, and with a calculated tone, offered a condition, "Junior sister Su Chun, if you agree to bring Bai Fan here, we will spare you and even give you a demon herb." Upon hearing this, Su Chun was suddenly shaken and hesitated for a moment. Seeing Su Chun's confused expression, Wang Meng immediately asked sarcastically, "How long have you been following them? And yet, you haven't even found a single spiritual herb? Do they truly see you as an ally?" feeling cornered by Wang Meng's insinuations, Su Chun hesitated and stammered in response. At that moment, Wang Meng leaned in close to Su Chun's ear and whispered, "In reality, helping us with this task, you don't need to carry this psychological burden. Lu Wei and the others are all dead, and you will be safe returning to the Holy Land." Su Chun shuddered at the hidden implication in Wang Meng's words. Afterwards, Wang Meng smirked cunningly and added, "Moreover, after this incident, you will also be one of us. Do you know that I'm an inside sect disciple? As long as I vouch for you, no one in the Holy Land will dare to bully you." Right beside them, Zhang Tai couldn't tolerate Wang Meng's coaxing of Su Chun and shouted loudly, "I despise it. Woman, don't waste your effort. Junior sister Su Chun is definitely not that kind of person." On this side, Su Chun, upon hearing Zhang Tai's words, stood frozen, wondering, what should I do? 2 hours earlier, Wang Sheng, seeing his sister's plan succeed, ran over in admiration, praising, "It's Meng heir from our family who came up with that ingenious plan." This time, Bai Yi Fan is in trouble. He tried to touch Wang Meng, but she immediately pushed his hand away. Wang Meng haughtily told Wang Sheng not to speak and said, "All right, I have to return to the elder to avoid suspicion, leave the rest to you." In response, Wang Sheng assuredly agreed, "Of course. Leave it to us, sister, go back and wait for news." Meanwhile, Bai Yi Fan, while Su Chun was still sitting sadly, watching bats flying around and thinking. The individual attacking power of blood-sucking bats is not strong, but if there are many, it may be difficult to deal with even for late-stage heavenly profound realm experts. With that in mind, Bai Yi Fan suddenly chuckled. He then thought, trying to take my life with this method? They think I'm too simple. With his thoughts gathered, Bai Yi Fan immediately activated the talisman in his hand and exclaimed, "Hey!" Instantly, a green swirling spiritual energy burst out from the talisman, enveloping Bai Yi Fan. Su Chun knelt outside, pounding on the barrier. She coughed and pleaded in agony, "Senior brother Bai, please let me in, I don't want to die." He frowned impatiently and coldly interrogated her, "Tell me, who sent you to harm me?" She urgently and agitatedly cried out, "It's Wang Sheng, and Gao Yang, and a woman I don't know. I've told you, now quickly let me in." Bai Yi Fan seemed to hear something amusing and exclaimed, "Since when did I agree to save you?" Su Chun couldn't believe it and shouted, "What?" Sweating and terrified, she cried out, "How can this be? Senior brother, quickly let me in. You're not someone who would stand by and watch death without helping." By then, the swarm of bats had flown toward Su Chun. They surrounded her and continuously attacked her. Su Chun flailed her arms wildly. She fearfully closed her eyes and screamed, "Get out, get out." She shrieked, pleading, "Senior brother Bai, I was wrong, please save me, I don't want to die, I really don't want to die." The swarm of bats concentrated their attack on Su Chun. The blood-sucking bats were so numerous that she was submerged by them. Su Chun screamed helplessly in despair. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi Fan merely snorted coldly and said, "He who harms others will ultimately harm himself." He smiled sarcastically, his cold gaze swept over Su Chun, and loudly declared, "Even karma created by heaven can be avoided, but karma created by oneself cannot be escaped. This truth is the final lesson your senior brother teaches you." From inside the cave echoed Su Chun's desperate screams. Wang Xing excitedly said to Gao Yang, "Do you hear those desperate screams?" He laughed loudly and continued, "That brat Bai Yi Fan must have died in there." Gao Yang chuckled maliciously and clicked his tongue in response, "But it's a pity that all his resources are also buried in the cave." Wang Xing also delightedly added, "Killing that little brat wasn't easy, senior brother can't ask for too much." Wang Xing looked at the unconscious Lu Wei and his group and said, "As for these guys, summon talismans to destroy them. Let them fend for themselves here." Inside the cave, a swarm of blood-sucking bats was rushing to attack his barrier. Bai Yi Fan clicked his tongue and said, "Tough one, there are too many of them. It seems the protective shield won't last much longer." He unleashed his power, and a blood sword formed in his hand as he said, although using the ancient realm to return to Earth immediately would save a lot of trouble. But I came to demon caves to train. What kind of training would it be if I ran away at the first sign of danger? Saying this, Bai Yi Fan shouted loudly, "Come out, Blood Chi Blade." Bai Yi Fan unleashed a lightning-fast move, bravely charging forward and slashing down all the bats. The power of the Blood Chi Blade's attack made the bats shriek incessantly. He thought to himself, the Blood Chi Blade and Piao Nianbu, when combined, can allow me to act quickly and deliver higher damage attacks. Bai Yi Fan frowned, calmly considering, in this blood rain, no matter how many demon bats there are, they will all die. He used all his strength to slash his sword forward, shouting, "Spirit Flame Talisman, activate." A mighty red dragon emerged from the sword and surged forward. The fierce flames incinerated all the bats, making them shriek miserably. Bai Yi Fan said with satisfaction, "This power is truly pleasing to the ears and eyes. Die, all of you." He charged forward with high spirits, telling himself, "Next, I should go deal with those cockroaches outside." Suddenly, something shot towards him from behind. Bai Yi Fan quickly glanced back and said, "What?" A terrifying power with great destructive force aimed directly at him. He nimbly dodged it, exclaiming loudly, "Damn, there's an even bigger one hiding." A gigantic blood-sucking demon bat appeared. It was spreading its wings, flying high above, and opening its mouth wide to use its sonic shockwave attack. Bai Yi Fan struggled to defend himself, crying out, "The sonic shockwave is too strong, all the blood chi in my body is being depleted." Seeing the scene above caused by the bat, he panicked and said, "This isn't good, the sonic waves are bouncing off the cave walls, creating an echo that amplifies the sound many times over. The terrain is not in my favor, I need to get out of here quickly." Unexpectedly, another powerful shockwave directly attacked Bai Yi Fan. Before he could prepare, he cried out, "Damn! When did it attack?" He looked behind him, thinking anxiously, "This is bad, it's Rong Yuan. Hey, if I don't think of something fast, I'm really going to die here." Bai Yi Fan used his Blood Chi Blade, stabbing his sword into the rock to gain leverage and stop himself, shouting, "Stop for me." As he slid downwards, he muttered to himself, "This situation with Rong Yuan is too deep, and the cave wall is too slippery, I can't stop at all." Fortunately, Bai Yi Fan stopped. He looked down, sighing with relief, "Finally, I've stopped." It was on the verge of collapsing at any moment. If this continued, he would surely die. Bai Yi Fan landed safely, thinking to himself, "Anyway, I'm almost at the bottom, might as well go down and see." He held a talisman in his hand and shouted, "Manifest Soul Illuminating Fire." A blue flame appeared, illuminating the path ahead. Bai Yi Fan walked cautiously, thinking to himself, "Novels always say that when the protagonist falls off a cliff, they'll have an unexpected encounter. Let's go forward and see." He was surprised to see the path ahead littered with white bones and various weapons scattered haphazardly. Bai Yi Fan broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "So many bones of demon objects, there are Yiksha demon beasts, and also many human clan cultivators. Surely, a great war between humans and demons didn't happen here before, did it?" Bai Yi Fan paused when he inadvertently saw a corpse still standing, in a posture holding a spear impaling an evil clan member. The incredibly vivid image stunned him, making him think, what exactly are these corpses? Bai Yi Fan approached, peering around and muttering to himself, "Let me see the evil clan member who was impaled by a weapon and died." But this corpse was a human clan member, and the hole in its body was also a fatal wound. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. The old man from the evil clan and this man in golden armor, even though they have been dead for many years, their bodies show no signs of decomposition, on the contrary, they are incredibly lifelike, even the bloodstains haven't dried. It's clear that these two were very powerful. Bai Yi Fan looked behind him, pondering, if I'm not mistaken, these two were likely top strong of the evil clan and human clan, fighting each other to the death here. The skeletons outside are probably their subordinate. He saw something and wondered, what is this? Bai Yi Fan picked up a mysterious scroll and said, "This scroll emits very powerful energy waves." Suddenly, a voice rang out, calling, "Little friend." He was startled and froze. Bai Yi Fan turned his head and shouted loudly, "Who is it?" The voice came from the corpse. Behind him, a soul seemed to be gradually accumulating and joyfully exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent." This emperor relied on a final wisp of remnant soul, anxiously waiting for over 9,000 years, and finally, I have waited for the fated one. He was astonished and couldn't believe it, thinking, over 9,000 years. A wisp of remnant soul persisting for over 9,000 years, even a strong magical talent of the 10th level couldn't do that. The soul continued to speak, "Little friend, what is your name, and where do you come from?" Bai Yi Fan clasped his hands respectfully and replied. "This junior is Bai Yi Fan, from the Five Elements Holy Land." Inwardly, he thought, such terrifying strength. Even if it's only a remnant soul, I must show respect. Hearing this, the mysterious spirit smiled in satisfaction and said, "The Five Elements Holy Land? So you are a disciple of a holy land. Very good. Do you know who I am?" Bai Yi Fan frowned slightly and asked cautiously. "May I ask for Senior's honored name?" At the same time, he was tense inside. Let's hear what he has to say. If anything feels wrong, I'll immediately return to Earth. The spirit manifested into an imposing man and declared, "I am the old ancestor of the Imperial Extreme Holy Land, the human emperor, Xianyuan Jingtian." Bai Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. "You are the old ancestor of the Imperial Extreme Holy Land?" He was stunned. The ancient records say the Imperial Extreme Holy Land has three old ancestors known as the three sovereigns of heaven, earth, and humanity. Each possessed peerless talent and boundless magical power. This remnant soul is actually one of them. Seeing Bai Yi Fan remain silent, Xianyuan Jingtian sighed and said, "It's normal if you doubt me. After all, nearly 10,000 years have passed. The outside world has probably long forgotten my name. Back then, during the Great War between humans and demons, I led 3,000 Xianyuan guards of the Holy Land to confront the 8 Desolations demon emperor of the Sun and Moon demonic sect. We nearly fought our way through the ancient demon caves, destroying countless demon lairs. In the end, the 8 Desolations demon emperor and I battled to this abyss, where we perished together." He continued. "Little friend, the scroll you tried to pick up earlier is my natal magic weapon, the Demon Sealing List. It is one of the 3 supreme guardian artifacts of the Imperial Extreme Holy Land. It can suppress all demon beings in the world, demon emperors and demon gods included. It can be considered the ultimate bane of the evil clans." Bai Yi Fan looked at the scroll in his hand and exclaimed. "So this scroll is the Demon Sealing List." Xianyuan Jingtian went on. "The golden armor on my body, the human emperor halberd that slew the 8 Desolations demon emperor, and the 8 Desolations thunder prison cauldron, all are top-tier Dao artifacts that once shook the entire continent. It's a pity that my fate was thin, and I failed to reclaim my supreme dominion. Little friend, since we were fated to meet, are you willing to inherit my legacy?" Bai Yi Fan asked calmly. "What guidance does Senior have in mind?" Xianyuan Jingtian smiled and said, "Kneel before me, kowtow 3 times, acknowledge me as your master, and I will pass on to you the Imperial Ultimate Dominance Diagram, along with this full set of equipment. This is the highest divine art of my Imperial Extreme Holy Land. Divided into 3 volumes, Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. Once you master it, you will become a true disciple of the Imperial Extreme Holy Land, bestowed with the Imperial surname in supreme honor." Bai Yi Fan lowered his head and replied. "In that case, many thanks to Senior." Xianyuan Jingtian responded. "No need for thanks. For you and me to meet here is an immense stroke of fate." As he spoke, a strange, eerie smile appeared on his face. Xianyuan Jingtian extended his hand and said, "Quickly kneel. I will immediately transmit this peerless skill to you. The future of the human race will rest upon your shoulders." Suddenly, Bai Yi Fan rapidly retreated and snorted coldly. "Something's wrong." Xianyuan Jingtian asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" As if he had already figured it out, Bai Yi Fan smiled faintly and probed. "Senior, you're not planning to pretend to pass on the skill and then seize my body, are you?" Xianyuan Jingtian panicked slightly and replied. "How could that be? I am the human emperor, one of the strongest of the human race. How could I possibly take over a junior like you?" Bai Yi Fan chuckled lightly, turned around, and said as he left. I must be overthinking it. But I am a disciple of the five elements holy land. Without my sect's permission, acknowledging another master would be disloyal and disgraceful. This inheritance, I don't need it. Senior is still waiting for the next fated person to come. Hearing his words, he flew into a rage, chasing after him and yelling, "You brat, come back to this emperor." Xian Yuan Jing Tian cornered by Yi Fan, roaring furiously, "This emperor has waited 10,000 years, how can I let you leave like that? Hand over your body." He was speechless, glancing at him and thinking to himself, my guess wasn't wrong, there really was a plot. Luckily, I haven't used my crossover attempts today. Bai Yi Fan touched the ring, shouting in his mind, "Return." At this moment, Bai Yi Fan had returned to the modern world. He lay on his bed, sighing in relief and thinking, I'm back. Otherwise, I would have been turned into his puppet. He stretched and yawned, muttering to himself, I'll rest at home for a bit, then get some magic weapons to deal with that old man. Suddenly, a blue flame appeared from behind him. A voice from the flame grumbled, "Is old man referring to this emperor?" Bai Yi Fan was startled when he heard the voice, crying out, "Who?" Xian Yuan Jing Tian was now in the form of a tiny soul. He nervously scanned his surroundings and asked in confusion, where is this place? Why is this emperor here? Damn it, what demon magic have you cast on this venerable one? There's no spiritual energy left. He thought in surprise, this. Bai Yi Fan gaped in bewilderment, thinking to himself, what's going on? This ghost is the human emperor. He actually crossed over here too. Seeing the glowing chandelier, Xian Yuan Jing Tian unexpectedly murmured, what kind of divine weapon is this, that it can emit such brilliant light? Why has this king never seen it before? Looking at the comical scene before him, Bai Yi Fan could only remain silent and helpless. Suddenly, his gaze turned serious as he thought, wait, I remember that besides skills, anything brought from the mainland to earth would dissipate, right? Why is this remnant soul? Then Bai Yi Fan glanced at the glowing divine weapon ring on his hand and murmured, it seems there's more to the secret of this ancient ring. He yelled from behind Bai Yi Fan, angrily shouting, hey kid, why is it like this? What the hell is this place? Hurry up and return this old man's spiritual energy. He quickly picked up the vacuum cleaner and pressed the button, slowly sucking Xian Yuan Jing Tian inside, a smirk on his face as he sucked and said, you're so noisy, I'll lock you in here for now. Xian Yuan Jing Tian cried out in alarm, what kind of soul-absorbing divine weapon is this now? Bai Yi Fan trapped Xian Yuan Jing Tian inside a transparent box, which made him scream and pound on the box, you damn outsider, release this emperor. He quickly approached and whispered to Xian Yuan Jing Tian, don't waste your energy anymore. Listen, I ask one question, you answer one question. Seeing this, Xian Yuan Jing Tian frowned and replied with disdain, I am the human emperor old ancestor, how can I be threatened by you? Hearing this, Bai Yi Fan, radiating evil energy, picked up a vacuum cleaner and gnashed his teeth threateningly, oh, really? Xian Yuan Jing Tian was now crying in fear and frantically pleaded, I'll talk, first put away that magic weapon, quickly put it away. Bai Yi Fan suspiciously pointed directly at him and asked, are you really the human emperor old ancestor of Imperial Extreme Holy Land? Xian Yuan Jing Tian replied emphatically and confidently, nonsense, how could this be fake? Hearing this, he felt relieved and continued to ask, then as the leader of the human clan, why would you want to harm your own descendants, finding hundreds of ways and thousands of schemes to take over? Xian Yuan Jing Tian sullenly replied, you try being imprisoned in the abyss for nearly 10,000 years. As long as I regain my freedom, what the hell do I need to think about morality or conscience? Bai Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and continued to ask, then I ask you, how many magic weapons beneath the abyss have been damaged how many times, and can they still be used? As he asked, he secretly thought to himself, I'm not lacking cultivation resources, what I lack are only magic weapons and martial skills. Xian Yuan Jing Tian closed his eyes and honestly replied, my human emperor halberd and human emperor armor, as well as the thunder prison cauldron of the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor, have all been damaged, and their spiritual energy has been completely destroyed, rendering them useless. Bai Yi Fan lifted the box containing Xian Yuan Jing Tian and said with an expressionless face, then keeping you is useless. In that case, I'll let your soul scatter and reincarnate soon. He said in fear and panic, pleading with him, "No, no, no, these 3 magic weapons are all broken, but my demon sealing list can still be used." The predecessor of this demon sealing list is a page from a heavenly book that drifted down from the immortal world. Its power is immense. It can be called the human clan's magic weapon, the bane of the evil clans. Then he pleaded with him again, "My little friend, if you release me, I will teach you how to use this magic weapon. Trust me, you will definitely be astonished by its power." Bai Yifan's face was full of suspicion as he softly said, "You tell me first," he said, then began to recount seriously, "My demon sealing list has 9 uses. First, it devours souls, especially the souls of strong evil clan members, which can self-recover or strengthen. Second, it seals and enslaves evil clan members to work for me. Third, it allows for immortal demon dual cultivation. Fourth, it assimilates heaven and earth. Fifth, it refines demonic materials. Ninth, you don't need to use spiritual energy to activate this treasure, you only need to consume divine power." Hearing the divine uses of the magic weapon, Bai Yifan exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, what you're saying sounds quite formidable." Seeing him holding a phone, Xian Yuan Jing Tian cried out in alarm, "Whoa, what kind of divine weapon are you pulling out to deal with me now?" Bai Yifan looked intently at the phone and said, it's fine, you can continue. Didn't you just say you wanted to impart the greatest divine skill of the Imperial Extreme Holy Land to me? It seems it's also called the Imperial Ultimate Dominance Diagram, right? Just tell me now. The more detailed the content, the sooner I'll release you after you've imparted it." Hearing these words from him, Xian Yuan Jing Tian thought angrily, "This brat. Forget it, a true hero knows when to endure. For now, once this emperor regains freedom, I'll certainly teach this little guy a lesson." Then he began to teach him, the Imperial Ultimate Dominance Diagram is divided into Heaven Emperor, Earth Emperor, and Human Emperor. I am the Human Emperor, so I only have the Human Emperor version. After 2 hours of teaching by Yifan, Xian Yuan Jing Tian concluded, in short, anyone who practices this skill will become impervious to blades and spears, invulnerable to water and fire, immune to poisons, and unaffected by physical transformations. This is the profound mystery of this skill. Looking at the phone in his hand, he exclaimed in admiration, "It seems this skill is incredibly profound, and the explanation isn't bad either." Xian Yuan Jing Tian was drenched in sweat at this point, and said with relief, "Phew, it's finally over. Being the Human Emperor is exhausting." Suddenly, Bai Yifan picked up the box containing Xian Yuan Jing Tian and said, "All right, now that you've finished speaking, there's no point in you staying here. Don't worry, since we've had this encounter, I will perform a proper transcendence ritual for you." He suddenly felt confused and said, "What? Are you planning to kick me to the curb after I've served my purpose? Without my guidance, how could you possibly remember such a complex magical talent skill? I'm afraid you can forever forget about acceding to the sect." Hearing his threatening words, Bai Yifan smugly raised his phone, which had recorded Xian Yuan Jing Tian's words, and laughed triumphantly, saying, "Hee, my lord, times have changed." Seeing this, he was startled and trembled with fear, saying, "This world is truly terrifying." Then Bai Yifan immediately placed the box containing Xian Yuan Jing Tian into the microwave and said, "If I let you go, there's no guarantee you won't harm the disciples of the human clan. Besides, now enter the path of death, quickly go to reincarnation." He could only helplessly bang on the box, screaming desperately, "Let me go, quickly let me go." Xian Yuan Jing Tian cried out in pain, "Little friend, don't, ah." Suddenly, he radiated spiritual power and then dispersed. He stared at it and said, "Human Emperor, may you have a safe journey." Bai Yifan calmly clasped his hands together and sincerely said, "If a calamity is not eliminated, keeping it by your side is the real danger. Doing this is the only way to be truly at ease." Holding the demon sealing list in his hand, he gazed at it thoughtfully and said, "Next, it's this demon sealing list's turn." Saying this, he dripped his own blood onto it. While doing so, he recalled Xian Yuan Jing Tian's instructions. According to this remnant soul of the Human Emperor, one only needs to drip blood onto it. Then suddenly, he was pulled into a strange yellow dimension. Bai Yifan opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, "Oh, this is the chaos space." He was currently standing on a strange inscription. Bai Fan continued to think in astonishment. The demon sealing list actually directly entered the world's spiritual ability. Huh? Does this mean it has successfully recognized its master? Then slowly, all the spiritual energy was absorbed by him. Bai Fan continued to think in surprise. This also records the history of the immortal world dominating the evil clan and the divine sex fighting against the evil clan. Huh? It's truly miraculous that it can directly imprint the divine sex deep into my mind. It's like a miniature world, and it saves me some trouble. Bai Fan said with satisfaction and triumph, this immense power now belongs to me. It seems I must go find a demon object to test it out. At the 8th level of the ancient demon caves, a gigantic dark blood demon wolf roared furiously, then emitted a red aura, causing those ordinary disciples to cry out in pain and simultaneously throwing them far away. A disciple who had just been hit by the dark blood demon wolf's attack was trying to resist, then cried out in pain, "Senior brother, this dark blood demon wolf is too much to handle. We're afraid we can't hold on." The senior brother immediately frowned and shouted encouragement, "Come on for me. Do you really want to die here?" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 other disciples ran to the back, immediately seeing an extremely deep abyss. Seeing this, they announced in extreme panic, "But senior brother, behind us is a cliff, we have no way back." The senior brother, who had just been encouraging his juniors, now had tears streaming down his face, crying and lamenting, "Ancestors of the Holy Land, please manifest yourselves quickly. I haven't taken a wife, nor have I had children. I know the Holy Land's precepts by heart, and I haven't committed any transgressions like gluttony, womanizing, or gambling. Please save me quickly. I don't want to die yet." Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from behind them, "Roar." The senior brother and his disciples immediately turned their heads back and asked in bewilderment, "What was that sound?" Immediately after that, a pack of demon wolves appeared before them, the sound of their footsteps continuously echoing. Seeing this scene, the disciples immediately screamed in terror, "It's over. We haven't even finished off the old demon wolves, and a new pack has arrived." The senior brother, now utterly despairing, said, "Damn it. Do we really have to die here today?" Another person, with eyes half closed, a voice filled with extreme regret rang out. "It's all our fault for being too greedy, for coming to the 8th floor too early, and now we have to die here." The newly arrived demon wolf suddenly leaped up, pouncing on another demon wolf, making it yelp in pain. And those disciples immediately seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Someone, slightly flustered, cried out, "Brothers, don't cry yet, something's not right with the situation." The little junior brother, in a panic, not quite understanding, let out a sound, "Huh," while the senior brother anxiously said, "Look what's happening, junior brother." They watched the wolves madly tearing at their own kind, the bitten one screaming in agony. The one who had been observing from the start then shouted a conclusion, "It seems the demon wolves are slaughtering each other." As he looked at the golden eyes of the newly arrived pack of wolves, he said, "Everyone, look, something seems off, the dark blood demon wolves that arrived later have golden pupils." Meanwhile, Bai Fan, observing the situation from another spot, couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. The agonizing cries of the demon wolves still echoed in his ears, but inwardly, he smugly thought, that Xian Yuan human emperor didn't lie to me, with the demon sealing list, these demon objects can indeed be easily subdued, dying to become demon slaves. Immediately after, he thought of the image of a giant black bat, slashed with many golden lines, exuding immense power. Closing his eyes, spirit condensing, he held a sword at his side that emitted black and red lightning bolts. He couldn't help but excitedly recall, last time, after using the ancient ring to return from Earth, he quickly dealt with that leader bat, but after leaving the cave, there was no trace of Wang Sheng, Gao Yang, or the others. Returning to the present, Bai Fan's entire body was enveloped by a layer of golden light. The moment he opened his eyes emitted golden lines, and strange characters also appeared on his neck. He smirked, calculating inwardly, so, what's next? Meanwhile, the new pack of demon wolves had finished dealing with the old pack of demon wolves. They were howling long cries with their heads tilted towards the sky. The disciples, seeing this scene, said, "Everyone look, the previous pack of wolves has been completely killed." Someone, seeing the wolves' howling action, wondered and asked, "Are they cheering?" It was Bai Fan on the other side, his body glowing golden, who then extended his hand forward and commanded loudly, "So, they're all killed." Then go. The demon wolves on the other side seemed to have received his command, their eyes emitting a powerful golden light. Then they all turned their heads in the same direction. Seeing this, the disciples immediately cried out in panic, they're staring at us, it seems like they're targeting us. However, instead of running towards the disciples, the wolves howled madly and then plunged into the abyss. Seeing this rare sight, the disciples immediately said, wait, the pack of demon wolves isn't charging at us. They're all committing suicide by jumping off the cliff. Bai Fan walked calmly, thinking to himself, phew, it's clean now, let's go down another level and see. Behind him, the disciples were bustling towards the deep chasm, saying in horror, am I seeing things? Someone spoke up, suggesting, let's go. Let's go up and see first. When they reached the edge of the pit, they couldn't believe their eyes. One of them stammered, what exactly is going on here? The senior brother immediately prostrated himself on the ground, joyfully exclaiming, a divine manifestation. The holy ancestor surely couldn't bear to let a good disciple like me die, and has urgently manifested his grace. On the 9th level of the ancient demon caves, a demon bear roared and swung its paw, slicing a beehive-like object in half. At that very moment, a voice also cried out, watch out. A hand held up a cup, and the person, while catching the liquid flowing from the beehive, said, it's a good thing you managed to pull back your strength in time, otherwise, we wouldn't be able to drink this royal jade nectar. Bai Fan was currently sitting on a tree, leisurely drinking sweet honey. His eyes subtly glanced at the demon bear and several demon wolves chasing away the buzzing swarm of bees, and he couldn't help but ponder, these past 2 days, I've used 3 demon wolves to hunt down and intercept targets, turning each demon wolf into a servant. I even captured 2 abyssal demon bears at the Purple Mansion peak stage. After a pause, Bai Fan secretly began to plan, relying on this demon slave guard team, I'll sweep clean the 9th layer of the forest, killing a large number of demon objects. Immediately after, he imagined horned pigs, 3-headed wolves, giant spiders, and enormous worms, then he thought to himself, what about black-armored pigs, 3-headed demon hounds, extremely venomous spiders, and abyssal soft worms. Moreover, each time one dies, a new demon object can be enslaved to take its place, always maintaining combat power. He then fantasized about himself standing at the front, followed by a powerful horde of demon objects. He couldn't help but feel smug, if only I were in the ancient demon caves. Commanding a grand army of demon objects, expanding territory, sweeping across all directions, how exhilarating it is. Whoever dares to provoke me, I'll directly unleash the grand army of demon objects to flatten them. Returning to reality, Bai Fan was still lost in thought, Wang Sheng, Gao Yang, even in death you wouldn't have imagined that after I was pushed to the brink, I would find a blessing in disguise and obtain the human clan's supreme demon ceiling list. Just you wait, dare to trap me, and I'll make sure you die a very ugly death. Suddenly, a prolonged howl caught Bai Fan's attention. He frowned and glanced over, wondering blankly, what was that sound? In a flash, Bai Fan had moved to the source of the sound. The place resembled a battlefield, with smoke and fire billowing, and rumbling thunder accompanied by distant shouts of killing. He stood not far away, and upon seeing it, he exclaimed, what's going on here? Are the people from the 3 great holy lands and 5 great sects all gathered here? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a group of people, enveloped in a golden aura, leapt towards the horde of demons. The leader quickly shouted, kill. Do not retreat. The lair of this Huiyun demon marquis is right before our eyes. Bai Fan, listening from the side, was secretly astonished. Is this the lair of the Huiyun demon marquis? The mission to eradicate the Huiyun demon marquis, acting on behalf of heaven, that the elder assigned to the inner sect disciples before leaving, is probably right here. Immediately after, Bai Fan, while jumping down the cliff, continued to think, it's rare to encounter such a grand situation, I should get closer and take a look. In the blink of an eye, Bai Fan walked below. Above him was a swarm of falling demons, among them the 2-headed one, the 2-headed flying yiksha of the Purple Mansion, who was laughing loudly in great excitement. Meanwhile, Bai Fan, walking below, thought, I just reached a flat area and already ran into demon beasts, the density of demon beasts on this 9th level is truly immense. His face darkened, the 2-headed flying yiksha's cunning laughter still echoing in his ears, he then thought grimly, since you've come, then become my strength. Immediately, Bai Yi Fan shouted an order, "Demon wolves, defeat this pack of yiksha for me." The demon wolves immediately howled madly and pounced towards the yiksha demons. The two-headed flying yiksha, seeing this, immediately fled, but it couldn't escape Bai Yi Fan's notice. He then chuckled and thought, still want to run? Next, Bai Yi Fan calmly instructed, "Abyssal demon bears, strike it down for me." Two abyssal demon bears suddenly appeared in front of the two-headed flying yiksha. The two abyssal demon bears used their fists to deliver a direct golden strike to the yiksha's chest, sending it flying backward. Bai Yi Fan observed the situation and secretly thought, abyssal demon bears are at the Purple Mansion peak level, dealing with you lot is as easy as flipping a hand. Seeing the two-headed flying yiksha easily flattened on the ground like that, Bai Yi Fan reluctantly thought to himself, but I just happen to be lacking a flying demon beast to be a demon slave right now. Immediately after, Bai Yi Fan placed his hands in front of his chest, golden rays of light emanated from his body, and in his mind, he secretly commanded, "Demon Sealing List, go." Each golden ray of light flew towards the yikshas, bound them, and turned their bodies golden, with strange characters appearing on their foreheads. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi Fan smugly thought, "Alright, I've recruited 5 more flying yikshas. My demon slave contingent has grown again, how delightful." Bai Yi Fan maintained his posture with hands clasped in front of his chest, his brows slightly furrowed, and a faint smirk on his lips. He couldn't help but confidently think, "It seems I still have strength. If this continues, I could collect 10 more." Suddenly, there was a lightning strike. A demon beast created a sky-shattering explosion. Along with the roar of that demon beast, Bai Yi Fan revealed a surprised expression, gritting his teeth. What's going on?" He turned his head to look and shouted, "That attack is too powerful. Could it be coming for me?" Then he controlled and ordered the bat leader, "Go take a look." Bai Yi Fan turned back and saw the sight of 2 attacks clashing. Seeing this, he quickly understood the situation and thought to himself, so the previous attack was just the aftershock of 2 energy sources. Bai Yi Fan rode on the back of the bat leader, flying high to observe the situation. It seems they are both exhausted, which is why the attack went awry and missed. Azura roared in anger and charged towards the man, while the man was in a fighting stance, panting exhaustedly. The man swung his arm, unleashing an attack named Overlord's Fist. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You are already exhausted and weak, go die, blood-faced Azura." Seeing the situation, Bai Yi Fan then spoke up, without a magic weapon in hand. Just one punch could cause such an explosion. Is this an inner sect disciple? But his opponent is an Azura, not an easy foe to deal with. The underground Azura demon object is much stronger than Yiksha Rakshasa, possessing commander-level strength comparable to the human clan's magical talent's secret realm. That type of evil clan is covered in bone spikes, incredibly ferocious, and has awakened spiritual intelligence, capable of speaking human language, even cunning and treacherous. The Azura aggressively charged into the attack and roared angrily, "Damned human clan, go die." The Azura punched the man hard in the stomach. He couldn't dodge in time and cried out in pain, "Ugh! What? How do you still have the strength to resist?" The Azura let out a triumphant laugh, "Ha ha ha, in war, there's no aversion to deception." He growled provocatively, "I learned that from you humans." And he pushed the man down into the depths below. At the bottom, the man lay unconscious, and a pool of blood appeared. The Azura also landed, looking at him, and chuckled sinisterly, "He must be dead now, right? Ha ha ha." He approached the man and roared, "Ha ha ha, human clan cultivator, it seems I've won this battle. I will take your heart." Suddenly, a swarm of low-level demon objects roared in unison and flew towards Azura. Azura gasped in surprise and exclaimed, "Where did these bugs come from? Watch me blind you all." Azura swung an attack at that swarm of demon objects. He angrily yelled, "How dare you steal my prey? Get out of my sight, all of you." But one demon object from that swarm lunged at him and clawed him. Azura cried out in sudden pain, "Ah!" He exclaimed indignantly, "What's going on? Why aren't these low-level demon objects obeying orders?" Azura angrily swung his hand to attack again, cursing, "So they actually came for me. Damn it, all of you, go die." Suddenly, Bai Yi Fan appeared behind him. Bai Yi Fan's cold voice rang out, "Now. Azura uttered a surprised sound, huh? Bai Fan stabbed his sword into Azura's chest from behind, causing him to scream in pain, "Ah, you hateful human. Where did you burst out from?" The swarm of low-level demon objects rushed in and surrounded Azura, causing him to be overwhelmed and struggle, screaming, "Damn these endlessly persistent bugs." Azura was clawed and torn by the swarm of demon objects, screaming in pain continuously. How hateful. To think he was killed by a low-level creature. He flew into a rage, flinging the swarm of demon objects away. He roared with indignation, "I will kill you all." Seeing this, Bai Fan exclaimed in surprise, "What? To kill more than 2 Purple Mansion Realm demon objects with one blow, this is the power of a commander level." Bai Fan then spoke up, "But I doubt you have much strength left to fight." Then he unleashed his magic with the technique, Demon Sealing List, go. The chain advanced to attack Azura. He unexpectedly turned to look and scoffed, this is a slave seal. You tiny little inner body realm worm, you want to use a slave seal to control me? What a pipe dream. But Bai Fan smirked, "Stop wasting words. Hurry up and obediently become a loyal dog." And he clasped his hands, unleashing his magic. The slave seal chain bound Azura even tighter, making him scream in agony, "Arg! What kind of slave seal is this? Break it." Bai Fan frowned, and without hesitation, shouted, "Humph. Still trying to resist? Increase the binding force." A circle of light appeared above Azura's head. He exclaimed in surprise, how could it be, like this?" Bai Fan's entire body glowed. He slumped to the ground, tiredly sighing, "Phew, success. With my current realm, subduing a commander-level demon object was indeed still a bit strenuous, but I finally succeeded." Azura Batu immediately knelt down in submission before Bai Fan and respectfully said, "Azura Batu greets master." Hearing his name, Bai Fan smirked, "Batu? So you even have a name, interesting." Bai Fan then spoke up, "Go over there and check on that human clan compatriot." He then realized, so it's an inner sect disciple of the true martial Holy Land. Then Bai Fan approached the unconscious man, touched his face, and spoke in a comforting tone, "Sai, trust me, those who participate in the ancient demon caves have long stopped caring about life and death. Rest in peace." Bai Fan used his spiritual power to move the spatial ring and said, "Open this. There's a primordial spirit imprint inside." Azura Batu immediately replied, "As you command." Then he quickly used his power to break the primordial spirit imprint and open the ring. Bai Fan intently watched the glowing ring, thinking to himself, "Very good, let me see what's inside." He began to explore and discovered inside were demon wolf hide, demon bear hide, yiksha horn, yiksha wing, Azura ping bone. There were also elixirs and a few common divine weapons. Bai Fan's eyes lit up with joy. He thought to himself, I found it. I didn't expect it to actually be inside." Bai Fan chuckled softly as he held a book in his hand and muttered to himself, "Giant Spirit Fist, Spirit Tier Martial Skill. This must be the terrifying fist technique that the yellow-robed man cultivated." The scene shifted to present-day Earth. Bai Fan threw out his powerful fist, accompanied by a shout of "Humph." As he practiced, he thought to himself, the giant spirit fist is divided into 5 stances: mountain cleaving, earth splitting, ocean filling, heaven suppressing, and heaven shocking. Each subsequent stance is more ferocious than the last. To execute this fist technique, one must fuse spiritual energy with fist intent. He practiced diligently, thinking, "I don't have spiritual energy, but I have long since broken through the Purple Mansion Nirvana Palace, cultivating soul power throughout my entire body. Even my willpower and soul perception are higher than before. I can barely substitute spiritual energy with soul power. As for fist intent, it cannot be comprehended overnight, I must pay attention to my practice." Bai Fan stopped, muttering to himself. This skill, Giant Spirit Fist, is obscure and difficult to understand. If it hadn't been simplified through Earth's influence, I really wouldn't understand anything. Suddenly, Bai Fan noticed an incoming call on his phone. He looked at the caller ID and wondered, what does Sister Guo want with me now? Bai Fan quickly answered, "Hello, Sister Guo, what's up? Is something wrong?" The other end of the line immediately yelled, your online orders are piling up like mountains at my place. When are you going to come pick them up? Upon hearing this, Bai Yifan flinched, and he frantically cried out in his mind, oh no, I completely forgot about this. Sweating profusely, he replied, yes, I'll come pick them up today. He recalled an old conversation. It was my mother's first time traveling abroad, and she said she wanted to buy some things and send them back to me. Because I was busy going to the myriad ancient realm to eradicate demons, I could only ask Sister Gua to help me receive the online orders, and then I completely forgot about it. He also remembered the moment he clasped his hands together to ask for a favor. Sister Gua, there's something I need to ask of you. If any online orders arrive, could I have them sent to your place and ask you to receive them for me first? Guiyao agreed without hesitation. Alright, how many orders could a single guy like you possibly have? Time passed, and it was now raining. Bai Yifan, holding an umbrella, started a conversation with Guiyao. Long time no see, Sister Gua. I didn't expect there to be so many online orders. Hee, I apologize to you. Guiyao wasn't too bothered. Alright, I'm not that petty. It seems you didn't do it on purpose, so I'll let it slide this time. She pointed towards the door and said, they're here, over here. Immediately, there was the welcoming voice of Mother Gua, Rao you're back. I've been waiting for you for ages. Mother Gua looked at Bai Yifan with suspicion. She wondered, wait, who is this person? Bai Yifan scratched his head, gave an awkward smile, and greeted, hello, Auntie. I'm Sister Gua's tenant, Bai Yifan. Sorry for the trouble. Mother Gua became even more suspicious. A tenant? Just a tenant? Why is he so close to my Guiyao? His appearance is barely acceptable, but he's not wearing a single famous brand. One look and you know he's a poor devil. Guiyao unhappily said, Mom, don't be like that. He's also considered my friend. Mother Gua showed her disdain openly. Friend? Don't you dare be friends with this kind of person. Guiyao angrily called out loudly, Mom. As soon as she finished speaking, Mother Gua's expression did a complete 180, she became much more amiable and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Rao let me introduce a young man to you. This is Xie Dongqing, you two get to know each other. Xie Dongqing, dressed politely, introduced himself, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Guiyao was caught off guard and replied rather awkwardly, hello. She turned to Mother Gua, lowered her voice, and reproached her, Mom, didn't we talk about this already? Don't bring someone home every other day. Why are you doing this again? Mother Gua immediately explained, look at you, you're already 30 years old, not a child anymore. If I don't worry about you, who will? Don't worry, I've thoroughly checked this young man out. He's absolutely more reliable than the last one. Guiyao angrily exclaimed, Mom. Bai Yifan noticed Xie Dongqing's covetous gaze, and he thought to himself with disgust, with that lecherous look, how reliable could he possibly be? After some back and forth, the four people sat down to talk. Mother Gua took the initiative to speak first, Rao let me tell you about Xiao Xie. He's truly impeccable. He's just over 30 and already owns his own company. My business keeps growing bigger and bigger. Xie Dongqing was very pleased with himself but still feigned modesty, Auntie, you're praising me too much. My place is really just a small scale. Mother Gua tooted twice and said, look how humble Xiao Xie is. Compared to our Rao he's becoming more and more suitable. Guiyao called out to her mother, then turned to say, Yifan, please sit down and have some tea. I'll go get your things. Bai Yifan replied, yes, thank you, Sister Gua. Xie Dongqing handed Bai Yifan his business card to get acquainted. May I ask what this young man does for a living? This is my business card. Bai Yifan said without hesitation, I'm sorry, I don't have a job. I'm afraid I can't exchange business cards with you. Xie Dongqing smugly adjusted his glasses, feigning great surprise, oh, young man, that won't do. A man without his own career is no different from a useless person. Without social status, you're still young, you can't just sit around doing nothing and cling to illusions. You need to find a job and work. Mother Gua also agreed, Xiao Xie is right. For a young person to have such insight, it's no wonder he's already a boss. That's truly impressive. Xie Dongqing laughed heartily and said, "It's nothing impressive. I'm just a little better than other employees." "Oh, right, if you're interested, I can take some time to drive you to my factory for a visit, and if you see anything you like, you can take it freely." Mother Gua's face lit up with joy, and she immediately asked, "I just saw your car, is it a VIN Group, or a Mercedes-Benz?" Xie Dongqing grinned widely, his hand even dangled the car key to show off, "Auntie, it's only a few $100,000, it's not really a Mercedes or anything. Besides, a car is just a means of transportation." He turned to ask Bai Yi Fan, "Young people like this younger brother here are the ones who like Mercedes and such, right?" Bai Yi Fan replied bluntly, "Sorry, I don't study cars, nor do I care about brands, as long as it can drive, that's fine." Mother Gua narrowed her eyes, evaluating him internally. I guessed right after all, this kid has nothing but his face, no job, no house, no car, and he doesn't even know the Mercedes brand." Xie Dongqing pulled up his sleeve to check the time, then he immediately looked rushed. "Oh dear, it's already this late. I still have things to do at my company, so I have to leave now." Mother Gua smiled and praised, "Xiao Xie, I think I've seen your watch on TV before, it's called a Rolex or something, isn't it? It must cost hundreds of thousands, right?" Xie Dongqing chuckled, "It's just a trifle, Auntie, you're making me embarrassed." Just then, Gui Yao carried out Bai Yi Fan's pile of goods. She didn't forget to remind him, "Bai Yi Fan, your large packages are all in the backyard. It seems some are labeled as valuable consigned items, please check them." Bai Yi Fan replied, "Okay." Gui Yao continued, "It seems these packages were all sent from abroad." Suddenly, Gui Yao's foot hit the leg of a chair, and she cried out, "Ah!" And so, by inertia, she tripped, sending the packages in her hands flying off with her own cry of, "Oh no!" Seeing Gui Yao about to fall, Bai Yi Fan quickly ran towards her, shouting loudly, "Sister Gua, be careful." Fortunately, Bai Yi Fan quickly caught Gui Yao, though the items in her hands all fell. Bai Yi Fan held her in his arms, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" Grateful for being rescued, Gui Yao, flustered, replied, "Thank you, Yi Fan, I'm fine." All those actions were seen by Xie Dongqing. He was also running towards Gui Yao just as she fell, but couldn't be the hero because Bai Yi Fan got there first. Xie Dongqing trembled with anger, his teeth clenched tightly, and he thought furiously, "Damn it, that kid stole my thunder." At this moment, Gui Yao quickly sat down to pick up the items on the ground. She looked at Bai Yi Fan, her eyes a little hesitant, and said, "But I don't know if my things are damaged." Bai Yi Fan naturally replied, "It's okay, let me open it and see." Xie Dongqing also regained his composure. He sat down on a chair, leisurely enjoying his tea, then clicked his tongue softly and thought to himself, "Tisk, if that brat stuff is broken, then it's broken. It's not worth much anyway." Bai Yi Fan also checked the items. He opened a box, and inside was a luxurious watch, radiating a dazzling light. He glanced at it, then casually said, "So it's a watch. I don't usually wear these kinds of things much." However, Xie Dongqing was so astonished his eyes nearly popped out, and despite choking, he yelled, "Is this a Patek Philippe?" Gua's mother, who was nearby, seeing Xie Dongqing's reaction, simply said indifferently, "What brand is that? I've never heard of it." He immediately turned to her, his face pale and covered in sweat, and tried to explain, "That's a watch brand worth millions." Then, the meticulously designed, luxurious watch was broken. Seeing this, Gui Yao quickly spoke up, "Oh dear, the watch fell and the glass broke. I'm so sorry, Yi Fan." Bai Yi Fan didn't mind, he put his things away and gently replied, "It's fine, if it's broken, it's broken. It's not worth much, it doesn't matter. As long as you're okay, sister." Xie Dongqing heard every word Bai Yi Fan said clearly. He exclaimed in shock, "Big brother, that's a Patek Philippe. What do you mean it's not worth much?" Bai Yi Fan carried a box containing several large and small packages and told Gui Yao, "Oh, right, Sister Gua, please take this bag. My mom told me to give it to a friend, but I don't have any friends with such unusual tastes. You've been helping me receive things for so long. Consider this a thank you gift." Gui Yao seemed embarrassed and stammered, "Isn't this a bit much?" Xie Dongqing's hair seemed to stand on end as he exclaimed, you can just casually give away limited edition luxury fashion items from Hermes and Chanel. Observing Xie Dongqing screaming for a while now, Mother Gua, puzzled, placed a hand on Xie Dongqing's shoulder and asked, Xiao Xie, what's wrong? Xie Dongqing, slumped, still tried to answer, it's nothing, I just almost choked a moment ago. Bai Yifan turned towards him, casually twirling a car key in his hand, and kindly suggested, Big brother, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Or should I take you to the hospital? Xie Dongqing was startled once again. He tried to look closely and asked himself, what is that? Is the emblem on that car key a Porsche? Hearing this, Mother Gua finally understood. She covered her mouth, utterly astonished. Xiao Fan, this car of yours seems to be a supercar worth several million, doesn't it? This is truly a supercar. Xie Dongqing looked utterly lifeless, completely defeated. He had become a failure, secretly thinking to himself, it's over, I can't compare at all. A moment later, all the items had been loaded by Bai Yifan onto his supercar. Before leaving, he smiled and said, Sister Gua, thank you very much this time. Looking at the heavy items loaded onto the supercar, Guayao spoke up with a hint of worry. Bai Yifan, can this car of yours really fit it? Will it damage your seats? Xie Dongqing, standing beside him, couldn't help but exclaim, turning a Porsche into a cargo vehicle, this is the first time I've ever witnessed such a thing. Meanwhile, Bai Yifan, gripping the steering wheel inside, replied, don't worry, it'll fit, and it's fine if it gets damaged. After all, Big Brother Xie also said that a car is just a tool for transportation, right? Realizing the implication, Xie Dongqing angrily roared, this brat is using my own words against me, isn't he? Bai Yifan, however, was in a hurry to leave. He said, I'm off. Bai Yifan's supercar started to move, the mud and dirt beneath the car were powerfully kicked up by the wheels. All the dirt and sand from the wheels flew onto Xie Dongqing, catching him off guard. Meanwhile, Mother Gua immediately changed her demeanor and happily waved, calling out, Xiao Fan, come visit us when you have time. Bai Yifan replied while driving, absolutely, everyone go inside. Not long after, on the 9th floor of the ancient demon caves, Bai Yifan was still diligently practicing his skills. His fists unleashed powerful blows, and he loudly shouted, Giant Spirit Fist, Mountain Splitter. Immediately, the rocks and earth in front of him were shattered over a wide area by his blow. Bai Yifan clenched his fist tightly and thought joyfully, damn, that power is immense. Even though I only used soul power to activate the fist technique, to achieve this level of power. Later, when I enter the secret realm magical talent and cultivate spiritual energy, it will be even better. At this moment, Azura Batu, who was behind him, knelt on the ground and said, Congratulations, Master. Master is truly full of talent, to be able to cultivate a fist technique to spirit level. Your subordinate is extremely impressed. Bai Yifan glanced at Azura Batu and told him, stand up. Suddenly, after a few seconds, he remembered something and said, oh right, aren't you a demon object from the secret realm magical talent? Do you know how to use spiritual energy? Batu answered frankly, of course I do. He also told him, come on, show me. Batu's eyes lit up as he replied, yes, Master. Batu immediately turned to the side and without any concealment, gently unleashed a move using spiritual energy, Azura Cross Slash. Seeing this seemingly gentle move, Bai Yifan immediately said, so it's just using hands as blades. Quickly swinging out spiritual energy from the hands to emit sword chi. I guess there won't be much power, right? However, just as he finished speaking, a huge explosion occurred right before his eyes. Smoke and dust were stirred up, completely obscuring the line of sight. With his subordinate's demonstration, Bai Yifan immediately froze and thought, damn, that's terrifying. At this moment, Azura Batu spoke up to explain, Master, this is the magical talent of our Azura clan, the Azura Cross Slash. When facing an enemy, it's enough to destroy an opponent one realm higher than oneself. Before his master could recover from his astonishment, Azura Batu immediately demonstrated the next technique. Countless blazing red orbs enveloped the surroundings, and Azura Batu said, Master, please behold the blazing blood orb technique. As he unleashed the move, he introduced, this skill combines blood chi and spiritual energy, and it can contend against a myriad of celestial lords. Another explosion occurred. This time it was much larger than the previous one, as if it wanted to blow away the people nearby. Bai Fan exclaimed, "Damn, the range is too wide." At this moment, he was still reeling from shock, as Azura Batu continued to demonstrate other techniques, incessantly explaining, "This is the Azura standard sterilization, this is Grandma's favorite set, this is the heavenly underworld hell palm." Hearing this, his whole body froze. I never expected this Azura Batu to be so powerful. Each technique was demonstrated by Azura Batu, not once showing any weakness. Azura God Hunting Slash, Blood Spirit Mountain Opening Art, Demon God Sky Shattering Claw. After a series of dozens of moves, Batu was exhausted and, panting, asked, "Master, what do you think?" Bai Fan quickly replied, all right, your secret realm magical talent is truly very powerful. If it weren't for you and the yellow-robed man fighting each other, with both sides suffering losses, I wouldn't be able to subdue you even with 10,000 lives. The more Bai Fan thought about it, the more excited he became, muttering to himself, "It seems I've subdued a monster with combat power beyond imagination." At this moment, Azura Batu also informed him, "Master, you praise me too much. Compared to the soul annihilation array that Huiyun Demon Marquis set up beneath the city to kill human clan cultivators, this little bit of my power is nothing." Hearing this, Bai Fan couldn't hide his surprise and asked again, "What?" "Batu, say that again." When asked, Azura Batu quickly recounted, 3 months ago, Huiyun Demon Marquis set up a grand 10,000 souls world destruction array beneath his lair. As long as those human clan cultivators entered to mine the soul stone veins, they would all be blown to death. Unless they cultivated to the 5th stage of magical talent, the returning unity realm, and condensed all their magical talent spiritual energy into a golden elixir seed, only then could they miraculously survive. The disciples of the Holy Land and the forces besieging Huiyun Demon Marquis, besides wanting to act on behalf of heaven to avenge the more than 100,000 common people of Yen Kingdom, also had another objective. That was to seize a soul stone mineral vein beneath the city. Soul stone is a type of crystal produced from ancient demon caves, containing soul power that can cultivate and strengthen the Imperial Palace and Purple Mansion Divine Soul, and can even be used in the magical talent's secret realm. This type of crystal is only found deep underground, making it relatively rare. One piece is worth 1,000 spirit stones. Bai Fan then asked, "What about Huiyun Demon Marquis? Is he planning to perish with them?" Azura Batu quickly replied, "Of course not. Demon Marquis Lord isn't that foolish." Demon Marquis Lord had already set up a teleportation array in the city, ready to escape at any moment. Bai Fan, with deep eyes, thought to himself, "There's such a conspiracy again. This is clearly an attempt to annihilate the elite disciples of my holy land. This identical method, could it be that same mole behind it?" After thinking, he turned to say, "Batu, pretend I am your prey and take me to the main battlefield." Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, a fierce battle was raging. The sounds of fighting and slaughter continuously echoed amidst the thick smoke and fire. Yi Xiaochai focused intensely on the battle. She charged forward with her sword, using all her might to stab the monster in front of her, shouting, "Damn demon object, die." At this moment, Azura Batu, playing the role of the villain, dragged Bai Fan out according to the plan. Bai Fan screamed, "Senior sister, help me." Yi Xiaochai also noticed him and wondered, "That's the little guy Bai Fan. Why was he captured and brought here?" Thinking Bai Fan's life was important, she quickly turned to her 2 fellow disciples beside her and said, "Luo Sen, Xing Er, cover me, I have to go save him." They immediately agreed to her request. The 2 quickly set up a covering formation, Ling Feng Mu Dai formation. Yi Xiaochai held her sword, her eyes determined, and charged straight towards Batu, shouting, "Demon Marquis, look here, release your captive at once." As soon as Yi Xiaochai arrived, Batu immediately released Bai Fan. He even pretended to cry out, "Oh, such powerful sword chi." Bai Fan, falling from above, landed with a thud. This time, it wasn't an act, he cried out in pain several times. Azura Batu, having achieved his goal, immediately shrieked, flapped his wings, and fled. "Ah, humans are too terrifying, I will definitely return." Yi Xiaochai quickly ran to the junior brother and asked, "Bai Fan, are you alright?" He quickly replied, "I'm fine." He secretly thought to himself, Ba2's acting, it needs more training next time. Another disciple quickly took down the remaining monster, saying aloud, it's done. This is the last one in our assigned area. Bai Fan immediately cupped his hands towards Yi Xiaochai. Just now, I was careless and was captured by this demon object and brought here. Many thanks for your life-saving grace, senior sister Yi. Yi Xiaochai generously replied, the demon objects here are all very powerful. Since you're in our formation, be careful not to lose your life. Observing the events unfolding before him, Luosen immediately ran over to question Yi Xiaochai. Xiaochai, you made such a big fuss just to save an outside sect disciple. Isn't this a waste of my spiritual energy? Yi Xiaochai tried to explain, Luosen, he is also a disciple of our five-element holy land. How can you say such a thing? However, Luosen irritably dismissed her words, oh, please. Are outside sect disciples even considered disciples? At most, they're just a bunch of useless people kept around for appearances. However, Bai Fan was not angered and calmly retorted. But the senior brothers and senior sisters around you, from the very beginning, all cultivated from what you call, useless people. Yet, in senior brother's eyes, everyone is so annoying. It seems this senior brother is extremely talented, having been accepted as an inside sect disciple as soon as he entered the sect. As soon as Bai Fan finished speaking, Luosen was immediately surrounded by sharp glares and questions from his fellow disciples. Hey Luosen, all of us rose from outside sect disciples to inside sect disciples. What do you mean by what you just said? That's right, please explain clearly, you little guy, what do you mean? At this moment, Ding Mao also appeared and spoke up to mediate. Alright Luosen, you've already saved him, so don't say such things anymore. He also gave Bai Fan a sharp glance and coldly snorted, consider yourself lucky. Ding Mao said to Bai Fan, I am Elder Ding Mao, leading the inside sect disciples of Mu Institute this time. How did an outside sect disciple like you end up in these demon caves? Logically speaking, you should have been eaten by a demon object long ago. Bai Fan immediately cupped his hands and reported the situation frankly, Elder Ding, let me explain the convoluted details of this matter later. Today I have a major matter to report, we cannot go to the castle, it's a trap. Huiyun Demon Marquis has set up a grand formation, the 10,000 Souls World Destruction, beneath the underground city, intending to bury all the Holy Land disciples within it. Upon hearing this, everyone became tense. Ding Mao exclaimed, what did you say? Then he asked in detail, do you have any proof? Bai Fan simply replied, I also learned of this by chance. He thought to himself, the matter of subduing Ba2 cannot be revealed for now. At this moment, Luosen, standing behind Ding Mao, reported, Elder Ding, True Martial Holy Land and Multi-Treasures Holy Land have already advanced to Huiyun Demon Marquis' fortress, we should follow them. The Soul Stone Mine is very important to our Holy Land, we absolutely cannot stand by and let others take it. Then he gnashed his teeth, showing disdain, and said, in my opinion, this little guy Bai Fan is a coward, afraid of death, and dares not follow us to kill the enemy. That's why he's spouting nonsense and fabricating stories. Yi Xiaochai, you really shouldn't have brought back such a burden. Bai Fan heard every word Luosen said clearly. He immediately looked at Luosen with sharp eyes and asked, what did you say? At this moment, Luosen's entire body suddenly turned cold and he trembled uncontrollably. He thought to himself, wait, what's going on? It was just a glance from him. Why is it that everyone is so scared they can't move? Bai Fan clasped his hands seriously and said, this matter is important, it concerns everyone's lives. I dare not lie, I hope Elder Ding will make a decision. Hearing this, Elder Ding hesitated slightly and said, there really is such a thing. He raised his communication token, looking at the person inside who was asking, Elder Ding, why haven't you set off yet? The people from all other forces have already arrived at the main battlefield, only our five elements holy land is still outside. Luosen, who was beside him, gently reminded him with a serious attitude, Elder Ding, even Elder Du of the Fire Institute has come to urge us. If we delay, we won't even have soup to drink. An outer sect disciple with no evidence, spouting nonsense, are you still taking it seriously? After those words, Elder Ding listened to him. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, all right, no more hesitation. Let's move forward at maximum speed. Bai Yi Fan, your cultivation is too low, staying here is too dangerous. You can follow us and observe. At that time, you absolutely must not rashly take credit, understand? Hearing this, Luo San looked at Bai Yi Fan with an arrogant expression. His expression also darkened as he replied, yes. Was again extremely annoyed, thinking, these people truly are a constant source of worry. The scene shifts to Huiyun Demon Marquis's lair, where disciples were relentlessly striking the barrier in front of them, shouting, quick, just a little more and we can break this guy's lair. The first to break the formation will definitely be us, from Multi-Treasure's Holy Land. The disciples of Sung Wu Holy Land also raised their swords, cheering and shouting loudly, with disciples of our true martial Holy Land here, don't even dream about it. Elder Du was furious, frowning deeply and cursing, damn it, our 5 elements formation requires 100 disciples to return to their positions before it can be activated. How is it that this Ding Mao still hasn't arrived? No sooner had he finished speaking than Elder Ding arrived with his disciples, urgently calling out, Elder Du, I apologize, we are late. Elder Du grumbled irritably, you're truly a hindrance, delaying for so long for nothing. Can't you see that the city is about to be breached by the people from the other 2 great holy lands? After venting his frustration, he turned and raised his hand to command, disciples, heed my command. Head towards the demonic treasure at maximum speed. The disciples responded in unison, yes. Meanwhile, Bai Yi Fan was frowning unhappily, thinking. We can't go forward anymore, the front is about to reach the attack range of 10,000 souls world destruction. He gently dropped the mini-bomb to the ground and thought, this is all to save you. I'll let you taste the power of this thing. A series of explosions rang out, making Du Elder's disciples jump in surprise and ask, what was that sound? Du Elder also said worriedly, this is bad. It's 7 mystic heavenly punishment beam, everyone stop quickly. He observed for a moment and then said to Ding Elder, this type of plant has limited power, although it won't seriously injure people, if one is not careful and it explodes near their meridians, it will be very difficult to condense soul power and spiritual energy in a short period of time. Everyone be careful. Ding Elder frowned and growled, damn it, is this perhaps a tactic by another force intentionally restraining us? On Bai Yi Fan's side, he crossed his arms, thinking smugly to himself, 7 mystic heavenly punishment beam is just the seed of a phoenix immortal flower. He had suffered a loss, taking advantage of the team's rest to go find a large pile of wild beans and experiment with them one by one. It's you. Only now have I found the most suitable method to stop the team from advancing without injuring anyone. Bai Yi Fan grinned sinisterly as he dropped several 7 mystic heavenly punishment beam, then chuckled to himself. These small bombs should be able to stop you for a moment. Once the 10,000 souls world destruction is activated, you will understand my painstaking efforts. The disciples were constantly struggling, being blown back and forth by Bai Yi Fan's bombs. Elder Du continuously shouted to reassure them, everyone, don't break formation, this is the enemy trying to delay us, we absolutely cannot let them succeed. At this moment, on the platform, Huiyun Demon Marquis had activated the 10,000 souls world destruction, which spread in all directions. Elder Du looked over and asked, puzzled, this energy is, the disciple also let out a surprised, huh? That great formation quickly spread powerfully outwards, shattering rocks and earth, forcing the disciples to scatter and cry for help, help, help us. It even cackled and said, you damned cultivators, all die, hee, all die. It began to disperse its power, destroying brutally and causing countless casualties among the disciples. Before their eyes, it also dissipated, leaving behind a sky full of rubble and smoke. Elder Du coughed repeatedly then stammered, what exactly is going on here? He and Elder Ding knelt on the ground, continuing with some fear, Huiyun Demon Marquis in the city actually unleashed such terrifying destructive energy. Looking at the disciples' corpses lying on the ground after the recent display of power, he said, except for the disciples of the 5-element Holy Land, the rest of the army has been annihilated. Luo Sen, sitting on the ground, was scared out of his wits and stammered, what kind of power is this? How is this possible? Only we are left. On this side, Bai Yi Fan coldly snorted, fortunately, we made it in time. In his heart, he was sighing to himself, today's merit is truly immeasurable. At this moment, Xia Qing Tsang appeared and asked the 2 elders, I observed intense spiritual energy fluctuations here. What happened? Du Elder, with a gloomy expression, replied to him, Dean Kai Mu, we were ordered to besiege the lair of the Huiyun demon marquis. However, except for our 5-element holy land, all other sects died in battle. Ding Elder dejectedly spoke up, it's truly strange, the 10,000 souls world destruction is real. Xia Qingcang irritably curled his lip and asked, 10,000 souls world destruction. Ding Mao, what exactly happened? Tell me the truth immediately. Ding Elder cupped his hands and explained the whole situation. Dean Kaimu, I received information from a disciple that the Huiyun demon marquis intentionally lured cultivators from the 3 great holy lands to besiege his city, intending to use this as an excuse to catch all the elite disciples in one net. He bowed his head in shame and continued, I was troubled in verifying intelligence on the way, which is why I was late to rendezvous with the main contingent. I didn't expect that there would be a blessing in disguise, and I narrowly escaped death. Xia Qingcang exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this, asking, who is that intelligence disciple? Before Elder Ding could say anything, Bai Yi Fan spoke up first to introduce himself, it is I, outside sect disciple Bai Yi Fan. Xia Qingcang looked at him and thought to himself, is this the outside sect disciple Jiang Lingu mentioned last time? He looks like nothing more than a young brat who just entered the Purple Mansion realm. Yet he repeatedly achieves extraordinary merits, perhaps this brat's identity is not simple. He narrowed his eyes and said, his matter can be investigated later. I can't sense the corpse of that Huiyun demon marquis, so he must have escaped. He thought for a moment, then shouted, rise. A true dragon, carrying many soul stones, emerged from the ground, causing the disciples to exclaim in great surprise, it's soul stones, so many soul stones. Xia Qingcang landed and shouted loudly, disciples, heed my command. Clean up the battlefield, collect the soul stones, and hand them over. If anyone is still alive, provide full force rescue and treatment. The disciples responded in unison, yes. He turned back to Bai Yi Fan, thanking him, Bai Yi Fan, it's a good thing we had you this time. Otherwise, my 5-element holy land would have suffered terrible casualties. He cupped his hands, turned, and gradually disappeared, adding, you've rendered a great service this time. After we return, I will report it to the dean to reward you. Bai Yi Fan cupped his hands in response, thank you, elder. Yi Shaochai walked over and placed a hand on Bai Yi Fan's shoulder, praising him happily, Bai Yi Fan, your intelligence was surprisingly accurate. You're really amazing. This time, we were lucky enough to survive and even found a lot of soul stones. The deans will definitely be very happy, just wait for your reward. Bai Yi Fan turned his head, chuckled, and scratched his head, saying, that's great then. Luo Sen, behind them, gnashed his teeth in jealous anger, saying, it was just luck, what's there to be so smug about? Bai Yi Fan calmly asked Yi Shaochai, Yi senior sister, do you smell anything? Is there a sour smell around here? Could it be a lemon that cultivated into a spirit in the demon caves? Yi Shaochai sniffed a few times and said, sour. Why don't I smell anything? Only Luosen knew who that remark was aimed at, so he glared, red-eyed, and gritted out each word, little guy. Bai Yi Fan gave a slight smile, bidding farewell to Yi Shaochai, senior sister, if the matter has been resolved, then I shall take my leave first. I still have something to attend to. Yi Shaochai, surprised, quickly said, wait, Bai Yi Fan, where are you rushing off to? Bai Yi Fan replied with an enigmatic expression, to collect a debt. Luo Sen's veins popped on his forehead in anger as he gnashed his teeth, glancing after Bai Yi Fan and thinking, damn it, so ostentatious. Let's see what you're going to do. Outside the ancient demon caves at this moment, Wang Sheng was chatting with Gao Yang. Gao Yang confidently said, Wang Sheng, do you think they won't find out about us? Wang Sheng replied, senior brother Gao, what's done is done. It's probably too late to be scared now, isn't it? He raised his teacup with an arrogant and despicable look, adding, besides, during the demon caves training, isn't it very normal for a few disciples to die? Even if other disciples know we killed someone, would they dare to do anything to us? Just as Wang Sheng was in high spirits, a stone was thrown at the teacup he was holding, shattering it. He froze, his face also having a slight scratch on the side. Bai Yi Fan walked up imposingly and spoke, you two are really easy to find. Wang Sheng and Gao Yang exclaimed, Bai Yi Fan. He involuntarily trembled, sweating profusely as he shouted, "How can this be? How is this little guy still alive? Shouldn't he have died in the demon caves long ago?" Bai Yi Fan lightly closed his eyes and asked, "Oh. Are you very surprised to see me alive?" Wang Xing clenched his fist, then pointed at Bai Yi Fan with the other hand, shouting in disbelief, "Impossible, Bai Yi Fan, you can't still be alive." Before he could finish speaking, Bai Yi Fan had already, like a flash of lightning, moved forward and tightly gripped Wang Xing's neck. As his neck was squeezed, he gasped, his eyes wide. Bai Yi Fan said coldly, "For me, nothing is impossible." Choking, Wang Xing gritted his teeth and yelled, "Ugh, let go." Bai Yi Fan's face darkened even further as he looked at Wang Xing and asked, "What did you do to Lu Wei and Zhang Tai?" Looking at Bai Yi Fan's hand, which was tightening its grip more and more, he grimaced and replied, "If you want to know, why don't you go ask the King of Hell?" Hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Bai Yi Fan's eyes, and he asked, "What did you say?" Wang Xing sneered and said, "Want to kill me? Didn't you look around?" Bai Yi Fan turned his head and saw himself surrounded by disciples asking, "Why did he make a move? What is he doing?" Wang Xing said even more arrogantly, "In broad daylight, do you really intend to kill me?" He snorted coldly and added, "I don't mind telling you the truth, my junior sister, though young, has already broken through to the Purple Mansion realm and is highly regarded by a holy land. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head today, tomorrow my junior sister will shatter 10 of your bones. If you don't believe me, you can try." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi Fan sneered and excitedly asked, "Purple Mansion realm?" He raised his hand, condensing a killer move, and said eerily, "I'm so scared." Wang Xing was astonished to see this and said, gathering chi into a soldier, "Purple Mansion realm? You've broken through to the Purple Mansion realm? Since when?" That friction-filled punch came flying, making him so scared he peed his pants as he screamed, "Wait, I'm sorry, Bai Yi Fan, this time I was wrong, I was foolish and was used by Gao Yang. How about this, when I go back, I'll tell my junior sister to compensate you with a high-grade Dan. Aren't we all from the Yen Kingdom? I'm truly sorry." Bai Yi Fan forcefully landed that murderous punch on Wang Xing's face. With a savage look, he replied, "It's nothing." A cold voice then told him, "Just be more careful in your next life." Wang Xing fell down from Bai Yi Fan's devastating punch and died instantly. He felt lighter again and scoffed coldly, saying, "This is the consequence of you repeatedly harming me, you deserve it." The disciples behind him saw this and screamed in horror, "Oh my God, murder, he's killed someone, he's really killed someone, blatant murder. Does this little guy not want to live?" Gao Yang was even more terrified than them at this moment, directly sitting down with a pale, extremely unsightly face, stammering, "Dead, he's dead, Wang Xing just died like that." Bai Yi Fan picked up the sword radiating evil energy, sneered as he approached him, saying, "Next is your turn, Gao Yang." He fearfully retreated, pleading, "Don't come here, I was wrong, spare me." Just as he was about to strike, Yi Xiaochai angrily shouted from behind Bai Yi Fan, "Bai Yi Fan, you're insane, what have you done? I was worried about you, so I followed. I didn't expect you to actually kill someone in Yi City. Don't you know that Yi City is protected by the 10 great holy lands and the alliance of 100 sects?" Bai Yi Fan glanced back and said, "Senior sister Yi, I know perfectly well what I am doing." She heard this and grew even more impatient, shouting, "What do you know? Those who slaughter fellow disciples must pay with their lives." Bai Yi Fan scowled and asked, "Is that so? Then wait until I kill this brute." Yi Xiaochai grew increasingly confused and asked, "What crime have you committed?" Luo Sen, standing behind, chuckled with delight, thinking, "Ha ha ha, this brat is foolish, he probably thinks that after doing a little good he can do whatever he pleases and ignore the rules. Let's see how the seniors deal with him." Gao Yang, terrified, kept begging, "Bai Yi Fan, I was wrong, I really was. For the sake of our fellow disciples, spare me." Bai Yi Fan's face turned cold and fierce as he asked, "I'm asking you, you killed the 3 from Lu Wei, where are their graves?" Gao Yang became even more panicked and stammered, No. Without hesitation, Bai Yi Fan's furious sword severed Gao Yang's arm. Gao Yang screamed, "Ah! My arm!" Bai Fan could not hold back and shouted, "They were fellow disciples, you didn't even have the heart to bury them. You left the three to be gnawed by demon beasts until not even their bones remained." His sword still radiated a dense, sinister aura. Gao Yang lay on the ground, wailing pitifully, "I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, please spare me." Bai Fan showed no mercy. He raised his sword high and decisively brought it down, saying, "If you're repentant, take your repentance down to hell and tell them yourself." As he was about to strike, a surge of force came at him with a shout, "Stop!" He nimbly blocked the attack. Elder Ding unleashed a move to stop him, then said, "Bai Fan, this is not a place for you to make a scene. Come with us." Cut to a new scene. Bai Fan had accompanied the two elders to the execution platform. He wondered, is this the execution platform? He stood before the bridge, its sides lined with countless swords and crackling lightning. He thought to himself, I once saw during the Huanggu ceremony that interrogations and punishments of criminals were carried out on this execution platform. He stepped toward the far side of the bridge, thinking, these stone steps are made from specially treated material, with each step I can feel a pressure on my legs as if 1,000 pounds were weighing down on them. On the execution platform 3 judges were waiting. They all wore masks that hid their faces and looked extremely solemn. The man in green sitting in the middle spoke and asked. Disciple on the stand, do you acknowledge your crime? Bai Fan replied loudly, Disciple Bai Fan is innocent. The magistrate, hearing this, angrily shouted, Bai Fan, you are truly brazen. In the blink of an eye you slaughtered 2 fellow disciples, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Do you have any regard for the law? Bai Fan's face darkened. He looked up at the judgment platform and asked, the law? He snorted and exposed Wang Xing's crimes. When Wang Sheng and Gao Yang schemed to trap me and force me into the demon caves, where was the law? When those 2 went mad and killed 3 members of the Lu Wei, where was the law? Today I act on heaven's behalf to enforce justice, to cut down the corruption within the sanctuary and purge its disaster, and you would use the law to oppress me, isn't that laughable? The magistrate was left speechless, only able to growl, you. But Gao Yang, from behind, one hand already crippled, shouted in fury, Elders, Bai Fan is a madman. Clearly he fought with the Lu Wei over the treasure and a dispute broke out. Wang Sheng and I saw with our own eyes him kill 4 of the Lu Wei and Su Chun. He grew more heated as he spoke, roaring toward the front, he killed to silence witnesses, and now he dares to risk killing people at the relay station. Luckily the elders acted in time, and I managed to keep my life. Bai Fan sneered contemptuously, glanced back and praised his talent for fabrication. Gao Yang, your skill at turning black into white is becoming more and more proficient. The old man in green, also flustered by the situation, asked the other 2, what do you 2 elders think? The old man in purple spoke up analytically, although Bai Fan is guilty, he achieved a great deed for the Holy Land this time, I think his merits and crimes may balance each other out. The remaining white-haired elder also spoke, but disagreed, no. Killing is killing, can merits be used to cover a crime? Gao Yang below grew even more eager, kneeling down and pleading for justice, this Bai Fan looks down on people far too much, I beg the 3 elders to preside over justice for me. The fat old man said, very well. Bai Fan, you killed someone in the middle of the road, that is the truth. As for the 4 people, Lu Wei and Su Chun, they are all dead and cannot be cross-examined, you cannot prove your innocence either. No sooner had he finished than a voice cut through the entire atmosphere of the tribunal, who said they were dead and couldn't be confronted. The fat old man was startled and shouted in surprise, who's making a commotion? From a distance, 3 figures stepped forward and walked straight onto the punishment platform, among them was Lu Wei. Old Kai, we, the ones you thought were dead, have come to testify for Fan. Gao Yang looked as if struck by lightning, his face contorted in panic, you, how are you not dead? This, how can this be? Fan broke into a triumphant smile, raising an eyebrow, ah, Lu Wei, you arrived too late, I almost had to mete out justice myself. Even old Kai could not hide his surprise, exclaiming, Lu Wei, Zhang Tai, Shen Xinu, you're not dead. Lu Wei proudly patted his chest, not only are we not dead, we cultivated in the ancient demon caves and broke through to a higher realm. The female elder asked sternly, Bai Fan, what on earth is going on? Ifan smirked meaningfully and then calmly began to recount the events. The truth was that a few days earlier, at the ancient demon caves, Lu Wei, while tied up, had shouted, "These two beasts actually dared to harm our fellow disciples. Shen Xian said, you should save some strength for scolding them. If you shout too loudly, you'll attract demonic creatures here. We certainly have no chance of survival." But no sooner had she finished speaking than a strange sound rang out from deep within the forest, leaving all three of them stunned. Their faces went pale. One of them exclaimed, "What was that sound?" "It turned out to be just a rabbit. I thought it was something terrible," someone said. But before the smiles could fade, the cute rabbit suddenly transformed into a monster and charged at the three of them. Damn it, the rabbit grew huge. "This isn't right, there are no ordinary rabbits in the ancient demon caves. We're definitely dead," one of them cried in panic. At that moment the monster abruptly collapsed under an attack. Lu Wei stammered, "What? What just happened? What exploded?" Bai Yifan stepped forward and asked, "Did I arrive too late?" He then quickly moved to untie all three of them, smiling as he said, "I heard about this from Su Chun. Are you all right?" Xian shook his head lightly and replied, "It's only a superficial wound," but Wei wouldn't listen, so he was the most seriously injured. Lu Wei still forced a bright, hearty smile, "I'm fine, as long as Fan is safe, that's enough. I'll definitely deal with these scoundrels. You all go back first, I will go deeper inside to deal with them." "What? You still want to go deeper?" "We will go with you." "Yes, I also want to find those beasts myself and take revenge on them." Ifan shook his head firmly and refused outright. "You are all injured, it's not appropriate to take such a risk." Xian had to admit, "You're right. Never mind following you, just getting back to Heiyao City safely is a big enough concern. We need to find a way to heal our wounds first, then we'll decide what to do." While everyone was still discussing, a series of roars grew louder from afar. "Something's wrong, demonic objects are coming, there are too many of them, we're surrounded. Damn it, did the explosion just now draw them here?" There was no other choice, the three of them immediately grabbed their weapons and prepared to fight. Lu Wei gritted his teeth and said to Fan, "Brother Fan, don't worry. We can still fight and won't hold you back. If we've already entered the demonic realm, we've already prepared ourselves mentally to die in battle." Fan couldn't help but laugh. "You guys go around talking about life and death all day, what bad luck. Don't worry, I'm here, even the king of hell wouldn't dare take you. Brother Fan, but they're numerous and strong, we don't stand a chance. Brother Fan, otherwise we can retreat for now." Ifan raised the treasure high in his hand, light from it immediately blazed, dazzling the surrounding space. "Don't worry, just stay where you are. These evil monsters are all going to die today." The demonic rabbits were hit by the light and grew dizzy. "Damn it, what is that? It's blinding." In the blink of an eye, its terrifying power crushed the entire group of demonic creatures, leaving not a single one alive. Lu Wei jumped up, shouting, "Awesome, that's incredible. Brother Fan, you're terrifying." Over 100 demonic creatures were pulverized in an instant. Ifan breathed a sigh of relief, slowly sheathing the magical weapon, and said, "It's done." Lu Wei gaped in astonishment, his eyes shone with admiration as he exclaimed, "Brother Fan, you really are amazing. What kind of magical weapon is this? How have I never heard of it before?" Shen Xian almost jumped for joy, her eyes shining like headlights. "The resounding ring. No way. Is this the profound heaven-blazing sun ghost? The illustrious ancient treasure that people thought had been lost 1,000 years ago?" Bai Yifan smiled and leisurely explained, "Before we left, didn't you all tell me to prepare a treasure that emits light? Well, this is what I brought." Shen Xian looked at him intently, unable to hide her admiration, and said, "Brother Fan, you truly are formidable. Demon objects are naturally afraid of light, and this thing shines as brightly as the midday sun. With it, even a demon tiger wouldn't be a match. You three take it, then quickly return to Heiyao City to recuperate. After I've dealt with everything, we will meet again. With this in your hands, ordinary demon objects won't dare come near. This thing is so precious, are you really sure you want to entrust it to us?" "Precious? To me, nothing is more precious than friendship. Even if faced with death, I would never betray you. Bonds of friendship are the most priceless treasure. His words brought tears to everyone's eyes. Brother Fan, following you, we have never once regretted it. Be careful, we will wait for your return. Rest assured, I will definitely wipe out those monsters. Whoever treats me well, I will reward 100-fold. But anyone who dares to harm me will pay dearly. In front of the three elders, Bai Yi Fan clearly laid out every detail. Elder Kai said sternly, Lu Wei, Zhang Tai, Shen Xianu, is what he says true? The three immediately knelt, bowed their heads deeply, and then spoke one after another with conviction. Elder, disciple Lu Wei attests, it was Wang Sheng and Gao Yang who plotted to harm Bai Yi Fan. Elder, disciple Zhang Tai also testifies, they were the ones who set the trap and led us into a deadly situation. Elder, disciple Shen Xianu affirms, everything Bai Yi Fan said is indisputably true. Bai Yi Fan said, Gao Yang, didn't you say you saw me kill Lu Wei with your own eyes? Now look, they are unharmed and standing right here before you. What excuse do you have? Elder Kai slammed the table and shouted angrily, Gao Yang, you've got a lot of nerve. Confess everything now. Elder, please spare my life. I was possessed by a demon, but it wasn't all just me. The real mastermind is Wang Sheng. But before he could finish his sentence, a powerful technique suddenly descended from above, piercing straight through Gao Yang. He only had time to let out a cry of pain before his entire body collapsed to the floor. The punishment pavilion's female elder, her voice cold as it echoed across the tribunal, said, this man is receiving retribution for his evil deeds, his crimes are overwhelming and cannot be forgiven. On behalf of the punishment pavilion, I will deal with him here and now, let this be a lesson to you. Seeing Gao Yang collapsed in a pool of blood, Bai Yi Fan felt turmoil rise within him. He quietly thought, is taking action like this too cruel? This elder clearly has a problem. The female elder turned her gaze toward him and continued, Bai Yi Fan, although your actions had legitimate reasons, you cannot be considered completely innocent. You do not have clear evidence proving that Wang Sheng harmed you. Even if you did, you should have reported it to the punishment pavilion so they could handle Wang Sheng according to the rules, rather than acting on your own. You are a cultivator, you should be patient and keep your mind steady. If you let demonic thoughts cling to your mind, what are you still cultivating? What path are you refining? I think punishing you with 10 years of cultivation is entirely reasonable. Lu Wei and Xian could not hold back and cried out, what? Punish Big Brother Fan? We won't accept this. This is a cursory decision. Big Brother Fan saved our lives, how can he be sentenced like this? This is unjust. Bai Yi Fan gave a faint smile and leisurely said, the elder did act decisively, but I have a question, if I hand over this ancient magical weapon, how would the verdict change? The female elder was slightly surprised, a flicker of doubt in her eyes, what did you say? I clearly remember that during the Huanggu ceremony there was a rule, if anyone offers a treasure of heaven and earth to the Holy Land, they may have their punishment reduced. Today I am willing to hand over the profound heaven-blazing sun ghost. Elder Kai's eyes widened in astonishment as if he could not believe his ears. He hurriedly asked again, what did you say? Do you really possess this treasure? Although this treasure is extremely rare in the world, human life is still the most important. One treasure isn't enough to buy everything. Ifan smiled, took out another 10 pieces and asked, so what if I have 10? Elder Kai and the other elders could not contain themselves. They stared at one another in shock and stammered, 10. 10 pieces. Impossible. Ahem. So what, are human lives that important? But Ifan didn't give them time to recover, he slowly produced another 10 and continued, if 10 still isn't enough, I also have 20 profound heaven-blazing sun ghosts. This time the three elders almost shouted, 20 pieces. Are you serious? If that's still not enough, I also have about 30 pieces of the ancient medicinal treasure profound heaven-blazing sun ghost. This ancient spirit tree, how could he have so many? Their combined value would be enough to buy 10 strongholds, no, 20. The old woman, though trying to remain calm, betrayed her astonishment in her voice, how can this be? Where did you get so many precious treasures? Ifan kept his smile and calmly replied, when I accidentally fell into the sacred realm, I was fortunate enough to find a place where these treasures were stored. Old Kai fell silent, his eyes troubled, clearly calculating something. He turned to the old woman and asked softly, "How should we handle this?" Bai Fan gave a cold smile, pretended to sigh, then slowly said, "It seems you elders aren't interested in these treasures. What a pity. If so, these ancient medicinal treasures will go with me into the ground. I originally intended to submit these items to Wu-Tang Hall in exchange for contribution points. But alas, now the only option is to go to the grave with them. Handing them out day and night is no substitute for burying them in the earth for peace of mind." These words alarmed the long-bearded elder, Old Hong. These ancient treasures are truly rare in the world, and they even include valuable demonic materials and artifacts. If we allow him to destroy them, wouldn't our sanctuary suffer a severe loss? We must quickly find a way to keep them. That kid Bai Fan not only brought back 30 profound heaven-blazing sun ghosts but also achieved great merit in the Huiyun demonic treasure campaign. He helped us seize the Soul Stone Vein underground, while the other sects were wiped out. His contributions are considerable. It turns out this brat has performed 3 great deeds for Holy Land. If we punish him, wouldn't that make the 120,000 outer disciples feel resentful? In my view, we should not punish him, we should reward him. Indeed. According to Lu Wei's account, Wang Xing truly deserved to die, his death is no great loss. If we let Bai Fan atone by performing meritorious deeds and hand over the treasures to Holy Land, our reputation will surely spread farther than the other Holy Lands. After finishing their discussion, he turned to the female elder and asked, "Elder Long, what do you think?" The female elder replied coldly, "If the two of you have already decided, there is no need to ask my opinion. Bai Fan, you have found 30 pieces of the ancient precious elixir profound heaven-blazing sun ghost, that is no small achievement. In the campaign at the ancient demon caves, thanks to your intelligence, 5 academies were spared from disaster, that is the second great deed. For these 2 major contributions, Holy Land has decided to grant you 3 true essence pills and 50,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing the verdict, Lu Wei's followers were so excited they could not contain their exultant laughter. "Wonderful, Brother Fan, you really are a genius." But Bai Fan stepped forward and, to everyone's surprise, said, "Thank you, Elder, for your mercy. However, I still have one request, I hope Elder will agree." Elder Kai was surprised and asked, "What else do you want to request?" The female elder snorted coldly and sarcastically, "I knew it, people's greed is bottomless. If we set a precedent this time, won't everyone afterwards bring out treasures to coerce us?" Bai Fan replied, "I voluntarily asked to be confined at Ghost Sorrow Cliff for 3 months to atone for my fault." His words were like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present staring in astonishment. Someone asked, "Senior Brother Fan, do you know what Ghost Sorrow Cliff is?" "There is no light there, it's where the most dangerous offenders are imprisoned." Bai Fan said calmly, "I know very well, but the elder's punishment earlier was reasonable. In Wang Xing's case, I did not follow the punishment pavilion's procedures and ultimately broke the rules. Self-punishing for 3 months is also my way of showing respect to the Holy Land." Elder Kai could not help but exclaim, "Recognizing and correcting one's mistakes, that is the true path. It seems our judgment did not misjudge you. A person like you, magnanimous and unusually wise, is indeed rare. He will certainly become an important figure in the future. Elder Long, what do you think?" The female elder trembled with anger. "Indeed, he is truly outstanding." Bai Fan scoffed. "Repent and change. How ridiculous. If I had the chance to do it again, I would still kill Wang Xing 10,000 times, 10,000 times would not be enough. I request confinement, simply because this sanctuary is full of petty people, birds of a feather. With the number of rare treasures I carry, if I don't leave, I'll surely be targeted by others." Voluntarily asking for punishment was not just a spur-of-the-moment act but brought 3 major advantages. First, he won the favor of the elders and also received rewards. Second, Ghost Sorrow Cliff is a remote, utterly quiet place, perfect for him to seclude himself and cultivate without being disturbed. Third, it was also a good opportunity to quietly investigate the mole within the sanctuary and soon uncover the true mastermind. Since you have had such an awakening, I will sentence you to 3 months at Ghost Sorrow Cliff, as you requested. Bai Yifan smiled and bowed his head to accept the verdict. Thank you, Elder, for your wisdom. I will leave immediately. Two gatekeepers stepped forward and respectfully invited, Senior Brother Bai, please come with us. Lu Wei stood beside them, choking back his tears. Bai Yifan turned to reassure his comrades, don't worry. This is an opportunity for me to calm my mind and cultivate. Who knows, after 3 months my cultivation may advance significantly. On the other hand, you mustn't be negligent, train diligently and don't fall behind. Rest assured, brother, we will train hard. Brother Fan, you must take care as well. At that moment a furious shout rang out, what? Only 3 months of confinement. Didn't you say he was certain to die? Master, have you gone senile? He killed my elder brother right in front of everyone and flagrantly violated the rules, and yet he's punished so lightly. How is this justice? You hateful little girl, do you think I didn't want to eliminate that brat? But who could have expected he would continuously encounter good fortune, finding ancient treasures and achieving great deeds in the sanctuary? If I hadn't dealt with Gao Yang quickly, do you think you'd still be standing here today? Wang Meng ground his teeth in anger but did not dare to argue. That bastard. How can he be so lucky? Damn him, damn him. Old Long snapped impatiently, shut up. Know your place. If you cause trouble again, no one will be able to protect you. Bai Yifan, it wouldn't be surprising if the Wang family and you ended up dead. A month later, several people from the Lu family went to Ghost Sorrow Cliff to visit Bai Yifan. Is that Ghost Sorrow Cliff up ahead? This place looks really terrifying, I wonder how Fan is doing in there. Shen Xianyu stepped forward, trying to persuade the two gatekeepers, senior brothers, please let us in to see Fan for a moment, just a little while. We'll leave right away and won't cause any trouble. One of the two scowled and barked, no means no. This isn't a market where you can come and go as you please, are you trying to bargain? Ghost Sorrow Cliff is where those who commit serious crimes are detained. If anything happens, we can't take responsibility. Go back. Shen Xianyu bowed her head in disappointment. Zhang Tai patted her shoulder lightly and comforted her, come on, Shen Xianyu, let's go back for now. Making a scene won't change anything. Lu Wei kept glancing back at Ghost Sorrow Cliff, muttering. It's been a month already, I wonder if Fan can endure it. Shen Xianyu sighed anxiously. I heard Ghost Sorrow Cliff is stiflingly hot by day and bone-chillingly cold at night. Fan doesn't seem to be in very good health, how could he possibly bear it? Lu Wei frowned even more, imagining all kinds of tragic scenarios. Not to mention, it's lacking in everything inside, not only is there not enough to eat, but you also have to live with snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Oh, how dreadful. The whole group hugged one another and sobbed, pitying Bai Yifan's fate. When Fan comes out, we must treat him to a lavish meal to help him recover. Yes, we absolutely must. While the friends were still sniffling, Bai Yifan was living such blissful days that he felt like a false immortal. This is dangerous. If I keep enjoying myself like this, I'll soon become a second version of Lu Wei. No, I must restrain myself, or I'll lose my dignity. At that, Lu Wei's group departed, still not forgetting to lament Bai Yifan. Behind them, Jiang Linge glanced over and muttered, Bai Yifan, why must you suffer like this? 2 months later, the jailer's voice rang out clearly, Bai Yifan, your period of confinement is over. Come out now. Remember to live a decent life and do good deeds, understood? See you again, no, never again. Big brother, goodbye. Outside Ghost Sorrow Cliff, Lu Wei's group had been waiting for a long time. Fan's out. Fan's come out, I can see him. Lu Wei's eyes widened as he cried in astonishment. Wait, Fan, bro, how do you look so strong? Bai Yifan appeared with a powerful, muscular build and a radiant smile. What? Can't you recognize me anymore? After he returned, the group immediately threw a party to celebrate his freedom. I never expected this. I thought you were suffering in there, not eating well or keeping warm. Who knew you not only stayed healthy but also made remarkable progress in your cultivation? Shen Xianyu laughed loudly, not forgetting to tease. Lu Wei blushed and scratched his head awkwardly. Stop teasing me. Isn't it because I want to raise my cultivation so as not to embarrass Bai Yifan? Before he finished speaking, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Shen Xianu and Zhang Tai. Lu Wei immediately blurted out loudly, "Don't talk about me. Didn't you two decide to become Dao partners so you could achieve a breakthrough quickly?" Bai Yifan asked seriously, "What does it mean to become Dao partners?" Zhang Tai explained, "Cultivation fundamentally has four main elements: talent, method, technique, and foundation. Of these, method, the second, is the approach that helps cultivation advance more quickly. If two people cultivate together, they not only support each other in comprehension, but can also share skills, thereby accelerating their cultivation." Lu Wei cut in bluntly, "Why beat around the bush? Isn't dual cultivation just two people teaming up to get stronger?" Shen Xianu blushed, shoved a steamed bun straight into Lu Wei's mouth, and scolded, "Be quiet, you idiot." Bai Yifan lit up as if he'd discovered a new world, "So that's it. It really is a good way to raise cultivation. Wonderful." Shen Xianu blushed and, embarrassed, murmured, "But with your cultivation, you don't need to be thinking about ways to improve like we do. I think the outside sect competition is next month, you can participate." Bai Yifan raised an eyebrow. "The outside sect competition?" Zhang Tai replied quickly, "This is a major event organized every year by the Holy Land to reward outstanding outside sect disciples. I've heard the prizes are generous, many even use the opportunity to break through into the secret realm and awaken their magical talent." "Interesting. All right, we'll enter together next month, but I have something to take care of first." On the way to Wu Tang Hall, Bai Yifan walked and pondered, "Ever since leaving the ancient demon caves and being pushed onto Ghost Sorrow Cliff, I still haven't finished processing the materials I obtained. I need to hurry and exchange them for contribution points." He stepped inside excitedly and greeted, "Hello, I'd like to submit the materials I obtained from the ancient demon caves." An old man sitting in a chair waved his hand indifferently without looking. "Just put them on the table." He glanced at Bai Yifan, a hint of contempt in his eyes, thinking, another ordinary outside sect disciple, what good could someone like this possibly bring? It's probably just a few scraps of material. My stuff is quite a lot. I don't know how many contribution points they will fetch. Humph. Many. How many could a disciple from outside the sect possibly bring? Fine, take them out and let me see. Bai Yifan nonchalantly produced a pile of materials and said leisurely, "These are 800 yiksha horns I collected." What? 800 horns? The head of Wu Tang Hall immediately sprang up from his chair, his eyes widened as if they might pop out, his face ashen as if he'd seen a ghost. Then Bai Yifan calmly brought out another bundle of items, smiling brightly. "These are 1,000 bottles of spirit beast milk. I'm not sure how valuable they are, but they shouldn't be too bad, right?" "What? 1,000 bottles of spirit beast milk?" the old man shouted, nearly collapsing back into his chair. "And these are 10,000 demon bear hides." Hearing the number 10,000, the head of Wu Tang Hall lost his composure. "You said how many?" Bai Yifan smiled proudly. 10,000. May I ask how many contribution points these can be exchanged for? The head of Wu Tang Hall felt his head spin. These were really obtained by a disciple from outside the sect. Others may be impressive for submitting items one by one, but he brought thousands upon thousands. Is this a monster in human disguise? Bai Yifan couldn't help waving his hand in front of him and asked, "Elder, are you still here?" Hey. Yes, let me calculate it carefully." After checking the huge pile of materials for a while, the elder took a deep breath and shouted, "Altogether, these materials can be exchanged for 24,000 contribution points." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of outer disciples standing outside the door screamed in horror. One of them couldn't contain himself and shouted, "I didn't hear wrong, did I? 24,000 contribution points, how could an outer disciple possibly reach such a number?" Bai Yifan smiled calmly, nodded and said, "Thank you, elder. I have received enough contribution points, so I will take my leave." Bai Yifan thought to himself, "Actually I still have a few dozen azure bone spikes in my possession. If I take them all out, it would definitely create too big a scene and attract the attention of the higher ranks of the Holy Land. To be safe, it's best to deal with that later. I have cultivated giant spirit fist to near perfection, it's time to find a higher level skill to continue breaking through. My weapon should be changed as well. A high-grade weapon would be more fitting for my current strength. I must go and exchange it soon in the martial arts skills section. When Bai Fan was walking in thought, a hand suddenly reached out to block his path. Bai Fan, wait a moment. He looked up and saw Jiang Lingge continue, I have something to tell you. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Bai Fan nodded slightly. Senior sister, all right. Follow me. At Bai Fan's residence, Jiang Lingge looked around, her eyes full of astonishment and admiration. This is the first time I've been to the residence of a disciple from another sect. I didn't expect the spiritual energy here to be so abundant, even stronger than in my own dwelling. Bai Fan smiled and explained, I added herbs that enhance spiritual energy to the room. If you like them, you can take some when you leave. He gently handed Jiang Lingge a cup of tea and, speaking in a gentle, inviting tone, said, Senior sister, sorry to have kept you waiting, please have some tea. Jiang Lingge lifted the cup to her nose, her eyes sparkling with delight, the tea smells wonderful, it's really delicious. What kind of tea is this? I've never drunk anything like it. Bai Fan smiled and replied, it's just ordinary tea with a little spirit beast milk added. If senior sister likes it, I'll brew some for you again next time. He smiled inwardly, as expected, no girl can resist the allure of milk tea. After finishing the tea, Jiang Lingge moved on to the main matter. She took out a number of treasures and placed them on the table, they were gifts she had prepared for him. Bai Fan exclaimed, so many. Jiang Lingge smiled and began to introduce each item one by one. This is a flying sword named Chunli, activated by spirit power. With just an intent, it can behead an enemy from 100 paces away. Bai Fan held the sword in his hand and said appreciatively, it truly is an excellent sword. This is a spirit skill manual. I specially selected it from the inner sect's magical talents. These are sect-accredited techniques, suitable for cultivation starting from the Purple Mansion realm. Bai Fan was moved and said sincerely, Senior sister even specially chose martial skills for me, you are truly so thoughtful. These are elixirs that greatly assist the cultivation of the gung metal sword formula. Bai Fan said, I really didn't expect senior sister to be so considerate as to prepare elixirs to support me. Finally, these are 2 pills, the Divine Devouring Pill and the Forgetting Pill, they can help you enter Secret Realm magical talent more easily. Bai Fan exclaimed, unable to hide his surprise and joy. What? There are pills like that? Yes, but the effects of the 2 pills are very different. The Divine Devouring Pill, once you take it, in as little as 1 year or as long as 3 years, will certainly cause a breakthrough into Secret Realm magical talent. The success rate is almost 100%. Bai Fan couldn't help but exclaim, 100%. Is it really that powerful? Yes, but there is a problem. The Divine Devouring Pill forces your primordial spirit potential and compels the opening of the door to magical talent. To be blunt, it's like using force to accelerate your development. However, after using it to break through, your cultivation path afterward will be almost blocked, reaching the 3rd level of magical talent will be the limit, unless you encounter a very significant opportunity. Hearing this, Bai Fan asked, what about the Forgetting Pill? The Forgetting Pill is different. It is the best reward from the Demon Caves expedition. It is mild in nature and helps to purify the mind. Although I can't immediately help you break through the Secret Realm magical talent, I can firmly strengthen your foundation and open up much more potential for the future. Senior sister, are all these things really for me? Yes. Actually, on the day you left Ghost Sorrow Cliff I had planned to visit you, but Master suddenly assigned a mission so I had to miss it. You saved many disciples of the 5-element Holy Land. In my view, you don't deserve punishment, instead you should be properly rewarded. Hearing these words, Bai Fan couldn't help but be moved, his eyes filling with tears. Senior sister, you are truly very kind to me. While Bai Fan was still dazed with emotion, Jiang Lingge's fixed gaze made him involuntarily embarrassed. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Lingge said, I can't help but warn you, with your imperial grade talent, breaking through the Secret Realm magical talent is about as difficult as reaching the heavens. Imperial grade talent is only enough to become a servant disciple. In the history of the 5-element Holy Land there has never been a servant disciple who was promoted to an inner sect disciple. Senior sister, you don't believe me? Or shall we make a bet? Jiang Ling-gu, slightly surprised, asked, a bet? A bet on what? Bai Yi-fan replied, I bet that with my imperial-grade talent, I can break through into the secret realm's magical talent even without the divine devouring pill. If I can do it within half a year, senior sister must agree to become my Dao partner. How about that? Jiang Ling-gu, astonished, what? You want to become my Dao partner? Bai Yi-fan continued, forming a Dao partnership can help speed up cultivation, right? Isn't that so? Or do you not want to? Jiang Ling-gu looked at him and asked again, Bai Yi-fan, do you fully understand the meaning of becoming Dao partners? Bai Yi-fan answered confidently, of course I do. Becoming Dao partners means researching the arts together and advancing together. Senior sister's cultivation is so high, I really want to learn more. Jiang Ling-gu was momentarily stunned, helplessly, you understand it that way? Then what if you lose? Bai Yi-fan excitedly declared, if I lose, you can do whatever you want to me. Jiang Ling-gu shook her head and laughed, you little brat are cunning, clearly this wager benefits me not at all. But fine, I accept, let's see how far you can go. Bai Yi-fan blushed and exclaimed, really? Indeed. But you must know, for an imperial-grade talent disciple like you to break through the magical talent's secret realm in a short period of time is extremely difficult, one could even say it's harder than ascending to heaven. However, out of respect for your good character, I'll give you a small goal, to encourage you to strive. Bai Yi-fan sat there, grinning to himself, this is great. I will definitely prove to senior sister that I can do it. Next month is the martial arts competition of the outside sect, I must strive to enter the top 10. I heard that the prizes for this competition are extremely generous, especially for the top 10. Top 10. Humph, that's nothing. By then, I will definitely win the championship for senior sister to see. After Jiang Ling-gu left, he held the gunmetal sword formula secret manual she had given him, and smiled, saying, let's see what's special about this sword formula. Senior sister specifically chose it for me, so it must be extraordinary. Upon opening the secret manual, Bai Yi-fan was immediately engrossed in its contents. The gunmetal sword formula was not an ordinary sword Dao secret manual. Common sword Dao only focused on flying swords, using them to slay enemies. But the sword art in this secret manual is different. It harmonizes elemental powers from metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all the way to lightning, darkness, and poison. As long as one comprehends a single element, the sword's power will increase dramatically. Between pure sword Dao and sword arts, it's truly hard to say which is stronger. To cultivate the gunmetal sword formula, one must first nurture a sword embryo within their body. The gunmetal chi from golden needle grass can aid this process and shorten the cultivation time. Is this really golden needle grass? The seeds are yellow, sharp like needles, and they look just like barley ears. So he went to an agricultural product store on Earth, boss, do you sell barley ears? We sell rice here, what makes you think we'd sell barley? Kids your age should be studying, not looking for trouble. Go home and play. Stepping out of the store dejectedly, Bai Yi-fan pulled out his phone and mumbled, looks like I'll just have to rely on apps like Pinduoduo and Taobao. Half a month later, at Bai Yi-fan's residence in the different world, Lu Wei appeared with a curious expression, smiling as he asked. Fan brother, you haven't stepped out of the house for over 10 days, what are you doing hiding in there? The moment the door opened, Bai Yi-fan, holding 2 bundles of golden needle grass, cheerfully greeted them, oh, everyone's here. Fan brother, have you changed professions to become a farmer? Bai Yi-fan loudly corrected them, farmer. What farmer? Open your eyes and look closely at what this is. As the group stepped inside, the sight before them left everyone gaping in astonishment. A large plot of land, completely covered in golden needle grass, stretched out before them. What? What is this? A whole plot of golden needle grass. Zhang Tai stared, full of doubt. Golden needle grass is an extremely precious treasure in the 5-element Holy Land, even a seasoned elder would struggle to find 10 stalks. Yet you've managed to grow an entire large plot like this. Lu Wei said, full of admiration. Fan brother, you are truly the best of the best, no one else could do what you've done. Away, it's been a while since I checked your cultivation progress. Why don't you try throwing a punch for me to see? Fan brother, don't forget that our Away possesses the Tao Tai bloodline. Ever since you were in prison at Ghost Sorrow Cliff, he has been cultivating non-stop by eating like a maniac. Now, in the Purple Mansion realm, almost no one at Away's level is his match. Be careful, don't underestimate him. Bai Fan merely curled his lips into a faint smile. Stop spouting nonsense. Away, come on, try to hit me. Lu Wei sternly pushed everyone aside with determination. Since Fan brother has said so, both of you move aside. Fan brother, don't underestimate me anymore. Immediately after, he unleashed the Tao Tai Giant Spirit Grand Technique, and the aura around him suddenly flared brightly. He raised his massive fist and lunged straight towards Bai Fan, not forgetting to shout, Fan brother, be careful. But Bai Fan casually raised one hand to block it. Away, why are you so weak today? Haven't you eaten yet? Lu Wei's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had just seen. You blocked it. Bai Fan teased, this isn't good, haven't you eaten yet? Don't tell me you can't even block a simple move from me. As he finished speaking, Bai Fan lightly pushed with a palm strike, sending Lu Wei tumbling to the ground. Ah! Brother Fan, brother, are you going to leave anyone else alive? Shen Xian Yu suddenly shouted loudly, everyone look. In Brother Fan's dantian, that's a sword embryo. Lu Wei fell to the ground, sweat pouring down like rain as he stammered, could it be that you've already condensed a sword embryo? Brother Fan, are you going to leave anyone else alive? Don't be careless, the match isn't over yet. Let me show you this move. Saying this, he raised his hand and pointed his finger like a sword forward, unleashing the shattering gold finger. Lu Wei could only scream, covering his face with both hands and frantically crying out, I lost, I lost. Don't shoot anymore, I don't want to become a sieve. Seeing the black smoke rising around him, a sense of danger flashed through Lu Wei's mind. He shuddered and muttered to himself, if I were really hit, I'm afraid my body would have 5 holes as big as teacups. I lost, I lost. Brother Fan is still Brother Fan, your cultivation speed is truly too monstrous. Bai Fan chuckled and said excitedly, alright, stop praising me. I'm about to float away from all this praise. Bai Fan was extremely satisfied in his heart. He thought to himself, the most miraculous aspect of the sword embryo is its ability to transform the blood chi in the body into gunmetal sword chi. To easily execute my sword techniques. After 3 days and 3 nights of condensation, I finally succeeded in nurturing the sword embryo and producing sword chi. If senior sister Jiang knew I condensed the sword embryo in such a short time, she would surely be speechless with shock. I must continue to refine golden needle grass to nourish the sword embryo, only then can I reach a higher realm. Lu Wei could only complain, Brother Fan, can you please stop pressuring us? The next day, at the Grand Plaza, where the outside sect martial arts competition was held, disciples gathered from all over, crowded like a festival. When Bai Fan entered, a buzz of discussion immediately erupted everywhere. Look, isn't that Bai Fan? I heard he killed Wang Xing right in the middle of the main street in Heiyao City, but he was only imprisoned for 3 months at Ghost Sorrow Cliff, truly infuriating. If it weren't for him finding ancient treasured medicine and foiling the conspiracy of Huiyun Demon Marquis, he would surely have been severely punished. That's right, after all, he rendered great service to the Holy Land, which is why his life was spared, so pardoning him isn't too much. Bai Fan could only sigh to himself, it is what it is. Regardless, I am now a prominent figure in the outside sect. As Bai Fan was leisurely walking, a voice called out from behind, Junior Brother Bai, please stop. Turning his head, he saw Xia Yuan Bai approaching, a smile as bright as a flower on his face. He spoke with great enthusiasm. Indeed, it's truly been a while, and you're well. In this martial arts competition, with Junior Brother's strength, you can definitely rank within the top 20. Top 20? Senior Brother Xia, are you joking with me? You are truly too modest. Everyone has heard clearly about your actions during the trial in the ancient demon caves. You don't need to belittle yourself like that. Bai Fan said, Senior Brother, you must have misunderstood. What I mean is, who are you underestimating with top 20? Just then, another set of footsteps approached, accompanied by a sarcastic voice, Xia Yuan Bai, you're overestimating this little guy too much. If he doesn't have late-stage Purple Mansion cultivation, let alone ranking in the top 20, he'd struggle to even survive in the top 30. The one who just spoke was none other than Zhao Rui, ranked 7th on the outer sect leaderboard, who said, "I heard this guy just broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. It's already good enough for him to be on the strong list, don't even dream about ranking 20th or 30th. In your dreams, maybe." Whispers and discussions erupted around them. The disciples watching also murmured, realizing it was Zhao Rui and Wu Min, 2 figures in the top 10. Things were getting tense. Would Bai Yifan be intimidated into backing down? Xia Yuanbai frowned, "Zhao Rui, Wu Min, what you're saying isn't right. If junior brother Bai hadn't been imprisoned at Ghost Sorrow Cliff for 3 months, he would certainly have been capable of breaking into the top 20. Wu Min sneered, "Xia Yuanbai, you don't need to pretend here. Don't think I don't know, you're only speaking well of him because you're eyeing the forgetting pill in his hand. The forgetting pill is a mid-grade pill, and for those at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, if we were to use it, there's a very high chance we'd break through to the secret realm of magical talent. Yet such a precious pill has fallen into the hands of a useless person with an emperor-grade talent. What a waste." In response to the mockery, Bai Yifan smirked. "What's wrong? Does senior brother Zhao Rui want a forgetting pill?" As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a small bottle of pills and held it up high. Seeing this, Zhao Rui immediately cried out in excitement, that's a forgetting pill. I'm not special in any way, except for one thing, I'm very fond of my juniors. As long as you kneel down, count out 10 times, and call me father 10 times, I'll give you the forgetting pill. How about it? Bai Yifan, do you have a death wish? Wu Min quickly held Zhao Rui back and whispered, "Zhao Rui, this little guy is deliberately provoking you. If you make a move here, you'll be disqualified from the competition." Zhao Rui said, "Of course I know that, you don't need to teach me. Little guy, don't let me catch you on the martial arts arena, or I'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. I'm waiting to see your little show." Oh, wouldn't it be more interesting if someone with imperial-level talent like me defeated a disciple ranked in the top 10 like you? In professional terms, this is called a reversal, and everyone loves to watch it. Zhao Rui's face turned pale, his throat choked up, and he couldn't utter a single word. Wu Min, standing beside him, didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. Such arrogance will get you killed sooner or later. Just keep your pride for the arena. Bai Yifan slightly curled his lips, his eyes brimming with confidence, and declared loudly, "If you wish to compete, Bai Yifan, am always ready to accept the challenge." In the distance, on a high platform, Jiangling Gu and Yi Shaochai quietly observed. What an arrogant little guy, not afraid of those Purple Mansion peak disciples secretly plotting against him. He truly is a bit arrogant. But I like that. Shaochai glanced at Jiangling Gu, her eyes full of mischievous teasing. Like him? Senior sister, don't tell me you actually like that kid. Jiangling Gu immediately waved her hand in denial, her face flushing crimson. Don't think nonsense, I mean I appreciate him. Shaochai didn't let up, teasing even more, "Oh, then why is your face so red?" Before Jiangling Gu could explain herself, a majestic voice echoed across the sky, making everyone look up. An elder descended from the sky, his voice resounding loudly, "This elder is the presiding elder of this outer sect martial arts competition. The goal of this competition is to select talents and encourage your will. Hereby, I will announce the rules. This grand assembly has 8,000 disciples participating. You will compete on 4 large combat stages. Anyone knocked off the stage will be immediately eliminated. Only those who remain until the very end will be considered winners. When only the last 20 people remain, you will proceed to the one-on-one knockout rounds. Remember, this grand assembly is not just a place for you to compete, it is also a life and death experience. Only when facing death can you achieve complete enlightenment, see through fear, and break through your secret realm magical talent. The Grand Assembly permits inflicting injuries, and even killing opponents, unless the opponent concedes defeat. The top 10 will be rewarded with precious treasures. First place receives the Spiritual Energy Water Divine Fire Treasure, second place receives the Body Movement Great Spirit Treasure Blood Trace, third place receives the Purple Yang Pill, and the rest will also receive not bad rewards. Bai Yifan thought to himself, the rewards this time are quite good, aren't they? The Outer Sect Martial Arts Grand Assembly, begin. A resounding shout echoed throughout the square, and the disciples stepped onto the combat stages one by one, with cheers and encouragement continuously erupting. One person pointed at Bai Yi-fan, saying, "Bai Yi-fan, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. This time, let's see what makes you so special." Bai Yi-fan stood still, merely giving a faint smile in response. "Oh, then come and try." But before he could even get close, he was hit by a lightning-fast counterattack from Bai Yi-fan. In just 1 second, Luo Yizhang was sent sprawling to the ground, his face bruised and unable to get up. Bai Yi-fan scoffed, "You're no good at all. I haven't even used my full strength, and you've already fallen. Look, that's Bai Yi-fan. We should gang up on him. Get rid of him first, then we can take our time fighting each other." Exactly, get rid of him first. Someone like him advancing further into the rounds will be a huge threat. The whole group quickly surrounded Bai Yi-fan on the arena floor. "Bai Yi-fan, you've been surrounded by us. If you don't want to be beaten half to death, then surrender. That's right, quickly surrender and step off the arena floor. Doing so will save you from physical pain. Why bother with all this talk? Just knock him straight off the floor and it's over." Bai Yi-fan showed no fear at all. "I think you're a bit mistaken." Then Bai Yi-fan moved with the speed of a phantom, and in the blink of an eye, the entire group of opponents was flung from the arena, sprawling everywhere. "Clearly, it is you who are surrounded by me." A gust of wind swept through, and a roar erupted throughout the stands. A disciple exclaimed in astonishment, "Look! Bai Yi-fan took down more than half of the opponents in the arena with just one move." "Humph, that's nothing. Quick, look over at Zhao Rui." Indeed, on Zhao Rui's side, the scene was equally horrifying. He stood proudly amidst a pile of defeated disciples, stacked upon each other like a mountain of bodies. Seeing this, the disciples were intimidated and scattered in disarray, no longer possessing the will to fight. Bai Yi-fan advanced to the top 20, and Zhao Rui advanced to the top 10. Zhao Rui let out an arrogant laugh, pointing at the chaotic pile at his feet. "See? This will be your fate in a moment, Bai Yi-fan." Bai Yi-fan subtly raised an eyebrow and replied, "Is that so? I advise senior brother to conserve his strength. Less idle chatter, and more saving your true capabilities for the actual match." Next, the disciples would draw lots to determine their opponents. When Bai Yi-fan drew number 17. Zhao Rui, on the other hand, drew number 18, a result that seemed preordained. Zhao Rui looked at the drawn number, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He thought to himself, "You little brat, you've finally fallen into my hands." Disciples all around buzzed with chatter. One person shook their head and sighed, how could Bai Yi-fan be so unlucky? To meet Zhao Rui, one of the top 10 powerful disciples, in only the second round, he's definitely going to suffer this time. Lu Wei was annoyed, unable to hold back, he yelled, "Suffer your own damn self. My brother Fan is the number 1 outer sect disciple, how can those guys compare?" As he stepped onto the arena, Zhao Rui looked at Bai Yi-fan with a sneer, "Bai Yi-fan, you didn't expect to meet me in the second round, did you? Don't worry, out of consideration for how you humiliated me before, I'll go easy on you." "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you going to fight or not?" "Alright, since you insist, I'll send you off the arena early. Taste the power of this ancestral demon-slaying sword." Zhao Rui lunged forward, unleashing his signature move, Bao Body Bullet Shadow. Bai Yi-fan lightly flicked his finger, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his fingertip. Under the astonished gaze of the audience, Bai Yi-fan calmly unleashed Shattering Gold Finger. A brilliant golden sword chi pierced straight through Zhao Rui. Fresh blood spurted out, Zhao Rui staggered, his eyes wide with panic. He looked down at the wound on his chest in disbelief. "What? I can't believe a single move shattered the defensive spiritual energy covering my entire body." Jiang Linggu, observing from a distance, whispered, "Where did he get so much golden sand from?" "Shattering Gold Finger is a martial skill I taught him, and cultivating it to perfection requires a large amount of golden sand. This is extremely expensive. For an ordinary person to master even one finger is a miracle, but he has perfected his entire right hand." Xiao Chai, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, "What's going on?" Still stunned, Jiang Linggu gently shook her head and said, "I don't know either. Could this guy be an anonymous tycoon? At this moment, Bai Yifan's mouth curved into a knowing smile. You seem very attached to this sword, don't you? Then, Bai Yifan casually picked up his sword and unexpectedly swung his hand, smashing it to pieces. Alright, a piece of junk. Didn't you just say you'd beat me on the arena until my own mother wouldn't recognize me? Is this all the strength you have? You dare. My sword, I'll risk my life against you. Risk your life? Fine then, let's see if you have the strength for it. Bai Yifan didn't wait for his opponent to react and immediately punched him. Zhao Rui's mind was in a turmoil, wondering, wait, who am I? Where am I, what am I doing? He thought this while taking punches rhythmically. I didn't expect a senior brother at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm like you to endure this much, quite commendable. But even as he said that, he powerfully swung a final move, sending Zhao Rui flying off the arena. As he fell to the ground, Zhao Rui was still wailing pitifully, my sword, my sword. Around the arena, the audience stared at this scene in shock, unable to believe their eyes. From 46th place on the rankings, Bai Yifan directly jumped to 7th place, defeating Zhao Rui in just a few moves. The elder immediately declared, you are victorious, Bai Yifan. Afterward, Bai Yifan walked straight towards his group of friends, asking, how was it? How are you all? Lu Wei excitedly replied. I just defeated someone ranked 38th on the power rankings, and now I'm in the top 10, but my achievements can't compare to Fan Brothers. We stopped at rank 50, but this is our best result ever. That's right, making it into the top 50 was already our dream, but Fan Brother far exceeded all expectations. Suddenly, a scream echoed, and a figure flew straight from the arena floor to the ground, landing right at their feet. It seemed to be Xia's senior brother. Indeed, the person who had just been defeated was Xia Yuanbai, ranked 3rd on the outside sect leaderboard. The one who defeated him was this very relaxed-looking Xiao Shi. Xia Yuanbai turned towards his opponent, gritting his teeth and saying, Xiao Shi, very well, just you wait, one day I will surpass you and take my revenge. With a cold gaze sweeping down at Xia Yuanbai, Xiao Shi softly said, the ambition of a petty man. Xiao Shi, is that really Xiao Shi? Isn't he in seclusion? I thought he wouldn't participate in this year's Grand Assembly. Fan Brother, he is Xiao Shi. He has consecutively won the outside sect martial arts Grand Assembly for 4 years straight. Brother, tell me, is he powerful? It seems he truly has some capability. Just then, Xiao Shi slowly walked over, his sharp gaze fixed on Bai Yifan with an air of haughtiness. You are Bai Yifan? That's right, what can I do for you? I recently emerged from a secret realm, and I've heard much about your achievements. They are truly outstanding. I wish to have an opportunity to spar with you. But before Bai Yifan could reply, an unexpected voice rang out, Xiao Shi, don't be so arrogant anymore. In the outside sect, there's only one opponent worthy of you, and that's me. Xia Hozhen. Do those little brats have no eyes? Get out of my way. His declaration immediately drew everyone's attention. Xia Hozhen. He's back. This time, there's definitely going to be something interesting to watch. Xiao Shi maintained his cold expression, merely fanning himself lightly as he spoke. Xia Hozhen, I heard that after I defeated you last year, you've been continuously training outside, even specializing in hunting wanted individuals to temper yourself. I'm curious, what is your current strength like? Xia Hozhen immediately threw a corpse to the ground, saying arrogantly, go on, take a look, you'll know, won't you? The crowd immediately gathered around the corpse, eyes wide with astonishment. What is this? Lion-headed killer Shi Gang. He's ranked 105th on the Holy Land's wanted list, a strong peak-level Purple Mansion cultivator. Did Xia Hozhen really kill Shi Gang? The bounty for this head is up to 20,000 spirit stones. Xia Hozhen merely sneered mockingly. Of course, I chased him for 7 days and 7 nights before I could kill him. Quickly, take this corpse to the dedication hall and exchange it for contribution points for me. Immediately, the disciples hurriedly dragged the corpse away. Yes, senior brother Xia Ho. Xia Hozhen then unleashed his spiritual energy and said, Junior brother, come here for a moment. Immediately, he seized a disciple. You're the disciple of the next contestant, aren't you? Junior brother, you seem to be feeling unwell. The disciple stammered, "Why yes, that's right, I'm not feeling well. Senior brother, could you please compete in my place?" Xia Hozhen laughed loudly, "Good, leave it to me." Xiao Shi still couldn't help but marvel. It seems Xia Hozhen doesn't want to waste any more time. It looks like the next match won't be as boring as before. 2 hours later, Bai Yifan continuously defeated his opponents with ease. Each time he made a move, he left the entire audience in awe. Beneath the stands, a few envious individuals muttered, "This Bai Yifan, since when did he become so strong? Didn't he just coincidentally make it into the top 20 list? Now he's continuously defeating many opponents, he's even made it into the top 10 already." Hearing this, Lu Wei and his group standing nearby immediately gesticulated wildly in protest. "Fifth place. Are you looking down on our fan brother? Fan brother is the #1 outside sect disciple, stop running your mouths." Just then, the presiding elder stepped forward and announced, "I hereby declare the 3 contestants who have made it into the top 3, Bai Yifan, Xiao Shi, and Xia Hozhen." Xiao Chai couldn't believe his eyes, muttering, "Bai Yifan. A disciple with emperor-grade talent, defeating so many strong outside sect disciples to make it into the top 3. Xia Ho spoke provocatively, "I didn't expect there to be a few interesting individuals like you among these outside sect disciples." The elder then said, "Tomorrow will be the final match, but before that, you will draw lots. Among the 3 of you, 1 person will receive a bye, not needing to fight, and will directly advance to the final round." The 3 immediately reached out to draw lots, the atmosphere as tense as opening a gift box without knowing what's inside. When the slip in his hand revealed the character for fight, Bai Yifan sighed in disappointment, "What a waste of effort, I was planning to save my strength." Xiao Shi raised his slip high, "It seems I got the bye." Xia Hozhen was so hot-headed he couldn't keep his calm, he crushed his slip and yelled, "Xiao Shi, just you wait, you might escape today, but not tomorrow. I'll defeat this little guy named Bai in just 3 moves, and then we'll have a real decisive battle." But immediately after, he realized something was wrong and looked again. He turned his head to look behind him, where the 2 characters for defeat were clearly printed on a piece of cloth. Bai Yifan stood tall, responding to the threat nonchalantly, "Senior brother, the outer sect peak is nothing, you're not even sure to be my opponent." The surrounding disciples burst into an uproar. Eyes wide with disbelief. Someone exclaimed, "Am I seeing things? Did Bai Yifan just use spiritual energy to break a bunch of sticks and shoot them straight at Xia Hozhen's back? This little guy really has a death wish. You've got guts, but tomorrow I'll show you what's truly hard. My fists or your mouth." Shen Xianu immediately approached Bai Yifan and asked, "Are you alright? This Xia Hozhen is not someone to be trifled with, if you're not careful, you'll be in big trouble tomorrow." But Bai Yifan merely shrugged, replying nonchalantly, "It's fine, I know my capabilities." "Fan brother, afraid? Honestly, as soon as this match ends, I'll bet my entire fortune on you, you're sure to win." "Good brother, you trust me that much? Of course, once you win, we'll celebrate together." Bai Yifan laughed heartily, "No need to wait until I win, come to my place tonight, I'll treat you all to a meal." Meanwhile, night had fallen, inside a house. "Wang junior sister, what brings you to me in the middle of the night?" Wang Meng said with a smiling face, "Senior brother, you're here, please sit down." Xia Hozhen sat down, not hiding his displeasure, "Speak quickly. A set of pseudo-spirit level skills plus 20,000 spirit stones. I want to ask you to kill Bai Yifan in tomorrow's match." Xia Hozhen immediately understood the situation and chuckled, "So that's it. You want to use my hand to avenge your gidge, don't you?" Wang Meng said, "That's right, senior brother. Although you've been wandering outside, surely you haven't forgotten the grievances of the Holy Land, have you? I want you to help me avenge Wang Sheng, my gidge. A set of spirit-level skills is indeed precious. But don't forget, after years of wandering, I'm not lacking in such things. If you want my help, you'll have to show a bit more sincerity." Wang Meng tried to take out another ring to persuade him. "How about this? This divine power ring can significantly increase blood qi. It's a treasure passed down to me by my master. Is this enough with that? This ring is indeed a genuine article, but it's still not satisfactory." Wang Meng sneered, probing, "So, senior brother, what do you want? But inwardly, her anger seethed. She secretly cursed him as someone who takes advantage of a chaotic situation, deliberately exploiting the circumstances to extort. Xia Hozhen, without the slightest hesitation, scooped her up, a cunning look clearly visible on his face. He teased, "To be honest, I've been accumulating strength for 3 months to prepare to defeat Xiaoshi, but it's been a long time since I've been intimate with a woman, especially a beauty like Wang Junior's sister here." Wang Meng suppressed her rage, reluctantly agreeing in her heart, "As long as senior brother helps me get revenge, after the deed is done, I will let senior brother decide everything as he pleases." Xia Hozhen laughed loudly, fully satisfied, "It's a deal." He immediately turned to the other female disciples around him, playing the scoundrel, "Little beauties, come here." Wang Meng exclaimed in shock, "What are you planning to do?" "Of course, I'm going to enjoy a little appetizer that junior sister has prepared for me." "Wang senior sister, save us, don't let him do this." Wang Meng struggled to swallow her anger, softly saying, "Senior brother, take it easy. You still have a competition tomorrow, don't let it affect your strength." Xia Hozhen chuckled confidently, "Don't worry, that Bai Yi fan isn't worth my concern." The two girls, being carried away by him, struggled and pleaded for help, "Senior sister, please save us." The next morning, the area below the stands became lively with bustling chatter. "Do you think Bai Yi fan has a chance to win? Is that even a question? Xia Hozhen has received special attention from the Earth Institute since last year. I heard he even cultivated a pseudo-spirit level skill and has reached minor accomplishment. As for Bai Yi fan, he only relied on the divine devouring pill to break through realms, so his foundation is weak. Xia Hozhen beating him would be no different than a father beating his son," the Earth Institute elder said with a satisfied smile. "This year's outside sect competition is indeed much livelier than in previous years," the Earth Institute elder spoke up, "Of course, I heard there are many outstanding new disciples this time." Then the Water Institute also spoke up, "But let me say this first, Xiaoshi is someone our Water Institute has already claimed, no one is allowed to contend for her." Elder Jin Yuan immediately said, "Junior sister, are you joking? No matter how good the Water Institute is, it must respect the wishes of the disciples." Elder Long also spoke up, reminding them sternly, "The competition is about to begin, both of you stop arguing. This grand competition is the largest in the 5-element Holy Land in many years. To increase its appeal and encourage the disciples, the competition rules will be changed. The top 3 are allowed to use any means necessary. In the arena, it's only about winning or losing, not life or death." Bai Yi fan sat in deep thought, muttering to himself, "Are we allowed to risk our lives this year? How exciting." From a distance, Wang Meng stared at him with a smug expression, thinking to himself, "Bai Yi fan, I specifically asked Master to change this rule. Just wait, you're sure to die here. You owe my Wang family, and today you'll pay with blood." Xia Hozhen appeared more arrogant than ever, scoffing. "Bai Yi fan, it's still not too late to bow your head and admit defeat now, otherwise, you'll be crying for your mommy and daddy later, losing all face. You should save those words for yourself." Xia Hozhen couldn't hold back any longer and immediately charged forward, "Take this move." The two sides clashed head-on, and someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Good heavens, what a powerful punch. Could that kid Bai Yi fan have been beaten to death? Quick, look, the dust is clearing." When the smoke cleared, Bai Yi fan appeared, completely unharmed, causing the entire crowd to exclaim in astonishment, "What? He actually dodged it." Bai Yi fan calmly retaliated, even taunting. "As expected of the person ranked second on the leaderboard, you truly possess some skill." Meanwhile, the crowd whispered, "What kind of divine weapon is Xia Hozhen carrying? It's truly formidable." Wang Meng, observing from the sidelines, thought, "That's a treasure my master passed down, capable of increasing strength 5-fold. Xia Hozhen is already powerful, and now with the divine weapon's assistance, Bai Yi fan will either die or be crippled. How about it? Aren't you going to use your divine weapon? Let's see how long you can last." As soon as Xia Hozhen finished speaking, he unleashed his ultimate skill, 10 Tigers Force. Someone in the audience shouted excitedly. 10 Tigers Force. The pseudo-spirit level skill of the Earth Institute. It seems the rumors about Xia Hozhen being accepted by the Earth Institute are true. Elder Long muttered, 10 Tigers Force is the strongest skill of the Earth Institute, its power far surpassing the Ox Demon Great Strength art that Bai Yi Fan cultivates. Once it reaches minor accomplishment, its strength is comparable to a profound sovereign spirit tiger, enough to withstand the endurance of 80 blood-sweating Fergana horses. With such a formidable skill, Xia Hozhen must have long surpassed other outside sect disciples. Bai Yi Fan once again unleashed the shattering gold claw technique. A strike landed, immediately tearing apart his tiger. Xia Hozhen suddenly stopped, his mouth agape. What? A mere emperor-level talent kid could actually break through my soul power body protection? Senior brother has been wandering outside all year, so you haven't seen much of the world, have you? Let me help senior brother broaden your horizons. He rushed forward, using Piao Nianbu to increase his speed and kick straight at Xia Hozhen. He immediately spat blood, his body reeling in panic, thinking to himself, this body movement is too fast, I couldn't even see it clearly, and he had already struck. Xia Hozhen fell into a state of helplessness, only able to scream as he was sent flying, suspended in midair. The crowd below stirred again, clamoring, what's going on? Is Xia Hozhen really helpless? He's actually being defeated by a newcomer emperor-level talent. It's unbelievable that Bai Yi Fan possesses such an unusual body movement. Unwilling to accept defeat, Xia Hozhen gritted his teeth, took out a pill, and roared. Let's see how long you can last. Jiang Linggu and Xiao Chai shouted in alarm. Oh no, that's an ignition chi pill. Xia Hozhen truly stops at nothing to win. It is rumored that anyone who uses this pill will have to burn half of their blood chi in exchange for a sudden surge in power for a short period. The ignition chi pill has been listed as a forbidden medicine by many sections. How does he have this thing in his hand? If you don't want your stomach to be split open, then quickly kowtow and admit defeat immediately. However, Bai Yi Fan charged forward at a dizzying speed, leaving him stunned. Xia Hozhen's eyes widened, and he stammered, what? This isn't good. A terrifying surge of power, like a tsunami, crashed down, suppressing Xia Hozhen's entire body. Despite trying to resist, he was utterly terrified. Is this a spirit-grade martial skill? This power is not something I can withstand. Bai Yi Fan unleashed the giant spirit fist, throwing an extremely powerful punch that sent Xia Hozhen flying. The noisy crowd buzzed with disbelief. Xia Hozhen couldn't even block one move from Bai Yi Fan. This is baffling. Whose fist is truly harder in the end? A disciple in the crowd asked curiously. What the hell is going on? Wasn't that move just now a spirit-grade martial skill? Spirit-grade martial skills can only be activated in a secret realm or by someone with high-level spiritual energy. But Bai Yi Fan doesn't have any spiritual energy. How did he perform that? Xiao Chai tilted her head and asked Jiang Linggu, wait, I've never seen this move before. Do you know what martial skill this is? Jiang Linggu said, it seems this move doesn't belong to the skills of the five-element Holy Land. The elder of the Water Institute turned to the elder of the Earth Institute and stammered, Senior brother, isn't this a martial skill of the true martial Holy Hall? The elder of the Earth Institute nodded, confirming with certainty, that's right, this is the giant spirit fist, a signature martial skill of the true martial Holy Hall. In contrast, Wang Meng gnashed his teeth, almost roaring inwardly, impossible, how can this be? Has Xia Hozhen been knocked unconscious? The atmosphere in the arena was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Lu Wei looked around in confusion and asked, what's going on? Brother Fan has clearly won, so why hasn't the presiding elder announced the results yet? At this moment, the elder stepped forward and asked in a stern voice, Bai Yi Fan, if this old man is not mistaken, the move you just performed is a spirit-grade martial skill of the true martial Holy Hall, the giant spirit fist. Explain yourself immediately. The disciples whispered amongst themselves, what? That's a martial skill of the true martial Holy Hall. This kid has some nerve. He dared to display a skill of the true martial Holy Hall right here in the five-element Holy Land. It's clear this person is a spy planted by the true martial Holy Hall, a thorough investigation is necessary. Bai Yi Fan calmly replied, Elder, please allow me to explain from the beginning. This matter is not as you imagine. During the Demon Cave's trial, I was maliciously harmed by Wang Sheng, Gao Yang, and Su Chun working together, which caused me to fall into an abyss. During that time, I coincidentally discovered the profound heaven-blazing sun ghost and witnessed a fierce battle between an Asura and a yellow-robed inner sect disciple of the true martial holy hall. My cultivation level was originally low, but fortunately, a yellow-robed disciple of the true martial holy hall was accompanying me at the time. We fought together against an Asura. During the battle, that yellow-robed disciple taught me a few moves from a spirit tier skill to coordinate with him. However, unfortunately, that Asura was too powerful, and the disciple had already been severely injured beforehand. Finally, when he could no longer hold on and was about to breathe his last, he passed on the entire essence of the secret technique, Giant Spirit Fist, to me. Although I do not possess spiritual energy, my soul power is naturally very strong. Thus, when combined with blood chi, I can reluctantly activate this martial skill. I poured all my strength, combined with what I was taught, only then could I kill that Asura and escape the abyss. All just to save my life. The elder remained silent, lost in thought after hearing Bai Yifan's explanation. A moment later, he slowly said, 4 months ago, during the siege of Huiyun Demon Marquis in the ancient demon caves, true martial Holy Land indeed reported a missing inner sect disciple wearing yellow robes. It seems Bai Yifan was not lying. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng immediately added fuel to the fire, not missing the opportunity. Even if you are innocent, as a disciple of 5-element Holy Land, the martial skill belongs to true martial Holy Land. Bai Yifan immediately retorted, before the competition, the elder clearly stated that this match only considers victory and defeat, not the means, wasn't that right? Wang Meng could only grit his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment, swallowing his anger. The surrounding crowd whispered amongst themselves, this kid is really lucky, who would have thought he would obtain a spirit-grade martial skill from true martial Holy Land. But luck is also a part of strength, and when opportunities arise, who wouldn't want to seize them? Elder said sternly, if the rules of the match are as such, then Bai Yifan is not at fault. Elder Long gritted his teeth, how does this brat have so many opportunities? The elder said, Bai Yifan, the elders have discussed. As a disciple of the sect, it is best that you focus on cultivating the ultimate techniques of the 5-element Holy Land. The Giant Spirit Fist is temporarily permitted for use in this competition, but after it concludes, you should limit its use. Especially when outside, otherwise, it will easily bring disaster upon yourself. Have you heard clearly? This disciple will obey the teachings. The winner of this match is Bai Yifan. Immediately, Lu Wei and his group cheered, their faces beaming as they shouted loudly, Brother Fan is too strong, truly mighty, this match was incredibly satisfying. Wang Meng looked at Bai Yifan with intense hatred, hateful, despicable. I can't believe he learned a spirit-grade martial skill, but don't think you'll be lucky forever. One day I will take your head to offer to my elder brother's soul in heaven. Jiang Lingo let out a sigh of relief and whispered, thank goodness. Xiao Chai immediately teased, senior sister is worried about him to that extent. Jiang Lingo lightly pushed Xiao Chai, hurry up and focus on the competition. The elder stepped forward and announced, next, we will begin the championship match. Bai Yifan will fight Xiao Shi. I have reinforced the arena with spirit talismans, so feel free to use your full strength and most powerful skills. Xiao Shi confidently stated, Junior Brother Bai, your giant spirit fist is indeed very powerful, but you are still no match for me. Bai Yifan remained unfazed, powerfully unleashing his giant spirit fist in response, who is weak and who is strong, we'll only know after we fight. But Xiao Shi quickly used his fan to block, his expression unchanged, a spirit-grade martial skill is indeed very powerful, but its soul power consumption is not small either. I estimate you can only unleash 4 or 5 punches at most before your soul power is depleted. If you don't believe me, let's find out. He channeled his energy to cast the spirit dispersion technique. A burst of aura surged directly towards Bai Yifan. What's happening? Isn't Xiao Shi's weapon a fan? Why did he discard it? Look closely, that's not just a fan, that's spiritual energy. Could Xiao Shi have broken through to the spirit communication realm? Xiao Chai whispered worriedly, oh no, for martial artists, a spirit communication realm facing a purple mansion realm is an overwhelming disparity. Bai Yifan might not be able to contend, unless he has a trump card. Xiao Shi raised his head proudly, see? This is the gap between you and me. He raised his sword and channeled his chi, forming a swirling vortex across the arena. Sword control art, that is an ultimate inside sect technique, only those who reach the magical talent's secret realm can use it. Look, that sword is even a first-grade divine weapon. The sword shot straight towards Bai Yi Fan, causing Xiao Shi to confidently declare, "It's over." Lu Wei, standing below, was startled and cried out in panic, "Fan brother." Bai Yi Fan maintained a calm smile as he parried the sword chi, saying, "Xiao senior brother, your sword control art doesn't seem to be quite up to par yet." Although he had intended to hide his trump card, realizing the situation couldn't be prolonged, Bai Yi Fan thought to himself, "This is the most suitable time to test the power of my trump card." Immediately after, he shouted, "Gunmetal sword formula." Even Xiao Shi looked on in a daze and said, This is. Jiang Linggu was filled with doubt. Gunmetal sword formula. He's already finished cultivating it. But before, I only gave him one pill, and there wasn't even enough golden needle grass, how could he have cultivated it? Xiao Shi still arrogantly declared, "Junior brother, you're really good at putting on a show. But with such weak sword chi, how can it possibly stand against my divine weapon? Just a small trick, and you dare to display it before me?" He hadn't finished speaking when a colossal surge of power from Bai Yi Fan's sword completely overwhelmed Xiao Shi's sword chi. Xiao Shi stammered in horror, "No, impossible, my sword, my divine weapon is about to break." Xiao Shi tried his best to recall his divine weapon, shouting loudly, "Spirit Essence Sword, return." He finally managed to retrieve his sword, letting out a sigh of relief, but cold sweat was already pouring down his forehead. A huge wave of regret and unease surged within him. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect his sword technique to be this powerful. Bai Yi Fan said, "Xiao senior brother, if you don't go all out, you'll truly lose." Xiao Shi heard this and stammered in shock, "What? Was that not your strongest move just now?" Bai Yi Fan made a hand seal, "The true power of my swordmanship has not been fully unleashed yet, senior brother." The gunmetal sword formula was unleashed once more, but this time with its full power. Hundreds of dazzling sword chi shot straight toward Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi exclaimed in surprise, "What? The number of these sword chi is several times more than before." The elders collectively gaped, "Holy moly, he can actually control this many sword chi, it's unbelievable." Lu Wei laughed proudly, "Fan brother is truly awesome, peak performance indeed." Xiao Shi reluctantly unleashed his ultimate move, roaming dragon swordmanship, dragon scale sword armor, striving to create a layer of defense around himself. In his mind, he continuously calculated, the spiritual energy on his sword, though not appearing overly fierce, was entirely concentrated at the tip of the blade. This ability to control spiritual energy was truly bizarre. Bai Yi Fan muttered, "Gunmetal sword formula, sword-breaking stance." Bai Yi Fan roared, "Kill." A gigantic, colossal sword plunged straight down towards Xiao Shi, making him tremble in fear. Muttering, "What? How can he concentrate all his spiritual energy to this extent? This pressure is unbearable." Xiao Shi's dragon scale sword armor's defensive layer was shattered in the blink of an eye. The crowd below roared, "Senior brother Xiao lost." "No way." Bai Yi Fan stepped forward, muttering, "It's over, senior brother Xiao." Xiao Shi, trembling all over, shouted, "Wait, I surrender, I surrender." He knelt down, continuously begging Bai Yi Fan for mercy. Xiao Chai whispered in astonishment, "Am I seeing things?" If Bai Yi Fan hadn't held back, Xiao Shi would surely have lost an eye. "Alright, senior brother Xiao, I accept your surrender." Xiao Shi said breathlessly, "Junior brother Bai, you truly live up to your reputation, there's no need to be modest." Lu Wei joyfully shouted, "We won, brother Fan. We won. So strong. This was truly a classic match. The winner is Bai Yi Fan. Just as I thought, this little guy definitely had a trump card hidden, and he actually defeated Xiao Shi, becoming the #1 outside sect disciple." The elders of the Earth Institute muttered, "Previously. No one expected that the champion of this year's martial arts tournament would be a newcomer who had only joined the sect less than half a year ago." Xiao Shi had held the championship title for 4 consecutive tournaments, yet was finally surpassed. The 5-element Holy Land seems poised to create significant waves. Lu Wei and his group ran up, embracing Bai Yi Fan and cheering, "Fan brother, you're incredibly strong, truly a genius." Bai Fan laughed and said, "You guys, stop piling on, I haven't even had a chance to breathe yet." At this moment, an elder walked over and announced, "Bai Fan, this water fire robe is your reward, please take it." Bai Fan happily accepted the robe, bowed in gratitude, saying, "Many thanks, elder. I heard that the top 3 on the strength ranking will be recruited by the various academies first. With my talent, these elders will surely scramble to take me as their disciple, perhaps even fight over me." The reality was incredibly harsh when the elders paid no attention to him at all, but instead gathered around Xiaoshi, flattering him one after another. "Xiaoshi, don't rush, let's talk for a bit. Xiaoshi, have you considered joining the Earth Institute? Training your body there would be very beneficial for your future cultivation. Come on, Xiaoshi, you should come to my Water Institute. There are many beautiful women there, not to mention the environment is extremely suitable for cultivation. Xiaoshi, you cultivate the sword, don't you? My Jin Yuan is the best at sword Dao, and I guarantee the Institute's gates are always open to welcome you." Bai Fan froze. "Wait a minute, wasn't I the champion of the martial arts competition? Why are they all scrambling to recruit Xiaoshi? Are these elders out of their minds?" Even with a broken arm and leg, Xia Hozhen didn't miss the opportunity, and said sarcastically and loudly, "Bai Fan, you're surprised, aren't you? Let me explain it to you. The 5-Element Institute primarily recruits disciples based on talent. Xiaoshi has high-grade mystic-grade talent, while you only have emperor-grade talent. Your future certainly cannot compare to his." Shen Xianyu immediately stepped forward and said, "Bai Fan, don't pay attention to him, he just wants to make you angry." But Xia Hozhen didn't let up, and continued to shout, "I'm just stating the truth. A person's fortuitous encounters are limited and won't always be so lucky, but the gap in talent will always exist. Furthermore, you only relied on the divine devouring pill, which is why your cultivation increased so quickly. With such forced growth, it's no wonder the elders don't value you." Bai Fan calmly asked, "When did I take the divine devouring pill? Don't deny it anymore, I've already heard everything. If you didn't take the divine devouring pill, how could your cultivation have increased so quickly?" The crowd immediately buzzed with comments, so Bai Fan's rapid increase was thanks to taking the divine devouring pill. "I told you so, how could someone with emperor-grade talent make it into the top 3? No wonder the elders don't want to accept him. If I were an elder, I wouldn't want to take in someone so impatient either." Bai Fan said, "So that's how it is." The surrounding crowd looked at Bai Fan, pouting and speculating, what's wrong with him? Could he be so disappointed by being ignored that he's gone mad? Or has the poison from the divine devouring pill started to take effect? Xia Hozhen said, "Bai Fan, what are you laughing at?" "Just laughing at your stupidity. Xia Ho senior brother, why don't you open your dog eyes wide and see what this is?" The crowd buzzed like a disturbed beehive. "It's the divine devouring pill, but he didn't take it. Weren't there rumors that Goddess Jiang gave him 2 types of pills before the match? He clearly took one from the pill chamber. I think he definitely used something else, but it seems today's match is entirely based on his true strength." At this moment, Xiao Chai turned to Jiang Linggu and exclaimed, "Linggu, the pill you gave that little guy, he didn't take it." Jiang Linggu was surprised. "I didn't expect him to be that formidable." Bai Fan immediately scoffed, "Do you think of using medicine to show off your strength, and thus assume others do the same? Too bad, I don't need medicine to defeat you. Don't be so arrogant. Even if you didn't use a pill, don't you realize the elders still haven't invited you?" But at that very moment, the elders suddenly turned around. "No pills? What a true genius." In an instant, they surrounded Bai Fan, their attitudes changing dizzyingly fast. "Bai Fan, why don't you consider joining our Water Institute? No, you should join the Earth Institute instead, it's excellent for body cultivation." "Shut up, do you think you can steal someone from my Jin Yuan? Bai Fan, the gates of Jin Yuan are always wide open to welcome you." Behind them, Xianyu clutched his stomach, laughing loudly, "Look who's the one not invited into the academy by the elders now." However, Bai Fan bowed and declined, "Many thanks to the elders for your favor, but please allow this disciple to consider it further. Currently, this disciple has not yet decided which academy to join. This disciple plans to cultivate for a while longer before making a choice." This answer left the crowd dumbfounded and shocked. What? He rejected all of them? Bai Fan had his own calculations in mind, thinking to himself, based on their recent performance, these elders lack profound foresight. Even if I were to become their disciple, I might not achieve anything significant. It's better to first enhance my strength and then wait for a better opportunity. The next important task is to quickly increase my power. Perhaps I should go to the ancient demon caves, there are many monsters there for training. Seeing him stride away, Lu Wei curiously asked, Bai Fan, what do you plan to do next? Bai Fan didn't turn his head, he just calmly replied, cultivation. This troublesome king, can you openly drag us along? After that, Bai Fan returned to Earth and thought to himself, when I return, I will go directly to the ancient demon caves, and fight there to the very end. If I can't break through the secret realm magical talent, I swear I won't exit. Bai Fan stood in the middle of the most luxurious commercial complex in Hangzhou and excitedly thought, this place is really expensive, I must seize the opportunity to enjoy a fancy meal here. But before he could even step inside, a sudden voice rang out, Bai Fan, why are you here? Bai Fan frowned, glancing towards the source of the sound. Hearing a familiar voice, he couldn't help but feel doubtful. Who is this? In front of him was Chu Xueqi, hand in hand with a boyfriend. As soon as she saw him, she immediately spoke, I really didn't expect to see you here. Everything in this area is very expensive. Are you here to broaden your horizons? Chu Xueqi's boyfriend looked at Bai Fan and couldn't help but feel jealous when he realized the young man in front of him was even more handsome than himself. He asked, Xueqi, is he a friend of yours? He's a college classmate of mine, this is Bai Fan. Bai Fan froze for a moment. Chu Xueqi, the person he had secretly and madly loved in college, was now standing in front of him. Back then, he devoted all his energy to his studies, not even daring to eat well or dress nicely, just to save money to buy gifts for Chu Xueqi. But all he received in return was her contempt and exploitation. Now, Chu Xueqi looked at him and exclaimed, Bai Fan, you've grown so much taller, and your physique is much better than before. Bai Fan turned away, curtly retorting, what does that have to do with you? Chu Xueqi's boyfriend heard that and immediately pointed at him, watch your mouth. You brat, I'm talking to you. Stop right there. Bai Fan immediately unleashed his spiritual energy, causing him to suddenly fall to the ground. Damn it, what's going on? Clearly something just pushed me. The surrounding crowd looked at him and whispered with laughter, ha ha ha, lying flat like that must be really boring. Chu Xueqi stood there, secretly cursing in her heart. You're utterly useless, you've embarrassed me so much. Bai Fan turned his head and glanced at Chu Xueqi sarcastically, a smart person knows not to get in the way. Chu Xueqi quickly supported her boyfriend and said resentfully, Bai Fan, this is old history between us, don't take it out on others like this. We've known each other for so long, can't we even be friends? No thanks, I'm not interested in being friends with girls like you. I know who you are, you're the one who harassed Xueqi back in college, aren't you? Bai Fan, let me tell you, we were the ones who didn't let Xueqi associate with a poor and lowly person like you. Don't even think about bothering her again. I harassed her. That's ridiculous. If I were serious about finding a girlfriend, she'd have to be 10 times prettier than her. Chu Xueqi said, Bai Fan, stop making me laugh. You just rely on your looks to get by. You don't even have a job. What girl would be so blind as to date someone like you? Alright, darling, we don't need to waste any more words on a failure like him. This spa is very hard to book, I only managed to get it with great difficulty. Don't let your mood be ruined by this kind of person. However, just as the two were feeling smug, a voice caught everyone's attention, honey. In an elegant and luxurious dress, a stunningly beautiful girl emerged from the spa's VIP room. Sorry to keep you waiting. The people around immediately gasped, their eyes practically shooting hearts. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. This must be the first miss of some prominent family. And she's coming out of the VIP room too. Definitely someone with money. Her figure is absolutely perfect. Seeing her boyfriend also joining the crowd, Xueqi's fierce jealousy pulled him back to reality. She's beautiful, isn't she? Ha. Meanwhile, Qi Lu, affectionately linking arms with Bai Fan, said in a sweet voice, you've waited a long time, haven't you? Let's go, let's get something to eat. Xue Qi yelled, making Bai Yifan and Qi Lu stop in their tracks. Wait a minute. Beautiful lady, are you really his girlfriend? Qi Lu replied, yes, I am. Why? As a woman, I want to warn you about something. This guy has nothing special about him besides his face, he doesn't even have a job. Oh, a job, you say? I have over 10 companies and own dozens of houses in Hangzhou. Just the rent alone each month is hundreds of thousands. What does he need a job for? Xue Qi stood frozen, completely bewildered. What? Over 10 companies, dozens of houses? Is this woman bluffing? Qi Lu then hugged Bai Yifan and declared bluntly, furthermore, you said he has nothing but his face. I disagree, his face is also a very important part. Every day, seeing this face makes me happier than anything else. The people around them gasped in admiration and exclaimed, constantly glancing at Qi Lu and Bai Yifan. How admirable. They truly are a divine couple that makes you want to cry, even their dog food smells better than beef. At this moment, Qi Lu continued to hold Bai Yifan's hand and gently asked, my love, what do you want to eat tonight? Chinese, Western, or French food? I'll take you. Xue Qi was seething with jealousy. Is this woman truly the legendary epitome of blind love? Bai Yifan just smiled faintly and replied softly, whatever you decide is fine, but in his heart, he sighed. I never expected a cold, dominant female CEO like Qi Lu to be so formidable when she's pouting. Watching the two figures gradually disappear, Xue Qi muttered angrily, hateful. Bai Yifan is truly a kept man who specializes in clinging to women's skirts. It makes me so mad I could die. Her boyfriend, however, blurted out a silly remark, being able to cling to women's skirts is also a kind of skill. Why don't I ever get such an opportunity? Xue Qi pinched his ear again, her voice full of menace, what did you say? Say that again. I was wrong, I was just talking nonsense. Meanwhile, at some restaurant, Bai Yifan spoke softly, thank you for helping me out earlier. It's nothing. Coincidentally, I have something I want to ask you. Bai Yifan stammered, what is it? What have you done to my Rong? Bai Yifan was startled, did she say something to you? In his mind, he recalled Tang Rong's message, ever since that day, she hasn't contacted me again. What exactly happened? She didn't say anything. It's just that recently, she seems to be busier. Taking many classes and seems to be focusing on something, so I guess it has something to do with you. Bai Yifan, wait until I become more outstanding, then I'll come find you. Is that so? I haven't done anything to her. But in his heart, he couldn't stop thinking, it seems Tang Rong isn't ready yet, what should I tell Qi Lu? Actually, it's a good thing for her to become more self-motivated and focused. At least that's better than being deceived by unscrupulous people out there. To be honest, from childhood to adulthood, there have been quite a few people pursuing Rong. I only have one precious little sister, so anyone who wants to be my brother-in-law must be thoroughly vetted. Bai Yifan smiled, that's right, she's the heiress of the Tang family group, how could an ordinary person be worthy? But I think you're quite good. Bai Yifan thought to himself, wait a minute, are you trying to set me up? But Tang Rong isn't the only option. The Tang family doesn't just have one heiress. Bai Yifan froze, his face clearly showing suspicion. What do you mean? That sounds strange. Qi Lu didn't say anything more, just stood up and smiled lightly, finished eating, right? Let's go. Stepping out of the restaurant, Qi Lu offered, shall I give you a ride home? Bai Yifan shook his head in refusal, no need. Suddenly, a loud argument echoed from a distance. How could this happen? Such a big car, and you didn't even see it. Now look, you've scratched someone's car, let's see how you handle this. Qi Li's face hardened, a flicker of impatience in her eyes. She muttered, this voice. Is it that couple from earlier again? What a small world. Xue Qi yelled, isn't it your fault? You kept nagging next to me, how was I supposed to concentrate on driving? Her boyfriend didn't back down either, pointing directly at her face, you were the one who insisted on driving, weren't you? Just admit your driving skills are poor, instead of blaming me. Xueqi retorted angrily, it's clearly your fault for distracting me, and yet you're sitting there talking as if you're completely right. Qi Lu was speechless. They're both as bad as each other, arguing so loudly, neither is better than the other. She walked over calmly but with a sharp edge, what are you two doing in front of my car? Miss, is this your car? I'm so sorry, I wasn't paying attention and accidentally scratched it. Xueqi stood beside her, seething with anger. Damn it, why them, she muttered. I can't believe we'd meet here. Miss, I'm truly sorry. Please see. But before he could finish, Xueqi interrupted, snapping loudly, why are you groveling like that? We're not trying to evade payment. Just call the insurance, compensate her, and it's done. He angrily retorted, it's easy for you to say, but this is a luxury car. Do you know how much the compensation will be? My Tesla Model 3 isn't even worth the purchase tax of this car. He continued, based on this damage, it's estimated to be around 100,000. Xueqi's face turned pale, and she stammered, what? 100,000? Qilo smiled, leaned close to Bai Yifan's ear, and whispered, do you want to get some satisfaction? Bai Yifan asked, what do you want to do? How about this, money means nothing to me. But if this young lady bows and apologizes to us 3 times, clearly stating, I was wrong, I will consider letting you off. How does that sound? Alright, we apologize. We apologize. Hurry up, Xueqi. But Xueqi's face flushed, and she remained stubbornly defiant. If you want to apologize, go do it yourself. Why should I apologize to them? What are you kidding about? Just one apology will save us 100,000. If you don't apologize, you'll have to pay that money yourself. After all, I wasn't the one who hit them. Hearing this, Xueqi was so furious she choked on her words and yelled, Lin Junlei, are you even a man? Why do you have no sense of responsibility at all? Well, have you thought about it? I don't have much time. Hearing this, Xueqi reluctantly bowed her head and whispered like a mosquito, I was wrong, I'm sorry. An unwilling apology like that? It seems we'll have to follow the proper procedure. Let me call the traffic police to handle it. Yes, I was wrong, I truly know I was wrong. Please, don't call the police, okay? Darling, what do you think? Can we forgive them like this? Bai Yifan pouted and replied, alright, if my girlfriend is so generous as to not pursue charges, then you all can scram. Xueqi bowed her head, her heart filled with resentment, just a rich woman, that's all. Just one luxury car and he's already so arrogant. You're not even the owner of this car, what are you so smug about? Qi Lu immediately shot a furious glance, her voice cold, what did you just say? Xueqi gritted her teeth and yelled, what? Am I wrong? Is this car his? Don't even dream about it. Lin Junlei frantically waved his hands, trying to mediate, she didn't mean anything by it. Please don't take it to heart, don't dwell on it. Secretary Zhang, it's me. My car got scratched, and it's completely ruined my mood. Come here and drive my car back for me. While you're at it, go to the garage and pick out a few cars, remember to choose the most ordinary ones and bring them here. She emphasized each word, her eyes full of hidden meaning as she glanced at Bai Yifan. He felt a slight jolt in his heart. What trick is this first miss playing now? Just 10 minutes later, a convoy of luxury cars sped over, leaving everyone gaping in astonishment. Lin Junlei couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, are these ordinary cars? A person respectfully reported, Miss Tang, as per your instructions, we have brought the most ordinary cars from the garage. Do you have any further instructions? Qi Lu nodded in satisfaction, that was fast. Alright, just wait here. An Audi RS7, a Mercedes-Benz, a BMW M8, and even a Maybach S680, all gleaming like mirrors. Lin Junlei wiped away beads of sweat, trembling as he spoke, what, are these even normal cars? This big sister truly has some serious means. At this moment, Qi Lu hugged Bai Yifan, my love, these cars have been in the garage for so long that no one bothers to drive them, they're almost rusting away. Pick whichever one catches your eye, drive one to take me home, and that car is yours. Bai Yifan was also stunned, feeling utterly helpless inside, you're putting on such a show, do I have to play along to the very end? As for Lin Junlei, he could only shed bitter, tearless cries. Big sister, do you really need to show off to this extent? Who can stand this? Xueqi couldn't hold back any longer, immediately turning to Lin Junlei and criticizing him loudly. Lin Junlei, what did you just say? Do you really want to be a kept man? But Lin Junlei no longer cared about his image, responding coldly, so what? Weren't you with me in the beginning because you coveted my money? What's wrong with a little change? Let's break up. I've had enough of your high-maintenance attitude, I'm not going to cater to you anymore. Fine, Lin Junlei, do you really think I want to be with you? I must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to meet a freeloader like you. Bai Yifan chuckled softly, a gigolo, huh? Looks like someone has a lot of experience with this, doesn't it? He said, pressing a car key. My dear, we can't be too low-key when we go out, to avoid being misunderstood by those snobbish people who look down on others. Xueqi and Lin Junlei were stunned. What car sound was that? Bai Yifan walked closer to his car and said, my dear, get in the car. Today, I'll drive my car to take you home. The couple looked dumbfounded. A Porsche 918. And that was his car. Even Tang Qilu exclaimed in disbelief, this young man is quite something, isn't he? Then Qilu told his subordinate, if that's the case, then Secretary Zhang, please call someone to drive these cars back. The car door closed, leaving Xueqi and Lin Junlei in disbelief. How can this be? Didn't you say this car costs over 15 million? How could he possibly? Bai Yifan didn't miss the opportunity to mock. Chu Xueqi, just now you said I was a kept man, didn't you? Now open your eyes and look closely. Clearly, we are a powerful alliance. She and I are on the same level. Do you think I need to cling to anyone? Xueqi stood dumbfounded. Bai Yifan. The supercar slowly rolled away, leaving the crowd astonished and with envious eyes. See you later. Wait for me, can you add one more person to this relationship? I mean, don't be too strict about gender. Back in the Cultivating Immortals world, a voice echoing from afar made Bai Yifan stop. Lu Wei spoke worriedly, Fan brother, are you really not going to reconsider? We had to risk our lives just to escape the ancient demon caves, why would you want to go back there? That's right, or maybe you should think again. The demon caves are incredibly dangerous, no one dares to go back there a second time. Bai Yifan clenched his fist and replied, yes, as you all said, the ancient demon caves are extremely dangerous. But it is precisely those dangers that can body refine people, unlocking potentials that one never knew they possessed. It's been a long time since I've been able to break through the secret realm magical talent. It's time for me to push myself further. Lu Wei was about to try and stop him further, but Zhang Tai placed a hand on his shoulder. Brother Fan has made up his mind, he said, we shouldn't try to dissuade him anymore. This is the path he wants to take. Bai Yifan nodded slightly and instructed, during my absence, the spirit plants in my courtyard will need your care. Also, in this box, there are some pills and treasures, all for your use. Don't let your cultivation be interrupted. Brother, rest assured, we will definitely take good care of everything. Brother Fan, I will miss you greatly. But Bai Yifan didn't look back. Go back, he said. In 3 months, I will surely return transformed. Arriving in Heiyao City, Bai Yifan walked, lost in thought. Ancient demon caves, he mused. If I descend 10 more levels, most cultivators who haven't reached the secret realm magical talent will only find death. But this is my only chance to break through. I'll rest for a bit now, prepare thoroughly, and then set off. But just then, a shout rang out, don't go. On this side, a girl wearing a bamboo hat was struggling against a group of people, and there was also a corpse nearby. You stole my fire lotus seed and killed my father. Do you really think you can just walk away? A group of people, led by Xie Fong Lin, sneered, I've had my eye on this fire lotus seed, which means you should be proud that I valued it. Your father was unreasonable and refused to sell, so I merely gave him a gentle kick. If there's anyone to blame, blame him for not knowing his place. You are truly robbers. Give me back my fire lotus seed. Without hesitation, he shoved her, sending her tumbling to the ground. Stop your babbling and get lost. You commoners don't know what's good for you. Tears streaming down her face, the girl choked out, give it back to me. I didn't expect you to be such a captivating beauty. It turns out the fire lotus seed isn't the only valuable thing here. The girl screamed in despair, don't come closer. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? You'll find out soon enough. You guys, hold her for me. Once I'm done, you'll all get your share. The girl screamed loudly, help, while the subordinates eagerly approached. The man's delight grew even stronger. Laughing loudly, go ahead and scream as loud as you want. There's no one around here to hear you anyway. The louder you scream, the more I'll enjoy it. The girl trembled, her entire body continuously cringing, her voice lost in fear, help me. The evil monster burst into laughter, little girl, stop resisting. Don't make it painful for yourself. It'll be better for you if you just cooperate. It's over. There's no escape now. Give me back the fire lotus seed. As soon as he finished speaking, she curled up and entered a frozen state. He arrogantly laughed loudly, full of challenge, what's wrong? Why aren't you screaming anymore? I love watching others struggle. If you stop screaming, you'll ruin my good mood. He raised his hand, preparing to act. But suddenly, whoosh, a sword shot straight towards him, slashing his hand accompanied by an angry roar, if you like hearing screams so much, why don't you scream yourself until you've had enough? The sword struck, and he immediately screamed in pain, ah, my hand. Who dares to meddle in my affairs? Are you tired of living? Speak your name now. Bai Fan leisurely stepped forward, full of disdain. I am your father. Elder, it's him, it seems to be Bai Fan from the five-element Holy Land. Very well, so it's you. That day in Black Meow City, you were the one who bullied my sect's disciples. Xiangjia sect, so it turns out to be a sect so incompetent that it's rotten from root to branch. The elder erupted with spiritual energy and said, little guy, you've come at just the right time. Today, I will chop you to death on the spot to cleanse the reputation of my Xiangjia sect. The disciples outside discussed hopefully. Not long ago, our elder just broke through to the heaven-reaching astral spirit realm. This little guy just walked right into the muzzle of a gun, today, he's definitely going to die without a trace. Bai Fan didn't say much, calling out to Ba Tuesday. It appeared from behind with powerful might, calling, Master. He coldly ordered, kill. Ba Tu replied, understood, then began slaughtering the Xiangjia sect disciples. Caught off guard, they screamed and fell to the ground. The elder froze in shock and said, what? You can actually command an evil clan? Bai Fan put his hands on his hips and asked imposingly, so what if I can? The elder's face turned pale, and he quickly turned and fled, this is bad, this Azura is very difficult to deal with. I must find a way to escape. Bai Fan slashed out with a sword, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy, and asked, where do you think you're going? That sword chi swept past, causing the elder to fall with a yelp. He looked back at Bai Fan behind him and, even more terrified, screamed, help. A five-element disciple is committing murder in broad daylight. Bai Fan held his sword to his chin, repeating the elder's earlier words, my memory isn't very good, but didn't you just say you could scream your throat raw, and there's no one around here? The elder propped himself up with his hands on the ground, frantically pleading, I was wrong just now, please spare me. A beast like me is not worthy of defiling the sword in your hand. Bai Fan slowly withdrew his sword and replied, you have a point. Ba Tu, tear this beast apart and use it as fertilizer for the road. Ba Tu appeared behind him and responded, understood. The elder was startled and screamed, what? No, don't. But Ba Tu, baring his fangs, still flew towards him in his vision, followed by a tragic scream. Bai Fan bent down to pick up the fire lotus seed, then walked over to the girl from earlier, hey, young lady, are you all right? He offered his hand to the girl, who surprisingly asked, this is. At some motel, the girl, with blurry eyes, mumbled, hot, so hot. Is this a motel? Who are you? My clothes. She sat up abruptly and loudly said, my clothes. Bai Fan, sitting beside her, handed her a bowl of medicine. You're awake. Just in time. Eat all of this fire lotus seed. Kai Huan hugged herself tightly and screamed loudly. Her piercing screams made the cleaner outside the door exclaim, young people nowadays are too easily ignited. The next day, she knelt before her father's grave with immense grief. Father, your unfilial daughter Kai Huan is all right now. Rest in peace, father. She gave a gentle smile, turned her head towards Bai Fan and said, Bai young master, thank you for saving me. Not only did you buy clothes for me to wear, but you also paid to build a tomb for my father. She was about to kneel down to apologize, yet I repaid kindness with enmity, misunderstanding that you wanted to defile me. I truly have no face left to live in this world. Bai Fan quickly reached out to help her up, hey, quickly get up. His face was still slightly swollen from a few slaps from Kai Huan. He still scratched his head and smiled brightly like a flower, the situation was urgent. I only resorted to this desperate measure to save you. What's done is done, let it go. Oh, right. Do you have any plans for the future? Kai Huan lowered her head, unable to hide her aggrieved expression. My father is dead, and I don't know where to go. If young Master Bai doesn't mind, Kai Huan is willing to become your servant to repay young master and follow you. I immediately refused. I don't need a maidservant. The trials in the demon caves are extremely dangerous, I cannot bring anyone along. Tears welled up in her eyes, and Kai Huan became even more sorrowful. Young Master Bai despises me, doesn't he? It's only natural. I was born with the cold frost's strange affliction, I would only hold young master back. I asked, bewildered, the cold frost's strange affliction. Kai Huan's eyes overflowed with tears, and she recounted with deep sorrow, this is a disease I've carried since birth. Whenever it flares up, my entire body becomes covered in ice and frost, turning me into an ice statue, causing immense pain. Only by taking fire element medicinal herbs at the right time can it be alleviated. Her emotions erupted, Kai Huan wiped away her tears with her hand, and added, my family also spent all its money because of it, and my mother also overworked herself to death because of my illness. This time, the fire lotus seed that my father painstakingly acquired for me was stolen by people from the Xiang Jia sect, and my father also lost his life. Hearing the ironic situation, Bai Fan wondered, why don't you try joining a sect? Some sects provide supportive medicinal resources and remuneration. Her voice despairingly uttered, joining a sect. What good would that do? Kai Huan poured out her feelings, to be honest, my father once led me to join the grade 7 sect, White Medicine Mountain. But because of this strange illness, which recurs every 6 months, the sect wouldn't waste spiritual herbs on an outer disciple like me, so they just left me to fend for myself. As she recounted, she couldn't hold back tears streaming down like rain, now even my father is gone, I really don't know what to do. Bai Fan lowered his head to the ground, lost in thought. This situation reminds me of when I learned my mother was gravely ill. I was just as desperate then. If I hadn't met the Tang sisters that day, I probably would have lost my dearest one. So he smiled warmly, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at her and asked, Junior sister I have one more question, have you ever undergone talent awakening? The young man secretly calculated, if I've already met her, I might as well help her out, consider it a good deed. Kai Huan shook her head shyly and replied, no. At our White Medicine Mountain, only inside sect disciples can awaken their talent, outside sect disciples like me are not qualified. Bai Fan rested his chin on his hand, silently pondering. Previously, the Huanggu ceremony listed some special cultivation physiques, such as innate divine power, pure yang spirit body, frozen ice spirit body, and thunderous body. Among them, when awakening the frozen ice spirit body, the entire body would turn into ice bones, causing extreme pain, which is very similar to the symptoms she described. If my guess is not wrong, then she must possess the frozen ice holy body. If she could enter the 5 elements holy land, her problem could also be resolved. Bai Fan's face lit up like the sun. He smiled brightly and probed, Junior sister Nok, one last question, do you want to enter the 5 elements holy land? Extremely surprised, Kai Huan's mouth fell open. Did I hear that right? Are you talking about the 5 elements holy land, one of the 10 great holy lands that every cultivator yearns for? 7 days later, 2 maidservants stood in front of the inn door and spoke, our young lady has arrived. Kai Huan opened her eyes wide in surprise. What kind of flower is this? A girl then explained, Jade Lady, this is not a flower, this is a medicinal herb used for your treatment. Young Master Bai instructed us to place it by your bedside. It should be replaced every 7 days to prevent your old illness from recurring. She smiled and exclaimed, to tell you the truth, this elixir is a treasure worth millions of gold. Your beloved truly cares for you. With flushed cheeks, Kai Huan was embarrassed and corrected them, no, you've misunderstood. He is not my beloved. She thought to herself, this kind of medicinal herb is actually worth over 100 million. She recalled Bai Yifan's words, Miss Jade, I can give you a sum of money so you won't have to worry about food and clothing in your next life, but this is not a long-term solution after all. In the future, if you truly want to stand firm in this world, you need to learn some skills to protect yourself. At that time, she had listened attentively to Bai Yifan's instructions. If you are not strong enough, and unfortunately encounter a second Xiangjia sect, then you can only let others bully you. Bai Yifan eagerly suggested, if you agree, then temporarily stay in this city for 3 months and wait for me. I will find a quiet place for you to stay temporarily. Once I'm done with my affairs, I will pick you up and take you to the 5-element Holy Land. Do you agree? She was extremely satisfied, everything will be according to young Master Bai's arrangements. The maid gently explained, please don't deny it, these are extremely precious medicinal ingredients, and it's already difficult to obtain even one. Yet, young Master Bai didn't hesitate to leave 3. He even reminded us not to be frugal and to prioritize your health. Where could you find such a good man? She said with a bright smile. Young Master Bai has already paid 3 months' rent for this small courtyard, so you can rest assured and recuperate here. If you have any requests, just let us know. Deeply moved, Kai Huan thought to herself, young Master Bai, I will definitely wait for your return. At the 10th level of the ancient demon caves, Bai Yifan spoke sternly, Ba Tu, you came out of the demon caves, tell me, what is the situation beyond these 10 levels of the demon caves? Ba Tu respectfully replied, Master, levels 1 to 8 are all ordinary monsters, they even fight among themselves. Most are low-level creatures with no intelligence. It continued to report. The Huiyun demon marquis we attacked earlier is the strongest force on the 9th floor. Beyond the 10th floor, it's extremely dangerous, and the territories grow larger and larger. Demon marquises will build fortresses of varying sizes and deploy subordinate armies, making them difficult to deal with. Even on the same floor, there are different spheres of influence. Ba Tu said, given the current situation, we can only go as far as the 12th floor. Bai Yifan inquired, why the 12th floor? Ba Tu quickly replied, because that's my territory. Beyond that, I can't guarantee anything. The young man was startled, his face pale and blank as he shouted, your territory? Why have I never heard of it before? It replied nonchalantly, Master didn't ask, so I didn't tell. Regaining his composure, Bai Yifan continued to ask, Ba Tu, you're on the 12th floor. How large is your territory? How many troops do you have, and how many talents are worth cultivating? Report everything. Ba Tu honestly reported, my territory is equivalent to 4 prefectural cities of the human realm kingdom, with a radius of about 200 miles. It belongs to the vassal demon city of Xianyi Great Azura. My subordinates include about 400 flying Yiksha demons and 20 to 30,000 Yiksha demon foot soldiers. The remaining demon population reaches tens of millions. Upon hearing this, Bai Yifan couldn't believe his ears, and instinctively blurted out, that big? The young man calculated to himself. A li in Huanggu mainland is equivalent to a kilometer on Earth, meaning 1,000 m. A radius of 200 miles is over 120,000 kilometers, equivalent to 7 or 8 Hangzhou cities. I never expected that conquering Ba Tu would bring such unexpected benefits. Extremely excited, Bai Yifan smiled brightly and asked further, what about the Xianyi Great Azura you just mentioned? Ba Tu replied, Xianyi is my former master, possessing immense magical power, who once annihilated a large army of hundreds of cultivators from the secret realm of magical talent. His Xianyi fortress is on the 15th floor, and is also the largest force on the 15th floor. Under Xianye's command is a powerful army, and besides me, there are 4 other Great Azuras. All 4 Great Azuras are loyal to Xianyi and have built their own fortresses from the 11th to the 14th floor. Previously, Ba Tu was wandering on the 9th floor because he wanted to help Xian Yi with something, but he accidentally encountered a formidable human cultivator. Bai Yifan nodded in understanding and sighed with emotion after learning all the details, so that's how it is. Then I truly found a loophole. Ba Tu wondered, Master, what are your plans next? Extremely confident, Bai Yifan replied, I want to undergo seclusion to assault the magical talent realm, and only then will I attack Xian Ye's demonic stronghold on the 15th floor, then control more Azuras for my own purposes. It would be best to monopolize the entire 15th floor. Ba Tu was startled and panicked, to the point it cried out, What? Monopolize the entire 15th floor? Master, do you know how large one floor of the ancient demon caves is? Considering the entire 12th floor, the various large and small demon cities are estimated to number up to 2,000. Bai Yifan affirmed emphatically, I have my own plans, but you are the key to this mission. They continued to converse and discuss the plan. Ba Tu, if you want to occupy the 12th floor, how much power do you think you'll need? Master, if I can break through to the 3rd stage of magical talent and advance to Demon Marshal, although I wouldn't dare say I could sweep clean the 12th floor, I could easily destroy dozens of demon cities. Ba Tu stammered hesitantly, it's just that the fastest way for us monsters to advance is by sucking blood. Ever since following Master, I haven't done anything evil anymore. I'm just afraid it'll be too short a time. Bai Yifan smiled, his eyes shining with promise, leave this matter to me. I guarantee that in less than 7 days, you'll be able to break through to the 3rd stage of magical talent. At the 12th level of the ancient demon caves, savage shouts echoed, you demons over there, hurry up. Don't force me to whip you. Ghost Fang, one of Xian Ye's 4 great Azuras, spoke up, go easy, don't beat those beasts to death. A trembling demon stammered, Lord Ghost Fang, please calm your anger. It's just that if we don't hurry, we won't be able to deliver the amount of ore that Lord Ba Tu assigned us. The demon next to him, angry and arrogant, said, why care about him? Lord Ba Tu has been missing for months now, he might even be dead out there. His mind, happily making its own calculations, in my humble opinion, we should offer this mineral vein to Lord Ghost Fang and let him lead us. No sooner had he finished speaking than a flash of spiritual energy streaked across him. He gaped, his eyes bulging as if they would pop out, and then he collapsed to the ground, spitting blood in agony. Ba Tu appeared, roaring loudly in rising fury, who gave you this audacity? To make such a decision on your own. The remaining demon trembled all over like a dog scared of firecrackers, stammering, it's Ba Tu, it's Lord Ba Tu has returned. Ghost Fang looked resentful, growling, Ba Tu. And you still dare to return? Lord Xian Yi tasked you with using the great human demon war to steal the demon armor of Marquis Huiyun Demon, so why are you back so late? I see you're up to something shady, aren't you? Ba Tu replied arrogantly, indeed, I couldn't bring the demon armor back for Lord Xian Yi, but I captured someone. Lord Xian Yi will not only not punish me but will certainly reward me handsomely. Ba Tu roared, his eyes blazing like crimson fire, who knows, he might even bestow your 11th level territory upon me. With a look of intense disdain, Ghost Fang wondered, who is it? Immediately, Ba Tu gestured, come out. Bai Yifan appeared, completely covered and with hands tightly bound. Ba Tu then introduced, the Holy Master of the 5 Elements Holy Land. Hearing this made Ghost Fang utterly shocked, his limbs flailing. What? You said you captured the Holy Master of the 5 Elements Holy Land? In a confident tone, Ba Tu boasted, that's right, I had to struggle with him for several months before finally defeating him. This was a great achievement. A hand reached out towards Bai Yifan, and Ghost Fang said skeptically, I don't believe you are truly the Holy Master of the 5-element Holy Land. The chains in Bai Yifan's hand shattered instantly. Ghost Fang gritted his teeth, a look of panic clearly visible on his face. Bai Yifan smiled confidently, his eyes filled with power. His demon sealing list made him anxious, and he shouted loudly, this is bad. Extremely angry, he cursed, a human clan who hasn't even reached the secret realm magical talent yet dares to brand me as a slave. Ba Tu, you colluded with the human clan to betray Lord Xian Yi, wait until I return. Before he could finish his sentence, Ba Tu interrupted him, you won't be able to return. Being suppressed so suddenly left him no time to collect himself, and he could only shout, what? Ba Tu's terrifying power filled him with fear. No way, when did you turn into a great Azura? Bai Fan opened his mouth arrogantly, right now, the demon sealing list. Ghost Fong commanded, Yiksha army, what are you waiting for? Ba Tu colluded with the human clan and betrayed Lord Xian Yi. If you kill him, Lord Xian Yi will surely reward you handsomely. Bai Fan smiled, nodding in approval, looking as if he had just seen an irresistible bargain. You've done very well. Ba Tu knelt down, bowing his head humbly, his voice so respectful that even the wind held its breath to listen. It's all thanks to Master's abundant beast blood. After we, your humble servants, consumed it day and night, our cultivation soared. Currently, our army has over 1,000 heavenly flying Yikshas. Just then, chaotic sounds erupted from behind. Kill! Bai Fan waved his hand powerfully, a sneer playing on his lips. Perfect timing. You all come at once, it saves me the trouble of catching them individually. The monsters were immediately bound tightly, writhing and struggling, their mouths screaming loudly like an unintentional chaotic concert. Just like that, they bowed down in submission. Greetings, Master. Ghost Fong gritted his teeth, unable to believe his eyes. What is this? How is this possible? To be able to simultaneously imprint nearly 100 Yikshas like that? I have to run, I must run. Glancing at him, Bai Fan confidently stated, I've already prepared a dog leash specifically for you, where else do you think you can run? The demon sealing list coiled tightly around him. Ghost Fong trembled like a wet dog. Then he knelt down respectfully, Master, your servant Ghost Fong awaits your command. Bai Fan smiled contentedly, sighing with pleasure as if savoring a truly delicious dish, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. Ba Tu, capturing Ghost Fong this time is all thanks to you. You performed very well. Pointing, he said, this is duck blood, this is pig blood, and this is chicken blood, there's even beef blood. Go on, eat. Ba Tu asked doubtfully, Master, the main forces within the demon treasure are completely under our control. What should we do next? The young man pressed his lips together, thinking seriously, of course, we expand our army and bring all 12 levels under our control. Can it be done? A large army appeared, fiercely declaring, we swear to be loyal to our master until death. On the 13th floor of the demon fortress, the demon creatures screamed in panic, quick, run. Weapons in hand, they cried out in chaos, we can't hold on any longer. We must report to Guyen King. Understood. One quickly ran off, shouting, Guyen King. He knelt down to report the situation. Guyen King Ba Tu has rebelled, our army has suffered heavy losses and tragic deaths. We beg you to lead us in battle. He flashed a triumphant smile, his lips curled so high they almost touched his ears, looking as if he'd won the lottery without buying a ticket. Guyen King is the strongest warrior under Xian Yi Lord, as long as he is here, we will surely not lose. But reality was harsh, a weapon flashed straight towards his face. Unable to dodge, he trembled, questioning his existence, Guyen King, you, why? Sitting on a chair, Bai Fan smugly stated, it's a pity that your unyielding Guyen King, who would rather die than surrender, has already submitted to me. Guyen held a sturdy weapon in his hand, his eyes sharp and cold, his entire body covered in wounds. The demon creature howled, how can this be? Guyen King, our strongest war god, being commanded by a mere human. At this moment, Ba Tu flew over to report, Master, the mission you assigned us has been completed. It continued, the 13th floor of the demon fortress has been successfully captured. The battlefield has been cleared.